1978, in the golden age of Hong Kong capital, was awakening. A modern financial elite transmigrated into the second son of a wealthy family only to be schemed against by his own kin and left with nothing but a cement factory on the verge of bankruptcy. At the very brink of despair, the loyalty system finally awakened. It allowed him to expose traitors at a single glance and to subdue talents who would become absolutely loyal to him. He leveraged the Wharf shareholding battle to earn his first pot of gold, then began to lay out a vast web of investments across real estate, finance, electronics, media, and energy. While everyone else was still fighting over the Hong Kong market, his gaze had already turned toward the globe. A business empire belonging to a true overlord was quietly rising. June 1988, Sim Sha Sui, Hong Kong. At 3 in the afternoon, there were only 2 or 3 tables of customers inside Chung Ki Tea restaurant. On the television, TVB's stock market program was playing while a 24-inch quote machine hung on the wall, beeping incessantly. On its green fluorescent screen, the Hang Seng Index and dozens of popular stocks were scrolling in real time. Several middle-aged men in vests with flip-flops tucked under their arms were gathered in a booth near the quote machine. Half-finished iced lemon tea and pineapple buns sat before them, yet their eyes were locked firmly onto the changing numbers on the screen. Damn it, Baymax High just dropped another 2 points. A balding man slapped his thigh hard. Shun told you long ago to sell, but you wouldn't listen. The man opposite him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, took a sip of milk tea and spoke with a hint of schadenfreude in his tone. The balding man was known as Uncle Quan and had lived in the neighborhood for 30 years. He was a regular at Chung Ki. At the same time, he was also the most ordinary yet quintessential representative of Hong Kong's millions of retail investors, having a bit of spare cash, dreaming of getting rich through stocks, but always one step behind the market. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he sighed. How could I not listen to Shun? I just had too much going on yesterday and forgot to sell. I thought selling today would still be in time. How was I supposed to know it would fall like this? And that financial commentator even said last week that Baymax High's fundamentals were solid and urged everyone to buy. I was a fool to believe him. The man in glasses was called Brother Bayu, an old hand in the stock market. He ran a small electronic shop on Temple Street and had been trading stocks for over a decade, sometimes winning, sometimes losing, with more experience than Uncle Quan. He shook his head and said, "You can trust a commentator. Pigs would be climbing trees first. I've told you so many times you have to watch the movements of the big players, look at the trading volume, but you never listen. Watch the big players. If I could read what the big players were thinking, I'd already be living in a villa instead of drinking iced lemon tea here." After speaking, Uncle Quan gave a bitter smile. As the two of them chatted, a dull thump sounded from behind the bar. It's broken again. The speaker was Chung Ki's owner, Uncle Chung. Around 50 years old, with tan skin and a faded white apron tied around his waist, he was squatting beside the quote machine, weakly wiping its screen with a cloth. The display had frozen, the green numbers stuck on a single second, no longer changing. Brother Bayu craned his neck for a look. Uncle Chung crashed again. Yeah, 3rd time this month. Straightening up with a face full of irritation, Uncle Chung slapped the side of the casing. Nothing happened, so he slapped it twice more, still to no effect. He sighed, picked up the phone on the bar, and dialed a number. "Hello, Master Chan. It's Chung Ki. The quote machine." "What? You can only come in a couple of days. I've got a lot of customers here who need to watch the market. Extra charge. Even with extra, it has to be tomorrow." Fine, come first thing tomorrow morning, and be quick about it." After hanging up, his expression was more bitter than a bit. He walked to Uncle Quan's table, gathered up the empty iced lemon tea glasses, and grumbled casually, "This lousy machine breaks every few days. Each repair costs $200. How much do you think this tea restaurant even makes in a month?" Uncle Quan comforted him. "Without the quote machine, we can just watch the TV. It's the same." "TV is half a step behind," Brother Bayu said dismissively. "When you're trading short-term, those few seconds are enough for the price gap to vanish." Uncle Chung said nothing more and carried the empty glasses back to the bar. Just then a young man emerged from the kitchen carrying a tray of freshly baked egg tarts. Steam curled upward as the golden flaky crust still sizzled with tiny bubbles of oil. He wore Chung Ki's white work uniform, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He looked no more than 15 or 16, with delicate features and eyes far steadier than someone his age should have possessed. This young man was called Lin Shen. "Come on, Shen, hurry and tell Uncle Quan whether he should sell Baymax High now or keep holding it." Without even glancing at the quote machine on the wall, Lin Shen answered him in an even tone. "Uncle Quan, just cut your losses. It's unlikely to rise again over the next week." Hearing this, Uncle Quan slapped his thigh hard, strode straight to the phone, and began to sell frantically. 2 months earlier, Lin Shen had transmigrated into this era. In his previous life, he had been a manager at a top investment bank in Modu, having handled projects worth tens of billions. 2 months ago, he had just wrapped up an investment project when he died of sudden overwork in front of his office computer. When he opened his eyes again, he had become an orphan in the welfare institute of a small county in Fuhai on the mainland in the year 1988. 16 years old, no parents, no money. A textbook template for a future powerhouse. Soon afterward, he realized this was a world where reality and film and television settings had merged. After crossing over, he had been shocked, lost, and despairing, yet the thought of the usual benefits enjoyed by transmigrators rekindled a faint glimmer of hope. He spent a week testing hundreds, even thousands of methods large and small, trying to awaken some sort of system or golden finger, but without exception nothing worked. Fortunately, his memory seemed unusually sharp, as long as he concentrated. Everything from his previous life came back to him with crystal clarity. This gave his desperate heart a sliver of comfort. From then on, he slowly sorted out his situation. In 1988, securities exchanges had not yet been established on the mainland. The share market would not open until 1990. He possessed formidable skills, yet there was simply no stage on the mainland on which to display them. Thus he turned his eyes toward Hong Kong. At this time, Hong Kong's stock market stood on the eve of a great bull run. The shadow of the 1987 crash had already lifted, and the Hang Seng Index was steadily climbing up from its lows. Over the next few years, a series of major events that would reshape the market landscape were destined to unfold. In his previous life, he had pored over the data on these events countless times while handling mergers and listings at the investment bank. Every key date, every stock's rise and fall, every underlying logic was carved deeply into his mind. He spent nearly a month finding a way out through a small dock near the Welfare Institute. In the late 80s, routes for clandestine passage from the mainland coast to Hong Kong were not too hard to find. The difficulty was getting the money. Don't worry, as long as you can handle it, you can have 10. Leong Kuan waved his hand grandly. But you have to get up and work tomorrow. Gather enough to... Then on a moonless night, he squeezed onto a small fishing boat bound for Hong Kong. The journey as an illegal stowaway was truly wretched. The stifling cabin, the salty, fishy sea breeze, the constant fear of being caught by the Coast Guard, and the helpless confusion after landing in the desolate outskirts of Yuen Long. All of it was difficult to put into words. But Lin Shun had no time to dwell on it. When he reached Hong Kong, he did not have a cent to his name. Not even enough to buy a single fishball. He walked from Yuen Long all the way to Tsim Sha Tsui, a journey that took an entire day. While wandering the streets of Tsim Sha Tsui, he noticed Chung Ki Tea restaurant. What caught his eye was not the food inside, but the quote machine hanging on the wall. He walked in without money to order anything, standing in a corner pretending to watch the market. In reality, he was observing the restaurant's foot traffic, table turnover, and customer makeup. The tea restaurant was surrounded by dense residential blocks and office buildings, and the flow of people was considerable. Many white-collar workers from nearby came here to buy food, and while waiting for their orders, most would discuss stocks together. At that moment, he came up with an idea to recommend stocks to people, using it to build his reputation and lay the groundwork for earning his first pot of gold. But he still needed a reason that would allow him to stay. Perhaps it was the invisible blessing of a protagonist's aura for opportunity arrived far sooner than Lin Shun had anticipated. Just as he conceived this plan, he noticed that the lottery machine had malfunctioned. The neighbors from the surrounding streets were noisily clamoring for Uncle Xiong to fix it. Half an hour passed, yet Uncle Xiong still failed to repair the machine, and cursing under his breath, he called the maintenance technician. Seeing this, Lin Shun drew in a deep breath and pushed the door open, walking inside. "Boss, the signal receiver on this machine is probably suffering from poor contact." His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly through the clamorous tea restaurant. Uncle Xiong lifted his head and sized him up from head to toe. Before him stood a young man in a shirt washed so often it had turned pale, mud still clinging to the hems of his trouser legs, looking very much like someone who had just arrived from the countryside. Uncle Xiong's real name was Lin Zixiang. Together with Aunt Xiang, he had run this tea restaurant for over 20 years. "You understand this sort of thing?" Uncle Xiong's tone was laced with doubt. Lin Shun stepped closer and examined the back of the machine, gently brushing his fingers over the connector of the cable. On this model, the signal reception module is external. The interface is prone to oxidation, and in a tea restaurant like yours with heavy cooking fumes, it's even more likely to fail. If you wipe the interface with an alcohol swab, there's a high chance it will work again. Uncle Xiong, half believing and half doubting, fetched some alcohol swabs, wiped the interface as Lin Shun instructed, and plugged the power back in. The screen flickered once, then the green digits began jumping again. Everything returned to normal. "It's fixed." Uncle Xiong's eyes lit up. He clapped Lin Shun on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Young man, you're impressive." The neighbors who had been watching all along chimed in, saying that Lin Shun had arrived just in time. Behind the bar, Aunt Xiang poked her head out at the commotion, looked at Lin Shun with a smile, and asked, "Handsome boy, what do you do?" "Do you repair machines?" Lin Shun straightened up, patted the dust from his knees, and replied with something that caught both Uncle and Aunt Xiang off guard. "Boss, my name is Lin Shun. Are you short-handed here? I can do anything. Carry trays, wash dishes, deliver takeaway. As long as you can give me a meal, that's enough." Uncle Xiong froze for a moment, then scrutinized the young man before him more carefully. There was a frankness in Lin Shun's eyes, calm and unhurried, unlike the restless gaze of the street drifters. Uncle Xiong hesitated, glanced toward the newly repaired lottery machine, and began calculating in his heart. This kid could repair machines and was willing to work, and at the moment the tea restaurant was indeed short of hands. Why not take advantage of it? Food and lodging included, monthly salary 800. "Will you take it?" Uncle Xiong stated his terms. "I'll do it. Thank you, boss." Lin Shun did not haggle. Uncle Xiong patted his shoulder again. "No need to thank me. You're from the same Lin clan as we are, and you're quick-witted. That's why I agreed." And just like that, he became a waiter at Xiang GT restaurant. The days flowed by in quiet simplicity. By day, Lin Shun helped out in the kitchen. At night, he slept in a small loft cubicle above the restaurant. It had once been a storage room for sundries. Aunt Xiang cleared it out for him and set up a folding bed. The conditions were simple and bare, yet Lin Shun did not mind. Compared with the orphanage, this already felt like comfort. What truly allowed him to begin revealing his talents was his side job in the tea restaurant. That noon, Uncle Quan came for lunch as usual, ordered a bowl of wonton noodles, and sat in his old spot beside the lottery machine to watch the market. His brows furrowed so tightly they could crush a fly. The share price of Bimego had fallen again, and his position was now down by nearly 20%. Carrying the wonton noodles over, Lin Shun set the bowl down in front of Uncle Quan and casually remarked, "Uncle Quan, Bimego will rebound near the close today. If you trust me, don't cut your losses at the bottom." Uncle Quan looked up, staring in astonishment at this young waiter with a tray. "What did you just say?" Lin Shun merely smiled, offered no further explanation, and turned back toward the kitchen. Uncle Quan did not take it seriously yet. That afternoon at 4 o'clock, as the market neared closing, Bimego's share price indeed began to rebound, climbing nearly 5 percentage points off the day's low. Although Uncle Quan had not managed to act in time, he still found it intriguing. The next day, he dragged Brother Biao along to drink tea, ordered a table full of dim sum, and waited specially for Lin Shun to finish his work and come over so he could ask how he had seen it coming. Wiping his hands clean, Lin Shun sat down opposite them and spoke with ease. Bimego issued a profit warning the day before yesterday, and its share price plunged, but trading volume did not expand. That indicates the main funds did not dump their holdings, they simply used the bad news as an excuse to shake out retail investors. Yesterday, it continued to slide on dwindling volume, with the magnitude of the decline already narrowing. This is a classic bottoming signal. The late session rebound shows the main players have begun rebuilding their positions. Over the next 3 days, Bimego will have at least 8 to 10% upside. Uncle Quan and Brother Biao exchanged stunned glances. Such a speech would be unremarkable coming from a market commentator, but hearing it from a 16-year-old tea restaurant waiter was downright unsettling. "Young man, who taught you to trade stocks?" Brother Biao asked curiously. Lin Shun merely smiled in silence and did not answer. Seeing this, the two men pressed no further, assuming someone must have coached him on what to say. Still half-doubting, Uncle Quan decided to gamble. Having already lost so much, he might as well treat a dying horse as a living one. He would follow Lin Shun's advice and hold for a few more days. 3 days later, Bimego had risen a total of 9.3%. Near the peak, Uncle Quan liquidated his position. Not only did he recover all his previous losses, he even turned a tidy profit. Elated, he hosted a banquet at Xiang Ji, treating Lin Shun to a lavish meal. As he left, he pressed a red envelope into Lin Shun's hand containing 200 Hong Kong dollars. "Little stock god." Uncle Quan slapped Lin Shun's shoulder, christening him with this new title. The news spread faster than Lin Shun had imagined. In this part of Tsim Sha Sui, who didn't know Uncle Quan, after 2 years of losses, he suddenly turned the tide with one stroke, and the story traveled far and wide. When people asked how he had done it, he simply said it was a stock recommended by the new waiter at Xiang Ji. Soon more and more people poured into Xiang GT restaurant, not for the food but to watch the market and hear a few words from the little stock god. Lin Shun did not disappoint them. The stocks he recommended to the neighbors did not hit the mark every single time, but his success rate reached an astonishing 80 to 90%. Moreover, his timing on entry and exit for each stock was uncannily precise. Some said he was just lucky, but when he was lucky 7 or 8 times in a row, no one called it luck anymore. Xiang GT restaurant's business surged along with it. In the past, only nearby residents and passing pedestrians would drop in. Now even stock traders from Kuntong and Mongkok made a special trip, ordering the cheapest milk tea and sitting all afternoon just to wait for Lin Shun to emerge from the kitchen and say a few words. Uncle Xiang's turnover doubled, leaving him so busy his feet barely touched the ground, yet the smile on his face was 10 times brighter than before. Those neighbors who earned money after following Lin Shun's recommendations would always give him a red envelope afterward with amounts ranging from a few dozen to over 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shun never asked for anything and never despised small sums. He accepted each envelope carefully, saying thank you for your patronage. The amounts were modest, but there were simply too many people giving them. In addition, Uncle and Aunt Xiang, grateful for the stream of customers he had brought, doubled his salary. After just half a month, Lin Shun had already saved 5,000 to 6,000 Hong Kong dollars. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the stock market had just closed. The Xiangji Tea restaurant was filled with patrons, each table strewn with newspapers reporting on stock market news. Everyone clutched pens, frowning at the dense numbers of stock prices. Lin Shun, dressed in a white t-shirt with a towel draped over his shoulder, emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of pineapple buns, walking at a leisurely pace. "Shensi, come here." Uncle Quan at the table by the window waved at Lin Shun. Lin Shun set down the pineapple buns ordered by the customers and walked over to Uncle Quan. Uncle Quan lowered his voice. "Shin, the stock you mentioned last time, I bought it at $2.30, and today it's at $2.80. Should I sell?" Lin Shun glanced at the newspaper spread out before Uncle Quan, his eyes scanning the stock price section, and replied, Uncle Quan, let's wait a bit longer. Sell when it's above $2.90. Uncle Quan pushed a $20 Hong Kong bill towards him saying, take this, let me treat you to tea. Lin Shun accepted without hesitation, folding the $20 bill and tucking it into his pocket. This was his fourth tip of the day. Shensi. Uncle Lu at another table waved his hand. My stock dropped by 10 cents today. What should I do? Uncle Lu, how much did you buy it for? $3.40. Hold steady. There will be news next week. Sell at $3.70. Uncle Lu beamed, handing over a $50 bill. At the table against the wall, a middle-aged man with glasses named Zhou Mingfa, who owned a gold shop on Temple Street, was a new customer today. Young man, what nonsense are you talking all day? Is it really that accurate? My stock he was bought at $3 and now it's only $2.50. What should I do? Lin Shun draped the towel over his shoulder and replied slowly, Mr. Zhou He is a good stock, but the real estate sector has been struggling lately. You'll need to wait. After October, when the real estate policies shift, you'll see it rise to $4. Zhou Mingfa, half convinced, hesitated for a moment before pulling out a $100 Hong Kong bill from his pocket and sliding it forward. I'll take your good words as a loan. If I make money, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Shun picked up the $100 bill, folded it, and slipped it into his pocket. He returned to the kitchen and pulled out the tips he had saved since morning. $20 bills, $50 bills, and a $100 bill, all crumpled, were spread out on the stove, smoothed out one by one, totaling 2,300 Hong Kong dollars. He returned to his dwelling and retrieved a brown paper envelope from under the mattress. The envelope was bulging. He stuffed today's tips inside, sealed it, and tucked it back under the mattress. The envelope now contained exactly 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. This was all he had saved over the 2 months since arriving in Hong Kong. $20,000 may not be much, but it was enough to get started. Lin Shun leaned against the stove, his mind racing with a single thought. He remembered clearly that in less than a month, on August 8, 1988, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange would officially implement a central clearing and settlement system. To ordinary people, this was merely a technical upgrade, but it would trigger an unprecedented market boom in the following. The Hang Seng Index would rise from the closing point of 2,200 in July to 2,700 in October, an increase of over 20%. In that wave of market frenzy, he could recite the most outrageous stocks, even with his eyes closed. One of them was a real estate dark horse called Xiangjiang International, which would double from August to November. Now he had saved enough capital and wanted to enter the market. But now there was a problem before him. He had no legal identity in Hong Kong. Without a legal identity, Lin Shun could not engage in stock trading and would not be able to take the qualification exam or start a company in the future. However, he had crossed the border illegally, and his origins were not legal. In Hong Kong, he had no acquaintances who could help him. Just as Lin Shun was frowning in despair, Uncle Xiang's figure appeared before him. Hey, the Xiangji Tea restaurant has been open for over 20 years. Uncle Xiang knows many people in Tsim Sha Tsui and has connections. The neighbors come to him for help with their troubles. Uncle Xiang might have a solution. That night, after everything was tidied up, Lin Shun approached the counter where Uncle Xiang was calculating accounts. Uncle Xiang, I'd like to ask you something. Lin Shun lowered his voice. Uncle Xiang looked up at him, closed the account book, and motioned for him to step behind the counter to talk. Lin Shun stepped into the small compartment behind the counter, and Uncle Xiang lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair. What's the matter? Speak up. I want to get an identity document. The legitimate kind, Lin Shun emphasized. Uncle Xiang paused his smoking, assessing Lin Shun from head to toe. He knew Lin Shun had crossed the border illegally, but identity matters were no small issue in Hong Kong. What do you need an identity for? Uncle Xiang tapped the ash from his cigarette. Lin Shun answered honestly, I want to trade stocks. Uncle Xiang nearly choked on his smoke, coughing twice and glaring at him. It's one thing to recommend stocks to others, and if they lose money, it's not your problem. But now you're telling me you want to dive into trading stocks yourself. Do you know that there are risks in the stock market? What will you do if you lose all your money? Uncle Xiang, I've been here watching stocks for the neighbors, and I haven't missed a single opportunity. Lin Shun looked at Uncle Xiang, noting his silence, and continued. You've even asked me which stocks to buy, haven't you? Uncle Xiang stopped speaking. He had indeed asked and had made money. Last month, Lin Shun had advised him to buy Xiangjiang Telecommunications at $3 too, and he bought 5,000 shares, selling them at $3.07, netting an $800 profit. Having worked in the tea restaurant for 15 years, he had never seen a 16-year-old with such judgment in the stock market. Uncle Xiang took a drag from his cigarette and stopped questioning further. Having roamed Tsim Sha Tsui for decades, he had seen all kinds of strange things. This young man might be a bit uncanny, but the uncanny did not concern him. He only knew that Lin Shun worked diligently, had good character, and brought many customers to his tea restaurant. This matter of identity, it's not too difficult, but it's not too easy either. You cross the border illegally and have no documentation. Regular channels won't work. Uncle Xiang paused for 2 seconds while Lin Shun listened quietly. However, you can say you're my nephew. Uncle Xiang extinguished his cigarette. My father had left a family behind in the countryside back on the mainland. Oh, everyone in the neighborhood knows that. I'll say you're my brother's son and that you couldn't stay in the countryside anymore and came to rely on me. This explanation makes sense. Lin Shun's eyes lit up. How long will it take? If all goes well, it'll be done in a week. Uncle Xiang stood up and pulled out a stack of forms from the counter drawer. I know a guy at the Wanchai Personnel Registration Office, Fong. We've had tea together a few times, and with a word from me, it should be settled. However, it will cost money, he said, looking into Lin Shen's eyes. How much? Not too sure, but prepare around 5,000 for now. We need to grease the wheels with Fong. Lin Shen hesitated for almost no time. He pulled the brown paper envelope from his waistband, opened it in front of Uncle Xiang, counted out $5,000 neatly stacked, and pushed it over. Uncle Xiang looked at the stack of money, then at Lin Shen, his expression shifting. He accepted the money into the counter, saying, "Let's wrap this up for now. Tomorrow morning, when business isn't busy, I'll take you there. The earlier we go, the earlier we return." The next morning, Uncle Xiang changed into a clean white shirt. He tucked a bundle of 5,000 Hong Kong dollars into his pocket along with 2 packs of unopened Marlboro cigarettes, and took Lin Shen out of Xiangji. The two hailed a taxi on the street heading straight for Wanchai. Inside the taxi, Uncle Xiang went over the speech he had prepared in advance. "You say I am your uncle named Lin Zishan. You are Lin Shen, and your father is my younger brother Lin Zide. You have been in the city for 2 months previously living with me, and because your identification from the countryside was lost, you are here to reapply for it. Do you understand?" "I understand. If they ask where you lived in the countryside, just say it was in Yuan Long. My father is indeed from that area, and there won't be any loopholes." "Got it. If they ask why you came here, just say there was no work in the countryside, and you came to rely on your uncle to find a job." "All right." In the Wanchai registration office, there weren't many people left. Uncle Xiang led Lin Shen straight up to the 3rd floor where there was a half-open office at the end of the corridor. Uncle Xiang knocked on the door. "Come in," a languid voice called from inside. The office was small, about 10 square meters, with a large desk taking up most of the space, covered in files and newspapers. A man in his 40s lounged in a leather chair, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with 2 buttons undone. His hair was slicked back with gel shining under the light. He was scribbling something on a newspaper which was spread out in front of him. The stock market section was densely marked with red and blue pens, some stock names repeatedly underlined. Fong Jiqiang glanced up at them, his gaze pausing on Uncle Xiang's face for a second before shifting to Lin Shen. Then he leaned back in his chair. "Xiang Gu, what brings you here today?" "Mr. Fong, long time no see." Uncle Xiang smiled, handing over the 2 packs of Marlboro and placing them on the desk. "This is my nephew. He came from the countryside and wants to reapply for his identification." Fong Jiqiang did not take the cigarettes, but glanced at them before looking at Lin Shen, sizing him up from head to toe. "Young man, when did you come here?" 2 months ago. 2 months ago. Fong Jiqiang squinted slightly. "Why are you only coming to apply now?" "The identification from the village got lost, and I couldn't find it after searching for a long time." Lin Shen was unperturbed, replying according to the script he had prepared beforehand. Fong Jiqiang remained silent for 2 seconds, refraining from asking further, and turned to Uncle Xiang. "Xiang Gu, does your nephew have a guarantor?" "I do." Uncle Xiang patted his chest. "He is my brother's son. I will guarantee him." Fong Jiqiang looked at Lin Shen, his tone neutral. "Young man, how old are you this year?" 16. 16. Fong Jiqiang raised his eyebrows slightly. "At 16 you're not in school, and are out looking for work." "There's no school in the countryside. I came to help my uncle." Fong Jiqiang leaned forward slightly, taking out a blank form from the drawer, but showing no intention of offering a pen. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. He was waiting for what Lin Shen was very clear. Just as Uncle Xiang was about to speak, Lin Shen suddenly interjected. "Mr. Fong, it seems you've been watching the Xiangjiang International stock for a while." Fong Jiqiang paused, looking up at Lin Shen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Shen spoke casually. "You drew an arrow next to Xiangjiang International, indicating you expected to break through, but you also added a question mark, because you're unsure if this breakthrough is genuine or not. I can assure you it is real. This stock is currently around $2.20. If you hold it until mid-October, it will exceed $2.80. Don't sell when it hits $2.40. Many will be shaken out at that point." Fong Jiqiang was stunned, the pen in his hand hovering in midair. He stared at Lin Shen for a full 3 seconds, the scrutiny in his gaze turning into a complex emotion that was hard to articulate: surprise, doubt, and a hint of discomfort at being spoken to about his own concerns. "You can analyze stocks." Fong Jiqiang's tone became more serious. Lin Shen smiled. "Mr. Fong, go ask around in Simsha Sui. The locals call me the little stock god of Simsha Sui. At Xiangji Cha Chan Tung, you can inquire about me. You'll find I have a good track record." Fong Jiqiang's gaze flickered back and forth between Uncle Xiang and Lin Shen several times. Uncle Xiang nodded at the right moment. "Yes, Mr. Fong, my nephew is indeed remarkable. The folks in Simsha Sui follow his stock picks and have never lost their bets." Fong Jiqiang was silent for a moment. He glanced again at the densely marked newspaper, then looked at the steadfast gaze of the 16-year-old before him. He had seen his share of charlatans masquerading as stock analysts, but those people spoke in vague terms, while this boy's specific price point was astonishingly precise. This was exactly his biggest concern. Last week he had been shaken out at the price of $2.40, and after selling the stock, had risen 5 cents the very next day, leaving him restless all night. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Fong Jiqiang took a deep breath, his expression shifting from scrutiny to calm. He gathered the files on the desk, preparing to say something, when Lin Shun's hand reached out from under the counter. Casually, a thick brown paper envelope fell onto Fong Jiqiang's lap. Fong Jiqiang glanced at the thickness of the envelope, then looked up at Lin Shun. Lin Shun met his gaze with an unchanging expression, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fong Jiqiang placed his hand on his lap, his fingers brushing against the edge of the envelope, feeling the unique newness of the cash inside. $5,000, neither more nor less. With a light flick of his fingers, the envelope slid into his pants pocket, the motion smooth, as if rehearsed countless times. Then he picked up the pen on the desk, opened the blank form, and looked up at Lin Shun, his voice considerably louder than before. Lin Shun, 16 years old, from Yuanlong, arrived 3 months ago with a two-way permit to rely on his uncle Lin Xiang. Due to the loss of identification, he is here today to reapply for it. No problem, the procedure is very simple. He wrote, quickly filling out the form with fluidity. After filling it out, he took out a rubber stamp from the drawer, dipped it in ink, and pressed it firmly onto the bottom right corner of the form, making a crisp sound as the bright red seal landed on the paper. Fong Jiqiang put away the form, stood up, and pulled out a bottom card for the identification form from the file cabinet behind him, handing it to Lin Shun. Fill this out, and wait a moment, I'll have a Wan help you take a photo. He walked to the door and called down the hallway, a Wan, come help this young man take his identity photo. A young female employee jogged over, leading Lin Shun to the next room for the photo. In less than half an hour, all the procedures were completed. Fong Jiqiang handed the identification to Lin Shun, patted his shoulder, and smiled warmly and sincerely. Young man, remember you are now a legal resident of Xiangjiang. After Lin Shun and Uncle Xiang emerged from the personnel registration office, they headed straight to the stock exchange. The building of the exchange was not particularly grand, but the brass plaque at the entrance was polished to a bright shine. Lin Shun followed Uncle Xiang inside, filling out forms, queuing, and signing. The clerk at the counter glanced at his ID, then looked at him, perhaps thinking it was unusual for a 16-year-old boy to open a stock account. However, with Lin Zixiang, his guardian, present, no further comments were made. 15,000 Hong Kong dollars, all deposited in. The clerk confirmed. All of it. Uncle Xiang stood beside him, his lips moved slightly, but he ultimately remained silent. This money belonged to Lin Shun. He had no authority to decide on its use. Yet as they exited the exchange, Uncle Xiang couldn't help but advise. Ah Shun, 15,000 is not a small sum, are you sure? Uncle Xiang. Lin Shun stopped in his tracks, turned to look at him, and smiled. Trust me. Uncle Xiang looked at the light in his eyes, and swallowed the words he was about to say. By the time they returned to Xiang GT restaurant, the stock market had already opened. The restaurant was filled with people, and upon seeing Lin Shun return, they hurried over to inquire. Seeing this, Uncle Xiang did not intervene and relinquished the corner booth he usually used for resting. After answering everyone's questions, Lin Shun went to help in the kitchen. During a lull, Lin Shun began to research the stock of Xiangjiang International. He had recommended this stock to many people. Just as Lin Shun was engrossed in his study, Wei Dali approached. Wei Dali was a helper Uncle Xiang had recruited temporarily today. While you're buying stocks. Which one? Lin Shun didn't look up and simply pointed to a string of codes in his notebook. This one. Wei Dali scratched his head. I've never really heard of it. Uncle Quan next door said that property stocks are doing well lately. Why don't you buy those? Lin Shun's lips curled slightly. He knew that everyone in the market was chasing after property stocks because prices were rising and land was being speculated upon. Everyone believed it would continue to rise. But he knew better what would happen in the coming month. Wei Dali, you can get back to work now. Wei Dali, understanding, walked away, but Uncle Xiang came over with a teapot, refilling Lin Shun's cup, while casting a glance at the contents of the notebook. Xiangjiang International. Uncle Xiang frowned. I've been hearing you recommend this stock to others these past few days. What does this company do? Infrastructure. Lin Shun briefly explained, the tunnel project in the eastern district of Xiangjiang. An announcement will be made next month. Uncle Xiang paused for a moment. How do you know this? Lin Shun looked up at him, his gaze calm. I overheard a conversation between some guests. They mentioned having done preliminary work on this project. Though this was said lightly, Uncle Xiang's expression changed. He looked at the young man before him anew, realizing why Lin Shun was so impressive. He always managed to uncover the essence through what others said. Lin Shun did not offer further explanations. He would not admit that this was a fabrication of his imagination. He certainly had not overheard anything this time, at least not in this life. However, he remembered that in his previous life, in August 1988, Xiangjiang International stock price tripled within a week after the Eastern District Tunnel project was approved. In the month prior, the trading volume of this stock had languished at a low point, unnoticed by anyone. Unnoticed meant no one was lurking within, which signified a real pure profit margin. Lin Shun called the exchange, placing an order for 15,000 Hong Kong dollars at market price. Uncle Xiang watched from the side, his grip on the teapot tightening. He wanted to say something, but for some reason, seeing Lin Shun's calm face, he couldn't utter a single word. The tea restaurant buzzed with people coming and going, the clattering of dishes, the shouts of the staff, and the laughter of the neighborhood mingling together. No one paid attention to the boy in the corner. No one knew he had just staked his entire fortune on a stock that Lin Shun leaned back in the booth, took a sip of his iced lemon tea, and kept his gaze firmly on the screen. He knew how this stock would perform next. Tomorrow it would dip 2 points, consolidate for 3 days, and then start to climb slowly until that announcement was made. Memories from his past life were like a map etched in his bones. He had walked every path. When Wei Dali passed by again, he couldn't help but glance at the numbers on the screen. Xiangjiang International's stock price remained unchanged with a pitifully low trading volume. Ashun, it seems like your stock isn't moving at all, Wei Dali said, standing next to Lin Shun. Lin Shun smiled, placing his iced lemon tea down. No rush. Wei Dali didn't understand, and walked away scratching his head. On the third day after the purchase, Xiangjiang International's stock price dropped. The green numbers on the screen fell from the 72 cents at which Lin Shun bought it to 70 cents. Wei Dali, having been employed by Uncle Xiang due to an increase in customer flow, passed by carrying a tray and took a glance, pausing in his steps. Ashun, it's dropped, Wei Dali said, placing the char siu rice on the table, his tone tinged with a sense of curiosity. In just 3 days you've lost over $400, aren't you afraid? Lin Shun picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of char siu, chewed a couple of times, and leisurely replied, what's there to be afraid of? While you invested 15,000, that's not a small amount. Wei Dali lowered his voice, gesturing towards the counter. Uncle Xiang looked pale when he saw the quotes this morning. Lin Shun smiled slightly, not responding. He knew very well that Uncle Xiang would be anxious since he had also invested 20,000 Hong Kong dollars. 20,000 Hong Kong dollars was not a small sum in 1988 Xiangjiang. It was enough for an ordinary worker's half-year salary. But Lin Shun was even more aware that the bottom line for this stock was 68 cents. This had been its support level for the past 3 months, and it wouldn't break. Sure enough, on the 4th day, Xiangjiang International stabilized at 69 cents. On the 5th day, trading volume began to increase. Wei Dali came over again to take a look, this time remaining silent, for he discovered that the stock price had risen back to 71 cents. He scratched his head, mumbled something about it being strange, and turned to deliver takeout. Uncle Xiang remained composed and did not come to ask. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 7th day, after the lunch rush had passed, that Uncle Xiang sat down opposite Lin Shun with a cup of iced milk tea, pushing it towards him. Shun, tell me the truth. Uncle Xiang lowered his voice. What news do you have about this stock you bought? Lin Shun lifted the milk tea, took a sip, then set it down, looking into Uncle Xiang's eyes. The Eastern District Underwater Tunnel will begin construction next month. Xiangjiang International is one of the contractors exclusively supplying precast components. Uncle Xiang squinted. Where did you get this information? Lin Shun did not answer, but instead stated directly, it passed the environmental assessment last month, and we only need the final signature. Before the 10th of next month, the announcement will be made. Uncle Xiang stared at him for several seconds. What are your chances? Lin Shun held up 3 fingers and then clenched his fist. Uncle Xiang did not understand. If I only have a 30% chance, I won't proceed. But this matter has 100. Time passed day by day. On the second to last trading day of July, Lin Shun got up early and turned on the financial news channel on the TV. He hadn't slept all night, repeatedly calculating each node in the coming days in his mind. In his previous life, the suspension announcement for Xiangjiang International was issued on this very day. The market data on the financial device began to roll. Lin Shun quickly brought up the page for Xiangjiang International, suspended. The screen clearly displayed the 2 characters suspended with a note next to it stating message pending release. Lin Shun leaned back in his chair and slowly exhaled. He confirmed that the timeline had not changed and everything was progressing along the trajectory of his memory. Uncle Xiang walked over with 2 cups of hot milk tea, placing one in front of Lin Shun before sitting down with the other. He glanced at the screen and furrowed his brow. Suspended. Uncle Xiang's voice tensed. Why on earth is it suspended? Wait for the announcement. Lin Shun picked up the milk tea, blew on it, and took a sip. What announcement? Uncle Xiang set his cup down on the table, leaning forward. Is it good news or bad news? Lin Shun didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Uncle Xiang, why do you think Xiangjiang International would be suspended? Uncle Xiang thought for a moment and said, could it be that news you mentioned? Exactly, Lin Shun replied calmly. Uncle Xiang's lips curled slightly. If we make money, I'll give you half. Lin Shun didn't refuse. All right. The tea restaurant began to fill with customers. The morning market patrons were coming and going as some ordered pineapple buns with milk tea, while others sat in the corner reading newspapers. Wei Dali arrived at 9 o'clock, and upon seeing the 2 characters suspended on the financial device, he almost dropped the apron in his hand. Wow, Ashun, your stock is suspended. Wei Dali exclaimed loudly, attracting the attention of several tables around him. At the next table, Uncle Quan was having breakfast and turned his head upon hearing the news, suspended. Which stock? Xiangjiang International, the one Ashun bought, Wei Dali said. Uncle Quan looked a bit anxious as he had bought quite a bit of Xiangjiang International after hearing Lin Shun's advice. Suspended, that's not good news. Oh no, what should we do? If we had known, we should have switched to real estate stocks sooner. Hunglong or Sun Hung Kai, aren't they all better? Lin Shun did not argue, yet he felt an indescribable discomfort inside. He began to realize that if any deviation occurred, these neighbors would definitely come to him for trouble after losing money, so he decided not to recommend stocks for free to these customers anymore. Lin Shun called Wei Dali over and pulled a $10 bill from his pocket saying, "Dali, get me a copy of the South China Morning Post and another copy of the Hong Kong Economic Journal." "Why buy so many newspapers?" "To check the announcement." Wei Dali took the money and rode away on his bicycle. 20 minutes later, he rushed back panting and slapped the 2 newspapers on the table. Lin Shun opened the newspapers and went straight to the financial section. The Eastern District Underwater Tunnel project has been approved, and Xiangjiang International has secured exclusive contracts for prefabricated components. Wei Dali leaned in to look and read aloud, but halfway through his tone changed. Exclusive. Prefabricated components. This. Uncle Quan was still nervously watching the financial device, and upon hearing the word exclusive, he hurried over to snatch the newspaper from Lin Shun's hands to read it himself. A few seconds later, Uncle Quan was so excited he was dancing with joy. "We're going to make it big. Luckily, I listened to Shun and bought quite a bit of Xiangjiang International." This contradictory attitude left Lin Shun somewhat speechless, further affirming that his decision was not wrong. Lin Shun slowly sipped his milk tea, quietly pondering. The Eastern District Underwater Tunnel is one of the largest infrastructure projects of the British Hong Kong government in the 1980s, and Xiangjiang International secured that contract. According to the market conditions of his previous life, it was enough to quintuple the annual revenue of this company. The stock market is always the smartest, yet also the slowest. Once the announcement is made, everyone will know this news, but most people need time to digest, to judge, and to make decisions. During that time, the stock price would gallop like a runaway horse. At 10 in the morning, the stock exchange resumed trading. Xiangjiang International opened at 95 cents, jumping up $1.05 straight away. Lin Shun fixed his gaze on the numbers on the screen, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, maintaining a steady rhythm. Wei Dali stood behind him, not daring to breathe. 96 cents, 98 cents, $1.01. The stock price surged at a visible speed. In less than 15 minutes, the stock price broke $1 Hong Kong. Uncle Xiang had walked over from behind the counter at some point, standing next to Lin Shun, his eyes fixed on the screen. His hands trembled slightly, causing the water in the teapot to slosh out, burning his fingers without him even noticing. "Ah, Shun." Uncle Xiang's voice was somewhat hoarse. "It's $1. MHM. Lin Shun replied without any change in expression. "Shouldn't we sell now?" Uncle Xiang felt a bit anxious. "You bought it at 15,000, it's nearly 20,000 now, a profit of 5,000. Lin Shun shook his head. "Not yet. Still not yet." Uncle Xiang was anxious. Stocks like this that rise so much in one day might drop back tomorrow. Lin Shun turned to look at Uncle Xiang, his gaze calm, like a still pond. "Uncle Xiang, do you know the total cost of this tunnel project?" Uncle Xiang shook his head, indicating he didn't know. 3.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. The prefabricated components contract accounts for 8 to 10% of the total cost, which is 250 to 350 million. "Do you know what Xiangjiang International's total revenue was last year?" Uncle Xiang shook his head again. 80 million. Lin Shun held up a finger. "Just this one project can triple or quadruple its revenue. Moreover, the tunnel construction period is 4 years, meaning the performance for the next 4 years is already locked in." Uncle Xiang opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Lin Shun continued, "The current stock price is only $1 with a price-to-earnings ratio of less than 6 times. Based on the profit estimates from the new project, a reasonable valuation should be between $3 to $4. He turned his gaze back to the screen, noticing that Xiangjiang International stock price had reached $1.03. This is just the beginning. In the tea restaurant, people gradually began to notice the movements of Xiangjiang International, all pulling out newspapers to flip to the financial section, their expressions growing more complicated with each glance. Then they eagerly picked up their phones to buy stocks. However, with the stock price having soared, it was no longer easy to get. Uncle Quan, seeing the rapidly rising stock price, happily grabbed Lin Shun's hand and promised to give him a big red envelope. Lin Shun smiled slightly, not responding. His eyes remained fixed on the financial device. As the stock price reached $1.05, he began recording the transaction volume in his notebook. Today's turnover rate was about 3%, indicating that most shareholders had not sold out. This is a good sign. The chips are well locked and leading to less resistance for future increases. At 200 p.m., Xiangjiang International stock price breached its intraday high, reaching $1 Hong Kong. 12. Wei Dali had long abandoned all pretense of work, dragging a stool to sit beside Lin Shun, eyes glued to the screen, murmuring under his breath, $1 Hong Kong. 15. $1 Hong Kong. 18. $1 Hong Kong. 20. Good heavens. Uncle Xiang carried over a plate of French toast and placed it before Lin Shun. "Eat something. You've had nothing but a cup of milk tea since morning." Lin Shun accepted the fork and ate while keeping his gaze fixed on the screen. He knew today's market surge would not end so quietly. In his previous life, reviewing that day's data, Xiangjiang International had closed at $1 Hong Kong. 35, its intraday gain exceeding 80%. Yet this time, he sensed the market's reaction was markedly more intense than he recalled. Perhaps his own purchase had triggered a subtle butterfly effect. Perhaps market sentiment itself was already more fervent than memory suggested. At 2:45 p.m., a massive order of 300 shares propelled the stock to $1 HK 30. Applause broke out in the Cha-Chan tongue. Several neighbors approached Lin Shun to shake his hand, praising him as a prodigy of remarkable promise and a stock market prodigy in his youth. Lin Shun nodded politely, but remained seated. His eyes never left the screen. At precisely 3:00 p.m., the market closed. Xiangjiang International $1 HK 38. Its full-day gain 91%. Uncle Xiang stood nearby, his eyes glistening. He pulled out an old handkerchief to wipe his brow, his voice trembling slightly. "Ah Shun, how much did we make today?" Lin Shun opened his notebook and calculated swiftly in his head. "We bought at $0 72. The current price is $1 HK 38. A difference of $0 66. With HK 15000, we acquired approximately 20800 shares, yielding an unrealized profit of roughly HK 13700. You invested HK 200, Uncle Xiang. Your profit is approximately HK 18300. Lin Shun closed the notebook. 18,000 in one day. 18,000. In one day. Uncle Xiang's voice cracked. In one day. The Cha-Chan tongue fell silent for 2 seconds, then erupted into jubilant chaos. Wei Dali was the first to shout, his voice piercing like a cat with its tail stepped on. 18,000. You're rich now, Uncle Xiang. Ah Shun, you're both set for life. Uncle Quan and Brother Biao, standing nearby, beamed with delight. They'd each just calculated their own gains, HK 0 and HK 100 respectively. Uncle Xiang pulled up a chair and sank into it, stunned into silence, his mind reeling. He had never imagined earning such a sum in a single day. Lin Shun finished the last piece of French toast, wiped his hands, and said to Uncle Xiang, "It will rise again tomorrow." Rise again. Uncle Xiang, Uncle Quan, and Brother Biao all widened their eyes in unison. Several brokerage firms will release research reports next week, drawing in far more capital. I anticipate the stock reaching $2 before next Friday. The group opened their mouths, wanting to speak, yet finding themselves utterly speechless. Uncle Xiang rose, clapped Lin Shun firmly on the shoulder, and turned back toward the counter. Lin Shun noticed his hand still trembling slightly as he lifted the teapot. Uncle Quan and Brother Biao each produced a leather briefcase and handed Lin Shun 2 red envelopes, each containing $200. Lin Shun took the $200 bills and passed them to Wei Dali, who stood nearby, eyes wide with envy. Wei Dali accepted them hesitantly, clearly wanting to say something. Lin Shun read his thoughts. "If you have capital, you may follow my trades. But understand this, I'll claim half your profit." "Absolutely, more than fair. Half is already generous." By closing time, it was nearly 9 o'clock in the evening. Lin Shun helped Wei Dali clear tables and chairs before preparing to leave. Uncle Xiang reached beneath the counter and slipped an envelope into Lin Shun's hand. "What's this?" Lin Shun looked down at the envelope, puzzled. "A red envelope, of course. Everyone else gave one who I won't break tradition. Uncle Xiang, there's no need for formalities between us. You've already done so much for me." As he spoke, Lin Shun moved to return the envelope. "Take it. It's our joy given to a younger generation," Auntie Xiang interjected gently. Uncle Xiang nodded in agreement. "Yes. Think of it as an uncle's gift to his nephew." Lin Shun gazed at the envelope in his palm and smiled wryly. "Thank you, Uncle and Auntie Xiang." He opened it. Stacks of $100 notes filled it. By thickness alone, he estimated HK 500. He tucked the envelope into his pocket and resumed clearing the tables. Monday, August 1st. Over the weekend, news of Xiangjiang International had ripened and now dominated the financial headlines of major newspapers. Xiangjiang International's pre-market quote stood at $1 45, 7 cents higher than last Friday's close. At 9:30 m., the market officially opened. Xiangjiang International gapped sharply upward, opening directly at $1 50, volume surging instantly. The first trade exceeded 200 shares with aggressive buying pressure. Lin Shun watched the numbers flicker across the screen, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the tabletop. Uncle Xiang brought over a bowl of wonton noodles and set it before Lin Shun, then sat beside him and lowered his voice. "Ah Shun, what's your outlook for today?" "Hold." Lin Shun scooped up a wonton, blew gently on it. "More capital will flow in once the brokerage reports are released." "Which brokerage reports?" Uncle Xiang furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the term. "HSBC, Standard Chartered, several others. They'll issue reports this week." The scale of the Eastern Tunnel project leaves no room for oversight. No reputable firm would ignore it. Uncle Xiang nodded slowly. Though the word research report remained hazy to him, his trust in Lin Shun had become near absolute. Last Friday's HK 18000 unrealized gain had sealed his conviction. At 1015 m., Xiangjiang International hit $1 60. The Cha-Chan tongue grew steadily livelier. Several longtime neighbors gathered around with cups of milk tea, marveling aloud. Uncle Quan and Brother Biao did not appear that day. But Wei Dali quietly told Lin Shen he'd seen them earlier, phoning their brokers, urgently raising bids to buy more Xiangjiang International shares. Lin Shen chuckled softly to himself, so they're hoping to skip the red envelope. Fine. When losses come, don't come crying to me. Wei Dali, note this down. Lin Shen flipped open his notebook. 1017 M. Price 1 Hong Kong dollar. 60 of volume surpasses 8000 shares. Why record that? Wei Dali frowned in confusion. You'll understand later, Lin Shen replied, offering no further explanation. After the afternoon session opened, Xiangjiang International's upward momentum slowed. The stock oscillated between 1 Hong Kong dollar 65 and 1 Hong Kong dollar 70, selling pressure visibly intensifying. Lin Shen studied the bid-ask depth chart and observed that most sell orders were small scattered lots of a few hundred shares, while buy orders came in large blocks of several thousand. Retail investors are selling, institutional players are accumulating. Lin Shen murmured to himself. What does that mean? Wei Dali leaned in curiously. Early shareholders are taking profits, but the real heavy capital is still entering the market. Lin Shen pointed to a transaction on the screen. See that? A single buy order of 100 shares cleared 3 layers of the ask stack at once. Wei Dali stared intently for a long moment, seeing nothing, yet nodded vigorously as if he grasped every. 10 minutes before the close, Xiangjiang International surged suddenly on heavy volume. A single 50 share buy order catapulted the price to 1 Hong Kong dollar 80. Lin Shen's brow furrowed faintly. This rally was accelerating faster than he remembered. In his previous life, it took 2 full weeks for the stock of Xiangjiang International to reach 1.8, but now it only took 2 trading days. This indicates that the market sentiment is more exuberant than he anticipated, but it also means that the risk of a pullback is accumulating. Uncle Xiang, Lin Shen called out. Uncle Xiang poked his head out from behind the counter and asked, what's wrong? There might be a pullback tomorrow. Lin Shen turned his notebook around, pointing to a Klein chart he had drawn. It has risen over 120 for 2 consecutive days, and there are too many short-term profit takers. As soon as there is a slight disturbance tomorrow, these people will rush to sell out. Will you sell or not? Lin Shen leaned back against the chair, gazing at the dim yellow chandelier on the ceiling, and fell silent for a few seconds. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many people being washed out during pullbacks, as well as many others who out of greed went through round after round of roller coasters. But he knew better that the main upward trend of Xiangjiang International had not truly begun, and the real institutional funds had not yet entered the market. This was merely the first wave of an emotionally driven rise. Sell, Lin Shen continued, but we need to buy back after selling. Uncle Xiang's eyes lit up. High sell, low buy. Lin Shen nodded. He picked up a pen and drew 2 lines in his notebook. If the market opens and continues to surge tomorrow, we will sell in batches. When the stock price falls between 1.4 and 1.5, we will buy back. 1.4. Uncle Xiang frowned. Isn't that more than 20 cents lower than now? It might be even lower, Lin Shen said, but this kind of pullback is healthy. If we don't wash out those short-term players, the subsequent trend won't go far. Uncle Xiang stared at the chart for a long time before finally nodding heavily. All right, I'll follow your lead. There's one more thing. Lin Shen raised his head to look at Uncle Xiang. This matter should not be told to anyone. Uncle Xiang was taken aback. What do you mean? I mean, don't tell the neighbors in the tea restaurant about our stock selling tomorrow. Lin Shen's tone was calm. Whether it's Uncle Quan, Brother Biao, or anyone else, don't say anything if they ask. Uncle Xiang opened his mouth as if to say something, but quickly understood Lin Shen's meaning. Many of their neighbors now send a representative over, and then spread the word back home, indicating they don't plan to give Lin Shen a red envelope. Even Uncle Quan and Brother Biao, who often came, hadn't shown up today, probably for the same reason. Uncle Xiang sighed at this thought, said nothing more, and turned back to continue his work. August 2nd, Tuesday. Lin Shen retrieved the pre-market data for Xiangjiang International. During the bidding phase, the quotes for Xiangjiang International fluctuated between 1.9 and 2. Uncle Xiang prepared to sell at a high opening. Sell all. Uncle Xiang's voice was a bit tense. Sell half first. Lin Shen's fingers rested on the keyboard. The rest will depend on the situation. At 9:30, the market officially opened. Xiangjiang International opened at 1.95 and instantly surged to 2.03. In the tea restaurant, a few neighbors began gathering around. Shen, it's at 2. Wei Dali called out as he passed by with a tray. Lin Shen ignored him, his eyes fixed on the tray. He was waiting for a suitable selling point. At 9:42, when the stock price surged to 2.1, the buying momentum suddenly weakened. Lin Shen's pupils slightly contracted. He exited the tea restaurant and found a public phone booth to issue his selling instructions. 20,000 shares of Xiangjiang International sold in batches. First order 5,000 shares at 2.08. Second order 5,000 shares at 2.05. Third order 5,000 shares at 2. Fourth order 5,800 shares at 1.98. Additionally, he synchronized Uncle Xiang's orders. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. Lin Shen's actions were quick and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. When he returned to the tea restaurant, he exchanged a glance with Uncle Xiang, who stood behind the counter, not daring to breathe. It's done. Lin Shen walked over to Uncle Xiang and whispered. How much? Uncle Xiang asked nervously. Lin Shen quickly calculated in his notebook. The average selling price is 202. Uncle Xiang's mind went blank for a moment and he gasped. I invested 200 and now it's over 500. Deducting the handling fees, the net profit is over 300. Lin Shen closed his notebook, but this is only temporary. Just 10 minutes after they completed the sell-off, the stock price of Xiangjiang International began to turn downwards. 191,817. The speed of the price drop was even faster than when it was rising. Wei Dali stared in shock. What's going on? Why did it suddenly drop? Profit takers are flooding out. Lin Shen took a sip of his iced lemon tea, his tone calm. It's a normal pullback. Uncle Quan, not knowing when he had joined them, stood behind Wei Dali, stretching his neck to look at the numbers on the screen, his expression not looking good. He had added 20,000 shares at 178 this morning, and now the stock price had dropped to 165. What's going on? Uncle Quan's voice was a bit panicked. Lin Shen did not respond. He sipped his milk tea slowly, his gaze calmly watching the numbers slide downward on the screen. 161, 51, 45. By the time of the morning close, Xiangjiang International was at 142. Uncle Quan's face had turned pale. He had been telling people this stock would reach 3, and now he felt as if he had been slapped in the face. What troubled him even more was that he noticed Lin Shen hadn't bought a single share since morning. Ah Shun. Uncle Quan finally couldn't hold it in anymore, walking over with a forced smile. Are you still holding on to that stock? Lin Shen put down his milk tea cup and glanced at him. I sold it. Sold? Uncle Quan's voice instantly rose by 8 degrees. When did you sell? When the market opened. Uncle Quan's lips trembled slightly, and the expression on his face was utterly captivating. There was shock, regret, and even more anger. Why didn't you tell me when you sold? Lin Shen gave him a calm look, his tone steady. You were out when I sold. Uncle Quan opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he just snorted and turned to leave. Uncle Xiang glanced at him, sighed, and said nothing. Lin Shen paid no mind, simply lowering his head to write something in his notebook. After the afternoon market opened, Xiangjiang International continued to plunge, hitting a low of 136. The few neighbor followers in the tea restaurant wore frowns, making 3 calls to the brokerage firm throughout the afternoon asking whether they should cut their losses. Someone came to ask Lin Shen what to do, and his answer was just 4 words, decide for yourself. No one noticed that when the stock price dropped to 138, Lin Shen stepped out of the tea restaurant once more. He first placed a tentative order for 2,000 shares, and after the transaction was completed, he waited 5 minutes, confirming with the broker that there was no larger selling pressure before gradually increasing his position. 2,000 shares at 139. 3,000 shares at 138. 5,000 shares at 140. Another 10,000 shares were transacted. But Lin Shen did not stop. His plan for today was to buy back more shares than before. The second order was for 10,000 shares with an average price of 141. In the end, Lin Shen and Uncle Xiang now held a total of 31,000 shares of Xiangjiang International. Wei Dali held 2,000 shares. When Lin Shen returned to the tea restaurant, a wail filled the air. Customers were frantically calling their brokers to sell their shares of Xiangjiang International, but Lin Shen paid them no mind. The stock price of Xiangjiang International had corrected for 2 trading days. Those who had followed the trend and bought in had nearly all cut their losses that afternoon when the stock dropped to 136. One man in a floral shirt lost over $3,000. As he left, he slammed his teacup onto the table and cursed, damned stock, leaving with a dark expression. Uncle Quan managed to hold on for another day selling when the price rebounded to 140. After accounting for fees, he ended up losing his previous profits, totaling a loss of around $1,000. After selling, Uncle Quan sat in the corner, drinking tea in silence for most of the day. Yet the day after their losses, Xiangjiang International began to steadily rise, as if supported by some unseen force. 145, 151, 55. Within 3 days it returned to nearly 160. Discussions began anew in the tea restaurant. Hey look, Xiangjiang International has risen again, someone remarked. Uncle Quan sat nearby, his face ashen. He certainly noticed. Since yesterday he had been checking the stock price every hour at the tea restaurant, and each glance made his face grow. He had sold at 140, and now it was at 160, missing out on an extra 20 cents per share. Uncle Quan, if you hadn't sold back then. A bystander started, but quickly fell silent upon seeing Uncle Quan's expression. Uncle Quan snorted, rustling his newspaper loudly. What's the big deal? It's just a temporary rebound. It will eventually drop again. Just as he finished speaking, Wei Dali passed by with a tray, unable to resist chiming in. Uncle Quan, it's already at 170 now. Uncle Quan's hand paused, nearly dropping the newspaper. It was Monday, and the market had just opened. Xiangjiang International opened at 170, breaking through 180 by 10 in the morning. In the afternoon, propelled by buying pressure, it surged to 195 just before the closing bell. The entire day saw a rise of over 35%. The tea restaurant erupted in excitement. Uncle Quan was the first to rush to the stock machine, staring at the closing prices mouth agape, as if he could fit a pineapple bun inside. 1.95. Am I seeing this correctly? It has risen over 40% in just 4 days, Lin Shen calmly stated from his booth, without lifting his head. Uncle Quan turned to look at him, disbelief etched on his face. Shen, you. Didn't you sell me? Lin Shen finally raised his head, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Sold, then bought back in. The entire tea restaurant fell silent for a moment. Bought back in. Uncle Quan's voice rose again. When did you? When it dropped to 1.38. Lin Shen sipped his iced lemon tea casually, as if showing off. I just happened to catch it at the low point. Uncle Quan's teacup clattered onto the table, spilling tea everywhere. He stared blankly at Lin Shen, his lips trembling for a long moment before he managed to squeeze out, You bought it 1.38. Yes. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Uncle Quan's voice came out almost through clenched teeth, filled with suppressed anger and regret. Lin Shen put down his teacup, looking at him calmly. Uncle Quan, I'm not obligated to tell you. Sharing is a matter of goodwill. Uncle Quan's face flushed red, his lips moving, but no words came out. Biao Gu watched this scene from the side, feeling a mix of emotions. He recalled how Uncle Quan had told him last week that only one person was needed to gather information from the tea restaurant, and the red envelope only needed to be given once with the saved money, all for oneself. At that time he thought Uncle Quan made sense, but now it seemed Lin Shen had sensed something and was unhappy, which led to this situation. Biao Gu regretted doing this, but it was too late to think of getting information for free from Lin Shen now. Shun, how many shares do you have now? Uncle Quan couldn't help but ask. Lin Shen glanced at him, but said nothing. At that moment Wei Dali appeared from behind, holding 2 cups of milk tea, grinning as he said, Uncle Quan, you'd better not ask. If you did, it might break your heart. Uncle Quan was taken aback, but found it inappropriate to pursue the question further. He awkwardly turned back to his seat. Wei Dali was feeling quite pleased as he himself had 2,000 shares. After the market closed that day, Uncle Xiang called Lin Shen to the back of the counter, taking out an envelope filled with cash. Shun, here, $4,000. Lin Shen glanced at it, but didn't take it. 4,000 was about half of this round's profit. He took half for himself and returned the rest, saying, Uncle Xiang, this is enough. Uncle Xiang nodded without hesitation. Wei Dali also took out $100 in loose change and handed it to Lin Shen. Did not accept it, saying, You can give it to me after everything is sold. I will deduct it directly. Wei Dali nodded. All right. At this point Uncle Xiang lowered his voice. Shen, I want to add to my position. Do you think it's all right? Lin Shen pondered for a moment and shook his head. Uncle Xiang, the price has already risen too much to chase now. The 31,000 shares you have are already enough to sustain you. Uncle Xiang was taken aback, but then nodded. 31,000 shares. Wei Dali's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle Xiang, do you have that many? Uncle Xiang rarely smiled, patting Wei Dali on the head. You're not doing too badly, either 2,000 shares. Enough for you to get married. Wei Dali's face turned red, scratching his head and laughing for a long time. Saturday was a market holiday, but discussions about Xiangjiang International in the tea restaurant became even more lively. 7 or 8 neighborhood folks were gathered around 2 tables pushed together, flipping through the financial pages of the newspaper, analyzing it with exchanges of opinions. I think it can hit 250 next week. 250. You're too conservative. With the $35 billion tunnel project, it won't stop at 3. Another neighbor retorted. Uncle Quan sat in the corner silent. He had secretly called the brokerage the day before to buy back 1,000 shares of Xiangjiang International at a cost of 203. This price was already high, but he couldn't resist. Watching the stock price fluctuate daily, he feared that if he didn't buy now, he would never get on board. Many people began to chase the rising price, and after their purchases they felt uneasy, tossing and turning at night, running to the tea restaurant early that morning to find Lin Shen for advice. Shen, can you help me see if this position is still worth taking? A man in a floral shirt approached Lin Shen with a smile, his voice tinged with a hint of flattery. Lin Shen, drinking milk tea, put down his cup and glanced at him. Uncle, you've already bought in. If I say it's not worth it, will you sell? The man in the floral shirt was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly smiled. Then, how much do you think this stock can rise? I don't predict stock prices, but I can tell you one thing. The prefabricated components contract for the East District Tunnel project has a 4-year duration, bringing Xiangjiang International at least $60 million in net profit each year. Based on a 15 times price-to-earnings ratio, this single project can support a market value of $9 billion. The man in the floral shirt listened bewildered, but nodded vigorously as if he understood everything. Uncle Quan couldn't help but ask, Shen, where did you get these figures? Lin Shen glanced at him, but didn't answer directly. However, he didn't want to be overly harsh when an old man had given him a lesson, and that was enough. After all, Uncle Xiang's tea restaurant still needed their support. It wouldn't be good if their relationship soured. Lin Shen took out a notebook from his bag, opened it to a page, and pushed it towards Uncle Quan. It was a financial analysis report on Xiangjiang International filled with dense numbers and graphs, all annotated by Lin Shen's handwriting. Uncle Quan took a glance, feeling dizzy, and pushed the report back. Forget it, I can't understand it. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. I just want to know one thing. Do you still think highly of this stock? Lin Shun put the report away, his gaze sweeping over the anxious, greedy, regretful, and expectant faces of the neighbors surrounding him. Every emotion was clear to him. Whether I think highly of it or not isn't important. What matters is whether you have your... After saying this, he stood up, grabbed his bag, and walked out of the tea restaurant. Behind him, a buzzing discussion. Monday, Xiangjiang International opened at 2:05, breaking last Friday's closing price in the morning and surged higher in the afternoon, driven by buying momentum. At 2 o'clock it reached 2:30. At 2:30 it hit 2:40. In the last minute before closing, a large order of 300,000 shares pushed the stock price to 2:58. The entire day's increase was 31%. The tea restaurant's leisure machine was crowded with people. Uncle Quan slapped his thigh, regretting he had bought too few shares. The uncle in the floral shirt was even more exaggerated, jumping up and shouting, "I'm rich," which drew the attention of everyone in the tea restaurant. Wei Dali stood at the back of the crowd, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, secretly glancing at Lin Shun. Lin Shun sat in the booth, the frozen lemon tea in front of him already finished, with only ice cubes and lemon slices left in the cup. He was not looking at the leisure machine, but was reading a thick English version of security analysis borrowed from the library, the pages already yellowing. It's 2:58. Wei Dali couldn't help but lean over, speaking in a lowered voice. Lin Shun turned a page of the book without raising his head. I saw it. Aren't you happy? Wei Dali asked in confusion. Lin Shun finally lifted his head, looked at Wei Dali, and smiled, slightly happy. But not because the stock price has risen. Then what is it for? Because I knew it would rise. Lin Shun's gaze was calm and resolute. What makes me happy is that I wasn't wrong in my judgment. Wei Dali stared at him blankly, suddenly feeling that this 16-year-old boy was different from everyone he knew. Thursday, after Xiangjiang International broke $3, its rise entered a near-maniacal state. The leisure machine in the tea restaurant was crowded with people from morning till night. Even the boss of the roasted meat shop next door and the fruit vendor's grandma came over to check the market. Everyone was inquiring about what Lin Shun bought, what he sold, and what his next plan was. But Lin Shun said nothing. He arrived at the tea restaurant every morning at 7, sat down, ordered a frozen lemon tea, turned on the leisure machine, and then opened that thick English version of security analysis. The stock price danced on the screen, but his gaze remained fixed on the pages of the book. Occasionally someone would lean over to ask, "Shun, what do you think today?" He would just lift his head, slightly smile, politely say, "Make your own judgment," and then continue reading. This attitude made some people uncomfortable. What's so great about it? Uncle Quan, however, was more open-minded, leaning against a pillar with his teacup, leisurely saying, "Shun is feeling emotional. Oh, everyone has been a bit too much lately. After this, let's give him a big red envelope to make up for it." Although the others were reluctant, they said nothing more, as they still needed Lin Shun to make money. Lin Shun heard their discussions, but said nothing. He had already made up his mind to sell this stock and not stay here anymore. At 2 in the afternoon, the stock price of Xiangjiang International broke its historical high, reaching 3.45. A cheer erupted in the tea restaurant. Some people were banging on tables, others were whistling, making it lively. As Wei Dali squeezed through the crowd holding a tray, walked to Lin Shun's side, placed a freshly made frozen lemon tea on the table, and whispered, "Shun, it's 3.45. Lin Shun turned a page of the book and responded lightly with a Wei Dali hesitated for a moment and asked, "When should we sell?" Only then did Lin Shun raise his head to look at Wei Dali. This tea restaurant worker, 3 or 4 years older than him, had excitement, tension, and a kind of cautious anticipation in his eyes. Lin Shun knew that Wei Dali's cost for 2,000 shares was 1.41, and it had nearly doubled now. For a tea restaurant worker earning less than 1,000 a month, this amount was no small sum. Wei Dali. Lin Shun closed the book and looked at him seriously. "Do you want to sell?" Wei Dali was taken aback and scratched his head. I don't know. I'm just a bit anxious, afraid it will drop back like last time. Last time it dropped back because there were too many short-term profit takers it needed to wash out. But this time is different. Look at the trading volume. It has been gently increasing for 3 consecutive days without any massive volume. This indicates that the shares are well locked and there are no signs of large funds exiting. Wei Dali listened, somewhat understanding, but he realized Lin Shun was not in a hurry to sell. "Then let's not sell." Wei Dali grinned. "I'll follow your lead." Lin Shun nodded and reopened the book. But just as Wei Dali left, Uncle Xiang came over with a teapot and sat down across from Lin Shun. "Shun, what do you plan to do about those people outside?" Uncle Xiang gestured to the crowd surrounding the leisure machine. "They're all eagerly waiting for you to speak." Lin Shun raised his head and glanced at the group. The uncle in the floral shirt was arguing with someone about whether there would be a correction tomorrow. Uncle Quan was explaining to the fruit vendor's grandma what a price-to-earnings ratio was, and Brother Biao pretended to read the newspaper but kept glancing over. "Uncle Xiang, do you think I should tell them?" Lin Shun countered. Uncle Xiang was silent for a few seconds, took a sip of tea, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but speak. Shun, for Uncle Xiang, sake helped them out a bit. After all, they are old neighbors for over 20 years. I can't bear to see their families broken apart and lives ruined. Lin Shun put down his teacup and looked at Uncle Xiang. Uncle Xiang continued, "They can be stingy and talkative at times, and I get angry too. But you have to know they are not bad people. Uncle Kwan's wife is unwell, and her medication costs several hundred each month. Brother Biao's son is studying in Canada, and the tuition fees are suffocating him. That uncle in the floral shirt is named He. Everyone calls him Uncle He. His roasted meat shop almost went under last year due to the landlord raising the rent. These people are trading stocks not out of greed, but to earn a little more for their families. Lin Shun raised his head, his gaze slightly flickering. Shun, leave a line for people to meet later. If you don't help them now, when they see you making a fortune in the future, they will only feel worse. By then will you still be able to sit comfortably in Xiang's tea restaurant? Lin Shun leaned back in his chair, staring at the dim yellow light bulb on the ceiling, remaining silent for a long time. Uncle Xiang was right. It wasn't because he needed to please these neighbors, but because he didn't need more enemies. More importantly, Uncle Xiang was right. Those people were not bad. They were just ordinary people. Ordinary people may have prejudices, be stingy, and talk behind others' backs, but they also feel regret and toss and turn in bed at night. In his previous life, Lin Shun had grown accustomed to deceit and treachery. He thought that after his rebirth he could be cold-blooded and only make money for himself. But now he realized that he was still himself, and his heart would always be kind to the impoverished. Uncle Xiang, Lin Shun finally spoke. This is the last time. Lin Shun extended his index finger. Just this last time. Uncle Xiang's eyes brightened. Okay. On August 16th, Tuesday, the tea restaurant had yet to open, yet outside stood 15 or 16 people. They had all heard about Lin Shun's stock talk yesterday and rushed to secure their spots early. As the rolling shutter was raised, the crowd surged in, scrambling to sit down in the booth next to the dolly market machine. When Lin Shun arrived, he found that his usual spot had already been taken by Uncle Kwan, but he didn't mind and pulled a chair to sit beside him. Shun is here. Uncle Kwan was the first to stand up, his voice tinged with urgency. Shun, can you explain things more clearly today for us? The PE ratio and market capitalization you mentioned we barely understand. Just tell us directly, how should we operate this stock? The others nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Shun. He scanned the room, took a deep breath, placed his backpack on the table, and pulled out a notebook and pen. All right, I will clarify everything for you today. Lin Shun opened his notebook. But first I need to state a condition. This will be my last piece of advice to you. From now on you must make your own decisions. If you make a profit, don't thank me, but if you incur a loss, don't blame me. Lin Shun's gaze swept over everyone. If you agree, stay, or if not, you can leave now. No one moved. Uncle Kwan sat at the edge, his lips moved slightly, but he ultimately remained silent. All right, since everyone agrees, I will proceed. Lin Shun flipped open his notebook, which contained a simple candlestick chart and a few straight lines. I started trading the stock Xiangjiang International at 72 cents. There was a pullback in between. We sold high and bought back low, and now our holding cost is $1.41. He added, but that's not important. What matters is whether this stock can still be bought and when to sell. Uncle Kwan nodded vigorously. Lin Shun picked up his pen and wrote a number on the paper. $4.50. Lin Shun pointed at the number. This is your first target price. Xiangjiang International will face its first real pressure at this point. When it reaches $4.50, you can consider selling part of your shares. $4.50. Uncle Kwan's eyes widened. It's only $3.70 now, so it can still rise by 80 cents. 80 cents is just over a 20% increase. Lin Shun said, but I must remind you the climb from $3.70 to $4.50 won't be as smooth as before. There will be fluctuations and pullbacks, possibly between 10 to 15%. If you can't hold on during that time, you won't make that money. Uncle Kwan frowned and asked, what if it drops? What do we do if it drops? Lin Shun glanced at him and said, Uncle Kwan, what's your current cost? Uncle Kwan hesitated for a moment and quietly replied, $2.03. Then what are you afraid of? Lin Shun's voice wasn't loud, but was very direct. You bought at $2, so even if it drops to $3, you're still in profit. You're not afraid of the drop, you're afraid of making less profit. Uncle Chin's face flushed, and he opened his mouth, but didn't retort. He'll give you a risk warning. Lin Shun wrote 3 words on the paper: stop-loss line. No matter where you buy, set a stop-loss line for yourself. For example, 10% below your cost price. If it reaches that point, sell without hesitation. The most important thing in stock trading is not making money, but not losing big money. An old lady from the fruit stall raised her hand and asked, Shin, I haven't bought yet. Can I still buy now? Lin Shun thought for a moment and replied, Old lady, if you want to buy now, I won't stop you. But I suggest you only use spare money, buying at most 1,000 shares. After buying, sell at $4.50 like Uncle Kwan and the others. The old lady nodded vigorously. A man named Biao beside her asked, Shin, when do you think it will reach $4.50? Lin Shun glanced at the clock on the wall, and then at the market data on the dolly machine, surprising everyone with his answer. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be before next Wednesday. The tea restaurant erupted in a commotion. Uncle Kwan counted on his fingers. Today is Tuesday, next Wednesday. That's still a week. A week to rise 80 cents. I said if nothing unexpected happens. Lin Shun closed his notebook. But the stock market has no if, you decide for yourselves. After saying that, he stood up and walked to another booth in the corner, reopening the book Securities Analysis, as if, however, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Uncle Xiang stood behind the counter watching this scene, and the wrinkles on his face relaxed. He knew Lin Shun had taken his words to heart. His heart was not made of stone. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the stock price of Xiangjiang International began to rise. At 3 o'clock, it closed at $3.90, an increase of 18 cents. Uncle Quan slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I should have bought today." Although Uncle He in the flower shirt didn't buy, his 1,000 shares had risen, and he felt much better than in the morning. Biao really took it to heart. That afternoon, he added 1,500 shares at the price of $3.85, repeatedly murmuring, $4.50, $4.50. Wei Dali poked his head out from behind the counter watching this scene, unable to help but chuckle. He was calculating the profit from his 2,000 shares. Uncle Xiang approached with a teapot, refilling Lin Shin's cup, and whispered, "Ah Shin, you've done a good deed today." Lin Shin flipped a page in his book without raising his head. "Uncle Xiang, I'm just doing it for your sake. Besides, the stock hasn't reached $4.50 yet. Oh, let's talk when it does." On August 17th, Wednesday, Xiangjiang International opened at $3.95, continuing to rise in the first half hour and began to surge significantly after 10 o'clock. The $4 mark was easily surpassed. In front of the Dali market machine in the tea restaurant, Uncle Quan was the first to call out, "$4.02. It's $4.02. Uncle Quan's voice was sharp, like stepping on a chicken's neck, causing him to spring up from his chair. Uncle He, holding his teacup, trembled and spilled tea all over himself, scalding him, but his eyes remained glued to the screen. Ah Shun said it would reach $4.50 before next Wednesday. Uncle He murmured to himself, "It's only Wednesday now, and it's already $4. Does that mean?" He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone in the tea restaurant understood his implication was Lin Shin's $4.50 target too conservative. Everyone watched the stock price climb rapidly, regretting their insufficient purchases, and feelings of remorse began to surge again. By the afternoon close, Xiangjiang International reported $4.18, with an increase of over 7% for the day. On August 18th, Thursday, after the market opened, the stock price continued to surge, briefly touching $4.35. However, in the afternoon, a wave of selling suddenly emerged, causing the stock price to plummet. In just 20 minutes, it dropped from $4.30 to $4.05. The atmosphere in the tea restaurant became tense. Uncle Quan's face turned pale. What happened? How did it fall? Uncle He continuously tapped his fingers on the table, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His cost was $3.850, and just a moment ago, when the stock price surged to $4.30, he was up over 400, but now it was down to less than 100. Brother Biao remained calm because his cost was lower. Even at 4 he could still profit, yet he couldn't help but glance at Lin Shun in the corner. Lin Shun sat in the booth, the numbers on the screen of the stock machine fluctuating, but his gaze remained fixed on the book, and it seemed as if everything happening outside had nothing to do with him. Ah Shun. Uncle He finally couldn't hold back, running over to ask if fell. Should we sell? Lin Shun turned a page of the book without raising his head. Uncle He, what is your stop-loss line? Uncle He was taken aback. Stop-loss line. As I said yesterday, 10% below the cost price. Lin Shun then raised his head. Your cost is $3.85, 10% is $0.38, so your stop-loss position is at $3.47. Right now it's just over 4, far from your stop-loss position. Why are you panicking? Uncle He opened his mouth to say something, but realized Lin Shun was correct. His stop-loss position hadn't been reached, he was just afraid of profit loss. Hold on to it. Lin Shun tossed out 2 words and continued reading. Uncle He awkwardly returned to his seat, but he still felt uneasy. He watched the numbers on the screen drop from 4.05 to 3.98. Then bounced back to 4.02, his heart rising and falling with the stock price. At the close, Xiangjiang International was at 4.03, nearly closing at the day's low. A long upper shadow left many feeling uneasy. August 19th, Friday. The day's trend was even more thrilling. Xiangjiang International opened low at 4.00, dropping below 3.90 in the morning, plummeting to a low of 3.85. That happened to be Uncle He's cost price. He watched the numbers on the screen, his hands trembling, his lips pale. Ah Shun, it's at my cost. Uncle He's voice changed pitch. Should we run? Lin Shun finally put down the book, walked to the stock machine, and scrutinized the screen for a minute. Uncle He, look at the market. Lin Shun pointed to the buy and sell orders on the screen. Do you see that? At 3.85, oh, there's a buy order for 50,000 shares holding it up. That isn't an order a retail investor could place. Uncle He leaned in to take a look, and indeed at 3.85, there was a large buy order firmly supporting the stock price. This is big money defending the stock. Lin Shun said, they are accumulating near 3.85, indicating that there is someone backing this position. Are you a retail investor with 1,500 shares more nervous than a big player with 50,000 shares? Uncle He swallowed hard, remaining silent, but he loosened his grip on the teacup. After 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the buy order for 50,000 shares began to absorb shares upwards. 3.94. 00410. The stock price was steadily rising as if supported by an invisible hand. 15 minutes before the close, a buy order for 100,000 shares pushed the stock price up to 425. A chorus of sighs filled the tea restaurant. Uncle Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave Lin Shun a thumbs up. Ah Shin, you are the one. Lin Shun did not respond, turning back to the booth to continue reading. August 22nd, Monday. A new week began. Following last Friday's strong close market sentiment, Xiangjiang International opened at 4:30, oscillating between 4:20 and 4:40 in the morning, and suddenly surged in volume in the afternoon. At 2:10, the stock price broke through 4:50. The tea restaurant erupted. 4:50. It's at 4:50. Uncle Quan was the first to jump up, pointing at the screen and shouting, Ah Shun said it would reach 4:50. Everyone turned to look at Lin Shun. Lin Shun set down the book, walked to the stock machine, glanced at the numbers on the screen, then at the trading volume, his brow slightly furrowing. Uncle Xiang. He lowered his voice to speak to Uncle Xiang behind the counter. Come here for a moment. Uncle Xiang set down the teapot and walked over. Lin Shun lowered his voice, so only the two could hear. The trading volume is increasing, but the stock price's rise is narrowing. This is a typical selling signal. Uncle Xiang's expression immediately became serious. Are you saying? I'm preparing to sell, Lin Shun said. Let's sell half first. All right. Uncle Xiang did not hesitate. Lin Shun began trading, placing orders one by one, each not exceeding 5,000 shares spread across different price levels. The entire process lasted nearly 20 minutes. Uncle Xiang stood by silent, his eyes glued to the stock machine. In the end, the two sold 30,000 shares of Xiangjiang International at an average price of 4.55. The remaining 32,000 shares were held. Wei Dali also sold half, keeping 1,000 shares. By the time Lin Shun finished selling, the customers who had been gathered around had already stepped out to make phone calls to sell their stocks. August 23rd, Tuesday. Xiangjiang International opened high at 4.70, at one point surging to 4.85, just 15 cents away from 5. Uncle Quan and the others exclaimed they should have sold earlier, they should have held on longer to make more profit. But Lin Shun's frown deepened. Lin Shun decided to sell all the remaining shares at an average price of 4.80 immediately. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the stock price suddenly plummeted to 4.80. A large sell order of 300,000 shares came crashing down, causing the stock price to drop by 40 cents within 5 minutes, falling from 4.80 to 4.40. Laughter in the tea restaurant abruptly ceased. What happened? One young customer's voice had changed. Another older man suddenly stood up, walked to the stock machine, stared at the numbers on the screen, his lips trembling and unable to speak. They were all those who had played clever by selling and then buying back. Lin Shun sat in the booth unmoved. Those who disobeyed were not worthy of sympathy. He watched the stock price freefall on the screen, his expression calm, as if watching a show unrelated to him. He calculated the amounts for himself and Uncle Xiang. The total return for 62,000 shares was about 290,000. After deducting fees, he and Uncle Xiang would each get about 14,000 Hong Kong dollars. Uncle Xiang silently calculated beside him, gasping in surprise. 14,000, enough for the down payment on a small apartment. In the evening, neighbors who had made money sent over red envelopes. Lin Shun counted them, finding it was much more than before. Wei Dali also handed over a 3,000 red envelope. This time, he made less than 6,000, rounding it to Lin Shun as 3,000, which was more than half of his profit. In the evening, Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, Lin Shun, and Wei Dali had a meal together. Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, I'll go find a place to live in a few days and won't be doing odd jobs anymore. Upon hearing Lin Shun's words, Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang were momentarily taken aback. Aunt Xiang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Uncle Xiang. That's good. With money, you can't always stay in that small broken attic. With your abilities, you shouldn't be confined to this little tea restaurant. Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, rest assured, I will definitely come back from time to time after I move out. After all, my second uncle and second aunt live here. Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang were very touched by Lin Shun's words, with tears in their eyes. The next morning, Lin Shun moved out of the Xiangji tea restaurant. Having only a couple of clothes, he first found a hotel. When he stepped out in the afternoon, the sky was gray and overcast, as if it were about to rain, but never did. Lin Shun casually wore a dark blue short-sleeve shirt and stepped out with his identification. He found a real estate agency and pushed the door open. The shop was filled with the smell of old newspapers and smoke, with walls covered in property cards and an old desk piled high with folders and takeout orders. A man in his 30s was sitting at the desk, eating a pineapple bun, crumbs of flaky pastry around his mouth, while holding a cup of milk tea and reading a newspaper. The man looked up at the arrival of the young boy, momentarily surprised, then quickly scanned him from head to toe. He put down his milk tea, swallowed the piece of bread, and greeted, Hey, they're looking for a place. Lin Shun walked over, placed his backpack at his feet, and sat down on the stool. I want to rent an apartment. Shen Guoqiang tilted his head and glanced at him again, his tone clearly dismissive. Are you over 18? Renting requires a contract. Do your parents know? Don't mess around, go back to studying. Lin Shun's voice was not loud, but clear I'm an orphan financially independent, I can sign the contract myself. Chun Guoqiang paused his action of biting into the pineapple bun. Having worked in this field for nearly 10 years, it was the first time he encountered a 16-year-old coming alone to rent a place. He put the pineapple bun back on the wax paper, leaned back in his chair, wiped his hands with a tissue, and observed Lin Shen once more. The boy sat upright, his back straight, his gaze steady and unwavering, lacking the typical timidity and impatience of a student. After so many years in real estate, Chun Guoqiang had a good eye for people, and this young man was not simple. What's your budget? Below 2005. Chun Guoqiang raised his eyebrows. 2005 could rent a decent suite, or even a small one-bedroom in Simsha Sui. Where do you want to rent? Lin Shen took out a piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and pushed it in front of Chun Guoqiang. The paper listed several requirements: independent kitchen and bathroom, with a window, convenient transportation close to the stock exchange, or a bank. After finishing the last requirement, Chun Guoqiang couldn't help but glance at Lin Shen again. A 16-year-old student wanting to rent near the stock exchange. He thought about asking more, but then realized that if the young man had the money to rent, he had the opportunity to earn, so why bother with too many questions? He folded the paper and stuffed it into his pants pocket, rummaging through a drawer to find a stack of property cards, flipping through them. For proximity to the stock exchange, there are options in Central, Shangwan, and Admiralty. But those areas are expensive, and a budget of 2005 won't suffice. Chun Guoqiang said, while flipping through the cards. Sham Shui Pa is cheaper, but far from the exchange, taking 20 to 30 minutes by bus. Do you want to consider that? Let's first check around Central. Chun Guoqiang nodded, pulled out a few cards, and flipped through a registry book, jotting down a few addresses with a ballpoint pen. He stood up, took a wrinkled suit jacket from the hanger, and grabbed the old black briefcase. Let's go, I'll take you to see if— Just to be clear, there's no fee for viewing, but if you decide to sign a contract, the commission is half a month's rent, no less. Understood. The two left the shop, and Chun Guoqiang pulled down the roller shutter halfway, locking it with a push-up lock, before turning to walk towards the main road. He walked quickly, and Lin Shen followed half a step behind, not in a hurry. They first took a bus to Shangwan. The bus was not crowded, and Chun Guoqiang chose a seat by the window, placing his briefcase on his lap. He turned to look at Lin Shen, unable to suppress his curiosity. As a student, why do you want to rent a place near the stock exchange? Are you trading stocks? Lin Shen leaned back in his seat and replied lightly, just to understand a bit. Chun Guoqiang let out a chuckle, thinking he was joking. At 16, you want to understand stocks? Do you know which stocks make money? He didn't press further and turned to gaze out the window. The first property was on Queens Road West, on the 4th floor of an old tenement building. There's no elevator, the stairway is narrow, and the wall paint is peeling with shoe racks and clutter piled at every landing. Chun Guoqiang walked ahead, the sound of his leather shoes echoing on the cement steps. This building is a bit old, but it's great for its location. It's only a 10-minute walk to the stock exchange in Central. The rent is 2003. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Chun Guoqiang searched through a set of keys, fumbling for a while, before finally unlocking the door. As soon as the door opened, a musty smell wafted out. Lin Shen stepped inside, immediately retreating and saying, "Is there anything else?" "Yes, there's another place that's better than this one." The second property was on Jingdao, positioned at the waist of Deepwater Bay in a residential building constructed in the 70s, equipped with an elevator. This gave Chun Guoqiang much more confidence as he made his introduction. This building has an elevator, 24-hour security, and the bus stop is right downstairs. It's about a 15-minute walk to the trading plaza, quite fast. The elevator in the building was an old-fashioned one with iron grille doors which made a clanging sound when closing. Upon reaching the 7th floor, the corridor was paved with green tiles. One of the fluorescent tubes was out, while another flickered. This room was significantly larger than the first one, about 120 square feet, divided into a bedroom and a living room. The living room had a small window looking out at the wall of the adjacent building, but at least some light could filter in. However, it still did not meet Lin Shen's expectations. Is there a place closer to the trading plaza? Within a 10-minute walk, ideally 5 minutes. Chun Guoqiang clicked his tongue, flipped through his notebook, and glanced at his watch, saying, "There is one, just a 3-minute walk, but it's expensive, just over 3,000. If you want to see it, you need to be quick, because the owner is leaving Hong Kong soon. Let's go see it." They practically ran down the hill. Chun Guoqiang hailed a taxi and told the driver the address. The taxi stopped in front of a building that looked relatively new. Lin Shen looked around. The streets were lined with banks with signs for Hang Seng Bank, Bank of East Asia, and Standard Chartered Bank, one after another, while suited office workers hurriedly walked by. The building was named Huachong Building, with a facade covered in beige tiles. The lobby, although small, was clean and bright, equipped with elevator security and 2 potted plants at the entrance. The security guard, a man in his 50s, nodded to Chun Guoqiang, clearly recognizing him. "This building is good. Most owners live in their units, and there aren't many rentals available. This unit is a small one. The owner is in a hurry to sell due to immigration. If you want to rent long-term, the rent is negotiable." 8th floor, turn right at the elevator, second door. Chun Guoqiang knocked on the door, but no one answered. He took a key from his bag and unlocked the door. Lin Shen's first impression upon entering was one of brightness. The living room had a large window facing southwest, allowing the afternoon light to pour in, bathing the entire room in a warm yellow hue. The view outside the window was expansive, revealing the buildings of the Central District and a glimpse of Victoria Harbor in it. The room was not large, with a usable area of about 150 square feet, but its layout was square. A half wall separated the living room from the bedroom, while the kitchen and bathroom were located on the side, near the door. Though small, it was fully equipped. Although the bathroom was not big, it had a clear separation between wet and dry areas, featuring an independent shower zone. Lin Shin found this quite satisfactory and immediately decided this was the place. How much is the rent? The owner is asking for $3,500, but I've negotiated with him. For a long-term lease we can sign at $3,000. If you can pay 6 months rent up front, I can help you push it down to $3,000. Lin Shun turned around, leaning against the windowsill, and looked at Chun Guoqiang. What about if I pay for a year up front? Chun Guoqiang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled sincerely, a smile reminiscent of someone about to close a significant deal. He rubbed his hands together, saying, a year. Then let me tell you, 3,000 is absolutely doable, and even 2,008 is possible. The owner is eager to immigrate, and is most worried about the house being empty and unattended. If you pay for a year up front, he would be more than happy. Let's arrange a meeting with the owner. I'll call him. Chun Guoqiang ran to the hallway and used the building's public phone to make a call, waiting for 2 minutes before the other party returned the call. It's done. 2,008 per month with an annual rent of 33,600, and the commission is half a month's rent, 1,004. The owner said he would come over now and will arrive in 15 minutes for you to sign in person. Lin Shin nodded and quietly waited for the owner to arrive while sitting on the sofa. The owner was a man in his 50s who rushed and energetically shook hands with Chun Guoqiang and then took a quick look at Lin Shin. Similar to Chun Guoqiang's initial reaction, he was momentarily stunned, frowning. It's you. Renting for a year? Yes. Lin Shin stood up and shook hands with Mr. Huang, stating starting today, a 1-year lease with annual payment, 2,008 per month. Mr. Huang looked him up and down, then turned to Chun Guoqiang, asking, are you sure he can afford this? Before Chun Guoqiang could respond, Lin Shin pulled out 4 bundles of cash from his bag and counted out 33,600 Hong Kong dollars. This action left Mr. Huang and Chun Guoqiang momentarily stunned. Wait, you just took that out? It seems like there's quite a bit more in your bag. Unexpectedly, he was a young heir. Mr. Huang's expression instantly changed to a smile, saying, let's sign the contract right now. The deposit is waived. Chun Guoqiang immediately took out the contract from his bag. Lin Shun did not respond. He took out a pen from his backpack and read through the lease agreement from start to finish. He underlined several clauses and asked Chun Guoqiang to explain a few terms in Cantonese. After confirming there were no errors, he signed the document. Then he pulled out Chun Guoqiang's commission from his backpack and handed it directly to him. Mr. Huang and Chun Guoqiang accepted the money, issued a receipt, and handed the keys to Lin Shun. Chun Guoqiang stashed the commission away, helped Lin Shin close the door, and clapped his hands, saying, it's done. Brother Lin, congratulations. In the days following the move, Lin Shun did not engage in any trading activities, but instead purchased some clothing and essential living supplies. Most importantly, he visited a brokerage firm to discuss leveraging options. When the manager of the brokerage firm reviewed Lin Shin's trading history, he immediately decided to grant him access to 4 times leverage. Back at home, Lin Shin mentally reviewed the timeline. The next morning at 9:30, he entered the securities trading hall. The hall was bustling with voices, and the air was thick with the scent of paper and sweat. A massive electronic quote board hung on the front wall, with red and green numbers constantly fluctuating, igniting people's desires. Retail investors crowded in front of their respective positions, some staring at the quote board, some shouting into their phones, while others quickly jotted down numbers on their writing pads. Lin Shun found a spot against the wall to sit down. He did not rush to place an order, but instead took out a black-covered notebook from his bag, opened the first page, which had today's date written on it, and began to record the stock quotes one by one. Next to him sat a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a somewhat wrinkled plaid shirt, with a large pile of newspapers and charts spread out in front of him, muttering to himself. Noticing Lin Shun writing in his notebook, the man leaned over to take a look. Hey young man, are you also looking at stocks? Lin Shun glanced up at him, stating, just browsing. Just browsing. The man chuckled, pointing at Lin Shun's notebook. The number you just noted, I've been studying this stock for 3 months. Its PE ratio has reached 18 times too high. I wouldn't recommend buying. Lin Shun did not respond and continued to take notes. The middle-aged man seemed to find this young man interesting and leaned in closer. My name is Huang Yue from Chaozhou, and I've been in stock trading for 8 years. How about you? Are you here to check the market for your family? Lin Shun closed his notebook and replied, Lin Shin, just looking for myself. Just for yourself? Huang Yue was taken aback, sizing him up, asking, how old are you? 16. Huang Yue opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. 16 years old, visiting the exchange to look at stocks. Huang Yue picked up a copy of today's Xian Bao from the table, flipped to the finance section, and pointed to a news article. Take a look at this. The Jardine Matheson Group is soaring across the board today, and Hong Kong has risen for 3 consecutive days. I'm planning to chase a hand. What do you think? Lin Shun glanced at the news article. Jardine Matheson and Hong Kong were among the top stocks in the Hong Kong market during the 1980s, of stocks that countless retail investors loved and hated. He pondered for a moment and replied, "What is the current stock price of Cheung Kong?" $11.04. "What about its net asset value per share?" Huang Yue hesitated and flipped through some documents stating approximately $9.08. The price-to-book ratio exceeds 1.16 times. For a property company primarily based in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia, this valuation isn't cheap. Moreover, take note of its financial reports from the past 3 quarters. The debt-to-asset ratio has risen to 67%, and the interest coverage ratio continues to decline. 3 consecutive days of increases don't mean much. It could be a technical rebound or someone accumulating shares. Huang Yue listened stunned. These words would not be surprising coming from any adult stock trader, but spoken by a 16-year-old, they carried a completely different weight. Price-to-book ratio, interest coverage ratio, accumulation, these terms are not learned just by casually glancing at newspapers. After finishing, Lin Shun ignored Huang Yue and reopened his notebook, beginning to analyze the market seriously. His gaze moved swiftly across the quote board, and in his mind charts of clients floated up. Lin Shun first focused on Swire Properties. Swire, one of the 4 major British trading houses, has businesses covering real estate, aviation, shipping, and beverages. In his previous life, he was very familiar with this company, having spent 3 months specifically studying Swire's asset liability structure and cash flow model. In 1988, Swire's stock price hovered around $15 with a price-to-earnings ratio of less than 10 times, while the dividend yield exceeded 6%. More importantly, Lin Shun remembered a crucial time point. In February 1989, Swire would announce an annual financial report that exceeded market expectations, with core profits up 34% year-on-year, mainly due to the rental revaluation of several flagship projects under Swire Properties. In the 3 trading days following the release of this financial report, Swire's stock rose from $15.20 to $18.60, an increase of over 22%. However, prior to that, the market's attitude towards Swire was generally stable but lacking growth points. Most analysts' reports echoed the same sentiment. Swire was a slow bull suitable for long-term holding, but not for short-term trading. Lin Shun knew that this consensus judgment was precisely the biggest expectation gap. He glanced at the real-time price of Swire on the quotation board, $15.10. He walked up to the trading counter. The trader at the counter was a woman in her 30s with her hair neatly arranged, sitting in front of a row of telephones. She looked at Lin Shun and asked, "Sir, how can I assist you? Please help me place an order to buy 20,000 shares of Swire." The trader paused for a moment, then looked up at him again. 20,000 shares of Swire calculated at the current price of $15.10 would require a principal of 300,200 Hong Kong dollars. A young-looking lad is opening with 300,000. "Could I have your account number?" The trader's tone became much more professional. Lin Shun provided his account number. The trader typed a few keys on the computer, and the account information popped up on the screen. Her eyes widened slightly. The account had a usable limit of 1,080,000 Hong Kong dollars in the margin account. 20,000 shares of Swire at the current price of $15.10. Confirm. Confirm. Order placed successfully. Transaction price $15.10. 20,000 shares. Total amount 300,200 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shun nodded and turned back to his seat. Huang Yue had been watching from the side, his mouth agape in disbelief. As soon as Lin Shun sat down, he immediately leaned over and asked, "Did you just buy 20,000 shares of Swire?" "Yes, 20,000 shares. 300,000. Huang Yue's voice had changed pitch. "Mr. Huang, what do you think of Swire?" Huang Yue was caught off guard by the question and instinctively replied, "Swire. Swire is good, a well-established British company with stable dividends, but its growth is slow. I bought it before, held it for half a year, and made less than 10%, found it uninteresting, and sold it." Lin Shun smiled slightly. "It's about to take off soon." After buying Swire, Lin Shun did not linger in the trading hall. He packed his things, bid farewell to Huang Yue, and walked out of the securities trading hall. Lin Shun strolled along the street, already calculating his next steps. Swire was just his first piece of the puzzle. He quickly sifted through his targets in his mind. Answers emerged one by one. Real estate sector, banking sector, and Lin Shun stopped in his tracks, standing by the roadside, his gaze fixed on an advertisement across the street. It was a red Coca-Cola advertisement with large English slogans written on it. Coca-Cola in 1988 was undergoing a series of aggressive strategic adjustments globally, and its stock price would multiply nearly 20 times over the next decade. However, Coca-Cola is traded on the U.S. stock market, which he currently could not reach. He retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. The next morning, Lin Shun appeared at the securities trading hall on time again. Huang Yue arrived even earlier with today's newspapers and a steaming cup of milk tea already on the table. Upon seeing Lin Shun enter, he immediately waved, "Lin Shun, over here." Lin Shun walked over to sit down and glanced at the quotation board. Swire opened at $15.15, 5 cents higher than the price he bought yesterday. 5 cents for 20,000 shares, that's $1,000. In less than a day, he had a floating profit of $1,000. Huang Yue obviously noticed, as well, clicking his tongue. "You're lucky it went up right after you bought it." Lin Shun did not respond to this. He never attributed short-term price fluctuations to luck or skill. For a stock he intended to hold for 5 months, a day's rise or fall was hardly noise. He turned his gaze to another stock on the quotation board, Hutchison Whampoa. Hutchison, another established British trading house in Hong Kong, has a global presence. In 1988, Hutchison was at a delicate turning point. The stock market crash of the previous year had caused its stock price to fall from $10 to just over $6, a decline of nearly 40%. The market's attitude towards Hutchison was generally pessimistic, believing that its retail business faced fierce competition. The port business was also hampered by the global trade slump, making it difficult to see improvement in the short term. But Lin Shin knew that the market had overlooked a key piece of information. In August, Hutchison would sign a memorandum of understanding with British Telecommunications to collaborate in the global telecommunications infrastructure sector. This news had garnered almost no attention at the time, because in late 1980s Hong Kong few could foresee the explosive growth that the telecommunications industry was about to experience. But Lin Shin knew. He understood that over the next 20 years telecommunications would become one of the fastest growing industries in the world. The collaboration between Hutchison and British Telecommunications was merely the first step into this race. By the early 1990s, Hutchison's telecommunications assets would appreciate over 5-fold. Of course, that was a future concern. What he focused on now was a more certain catalyst for Hutchison in the short term. Spin-off listing. Lin Shin clearly remembered that in November Hutchison would announce the spin-off of its Watsons Group for a separate listing. Watsons is Asia's largest retailer of health and beauty products. The spin-off would unlock significant value, as the parent company Hutchison would gain substantial special income from this spin-off. Once this news is announced, Hutchison's stock price would rise at least 15%. And currently Hutchison's stock price is $6.40. He stood up and walked to the trading counter. The same female trader from yesterday saw him coming and appeared noticeably more focused than yesterday. She even pulled up Lin Shin's account information in advance, her fingers hovering above the keyboard waiting for him to speak. Hutchison buy 50,000 shares. 50,000 shares of Hutchison at the current price of $6.40. Confirm. Transaction successful. 50,000 shares, total amount 320,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shin returned to his seat, and Huang Yue had already leaned over with a curious look on his face. What did you buy this time? Hutchison. He Huang. Huang Yue furrowed his brows. He Huang has not been performing well lately. Ever since the stock market crash, it has been lying flat, without any recovery. I have a friend working as a broker over there, and he says the internal situation in the company is quite chaotic. The management's attention is focused on overseas operations, and the Hong Kong side is basically in a state of neglect. Lin Shin did not refute him. Huang Yue's words were to some extent correct. Indeed, He Huang's business in Hong Kong is not its strong suit, but the problem lies in the fact that Huang Yue, like most people in the market, only sees He Huang's shortcomings and fails to recognize its most valuable aspects. How much stake does He Huang hold in Hong Kong Electric? Lin Shin suddenly asked. Huang Yue was taken aback. Hong Kong Electric. I'm not quite sure, probably. Around 10%. 34.9%. Just the value of this equity translates to about $2.20 per share for He Huang. Not to mention there are other assets. Huang Yue opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He had been in the stock market for 8 years and had never viewed a company from this perspective. He always focused on whether the stock price had risen or fallen, whether the trading volume had increased, or if there was any. He had never sat down to break down a company's assets one by one, valuing each separately, then summing them up and comparing it with the current market value. This is the information gap. It is not the kind of insider information gap, but rather a cognitive one. The value of He Huang that Lin Shin knows is unknown to 99% of the market, or even if they know, they cannot quantify it. And this cognitive gap will ultimately manifest in the form of price differences. Lin Shin said nothing more and lowered his head to continue writing and sketching in his notebook. The trading continued. For the next half-month, Lin Shin appeared punctually in the securities trading hall every day. His trading pace was not fast, but every move was calculated with precision. On September 12th, he purchased 30,000 shares of Sun Hung Kai Properties. Sun Hung Kai is one of the largest property developers in Hong Kong, and in 1988, it was at a critical juncture with several large residential projects nearing completion. The sales data for the next 2 quarters would consistently exceed market expectations, and the stock price would rise by over 25% within 6 months. On September 18th, he bought 20,000 shares of Hang Lung. Hang Lung is smaller than Sun Hung Kai, but its commercial projects in Kowloon Bay and Quarry Bay are about to enter the rental phase, with rental income projected to maintain double-digit growth over the next 3 years. On September 25th, he purchased 40,000 shares of Hysan Development. Hysan is a major landlord in Causeway Bay, and its commercial properties are severely undervalued. By mid-year, Hysan would complete a large-scale property revaluation, and the net asset value per share would jump from $7.20 to over $9.50. Each purchase was made using 4 times leverage. By the end of September, Lin Shun's portfolio structure had taken shape: 20,000 shares of Swire, 50,000 shares of Hehuang, 30,000 shares of Sun Hung Kai Properties, 20,000 shares of Hang Lung, and 40,000 shares of Hysan Development. The total market value of his holdings was nearing full capacity. Huang Yue had almost become Lin Shun's shadow over the past half-month. Whatever Lin Shun bought, he followed suit, though his positions were much smaller. He had less than 200,000 in capital and did not use leverage. It was not that he didn't want to use leverage, but rather, having been in the stock market for 8 years, he had seen too many tragedies of leveraged liquidation, and he had an instinctive fear of it. Yet Lin Shun's approach to leverage made him feel it wasn't so terrifying. Huang Yue did not quite understand what intrinsic value was, but he understood one thing: after Lin Shun bought, those stocks really started to rise. In less than 3 weeks, the market value of Lin Shun's holdings had increased to over 170,000. For a 16-year-old boy, this was no small amount. Huang Yue couldn't help but ask him, "Aren't you happy? You made 600,000 in 10 days. Lin Shun was busy calculating the next phase of portfolio adjustments in his notebook and didn't even look up. Paper profits aren't real profits, and paper losses aren't real losses. The stock price fluctuates every day, and watching it is meaningless. What's important is whether the logic behind your purchase has been validated. If not, why did you buy it? If it has been validated, why are you still holding it?" Huang Yue was left speechless by these words. Having been in the stock market for 8 years, he would watch the quotes daily. He would be happy if the price rose and upset if it fell, completely led by his emotions dictated by the market. But this 16-year-old boy, after buying stocks, would read books, eat, and wouldn't even bother to glance at the quotes. This wasn't calmness. This was a dimensionality reduction attack. On the first trading day of October, Lin Shun observed an unusual phenomenon in the trading hall. The Hang Seng Index opened with a drop of nearly 50 points. Market sentiment was somewhat tense. Retail traders in the hall whispered to each other. Some were on the phone, and others were pointing at the quotes, creating an atmosphere of unease. Huang Yue rushed over, holding a freshly printed morning report, looking quite grim. "Lin Shun, have you seen the news? The interest rates in the U.S. might be raised, in the U.S. stock market dropped significantly last night. Today, the Hong Kong stock market is likely to follow suit." Lin Shun took the newspaper and glanced at it. Indeed, the Wall Street Journal had published an analysis article predicting that the Federal Reserve might raise interest rates by 50 basis points before the end of the year. After the news broke, the Dow Jones Index fell by about 1%. "Should we reduce our positions?" Huang Yue tentatively asked. "Let's pull back for now and re-enter when the news is clearer." Lin Shun returned the newspaper to him and shook his head. "The market has already digested most of the news about the Fed's interest rate hike. Look at the dollar index's trend over the past 2 weeks. It rose from 95 to 97, indicating that the market is already reacting in advance to the expectation of a rate hike. The U.S. stock market only dropped 1 point last night, showing that the marginal effect of this news is diminishing." Huang Yue hesitated. "But, Mr. Huang, do you buy stocks because you believe they will rise, or because you believe the market will rise?" Huang Yue opened his mouth, but said nothing. "If the logic behind the stocks you bought is sound, then the short-term fluctuations of the market are of no significance to you. If the market drops by 5%, your stock might only drop by 1%. If the market rises by 5%, your stock might rise by 10%. The key lies not in the market, but in the company you chose." After finishing, Lin Shun ignored Huang Yue and turned his attention back to the quotes. He noticed a detail. The market had dropped nearly 50 points, but Swire only fell 5 cents, and Hehuang hadn't moved at all, with no significant increase in trading volume. This indicated that the stocks he held had a relatively stable structure of shares with no large amounts of short-term speculative funds involved. Most of the people holding these stocks were focused on their dividends and long-term value, and would not panic and sell just because of a rate hike news. This was one of the reasons he chose these stocks, not only because of their solid fundamentals, but also their relatively stable shareholder structure. Just past 10 o'clock, the numbers on the quotation board began to change. The stocks selected by Lin Shun all showed varying degrees of recovery. The decline of the market was narrowing, shrinking from 50 points to 30 points. Huang Yue stared at the quotation board for a long time, let out a long breath, and turned to look at Lin Shun, his eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. In mid-October, Lin Shun made an important adjustment to his portfolio. He sold 1/3 of his shares in Sun Hung Kai Properties and Hang Lung, using all the freed-up funds to invest in Hutchison Whampoa. After the adjustment, his holdings in Hutchison Whampoa increased from 50,000 shares to 80,000 shares, becoming the most significant stock in his portfolio. Huang Yue couldn't understand this operation. Wasn't Sun Hung Kai and Hang Lung performing well? Why sell them? Because the catalysts coming for Hutchison are stronger than theirs. So you sold part of Sun Hung Kai and Hang Lung to concentrate funds on this way for Hutchison. Exactly. After Hutchison's events conclude, I will reinvest in Sun Hung Kai and Hang Lung. Huang Yue had another question. What if good news for Hutchison comes out and the stock price falls instead of rising? Lin Shun glanced at him, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards. The market is a voting machine in the short term and a weighing machine in the long term. A stock's value will not change due to the short-term emotions of the market. If Hutchison were to announce unexpectedly good news, but the stock price fell, it would only indicate that the market had made a mistake. And the market's error is the greatest opportunity. At the end of October, Lin Shun completed what he considered an even more important operation. He placed an order through the trading desk to buy HKD 100 worth of Hong Kong Electric. This time Huang Yue did not follow suit. Not because he didn't trust Lin Shun, but because he genuinely couldn't comprehend. Hong Kong Electric, a utility company, had stable operations, but no growth with stock prices stagnant for years. What was the point of buying it? Putting money in the bank earns 4 cents interest. Lin Shun did not explain. Some things cannot be explained, not because he didn't want to, but because explanations would be futile. On the surface, Hong Kong Electric appeared to be a lackluster utility company, but in reality the value of its shares in Wharf Holdings was severely undervalued. This hidden value would not be recognized by the market until early 1990. What he needed to do was to position himself in advance before the market discovered it. October had passed, and November had arrived. The atmosphere in the stock exchange hall grew increasingly lively by the day. The Hang Seng Index slowly climbed from the 2,100 points in early September to over 2,300 points, with the market sentiment clearly warming up. Retail investors wore more relaxed expressions, discussing how much they could earn by the end of the year, while some were already planning to upgrade their cars and apartments next year. Lin Shun still appeared punctually every day, jotting down notes in his notebook, and still did not look at the real-time prices on the quotation board. His portfolio's market value had grown to over 1,900,000. In other words, in less than 2 months, his 270,000 had transformed into over 1 million. On November 14th, a Monday, when Lin Shun walked into the trading hall, Huang Yue was already inside. But today Huang Yue's expression was off. He held a newspaper in his hand, his face a mix of excitement and shock. Upon seeing Lin Shun enter, he nearly rushed over. Lin Shun, you have to see this. Huang Yue thrust the newspaper into Lin Shun's hands. Hutchison plans to spin off Watson's for independent listing, with the market estimating a value release of over 2 billion. Below was a smaller line. Hutchison's stock price surged 12% in early trading today, marking the largest single-day increase since the 1987 market crash. Lin Shun folded the newspaper and returned it to Huang Yue. His expression remained unchanged. No excitement, no surprise, not even a ripple. It was as if he had known all this beforehand. Huang Yue looked at his expression and suddenly felt a chill run down his back. Lin Shun walked to his seat, opened his notebook, and turned to the page for Hutchison Whampoa. He wrote a few words: target price of 7 Hong Kong dollars. 5 achieved, next step, 8 Hong Kong dollars. 2. Then he raised his head and glanced at Hutchison's stock price on the quotation board. 7 Hong Kong dollars. 6. There was still a space of 60 cents to his target. Time passed slowly, and before long another 2 months had gone by. The last month before the Spring Festival holiday arrived, the festive atmosphere began to thicken. The Hang Seng Index opened high at 2,623 points, and the trading hall was filled with auspicious phrases wishing wealth. Retail investors wore cheerful expressions, their eyes shining with hopes for the new year. Lin Shun, dressed in a gray sweater, sat in his old position against the wall. Huang Yue squeezed in with a cup of milk tea, his face glowing with the warmth of the new year. Lin Shun, may you prosper in the new year. The market opened strong today, and do you have any new targets? Lin Shun shook his head, his gaze fixed on the quotation board. The Hang Seng Index fluctuated around 2,620 points, with trading volumes gradually increasing. The stocks he held were also slightly rising. Swire was at 17 Hong Kong dollars. 6. Hutchison at 7 Hong Kong dollars. 8. O and HSBC at 7 Hong Kong dollars. 4. Old Huang, how do you feel about the current market sentiment? Huang Yue thought for a moment. Very good. The market crash was over a year ago. The index has risen from 1,800 points to 2,600 points, an increase of over 40%. Many people are saying it will hit 3,000 this year. Many people are saying. Lin Shun repeated this phrase, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Do you know what it means when many people say? Huang Yue shook his head. It means there are no longer any expectations. Lin Shun closed his notebook. When everyone is bullish about the market, those who should buy have already bought. What remains in the market are only 2 types of people: those holding stocks and those preparing to sell. If no one is ready to buy more, the stock price can only go down. Huang Yue frowned, seemingly trying to digest this statement. You mean it's going to drop? I didn't say it will definitely drop, but I will reduce my position at this level. Not because I saw something others couldn't, but because the risk-reward ratio is no longer favorable. Buying now, the potential downside is greater than the upside. This isn't a good trade. The Hang Seng Index peaked at 2,658 points before starting to retreat, closing at 2,631 points, down 11 points. The decline wasn't significant, but a signal Lin Shun had been waiting for appeared on the board. Trading volume shrank. The total trading volume across the market was only over 8 billion HKD, nearly 30% less than the previous trading day. Price and volume divergence indicated that signs of adjustment had already emerged on the technical front. The paperwork was signed, and the bank began processing the transfer. 800 million Hong Kong dollars were transferred from the account of the Shipping King's company into a newly established overseas securities account. The transfer was complete. The female assistant printed the account confirmation and handed it to the Shipping King. He took a glance at it and passed it to Lin Shun, saying the account is yours now. Lin Shun took the confirmation, glanced at the balance and account information, folded it, and placed it in his suit pocket. He looked up at the Shipping King and said, "Thank you, King." The Shipping King waved his hand, signaling him not to be polite. He then turned to assistant He and said something, prompting He to get up and leave the VIP room. A few minutes later, he returned with someone. The person who entered was just over 40, not very tall, lean, with neatly combed hair, and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was the one who had given him a business card a few days ago. "Old Joe," the Shipping King called out, and the man quickly walked over. "Boss." The Shipping King pointed to Lin Shun and said, "This is Lin Shun, whom I mentioned to you. From today onwards, your team will be at his disposal." Old Joe glanced at Lin Shun. In that brief moment of silence, Lin Shun perceived a lot. "Mr. Lin," Old Joe extended his hand, his tone steady. "My surname is Zhou Demon. I am the head of the Securities Investment Department of the Shipping King Group. My team currently consists of 12 people, including traders, researchers, and risk control specialists. The team has been operational for 3 years, primarily focusing on Hong Kong stocks and some American stocks." Lin Shun shook his hand and said, "Uncle Zhou, I will trouble you in the future." Zhou Demon's expression softened slightly at the address Uncle Zhou, but he quickly reverted to a professional calm. "It's part of my duties." "Mr. Lin, when do you need to initiate? The team can hold a meeting at any time." Lin Shun pondered for a moment and replied, "It's not urgent today. The account has just been opened. I want to assess the market situation first. I will issue the first instruction to the team in a couple of days." Zhou Demon nodded. "All right, I am always on standby." The Shipping King observed the scene with satisfaction and nodded. He stood up, patted Old Joe on the shoulder, and turned to Lin Shun, saying, "You can use the team, but I have one request." Lin Shun looked at him. "Do not lose money." The Shipping King said this lightly, but Lin Shun understood the weight of 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Any loss would not be a small matter. Lin Shun paused for a second, and then stated, "I will only make money." It was not a guarantee, but a statement of fact. The Shipping King was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, his laughter echoing in the VIP room. Several aides laughed along, but Lin Shun noticed that Uncle Fang's laughter contained a hint of reluctance. Uncle Fang had not yet set aside his doubts about him. This was quite normal. Lin Shun did not feel offended, or in fact, he thought that Uncle Fang's caution was justified. Handing 800 million to a 17-year-old boy, any responsible financial director should have doubts. But time would prove everything. Or rather, the market would prove everything. After the Shipping King finished his business, he sat for a while chatting with Smith about the recent exchange rate trends before preparing to leave. "Lin Shun, are you leaving with me, or will you stay a while longer?" Lin Shun stood up and replied, "I will stay a bit longer. I have some personal accounts to handle." The Shipping King did not ask further, nodded, and left with Uncle Fang, assistant He, and the others. Zhou Demon also followed them out, glancing back at Lin Shun before exiting. The VIP room suddenly became empty, leaving only Lin Shun and the bank personnel. Smith also stood up, but did not rush to leave. He glanced at Lin Shun and then at his assistant, seeming to hesitate on whether to speak first. Lin Shun spoke first. "Mr. Smith, I need to conduct a transaction." Smith immediately sat back down and said, "Please go ahead." Lin Shun took a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "I want to activate overseas trading rights for my securities account and additionally transfer all funds under my name into the overseas securities account I just opened." Smith picked up the card and handed it to his male assistant. The assistant took the card, walked to the terminal at the desk, and performed some operations, retrieving the account information. His expression changed. It wasn't a shock, but a slight widening of his pupils. He looked up at Lin Shun, and then quickly shifted his gaze to Smith, whispering something in English. Upon hearing that, Smith's eyebrows twitched slightly. Over 10 million Hong Kong dollars. A 17-year-old boy had over 10 million Hong Kong dollars in cash deposits. Although wealthy heirs possessed such wealth, in his impression, there was no character like Lin Shun among them. The only explanation was that this money was all earned by Lin Shun himself. Smith quickly made a judgment in his mind. This young man is not simple. "No problem, Mr. Lin." Smith personally took the card and walked to the desk, saying, "I will take care of it for you." He operated quickly. Then he transferred all the Hong Kong dollars from the bank card to the overseas securities account. Smith printed out the new account confirmation and transaction receipt, handing them back to Lin Shun with both hands. "Mr. Lin, everything has been taken care of. Your overseas securities account is now activated and ready for trading in major global markets." Lin Shun took the documents, checked them page by page, and then put them away. "Thank you." Smith did not immediately return to his seat, but stood there seemingly deliberating on his words. Finally, he said, "Mr. Lin, our bank provides exclusive unknown client manager services for high net worth customers. If you don't mind, I can arrange one for you." Lin Shun raised his eyes to look at him. "No need for arrangements. You can handle my account personally, Mr. Smith." Smith was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Of course, Mr. Lin." Smith extended his hand. "It is my honor." The two shook hands again. This time Smith's attitude was noticeably warmer than before. Not because of the over 10 million. For the president of a multinational bank, a client with over 10 million Hong Kong dollars in deposits, while decent, was not enough to make him lose composure. What truly changed his attitude was the sense of propriety and the kind of composure in this young man that was completely inconsistent with his age. Having worked in banking for 30 years, Smith had seen too many nouveau riche clients and many second-generation wealthy individuals born with silver spoons. But Lin Shun did not belong to either category. He resembled a polished jade, all sharp edges concealed within, leaving only a smooth and warm luster on the outside. Such a person is either born to belong to this class or has been reshaped by certain experiences. Smith did not know which it was, but he understood that it was worth building a relationship. The other staff members in the VIP room began to tidy up the documents. The female assistant bound all the copies of the documents that Lin Shun had just signed into a booklet, sealed it in a brown envelope bearing the bank's logo, and handed it over. "Mr. Lin, here are your document copies. Please keep them safe." Lin Shun took the envelope and placed it into his briefcase. He stood up, adjusted his suit, and prepared to leave. Smith escorted him to the door of the VIP room. "Mr. Lin, if you need anything, feel free to call my office. You already have my business card." Lin Shun nodded. "All right." He exited the VIP room and walked down the corridor toward the elevator. Smith accompanied him until they reached the elevator door, watching as the elevator doors closed. Inside the elevator, Lin Shun was alone. He leaned against the elevator wall, closed his eyes, and let out a deep breath. The meeting was over. The funds were in place. The trading team was now under his command. His personal funds had also been fully transferred to an overseas account. From this moment on, he would soar like a dragon in the sea, returning to his true self. Today he would return home and review all the market data. Although he already knew in his heart what would happen in the future, trading could not rely solely on memory. He needed to observe the real-time market and find the most precise entry points. Going long, going short, buying, selling. Every step must be timed with precision. If the rhythm is right, even a small position can snowball into a significant profit. If the rhythm is wrong, no amount of capital is anything more than fuel for the market. The elevator reached the first floor and the door opened. Lin Shun stepped out of the building and stood by the roadside on Queen's Road. The afternoon sun shone down directly. He rummaged through his pocket, pulled out a pair of sunglasses, and put them on. A taxi happened to stop at the entrance of the building, and someone got out. Lin Shun opened the back door and got in. Once home, he poured himself a glass of water, sat down at his desk, and took out the bank documents from his briefcase, reviewing them one by one. 800 million Hong Kong dollars. His personal account held more than 16 million Hong Kong dollars, and he had made a small profit in recent days. Both sums of money were in the same overseas securities account. Although they were recorded separately, they could operate simultaneously using the same strategy and direction. He mentally calculated. 800 million Hong Kong dollars, if applied according to his planned first-step strategy, would all be used to short a certain market. He shook his head in his mind. No, not all of it. 800 million cannot be wagered entirely. The risk? First, he would use 200 million to test the waters, keeping the remaining 600 million as backup capital, waiting to increase his position once the trend was confirmed. In his past life, he had seen too many people go all in and end up losing everything. The capital market never awards medals to gamblers, it only grants dividends to hunters. He picked up the list of the trading team and their resumes. 12 people, 7 traders, 3 researchers, and 2 risk controllers. Zhou Demon was the team leader with a background in finance, having spent 8 years in London before returning to join the Shipping King group. Lin Shun reviewed each person's resume, mentally tagging them, who could be reused, who needed observation, and who might not keep up with his pace. It wasn't arrogance, he simply understood too well what he wanted to accomplish. The impending major fluctuations in the global market were beyond the comprehension and capability of ordinary traders. He needed to align the rhythm of these people with his own frequency in a short time. This was even more challenging than trading itself. He organized the documents, picked up the phone, and dialed a number. It rang 3 times before being answered. "Hello, Uncle Zhou, it's me, Lin Shun." There was a moment of silence on the other end, clearly surprised that he called so soon. "Mr. Lin, please go ahead. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, arrange for the team to meet. Everyone must be present. I need to understand each person's trading style and risk preference." "All right, where shall we meet?" "The Shipping King group has a conference room." "That works. See you tomorrow." Lin Shun hung up the phone and placed the receiver back. Then he opened a brand new notebook and wrote 2 words on the first page: Tokyo. Yes, he was going to aim the first shot of this auspicious start at the stock market of Country R. After writing those 2 words, he closed the notebook, leaned back in his chair, and took a sip of water. The next day, Lin Shun found the Securities Investment Department. It was an open office with a dozen workstations. Against the wall, there was a row of data terminals, their screens still dark. At the back, there was a separate office with glass walls and half-open blinds where Zhou Demon was sitting looking at something. Several people had already arrived in the large office. 2 young men sat at their workstations, newspapers spread in front of them, holding sandwiches. They were momentarily taken aback when they saw Lin Shun walk in. One of the young men in a checkered shirt tentatively asked, "May I ask who you are looking for?" Zhou Demon, Lin Shun. "Mr. Zhou is inside." The man in the checkered shirt pointed to the office. Please wait a moment, he'll inform him. No need. He has arrived. Zhou Demon saw Lin Shun's figure walking swiftly toward him. Mr. Lin, you're here so early. Good morning, Uncle Zhou. Is everyone here? Zhou Demon glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 7:40. The meeting was scheduled for 8. Most people should be on their way. They'll have my assistant hurry them up. No rush. Lin Shun sat down in the chair opposite Zhou Demon's desk. We can start promptly at 8. Zhou Demon returned to his seat, hesitated for a moment, and pulled out a sheet of paper from a folder. Handing it over. Here is the list of all team members and their contact information, Mr. Lin. Please take a look. Lin Shun took the paper, which listed the names, positions, years of experience, and a brief description of 12 individuals. He had reviewed it yesterday. Today, he was looking to match names with faces. Ma Jiqiang, senior trader, 10 years of experience, mainly responsible for Hong Kong stocks. Liang Winley, senior trader, 8 years of experience, mainly responsible for U.S. stocks. Zhao Zhihao, trader, 5 years of experience. Chen Yongren, trader, 4 years of experience. Lu Huiman, researcher, 6 years of experience. Zhang Qiming, researcher, 4 years of experience. He memorized the list and returned it to Zhou Demon. At 7:55, people began to trickle into the large office. Just 1 minute before 8 o'clock, except for one trader, who was on leave, all 11 others had arrived. Zhou Demon stepped out of the office and clapped his hands. Everyone, let's gather in the conference room. Everyone entered the conference room. A glass partition separated the conference room from the large office, where a long table could accommodate 15 or 16 people. On the table were a whiteboard, markers, several bottles of water, and some notebooks. Lin Shun was the last to enter, taking a seat at one end of the long table. Zhou Demon sat to his right. Once everyone was settled, their gazes began to focus on Lin Shun. Curiosity, scrutiny, speculation, and a hint of wariness. These gazes were like invisible probes, each attempting to pierce the calm exterior of the young man and discover what lay within. Zhou Demon stood up, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, let me introduce this gentleman. This is Mr. Lin Shun. From today onward, all transactions will be under Mr. Lin's full command." The conference room fell silent for a moment. Then senior trader Ma Jiqiang slowly spoke up. "Zhou, does this mean that all our directives will now need to be reported to Mr. Lin?" Zhou Demon nodded yes. "Mr. Lin's directives are the final say and do not require my approval." Ma Jiqiang glanced at Lin Shun, but remained silent, though his expression clearly conveyed his concerns. A veteran trader with 10 years of experience now had to report to a young man who appeared so much younger. Lin Shun picked up a cup of water from the table, took a sip, and set it down before speaking. "I know you all have questions." He scanned the room, his gaze steadily sweeping across each person's face, neither hurried nor slow. "Questions are normal, and I would feel the same if I were in your position. However, before you voice your concerns, I have one request." The air in the conference room subtly thickened. "From now on, every directive I give does not require your understanding, only your execution. If we make profits, the credit belongs to everyone. If we incur losses, I will bear the responsibility alone." He looked at Ma Jiqiang. "Brother Ma, do you think this is acceptable?" Ma Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback by the term brother Ma. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but realized that no matter what he said, it would seem petty. "Fine," Ma Jiqiang muttered. Lin Shun nodded and turned to the others. "What about the rest of you?" No one spoke. Silence was acquiescence. Zhou Demon watched this unfold, secretly relieved. He had initially worried that Lin Shun would start in a more forceful manner, which might push the team into opposition. Yet this approach of laying the ground rules first, then giving everyone a way out, was surprisingly mature for a 17-year-old. "All right." Lin Shun stood up. "We will not hold a formal trading meeting today. I need everyone to submit a written report by tomorrow afternoon, including the trading records for the past 3 months, a description of your personal trading styles, and your views on the current major global markets. There is no word limit, but your judgments must be sincere. Zhou Shu will provide you with the specific requirements." "Any questions?" "None." Several people replied in unison. "Then this meeting is adjourned." Dismissed. Everyone gradually stood up and made their way out. Once everyone had left, only he and Zhou Demon remained in the conference room. Zhou Demon closed the door and turned to Lin Shun. "Mr. Lin, do you have a direction for the first transaction?" Lin Shun looked at him, not avoiding the question. "Yes." "When will it start?" "Once I've reviewed the charts from the past few days." Lin Shun continued. "Zhou Shu, I need your help. Go ahead. Please unlock the trading permissions on my account to the maximum. All markets, all varieties, all trading methods with no limits on leverage. I will control it myself." Zhou Demon hesitated. "This. He'll handle the ship, King. You just need to execute." Zhou Demon stared into Lin Shun's eyes for a couple of seconds before finally nodding. "All right." Lin Shun picked up his briefcase and walked towards the door. He paused at the entrance without turning back. "Zhou Shu, is there anyone among these 12 that I should pay special attention to?" Zhou Demon fell silent for a few seconds before mentioning a name. After hearing the name, Lin Shun's lips twitched slightly as he opened the glass door and stepped outside. In the corridor, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire hallway. Lin Shun walked in the light, his shadow stretching long. In his mind, the timing for the first shot had already been locked in the Tokyo stock market. Upon returning home, the first thing that caught his eye was a computer specially arranged for Lin Shun by the Ship King, allowing him to monitor the market in real time. The computer was equipped with real-time data from the Reuters terminal. In 1989, this terminal was still a rarity, costing over 100,000 Hong Kong dollars for a single machine and satellite receiver. Lin Shun turned on the terminal and located the Tokyo stock market. On the screen, the numbers from the Tokyo market were changing every second. In 1989, the Nikkei index was still operating at a high level, and the entire market was engulfed in a nearly frenzied optimism. However, in Lin Shun's eyes, optimism represented the perfect opportunity to short. But not yet, it wasn't high enough now. Lin Shun leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desktop. His gaze wasn't fixed on the latest quotes, but rather on the trend charts from the past 3 months. He pulled out a piece of paper from the drawer, took a pen, and wrote down a few lines. Then he picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Demon's number. Zhou Shu, please help me check the situation in the Tokyo market. The changes in the open interest and trading volume for the near-month contract of the Nikkei index futures today. Also, I want to know the opinions of several major brokerages in Tokyo regarding the future market, both public and internal. For the internal ones, find a way to obtain them. The internal views are difficult to obtain. Zhou Demon paused on the other end. Get as much as you can. It's not urgent. I'm not placing any orders today. But I need you to provide me with this data by noon tomorrow. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Shun continued to stare at the screen for another hour. There were no fluctuations. The market was still rising. Lin Shun nodded slightly. Let it rise. The higher it goes, the harder it will fall. The next day, Lin Shun arrived at the office prepared for him. Zhou Demon had already prepared the materials, a thick stack that included printed data, several handwritten notes, and a few sheets torn directly from the fax machine. Mr. Lin, the public opinions from several major firms in Tokyo are bullish. Nomura and Daiwa have both released reports stating that the Nikkei index has another 15% room for growth. As for the internal opinions, it's a bit hard to say, but I heard from a friend in settlements that a certain major firm has recently been quietly reducing their positions. How much have they reduced? I'm not clear on the specific numbers, but it's said to be quite substantial. Lin Shun set the fax down, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. Reducing positions, but not disclosing it externally. What does this imply? It indicates that the firm is publicly bullish while secretly retreating. This is the signal. Zhou Shu, gather the team. We will hold a meeting at 10:30. At 10:25, Lin Shun walked into the conference room of the Securities Investment Department. This time he did not sit at one end of the long table, but rather in the middle so that everyone could see him directly. All 11 people were present. Lin Shun wasted no time and directly stated, starting today, focus on the Tokyo market. Ma Jiqiang frowned and asked, Mr. Lin, what is the current direction of the Tokyo market? We won't make a directional judgment just yet. I need each of you to do one thing. From today on, track the fluctuations of the Nikkei index daily, recording the highest point, lowest point, closing price, and changes in trading volume for each trading day. Then compile a report and send it to my email before the end of each workday. Liang Wenli raised her hand and asked, Mr. Lin, should we only track Tokyo? Do we not need to continue monitoring the US and Hong Kong stocks? We do, but let's adjust the priority. For the next 2 weeks, Tokyo is the top priority. The US and Hong Kong stocks will continue as usual, but you don't need to report to me daily. A once a week will suffice. The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Researcher Lu Huimin spoke up, Mr. Lin, do you have some kind of judgment about the Tokyo market? She asked cautiously, but her meaning was clear. Lin Shun looked at her and replied non-committally, I'm still observing. Once I understand it, I will inform you all. Lu Huimin nodded, not pressing further. After the meeting, Ma Jiqiang did not leave. He stayed in his seat waiting for everyone else to exit before he spoke. Mr. Lin, I have been trading for 10 years, and I have also dealt with the Tokyo market. Currently, the overall sentiment in the Tokyo market is very optimistic and funds are continuing to flow in. If you are looking to short, I never said I wanted to short. Lin Shun interrupted him, his expression calm. Ma Jiqiang was taken aback. Then why did you have us track? Tracking the data is to make a judgment. Lin Shun looked into his eyes. I will not make any directional decisions until the data provides me with an answer. What do you say? Ma Jiqiang was momentarily stumped by this impenetrable response. He opened his mouth and finally said, You are right. I overthought it. You didn't overthink it. Lin Shun stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Caution is a good thing. Once I decide on a direction, I will need your help to monitor the risk control. Ma Jiqiang nodded slightly and stood up to leave the conference room. Zhou Demon had been sitting quietly in the corner, not saying a word. Once Ma Jiqiang left, he walked over and spoke in a low voice, Mr. Lin, Ma Jiqiang's trading style is rather aggressive, but he has a flaw. He finds it difficult to trust someone younger than himself. Lin Shun glanced at him, but did not respond to the question. Uncle Zhou, has the futures account in Tokyo been opened? Yes, it has. Through our brokerage in Tokyo, we can already trade Nikkei index futures and also conduct margin trading for individual stocks. Good. Lin Shun picked up his briefcase. He'll go back and review the data. Wait for my call tomorrow morning. For the next 6 days, aside from monitoring the Hong Kong stocks, each day Lin Shun spent at least 6 hours daily analyzing the data from the Tokyo market. On the evening of the 6th day, he called Zhou Demon. Uncle Joe, tomorrow we will start building positions in the Tokyo stock market. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. What direction? Short. Joe Demon did not ask why. Although he had his doubts, he adhered to his professional ethics. Since the shipowner has entrusted the command to Lin Shun, he should not question it, but simply execute. What is the position size? Start with a nominal principal of 200 million. Split into 3 batches. We will build the first batch tomorrow. Use futures A. Yes. Nikkei Index futures near-month contracts. Do not concentrate on one transaction, but divide it into 15 to 20 small orders with an interval of 3 to 5 minutes between each. Do not attract market attention. Understood. The next morning at 9, the Tokyo market opened. Lin Shin sat at his desk in his apartment, the computer screen in front of him displaying real-time data from Tokyo. On his left there was a phone with the speakerphone already activated, and Joe Demon's voice came through. Mr. Lin, Tokyo has opened. The opening price of the Nikkei Index has risen by 0.3 compared to yesterday. Start building positions, Lin Shin said. Receive. The sound of Joe Demon quietly issuing instructions came through the phone. One by one the short orders were placed. 15 orders with intervals of 3 to 5 minutes. The first order was executed. The second order was executed. Lin Shin listened to the executed sounds on the phone, his expression unchanged. His gaze shifted back and forth between the index and the trading volume on the screen like a precise scanner. The third, fourth, fifth. When the 11th order was placed, the increase of the Nikkei Index on the screen had expanded from 0.3 to 0.7. Lin Shun's brows slightly furrowed. Uncle Joe, for the remaining 4 orders, extend the interval to 8 minutes between each. Okay. The market showed no significant fluctuations. The 15 small orders were spread out over nearly an hour, with the total trading volume only accounting for a fraction of the day's total market volume. No one noticed that someone was quietly building a short position. All orders executed. Mr. Lin, the first batch of positions has been completed. Good. The second and third batches will wait for my instructions. Understood. Lin Shin hung up the phone and let out a long breath. The first batch of short orders had been placed. Now it was time to wait. 3 days after the first batch of short orders were placed, the Nikkei Index rose by another 1.2. On the 4th day it rose by another 0.8. On the 5th day it surged during the day, but narrowed to a 0.1 increase at the closing. Lin Shin sat in front of the screen, watching the candlestick chart that surged, and then fell, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A surge followed by a fall. Trading volume increased. This was the signal he wanted to see. He picked up the phone and dialed Joe Demon. Uncle Joe, for the second batch. Build positions today in the same manner with a nominal principal of 65 million. Mr. Lin, the current index is about 2.5 higher than when we built the first batch of positions. Joe Demon's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible hesitation. Should we wait a bit longer? No waiting. Build today. Okay. The second batch was built even more smoothly than the first. The liquidity in the market that day was excellent, and several small orders were placed with almost no impact on the price. However, the positions were at a floating loss. The first batch of short orders had already incurred losses since the index rose by 2.5. The second batch, built at a higher position, was also temporarily at a loss. Combined, the nominal principal amounted to 130 million. Ma Jiqiang could no longer hold back. On the afternoon of the 7th day, he approached Lin Shin directly. At that moment, Lin Shin was analyzing data in a small office within the investment department. Although it was small, it had a window, a desk, and a phone, which was sufficient. Ma Jiqiang did not knock, but pushed the door open directly. Mr. Lin, I have something to say. Lin Shin looked up, gazing at Ma Jiqiang. Ma Jiqiang's expression was taut, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. We established a short position in Tokyo last week, didn't we? Ma Jiqiang lowered his voice, but could not suppress the emotion within. Although Mr. Joe didn't say it outright, I can see it from the trading records. Continuous selling of Nikkei futures for several days isn't just testing the waters, it's establishing a directional position. Lin Shin leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. Ma Jiqiang continued, what's happening in the Tokyo market now? It's still rising every day. How much have we lost? About 3%, right? With a nominal principal of 130 million, a 3% loss amounts to nearly 4 million. 3,900,000. Lin Shin corrected him. No matter the amount, we're still losing money. Ma Jiqiang placed both hands on Lin Shin's desk. Mr. Lin, I've been in this business for 10 years, and I can tell that you are going short. But have you looked at the technicals? All the moving averages are trending upwards, and the momentum indicators are still high, without any divergent signals. Going short now is going against the trend. Lin Shin waited for him to finish speaking before asking, what is your suggestion? Close the position, cut losses, Ma Jiqiang said. At least close half of it, and wait for a clear weakening signal from the market before re-entering. Lin Shin remained silent for a few seconds. Ma Jiqiang's logic was sound. From a conventional technical analysis perspective, it truly wasn't the right time to go short. But he knew some things that Ma Jiqiang did not. Those things he could not disclose. Lin Shin stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Ma Jiqiang. If I say give me another week, would you think I'm crazy? Ma Jiqiang was taken aback. A week. If the market still doesn't give us the signal we want after a week, I will close the position myself, and I will bear all the losses personally. You will bear it personally. That money isn't yours, it's the Ship King's. The Ship King entrusted the money to me for trading, which means he trusts my judgment. Lin Shun's voice was low but firm. Let me ask you a question. What do you think is the most dangerous signal for a market that has been rising continuously? Ma Jiqiang pondered for a moment. Shrinking trading volume. Or high volume stagnation at a high level. High volume stagnation at a high level, Lin Shun repeated. Exactly. Now take a look at today's trading volume. Ma Jiqiang frowned and walked to the outer workstation, pulling up the Tokyo data. He looked for 30 seconds, and his expression changed. Today's trading volume has increased by 40% compared to the average of the past 20 days, but the index's increase is only 0.1%. Stagnation at a high volume. Ma Jiqiang returned to Lin Shun's office with a complex expression. Did you see it? Lin Shun asked. I saw it. Then do you still think we should close the position? Ma Jiqiang was silent for a long time. Let's wait and see. He finally said those 3 words and turned to leave the office. Lin Shun watched his retreating figure exhaling softly. Ma Jiqiang was the type of trader who only looked at the facts. You show him the data, and he will draw his own conclusions. Such a person does not need persuasion, he simply needs enough data. And in the end the data will stand by Lin Shun's side. On the 9th day, the Tokyo market had 2 hours left before opening. Lin Shun reviewed the situation of the U.S. stock market closing last night. In New York, the Dow Jones index fell slightly, but the technology sector saw its 3rd consecutive day of decline. This signal typically takes a day or 2 to reflect in the Tokyo market. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Demon's number. Uncle Zhou, complete the 3rd batch today. All of it. All of it. 200 million nominal principal completed. Mr. Lin, the index is over 3% higher than when the 1st batch was established. If we build the 3rd batch at this position, the average price will be further raised. I know. Build it. Zhou Demon said no more. At 9 o'clock Tokyo time, the market opened. This time Lin Shun did not let Zhou Demon disperse the small orders. He sat in his office, directly listening to the trading room's activity over the phone. Uncle Zhou, for the 1st batch of short positions, nominal principal 30 million, put it all in at once. The sound of traders typing on keyboards came through the phone. Done. Lin Shun calculated in his heart. The liquidity was good, and there were plenty of counterparties. For the 2nd batch, 30 million go ahead. Done. For the 3rd batch, 35 million. Done. Within 45 minutes, the remaining nominal principal of 70 million Hong Kong dollars was completely established. Thus, the total nominal principal of the short position in Nikkei index futures amounted to 200 million Hong Kong dollars. The average entry price was 3.2% higher than when the 1st batch was established. The overall floating loss was 3.2%, approximately 6 million Hong Kong dollars in paper losses. Lin Shun turned off the profit and loss display on the screen, choosing not to look at that number. What he needed to focus on now was not the floating loss, but the market structure. Uncle Zhou, if the index falls below yesterday's closing price before the end of today, we will add to our position. How much more? Add another 50 million nominal principal. Zhou Demon inhaled sharply on the other end. Mr. Lin, we already have a 200 million short position. Adding 50 million will bring the total position. I know what I'm doing. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. All right. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Tokyo market closed. The Nikkei index fell by 0.7%. Although the decline was not large, it was the 1st closing drop in the past 12 trading days. More importantly, the candlestick was a dark line with a long upper shadow, then it was pressed down hard. Lin Shun looked at the closing data and picked up the phone. Uncle Zhou, add to the position. 50 million established during the night trading period today. Night trading. Yes. The Tokyo market has night trading. The liquidity may not be as good as during the day, but breaking 50 million into smaller orders is fine. Understood. After finishing the call, Lin Shun operated his account, putting all the money from his account into it, exactly 20 million, having made a small profit in the Hong Kong stock market recently. That night, during the Tokyo night trading session, 50 million short positions were entered in batches. The total short position amounted to a nominal principal of 250 million Hong Kong dollars. The average entry price rose further, resulting in greater floating losses. The morning after the position was established, Lin Shun was awakened by a series of urgent phone rings. He picked up the receiver, and on the other end was Zhou Demon's voice, filled with a kind of excitement he had never heard before. Mr. Lin, there's news from Tokyo. What news? The Central Bank of country are just announced an interest rate hike. Lin Shun's heart raced, but his voice remained steady. By how much? By 0.25 percentage points. The market anticipated 0.15, 10 basis points more than expected. Lin Shun sat up in bed. 10 basis points more than expected. He understood better than anyone what this meant. The market fears not only interest rate hikes, but also hikes that exceed expectations. Changes in monetary policy that exceed expectations will completely alter the market's outlook for the future. What's the current index level? Markets haven't opened yet, but overnight futures have collapsed down 3%. 3%. Lin Shun closed his eyes. A short position of 250 million yuan, down 3%, meant a profit exceeding 7 million yuan. The drop was already substantial enough to erase all prior floating losses and yield a net gain. Uncle Zhou, don't close the position after the market opens. Don't close it. No, don't close it. This is only the beginning. If you close today, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The line fell silent. At 9 a.m. Tokyo time, the Nikkei index opened. Lin Shen stared at the live data on the massive screen phone still connected to Zhou Demon. The index gapped sharply downward at open, down 2.8%. Then it kept falling. 3%, 3.5%, 4%. The atmosphere in the trading room. For days, everyone had carried simmering frustration as floating losses mounted. Though Ma Jiqiang said nothing, his face bore a single unmistakable word: disbelief. Now disbelief had turned to shock. 4.5%, 5%. My God! Researcher Lu Huimin covered her mouth. Ma Jiqiang stood silently behind Lin Shen, his hands trembling faintly. Mr. Lin, Zhou Demon's voice tightened. The decline has exceeded 5%. Shall we close part of the position to lock in profits? Lin Shen watched the index's trajectory intently and replied into the phone, don't close. But, Uncle Zhou, have you checked the volume? Zhou Demon glanced, and his pupils contracted. Volume unprecedented. Massive volume paired with steep decline signaled one thing. Everyone was selling. Who was buying? No one. If you close now, you'll need buyers. Tell me, how many would willingly take the other side at this level? Zhou Demon fell silent. So we hold. We wait for the first wave of panic selling to subside for a brief, oversold rebound, and then exit during that rebound. That was the golden rule of shorting: never cover during a crash, only during a rebound. That day the Nikkei index closed down 6.8%. It was the largest single-day drop in 18 months. Lin Shen's short position generated over 20 million Hong Kong dollars in unrealized profit that day. All floating losses accumulated over the past 2 weeks were not only erased, but reversed, yielding over 10 million Hong Kong dollars in net gain. His personal account alone posted over 2 million Hong Kong dollars in unrealized profit. Lin Shen picked up the phone and dialed a number. Mr. Smithfield, this is Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, it's been far too long. Smithfield's voice came warmly across the line. How may I assist you? A profit has just settled into my offshore. I'd like to verify my fund status. Smithfield ran a quick check, and his tone sharpened with surprise. Mr. Lin, over 2 million Hong Kong dollars in unrealized profit has just posted to your account. That magnitude of gain. Tomorrow's may be even larger. Lin Shen cut in. Mr. Smithfield, I'd like to discuss something with you. Please proceed. Over the coming period, my account capital will expand significantly. I require higher fund transfer limits and reduced transaction fees from your bank. Smithfield paused for 2 seconds. Mr. Lin, if you sustain this rate of return, I'll personally petition headquarters to grant you private banking to your service. Excellent. I'll await your confirmation. The Nikkei index plunged nearly 7% in a single day. Yet in his past life memory, this was nowhere near the peak. The true collapse had yet to begin. He needed to unwind most of his position during the upcoming rebound, then re-enter the short at a higher level. But those were matters for later. For now, he simply wished to savor this moment. The next morning, Lin Shen walked directly into the bank. He hadn't scheduled an appointment, but the front desk staff recognized him instantly and dialed an internal line. Within 30 seconds, Smithfield himself descended from upstairs. Mr. Lin. Smithfield's smile was warmer, more genuine than before. He'd seen the account, the one entrusted by the shipping magnate, generate 20 million in unrealized profit in a single day. Such returns warranted the bank president's personal welcome for any client. Mr. Smithfield, I'd like to use your office for a discussion, Lin Shen said without preamble. Of course, please follow me. They ascended and entered the president's office. He'd seen the account, the one entrusted by the shipping magnate, generate 20 million in unrealized profit in a single day. So Smithfield asked Secretary Zhou Nin to bring 2 bottles of water, then leaned back on the sofa, hands folded neatly over his knees, in an attentive, expectant posture. Lin Shen wasted no time. Mr. Smithfield, I need to raise the leverage multiplier on my securities account. Smithfield's expression remained neutral, but his eyes flickered. He'd heard similar requests countless times. Yet most clients asked, can you give me more margin, whereas Lin Shen phrased it as, increase the leverage multiplier, a subtle but telling mark of professional fluency. Mr. Lin, your current account leverage ceiling is 3-fold, our standard for ordinary securities account. How much do you require? 10-fold. Smithfield's fingers stilled. 10-fold, he repeated. 10-fold, Lin Shen affirmed. I won't deploy it fully at once. I need only the ceiling to act swiftly when extreme opportunity arises without requiring approval each time. Mr. Lin, 10-fold leverage means a mere 10% adverse move wipes out your entire capital. I know precisely where the risks lie. Lin Shen interrupted. I offer you 2 guarantees. First, I will never utilize the full 10-fold leverage on any single trade. Second, should my account's net asset value decline by more than 15%, I will voluntarily reduce leverage. Both terms can be codified in our agreement. Smithfield studied the young man before him, exhaled deeply, and rose. Mr. Lin, I personally approve your request. However, I must submit a formal report to Headquarters Risk Control Committee. I'll await your good news. They shook hands, and Lin Shin departed. Outside, Lin Shin glanced up at the bank's towering facade and smiled. This demonstration of capability was also laying groundwork for his forthcoming investment firm. Once this matter concluded flawlessly, the time to launch his company would arrive. 2 days later, Smith's call came in. Mr. Lin, the head office has approved your application. Smith's voice carried a subtle excitement, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. A 10-fold leverage limit, but there is an additional condition. Please go on. Any transaction exceeding 5 times leverage will automatically send a risk alert to my office. I won't interfere with your operations, but I need to be informed. Lin pondered for a moment. Understood. Moreover, given your account's outstanding performance, the head office has decided to upgrade your account to private banking services. You will have a dedicated client manager, lower transaction fees, and faster fund settlement. All of this comes with no minimum deposit requirement. You have proven your worth through your performance. Lin's lips curled slightly upwards. Thank you, Mr. Smith. One more thing. Go ahead. I need to open an additional margin channel for the Tokyo Market Futures account. In case of significant market fluctuations, I need to be able to add margin within an hour rather than wait until the next day. That has already been set up for you. It's standard for private banking clients. You've thought this through very well. Mr. Lin, to be honest, I've already considered you one of our bank's most important clients. Not because of your current capital scale, which is indeed considerable, but because of your potential. What will a 17-year-old who can earn 20 million a day look like 10 years from now? I don't want to wait until then to pursue you. Lin smiled slightly. You're very honest. Today, the Charter King called Lin very happy and praised him heavily, emphasizing the 20% profit for Lin. Lin readily accepted. In the following days, Lin began his operations. Lin, the investment department, is all. Joe Demon's voice came through the receiver with the background noise of traders speaking in hushed tones. Lin focused on the time chart on the screen, which was starting to show activity, and replied calmly, have your buy orders been placed? As per your request, I placed orders 2% above the opening price, divided into 50 price levels, 300 hands at each level. In total, that's 62,000 hands with a contract value of about 12 billion yen, roughly equivalent to 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Joe Demon paused, unable to restrain himself. Lin, isn't this volume too large? At the current position of the Nikkei, if there's a pullback would be perfect. Lin interrupted, the price I asked you to place is not the buying price. If the market surges straight up at the opening, I won't get my orders. If it drops at the opening and your orders are placed above the shorts covering, will help prop up the price. But Lin, if the opening drops more than 2 points, then cancel the orders and replace them. You don't need me to. Joe Demon's voice noticeably became more cautious. Understood. Lin stopped speaking and switched to his accounting. His operations didn't need to be that complicated. With 22 million as the principal and 10-fold leverage, the margin requirement at the Tokyo Stock Exchange is 8%, allowing him to open positions far more flexibly than the investment department. He chose the March contract of Nikkei 225, with 2 weeks remaining until delivery, the largest open interest and trading volume, offering the best liquidity. The pre-market quotation had come out 30 points lower than yesterday's closing price, indicating a high probability of a lower opening. An opportunity to short. He glanced at the news. Last night, the New York market experienced a sell-off due to rumors surrounding the Middle East situation. Although it had largely recovered by closing, such panic sentiment would spill over to the Tokyo market. The response speed of institutions in country is the fastest, evident from the collective bidding 15 minutes before a Reuters flash popped up at the edge of the display. An official from the Ministry of Finance of country stated this morning that they are concerned about the recent appreciation of the yen and do not rule out the possibility of intervening in the foreign exchange market. This is bearish. An appreciation of the yen is a significant blow to export-oriented companies, and over half of the components of the Nikkei 225 are export-oriented. This statement from the Ministry of Finance essentially tells the market that the government feels the yen is too high and intends to suppress it. Suppressing the yen means selling yen to buy dollars, tightening liquidity and putting pressure on the stock market. Lin's fingers tapped a few times on the keyboard, placing a limit order for 20 short positions in his account with the price set 5 points lower than the current price. This volume is neither too big nor too small for his capital size. It's just heavy enough without triggering the market's automatic stop-loss mechanism. The phone rang again. Lin, the market has opened. Joe Demon's voice carried a hint of tension. The Nikkei 225 index opened at 312 points, down 22 points from yesterday's close. The decline wasn't large, but in the first minute after opening, the trading volume surged to 20,000 hands, clearly indicating significant capital activity. Lin stared at the buy-sell board on the screen, noticing a large number of sell orders piled up across 5 levels, while the buy orders were sparse. This is a typical seller-controlled situation with institutions suppressing prices to offload their holdings. How many of your orders have been filled? About 8,000 hands all taken out. Lin, the buy orders are depleting quickly. Should we remove the lower price levels? No need to remove them. Let them stay there. Start buying in batches, now entering 1,000 hands every 5 points down. Don't chase the price, place orders, and wait for them to be filled. Enter 1,000 hands every 5 points down. But Lin, the current trend is downward. I know. Lin's voice remained steady. Just execute the orders. Zhou Demon was silent for 2 seconds, presumably doing some mental preparation. Then Lin heard the sound of him turning to give orders. Do as Lin said for the Nikkei March contract. Enter 1,000 hands every 5 points down and place orders to wait for execution. Lin hung up the phone and shifted his attention back to his screen. His short orders had not yet been filled as the price hadn't reached his limit order level. The Nikkei had dropped 7 points since opening, but trading volume was increasing, indicating sustained selling pressure. His judgment was not wrong. The market was indeed moving downward. But how far down it would go and when it would reverse were the key questions. His fingers hovered above the keyboard, watching the changes in the buying volume. At the 30,000 point level, a buy order of over 5,000 hands suddenly appeared, propping up the plummeting price. Someone was bottom fishing at this level. Lin's lips curled upward slightly. This was the reason he had Zhou Demon place buy orders below. Not because he truly wanted to build a position at this level, but to test the market's support strength. If his buy orders were filled, it would indicate that the market was indeed weak, unable to absorb even his price level. If they weren't filled, it would suggest stronger capital was supporting the market at this level, and a reversal could happen. The current situation is that his sell orders are blocking above, while buy orders from others are protecting below, causing the price to oscillate within this narrow range. Lin adjusted his short order price. He didn't want to chase the market because psychological support usually exists at integer points like 300. If this level is breached, it would indicate that the bearish pressure far exceeds expectations, and it wouldn't be too late to enter again. If this level holds, his only loss would be the missed opportunity to enter, leaving his principle intact. The first principle of trading is to avoid losing money. The phone rang in Lin Shen's office. It was Zhou Nan's secretary to Smith, calling to confirm the final details of the leverage agreement. Lin Shen responded as quickly as possible, hanging up the phone, and the numbers on the screen had already changed. The Nikkei index broke through the 30,000 point barrier. His speed of execution surpassed his thoughts, directly placing 20 short orders at the 30,000 point mark, with the execution confirmation almost ringing at the same time. He then picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Demon's number. Uncle Zhou, start accelerating the position building. By 2,000 hands, every time it drops by 2 points, do not stop until I say so. Lin this rhythm. Zhou Demon's voice was laden with obvious hesitation. Although our capital is substantial, if the market continues to decline, these positions will turn into floating losses. Your job is to execute, not to judge. Lin Shen's tone was light, yet serious. Even the form of address changed. Director Zhou, you are not here to teach me how to trade. Since the Ship King has entrusted me with full responsibility, I tell you to buy, you buy. Silence ensued. Understood. Zhou Demon's tone was somewhat subdued. Lin Shen finished speaking and did not continue. Those who understood, understood. There was no time to care about Zhou Demon's feelings. He needed to carefully recall the details of that time. Starting from March 1989, the stock market of country would enter an 8-month-long phase of turbulent decline. The Nikkei 225 index fell from 33,000 points to 29,000 points, a drop of over 12%. During this period, there would be several technical rebounds with a magnitude between 3 to 5%, but the overarching trend was downward with no force capable of stopping it. This was because the central bank of country was going to raise interest rates, because the situation in the Middle East was going to worsen, because the global economy was entering a recession period. At this moment in the world, either no one knew this information, or even if they did, no one believed it. He just needed to follow the script laid out by history. The numbers on the screen continued to drop. For every 2-point decline, Zhou Demon bought 2,000 hands, and Lin Shen's personal account followed suit, buying modestly 5 or 10 hands at a time in line with the main force. Lin Shen's account now held 40 short positions with an average cost of around 297, and the floating profit had already exceeded 400,000 Hong Kong dollars. Meanwhile, in the investment department's account, Zhou Demon had already purchased over 12,000 hands of long positions as instructed. Indeed, it was long positions, not short positions. This is the brilliance of Lin Shen's trading. He was shorting while instructing the investment department to go long. Why? Because he was paving the way for the market with the Ship King's money. The investment department's long positions were not for profit, but to provide liquidity at critical levels, preventing the price from dropping too quickly and scaring off potential buyers. A healthy market requires a game between buyers and sellers. If there are only sellers and no buyers, prices will collapse, and once they collapse, liquidity disappears, making it impossible to close positions. Lin Shen needed a market environment with both buyers and sellers so he could enter and exit with ease. The long positions in the investment department were like a sponge he laid at the market bottom, absorbing selling pressure and stabilizing prices, making the entire decline smoother and more controllable. As for whether the investment department's long positions would incur losses, of course they would lose. Building long positions during a market decline would only lead to losses. But this minor loss was negligible compared to the eventual gains. Because when Lin Shen began to close his shorts and flip to longs, the investment department's long positions would add to their holdings at the lowest point and then rebound, with the market recovering all previous losses and earning several times over. This was a maneuver he had executed countless times in his past life. First, he used large capital to build positions on the left side, enduring a certain level of floating losses. Then, on the right side, he leveraged up to explode, making enough profit for the entire year. The difference now was that in his past life, he was risking his own money, and losing meant it was gone. Now he was using the Ship King's money, and losing did not hurt. Trading continued. The Nikkei index fell by more than 2% in the first hour after the market opened. Lin Shen's personal short positions had increased to 80 hands with an average cost of 209.3 and floating profits exceeding 120,000. In the investment department's account, Joe Demon had built over 20,000 hands of positions, all long positions, with an average cost of around 301 and floating losses approaching 15 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shen picked up the phone. Uncle Joe, start reducing positions now. Close 1/3 of the long positions we just bought, placing a limit order at 30,800. Close positions. Lin, the long positions we just bought are already losing nearly 20 million. Closing now would turn floating losses into real losses. Who said I was closing long positions? I want you to close the short positions. Short positions. When did we open short positions? Open them now. Open 2,000 hands of short positions every time it rises by 2 points until I say stop. There was silence on the other end for 5 seconds. Lin, I don't understand. Joe Demon's voice became very low, perhaps not wanting the traders around him to hear. We just built so many long positions during the decline, with floating losses nearing 20 million. Now you want me to go short. What about those long positions we built? Leave those long positions. Leave them. If we go short now, aren't we just working against ourselves? Long positions lose money, short positions make money, and both sides offset each other. Are we just paying transaction fees to the exchange? Director Zhou, now execute the orders. Lin Shen's voice was pressed very low, almost squeezed out through his teeth. The call ended. Lin Shen leaned back in his chair, letting out a long breath. He understood Joe Demon's confusion and dissatisfaction. Any rational trader would not comprehend such operations. Holding both long and short positions on the same asset is known in finance as locking positions. Usually only 2 types of people would do this. One is a novice who has just entered the industry and does not know. The other is someone who knows that the market is about to experience violent fluctuations but is unsure of the direction, so they first lock positions to control risk to zero and then unlock them once the direction is clear. But he was neither of these situations. He knew the direction. The market would continue to decline, but before it did, there would first be a rapid rebound. This rebound would not be large, probably around 3%, and would not last long, ending in 2 to 3 days. However, the strength of the rebound would be fierce, as a large number of short positions had accumulated during the previous decline, and those shorts would be forced to close positions to stop losses during the rebound, causing a short squeeze that would further drive up prices. He would use this rebound. The long positions in the investment department would be used to make money during this rebound. Once the rebound reached its peak, he would instruct Joe Demon to close all long positions and take profits. Then he would continue to use short positions to welcome the upcoming main downtrend, riding it from start to finish. Meanwhile, his personal account would not follow the same rhythm. Lin Shen switched to his account interface, gazing at the floating profit of 80 short positions. His plan was simple. Before the wave of rebound arrived, he would close all his short positions, then follow the rebound to make a short-term long position, and finally reopen short positions at the peak of the rebound, holding on until the Nikkei fell below 29,000 points. 1 wave of the market, 3 waves of profit. This is the essence of ultra-short trading. For the next 3 days, Lin Shen practically locked himself in his study, staring at the screen for 16 hours a day, sleeping only 4 hours after the Tokyo market closed. On the first day, the Nikkei index fiercely contested around the 30,000 point mark, reaching a high of 30,600 and a low of 29,100, with a fluctuation close to 5%. On the second day, Lin Shen executed 17 trades in his personal account, opening and closing positions, switching between long and short, accumulating profits exceeding 3 million Hong Kong dollars. His principal was 22 million, earning 13.6% in 1 day. With 10 times leverage, every 1% fluctuation meant a 10% profit or loss. This was a dance on the edge of a knife. But Lin Shen knew what he was doing. Each of his openings had clear stop loss and take profit points, and he had already thought out his exit before opening. Unlike the retail investors of his past life, who chased after gains and sold at losses, only seeing profits and ignoring risks. On the third day, the Ministry of Finance of country are indeed intervened in the foreign exchange market. On the fourth day, the moment the news was announced, the yen depreciated by 2% within 5 minutes, and the Nikkei index surged straight up, shooting from 29,100 to 31,000. During the surge, Lin Shen closed all his long positions and reversed to short. On Joe Demon's side, he instructed the investment department to gradually reduce long positions in the range of 30,800 to 31,200, while also starting to increase short positions. After this operation, the investment department not only recovered the previous floating loss of 20 million, but also made a profit of 800,000. When Joe Demon called, his voice was completely different. Lin Sheng, how did you know the Ministry of Finance would act at this? I guessed it from the news. Joe Demon clearly did not believe it, but he did not press further. In this industry, everyone has their own unique skills, and asking would not elicit answers, and would instead harm their relationship. The market volatility began to contract, with the Nikkei fluctuating around 31,000, and the trading volume shrinking to half of the previous day. This kind of volume contraction consolidation indicated that both bulls and bears were on the sidelines, and the market was about to choose a direction. Lin Shen knew what the direction was. His personal account had completely switched from short to long positions, with a position size doubled from before, utilizing all the leverage provided by Standard Chartered Bank. In the investment department's account, Joe Demon also gradually increased long positions according to his instructions during the 3 days of fluctuations, and the total position volume had exceeded 50,000. This position size accounted for more than 3% of the total positions in the March Nikkei contracts. Given Lin Shen's current qualifications and influence, this was an astonishing ratio. But he was not afraid, for the upcoming rebound would shake everyone out. By the time those institutions reacted, he would have closed all his positions and left. On the 4th day before the Tokyo market opened, a message spread among traders. A Middle Eastern country announced a reduction in oil production, causing international oil prices to soar. Negative news. High oil prices mean inflation. Inflation means interest rate hikes, and interest rate hikes mean stock market declines. This is a common knowledge among all traders. After the market opened, the Nikkei index directly opened down 20 points. Panic selling surged, and the trading volume broke through 30,000 lots within the first minute of opening. Lin Shen sat in front of the screen, watching the price curve plummet like a waterfall with no expression. He had instructed Joe Demon to close all long positions before the opening. 50,000 lots of long positions, earning 7 points per lot, with each point valued at 1,000 yen, totaling a profit of 35 million Hong Kong dollars. Coupled with the profits from previous short-term operations, the investment department's account earned over 60 million in 1 week. As for Lin Shen's own account, he had gone all in on the long positions during this rebound, making a 30% profit. Adding the previous operations, his total assets grew from 22 million to 32 million. But he knew this was just an appetizer. The real main course was in the next 3 weeks. Lin Shen picked up the phone and dialed Joe Demon's number. Uncle Joe, starting today, for every 5-point drop in the Nikkei, buy 10,000 lots. Keep buying until I tell you to stop. Buy in. Joe Demon's voice was confused again. Lin Sheng, the current trend is clearly downward. Shouldn't we be shorting? Just do as you are told. Moreover, from now on, don't call me before each trade. It's a waste of time. I'll give you a directive sheet detailing the order prices and lot sizes for every 5-point interval. You must strictly follow the instructions on the sheet. Lin Sheng, this. Director Joe, for these 3 weeks, I will be watching the market in my study. You only need to do one thing. Whatever I say on the phone, you do it. I call, buy, you buy. Oh, I call, sell, you sell. Don't ask any more questions, and don't do anything less. The other end of the phone was silent for a long time. All right. Joe Demon ultimately said nothing more and hung up. Lin Shen looked at the data and charts on the screen, beginning to plan every key point for the next 3 weeks in his mind. He knew on which day the Nikkei would fall below 29,000 points, when the rebound would start, the extent of the rebound, when to close positions, and when to increase positions. He knew everything. The numbers on the screen continued to fluctuate. The Nikkei index dropped to 28,000 points, and Joe Demon, following the instructions, bought 10,000 lots. The price did not stop falling and continued to decline. For every 2-point drop, he bought 10,000 lots. With 40,000 lots of long positions, the floating loss had exceeded 16 million Hong Kong dollars. If it were a regular trader, seeing such a large floating loss would have made him doubt his life long ago. But Lin Shen was not a normal person. He was a ghost returning from 30 years later, drifting in an era that did not belong to him, viewing the current market with a future perspective. He knew that these floating losses would all turn into profits within 7 days, and the profit margin would exceed 20%. He just needed patience. There were still 3 weeks. The next 7 days were the calmest 7 days Lin Shen had experienced since his rebirth. It was calm because the market was moving along the trajectory he had anticipated without any surprises. After the Nikkei index fell to 27,000 points, it began to stabilize, oscillating narrowly around 28,000 points for 3 consecutive days, with trading volume shrinking daily. Those who needed to sell had sold out, while those who were ready to buy were still waiting. The market was using time to exchange for space. But for Lin Shen, he knew that the Nikkei would consolidate at this level for 5 days, after which a large bullish candle would shoot up, rising above 30,000 points within 3 days. So he instructed Joe Demon to buy wildly during those 5 days. Buy at the market open, buy at the market close, and buy whenever there was a dip during the day. Buy 5,000 lots for every 2-point drop, sell 2,000 lots for every 3-point rise, implementing a high sell low buy strategy to lower costs while accumulating positions. After 5 days, the investment department's long position volume increased from 40,000 to 80,000 lots. The account shifted from floating losses to a slight profit. Although the profit was only a few million Hong Kong dollars, the base of 80,000 lots had been established, just waiting for the win to come. Lin Shen's account had been busy over the past 5 days. He utilized 10 times leverage repeatedly, making short-term trades, entering the market with 1/3 of his position, earning 2 to 3 percentage points before executing 5 to 6 trades a day. By the end of 5 days, his personal account had grown from 32 million to 38 million, netting 6 million. The annualized return rate was astonishing. One morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Shen was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Lin Shen, something big has happened. Zhou Demon's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. The Central Bank of Country has just announced that it will maintain the benchmark interest rate while the market expected an increase, but it didn't happen. This is a significant positive for the market. The Tokyo market will undoubtedly surge when it opens. Lin Shen rubbed his eyes and glanced at the clock on his bedside table. It was 8 o'clock in Tokyo, with only 15 minutes left until the pre-market auction. He had known this already. The Central Bank of Country would maintain the interest rate at this monetary policy meeting in March, and then suddenly raise it in April. This would be the trigger for the continued decline of the stock market in country over the next 8 months, but not now. The market would interpret it as the bad news is out, which is good news, and there would be a surge first. I know. We will execute according to our previous plan. After the market opens, we will close 10,000 long positions for every 3-point rise, continuing until we have closed 40,000 positions. The remaining 40,000 positions will remain unchanged, waiting for my instructions. Understood. Zhou Demon did not hesitate this time and hung up decisively. Lin Shen got out of bed and went to the study in his pajamas to check the news. Reuters, Bloomberg, and the Economic News of Country all headline the news about the central bank maintaining the interest rate. Analysts began various interpretations, some saying this was the central bank providing confidence to the market, while others claimed it was making way for economic recovery. In short, they all were optimistic. Lin Shen opened his account interface and placed all his previously held long positions 5 points above the opening price. Not much, just 200 hands, all in the Nikkei March contract. The market opened. The Nikkei index rose by 4.6%. The first transaction volume exceeded 100,000 hands, which is 1/3 of the usual daily trading volume. Buy orders flooded in while sell orders were sparse. The price seemed to be pulled upward by an unseen force. All of Lin Shen's 200 long positions were executed at the exact 30,000 point mark, with an average profit of 18 points, at 1,000 yen per point. That amounts to 360,000 yen, roughly 25,000 Hong Kong dollars. In a single trade, 25,000 Hong Kong dollars were earned in less than 3 minutes. The 30,000 point threshold is a psychological resistance level. Many who shorted at this position will stop their losses here, and short positions closing means buying, which will further drive the price up. However, once these shorts have all stopped out, the price will lose its upward momentum and begin to pull back. This is the pullback he aims to seize. Sure enough, after the Nikkei surged to 30,300 points, it began to decline. The selling pressure was not heavy, but buying was even less. Everyone was waiting for the pullback to enter. Lin Shen started to place buy orders at 29,850 hands, 100 hands, 150 hands, entering in batches. After waiting for 15 minutes, the Nikkei dropped to a low of 29,000 points, and then began to rise. All his buy orders were executed. The speed of the rebound was much quicker than the decline. Lin Shen closed his positions in batches, selling all 150 hands with an average profit of 11 points. In 2 trades in less than an hour in the morning, his personal account gained 360,000 Hong Kong dollars. The phone rang. Lin Shen, the investment department has already closed 40,000 long positions according to your instructions, with an estimated profit of. Zhou Demon paused, probably calculating. Each hand earned 25 points. 40,000 hands amount to 100 million yen, which is around 7 million Hong Kong dollars. There are still 40,000 positions held with even more unrealized profits. Zhou Demon's voice carried a clear excitement. Lin Shen, should we continue to close? Not closing. It will be even higher in the afternoon. Are you sure? It has risen nearly 9 points since the market opened. Will there be profit-taking pressure? There will be, but it won't be significant. Today's buying pressure is not from retail investors, but institutions covering their short positions. Those institutions that shorted before the central bank's decision must close their short positions today. Otherwise, if the central bank actually raises interest rates, they will face a margin call. Now that there has not been a rate hike, their short positions are already at a loss. They have to close, and the longer they wait, the more they will lose. Lin Shen paused. This institutional closing won't happen all at once. It will be throughout the day. The afternoon trading volume may be even larger than the morning's, and prices will surge again. Zhou Demon was silent for 2 seconds before saying, I understand. He probably really understood, or perhaps he just no longer questioned it. Either way, it was enough for Lin Shen. The Tokyo market had a 1-hour break from noon to 1. This was the only resting time for Lin Shen in the day, but he did not rest. Instead, he reviewed the morning's trades, checked every transaction record, calculated the fees and slippage, and adjusted the afternoon trading plan. His personal account had conducted 17 trades in the morning with 11 profitable and 6 losing, a win rate of 64.7%, netting 520,000 Hong Kong dollars. Adding the 6 million earned over the previous 5 days, his total assets had reached 39,720,000. He was only 28,000 away from 40 million. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the Tokyo market reopened. The Nikkei index did not experience the midday plunge that some feared, but opened directly higher 2 points above the morning close. The buying pressure was even more overwhelming than in the morning. In an hour and a half, Lin Shen executed 23 trades. He closed his last long position before the market closed, leaving no overnight positions. By the end of the day, his personal account netted 118,000 Hong Kong dollars, and his total assets surpassed 40 million. The investment department's account was even more astonishing. The 40,000 long positions earned 45 points each, totaling 180 billion yen, equivalent to 126 million Hong Kong dollars. Adding the 7 million realized in the morning, the total investment return was 133 million Hong Kong dollars. With 800 million in principal, they made 133 million, yielding a return of 16.6%. Lin Shen leaned back in his chair, staring at the fluctuating closing data on the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. He picked up the phone and dialed Zhou Demon's number. "Uncle Zhou, thank you for your hard work today. Lin Shen, I feel like my eyes have been opened today." Zhou Demon's voice was filled with an indescribable emotion. "What about tomorrow?" he asked. "Tomorrow will likely open high, but won't be as aggressive as today. The retail investors who jumped in today will rush to realize profits tomorrow morning, leading to some selling pressure at the open. Once the selling pressure is digested, there will be a second wave of increases. So our plan for tomorrow is: the 40,000 hands closed today will remain as is, and the remaining 40,000 hands will also stay unchanged. Let the bullets fly for a while." "You mean no changes to the positions?" "Correct." "All right." After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen stood up and stretched. In the following trading days, the Nikkei index consolidated at a high level for 2 days, with daily fluctuations not exceeding 2 percentage points, and trading volume significantly shrank. Lin Shen was not idle. The consolidating market was his favorite hunting ground, with small fluctuations but clear rhythms, allowing for high sales and low purchases, repeatedly harvesting profits. 3 days later, his total personal assets reached 40,099,000. The investment department's positions remained unchanged, but the floating profits of the 40,000 contracts shrank a bit due to a slight price adjustment, decreasing from 126 million to 118 million. A few days later, the Ministry of Finance of country once again made a statement, this time with a more moderate attitude, hinting that it would not continue to intervene in the foreign exchange market. The market interpreted this as good news, with expectations for the yen's appreciation cooling down, and the Nikkei index opened 2% higher. Lin Shen called Zhou Demon before the market opened. "Uncle Zhou, today we will gradually close all long positions." "All right." Lin Shen's plan was quite simple. He fully leveraged his personal account to capitalize on this enticing bullish trend, using maximum leverage to gain around 20 points in increase, and then shorting at the peak with the same position to ride the upcoming major downtrend. 1 wave of the market, 2 waves of profit, triple returns. After the market opened, the Nikkei index surged sharply. Lin Shen placed a buy order for 200 contracts, slightly exceeding his limit, but it was completely manageable under 10 times leverage. Transaction confirmed. Prices continued to rise. On the investment department side, Zhou Demon, following the instructions, closed 5,000 contracts for every 3-point increase. Zhou Demon called Lin Shen to report the situation. Lin Shen quickly calculated in his mind and said to Zhou Demon, "Mr. Zhou, our average cost for the long positions is 28,000 points, and now it's 32,400 points. Each contract is yielding 4,400 points, and with 40,000 contracts, that's 176 billion yen, equivalent to..." He paused for a moment, calculating mentally for a second, about 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. 1.2 billion. Zhou Demon repeated the figure, his voice somewhat dazed. "Lin Shen, our principal was only 800 million, and we've already made 1.2 billion. Does that mean?" "Not yet realized. The price is still rising, but you need to keep closing positions. For the remaining 20,000 contracts, close 5,000 for every 50-point increase, and don't stop." "Understood." Zhou Demon's voice carried a near exhilarated emotion. The Nikkei index continued to rise. Zhou Demon followed the instructions and closed the last 20,000 contracts. The 40,000 long positions were completely liquidated. The average closing price was 32,850 points. The average cost was 28,000 points, with a profit of 4,850 points per contract, totaling 194 billion yen in profits from 40,000 contracts, equivalent to 1.35 billion Hong Kong dollars. Adding the previous short-term operations profit of 130 million, the total profit of the investment department's account was 1.48 billion Hong Kong dollars. The principal was 800 million and the total assets were 2.28 billion. Uncle Zhou checked the account and close all positions before the market closes today. Close everything, not leaving a single position overnight. No positions left. But Lin Shen, the market momentum is so good right now, it is very likely to continue rising tomorrow. Uncle Zhou, the task that the Ship King entrusted to us was to earn 800 million. We have now made 1.48 billion, exceeding our goal. What you need to do now is to lock in the profits, not to continue gambling. Zhou Demon fell silent. You are right. He'll take care of it right away. After hanging up, Lin Shen leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. The Hong Kong Securities and Futures Commission is about to be established, and there's not much time left for myself. I cannot afford to be idle making money for the Ship King. Lin Shen retracted his thoughts and began to liquidate his personal account. He was still holding the 200 long contracts with the current price at 32,900 points, the average cost at 32,300 points, yielding 600 points per contract, totaling 12 million yen for the 200 contracts, equivalent to over 8 million Hong Kong dollars. Just as Lin Shen completed all his positions, the phone next to him rang. Lin Shen picked it up. Mr. Lin. The other party's voice was very polite with a standard British accent. I am Zhou Nin, the secretary of the Ship King's office. Mr. I would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow evening at No. 79, Deepwater Bay Road. I wonder if you would be available. Lin Shen held the phone silent for a second. Available. Great, tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, we will send a car to pick you up. No. 79, Deepwater Bay Road. A servant led Lin Shen through the corridor to the dining room. The Ship King was already seated at the main position. Seeing Lin Shen enter, he smiled, set down the teacup in his hand, and stood up. Lin Shen, come sit. The Ship King gestured to the position beside him, his voice not loud, but full of presence. Lin Shen quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing. Mr. Bao, you are too kind. What kind of kindness is this? Today you are the main character. The Ship King sat down, signaled the servant to serve the dishes, and then turned to Lin Shen. In a little over a month, you've nearly tripled your investment. In all my years of doing business, I have never seen such a strategy. Lin Shen smiled, not replying. He knew the Ship King would not ask about the process, and that was just right. He didn't want to explain. Some things are inexplicable. He can't just say he came back from the future and knew how the Nikkei index would move next. 1.48 billion. The Ship King picked up a wet towel from the table and wiped his hands, adding the principal of 800 million, that makes 2.28 billion. No one would believe it if told. A 17-year-old young man in less than 2 months made 1.48 billion. Lin Shen lifted his teacup and took a sip. Just good luck? Luck? The Ship King laughed. I have seen people with good luck, but I have never seen luck this good. Lin Shen, just say such things to me, but don't say it outside, it sounds fake. Lin Shen nodded. I have learned from this. The servant began to serve the dishes. The first dish was soup with flour, fish maw, and chicken, the broth golden and clear, indicating it had been simmered for at least 4 to 5 hours. Steamed Eastern Star grouper crab roe, fried fins, and a plate of soup-soaked kale. There were not many dishes, but each was exquisite. The Ship King picked a piece of fish and placed it in Lin Shen's bowl. Lin Shen, let's first take care of business. The Ship King put down his chopsticks, took an envelope from the side, and pushed it in front of Lin Shen. Open it, and take a look. Lin Shen took the envelope, opened it, and inside was a check. 160 million. Lin Shen glanced at it, and remained silent. 20% of 800 million is 160 million. The Ship King said, this is what we agreed upon earlier. You helped me set this up, and I will give you this amount. Lin Shen nodded, thank you, Mr. Bao. Don't rush, that's not over yet. The Ship King took out a second envelope from the side. For the excess profit of 680 million, I will give you half of it. This is 340 million. Lin Shen accepted the second envelope, and the 2 checks added up to 500 million Hong Kong dollars. His heart raced slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. The Ship King continued, Lin Shen, if you don't mind, I am older, so I will take the liberty of calling you Xiao Lin. Of course you are the elder. The Ship King smiled, raising his wine glass and gently swirling it. Xiao Lin, what is your view on the mainland? Lin Shen's movements of picking up food slowed. The question posed by the Ship King is not simple. This moment is sensitive, and Lin Shen understands what this year signifies. Many wealthy individuals from Xinjiang are observing, with some already beginning to transfer their assets. However, Lin Shen does not need to observe. He is Chinese. Not because he knows what the future holds for China in the coming decades, but because it is in his very bones. Mr. Bao. Lin Shen put down his chopsticks and said earnestly, I am Chinese. Just 5 words. The Ship King looked at him, surprise flickering in his eyes, and then he smiled. At your age, to be able to say such words is not easy. The Ship King lifted his teacup and took a sip. Many people in Xinjiang are running away, feeling uncertain about the future and thinking that the mainland is unstable. But you, a 17-year-old, see things more clearly than those in their 40s or 50s. Lin Shen shook his head, saying it's not about seeing clearly, it's about having no choice. If a person doesn't even want to acknowledge their roots, they cannot stand firm anywhere. Good. The Ship King set down his teacup heavily. What a statement about having no choice. Little Lin, I Bao, have traveled many places and met many people, and your words are the most sincere. Lin Shen smiled, but said nothing more. The Ship King leaned back in his chair, as if recalling something. Let me tell you something. When I came out from the mainland to Xianjiang, I had only $100 on me. At that time I thought to myself one day I would go back. Later I started doing business running ships, and slowly grew larger, returning many times. Each time I returned it was different, better than the last. He paused. So when you say you are Chinese I believe you. Lin Shen nodded. Mr. Bao, I am merely speaking my truth. I know. The Ship King waved his hand. Let's eat, no more talk about this. The servant brought out another dish, which was abalone sauce braised sea cucumber. Lin Shen picked up a piece. The sea cucumber was cooked perfectly soft and flavorful. Little Lin, the Ship King spoke again. After a while, what are your plans next? Lin Shen put down his chopsticks and thought for a moment. This was an opportunity. He knew from his past life that the Ship King held an unusually high position in the business world of Xianjiang. Not only was he a Ship King, but also a leader among Chinese businessmen closely connected to the mainland and able to communicate with the British Hong Kong government. If he could gain his support, many subsequent matters would go much more smoothly. Mr. Bao, I want to start my own company, Lin Shen said directly. The Ship King paused while picking up food, looking at it. Start a company. The Ship King set down his chopsticks. What kind? A fund. Asset management. The Ship King nodded, not responding immediately, but instead picked up his red wine glass and sipped slowly. Lin Shen was not in a hurry. He quietly continued eating. After about half a minute, the Ship King set down his wine glass. Do you know that Xianjiang is about to establish a Securities Regulatory Commission? Lin Shen's heart stirred. He certainly knew. In May, the Xianjiang Securities Regulatory Commission would officially be established. But he could not let it show too clearly. I haven't heard. Next month, the Ship King continued. The news I received is that it will officially be inaugurated in early May. At that time, the financial industry will undergo significant changes, and obtaining licenses will be much stricter than now. Lin Shen nodded, indicating he understood, and pretended to ponder. He set down his chopsticks and looked earnestly at the Ship King. Mr. Bao, after the establishment of the Regulatory Commission, supervision will become increasingly strict and the threshold will be higher. Getting in now is much easier than later. Moreover, I am not doing anything illegal. I just want to conduct things more formally. The Ship King stared at him for a few seconds, then laughed. You little rascal. The Ship King shook his head, chuckling. At 17, you think more comprehensively than those who are 70. Lin Shen smiled. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Not at all. The Ship King waved his hand. In this line of work, thinking a lot is a good thing. The more you think, the farther you can see. The farther you can see, the steadier you can walk. He paused, lifting his teacup. All right, if you want to start a company, I support you. Lin Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but did not show it on his face. Thank you, Mr. Bao. He raised his teacup and clinked it with the Ship King's. The Ship King took a sip of tea and set down his cup. There's a cocktail party tomorrow with attendees from the financial and business circles of Xianjiang. Come with me to meet a few people. Additionally, there are a few people I know in the preparatory group for the Regulatory Commission. I will help introduce you then. Lin Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart, but did not express it. Thank you, Mr. Bao. He raised his wine glass. This toast is for you. The Ship King also lifted his glass, and the two clinked them together. Little Lin, since you've brought it up, I will be straightforward with you. After the Regulatory Commission is established next month, the financial industry in Xianjiang will undergo a major reshuffle. I have foundations in shipping and real estate, but in finance I lack someone knowledgeable. Lin Shen listened carefully. You are that knowledgeable person. At least for now you understand this field better than any trader I have met. So I want to collaborate with you. Lin Shen nodded. Mr. Bao, that is exactly what I was thinking. Good. The Ship King laughed again. Then let's make this clear. After your fund company is established, my Bao Group will invest a sum of money for you to manage. It's not a large amount, 200 million Hong Kong dollars. If it profits, we will split according to market rates. If it loses, that's on me. Lin Shen's heart raced. 200 million Hong Kong dollars is not a small amount, but it is a vote of confidence. More importantly, once the Ship King's money comes in, other funds will follow. Mr. Bao, I will not let you lose money. I know. If you were to let me lose money, I wouldn't give you the money. The two exchanged glances and both laughed. They then casually discussed other topics, and when Lin Shen saw that the time was about right, he bid farewell to the Ship King. The Ship King looked at his watch and felt it was indeed late. Let's leave it at that for today. I will have the driver take you home. Lin Shen stood up. Mr. Bao, thank you for today. Don't keep thanking me. The Ship King also stood up. Little Lin, let me tell you sincerely. The 500 million Hong Kong dollars you take from me today will definitely not be the last. I am not helping you, I am investing in you. Lin Shen nodded. I will not let you down. I know. The Ship King patted his shoulder. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon, I will have someone come to pick you up. The cocktail party is at the Peninsula Hotel. Dress formally. All right. Lin Shen followed the Ship King out of the restaurant through the corridor and to the entrance. A black Rolls-Royce was already parked at the entrance waiting. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Lin Shen arrived at a tailor shop in Simsha Sui. He customized 5 suits of various sizes and also purchased 2 ready-made ones. After leaving the tailor shop, he went to a watch store in Central and selected a relatively understated Patek Philippe worth over 200,000. Then he headed to a tea restaurant near the exchange. Huang Yue was already seated inside with a glass of iced lemon tea in front of him and a newspaper in hand. Seeing Lin Shen enter, he stood up and waved with a smile. Lin Sheng, over here. Lin Shen walked over and sat down, ordering a cup of silk stocking milk tea and a pineapple bun. As the saying goes, good news brings joy, and following Lin Shen's lead in a few trades, Huang Yuwei's fortune skyrocketed. He was wearing a white polo shirt and beige khaki pants with his hair neatly combed. Although he was over 40, he looked like he was in his late 30s. Brother Huang, how have you been lately? Lin Shen got straight to the point. Not bad, it's all thanks to you, my younger brother. I'm doing quite well now. Huang Yue smiled and said. Lin Shen nodded in agreement, looking at the spirited Huang Yue. The reason he sought Huang Yue was that this person was tight-lipped. Brother Huang, I'm here today to discuss something with you. Huang Yue put down his cup. You say it, my brother. I want to start a company. Huang Yue was taken aback for a moment. Start a company? What kind? A fund company focusing on asset management and securities investment. Huang Yue fell silent for a few seconds, staring at Lin Shen. Lin Shen, it seems. Starting a fund company isn't that easy. We won't even get the license. Brother Huang, that's not a problem. Oh, I have a way to solve it. Huang Yue was even more shocked after hearing this, stammering. You really have the ability, my younger brother. He then continued to ask, so what do you want me to do? Lin Shen nodded. I want you to be the legal representative. Huang Yue was completely stunned. Me? He pointed at himself. You want me to be the legal representative? Yes. You will be the legal representative, and publicly you are the boss while I work behind the scenes. I will make all the investment decisions, and you just need to execute them. The company will give you 10% of the shares. Huang Yue took a sip of iced lemon tea and finished it in one go, clearly needing to calm down. My younger brother. Huang Yue put down the cup. You're not joking with me, are you? I never joke. Especially when it comes to money. Huang Yue took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Shen didn't rush him and took a bite of the pineapple bun. The pineapple buns at the tea restaurant were quite good, with a thick layer of butter sandwiched between a warm pineapple bun, half-melted butter spilling out, and each bite was fragrant. After about 2 minutes, Huang Yue straightened up and his address changed. Lin Shen, I have a few questions for you, Huang Yue said. Go ahead. What is the registered capital of the company? Tentatively, 100 million. Huang Yue gasped. 100 million. Huang Yue lowered his voice. Lin Shen, where did you get so much money? He knew Lin Shen's capital in the stock market. Just 2 months ago, he had only 5 million, and he never expected to have 100 million in just 2 months. Lin Shen took out a checkbook from his pocket, flipped to one of the pages, and pushed it in front of Huang Yue. Huang Yue looked down, his eyes widening. The number on the check was 500 million Hong Kong dollars. Huang Yue stared at the check for a long time before slowly shifting his gaze away. Lin Shen, impressive. Huang Yue was truly shocked by Lin Shen. He initially thought that 100 million was just an appetizer. After a long silence, he finally spoke. 10% of the shares. Lin Shen, you're not just making empty promises, are you? I never make empty promises. 10% written in black and white in the company articles. If the company makes a profit, you get a share. If the company loses money, you don't have to pay anything. Huang Yue rubbed his hands together and took a deep breath. He had saved some money over the years, bought an apartment in Kowloon, and paid for his child's schooling. Life was manageable, but far from wealthy. Now this 17-year-old young man in front of him was offering him 10% of the shares. For a company with a registered capital of 100 million, 10% would be 10 million. Whether it could be liquidated was another matter, but this share was tangible. With this amount of money in front of him, only a fool would let it go. Huang Yue extended his hand. Lin Shen, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lin Shen smiled and shook his hand. Pleasant cooperation. Lin Shen glanced at the time. It was 2:40 in the afternoon. Brother Huang, you take care of the company registration. Find an office building in Central. It doesn't need to be too big, but the location should be good, and then hire a few people according to the framework. I will handle the securities account issue. Huang Yue took out a notebook he carried with him and began to jot down notes. Registered capital of 100 million. I will issue the check tomorrow. Okay. Lin Shen thought for a moment and continued. The company's name will be Giant Whale Capital. Check if there are any duplicates. If not, register this name. Huang Yue paused his writing and looked up at Lin Shen. Giant Whale. Lin Shen, that's an interesting name. A big ship sets sail, and the giant whale enters the sea. Huang Yue nodded and wrote the name down. Lin Shen, there's one more thing. Huang Yue closed his notebook. I heard through the grapevine that the Securities Regulatory Commission is going to be established soon in May, and the approval for fund licenses will be very strict. I know. Lin Shen interrupted him. Mr. Bao will help us. Huang Yue was taken aback, unable to Mr. Bao. Which Mr. Bao? The shipping king. The shipping king. Huang Yue was once again shocked by Lin Shen, but quickly reacted, looking around to ensure no one was watching before whispering to Lin Shen, is it the shipping king I know? Lin Shen nodded. Tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Bao will take me to a cocktail party, and he will introduce me to a few people. They are friends of Mr. Bao in the preparatory group for the Securities Regulatory Commission. Huang Yue took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Lin Shen had completely changed. It was not admiration, but a kind of fateful trust. He knew he was with the right person. Lin Shen, I entrust my— Don't say that. What do I need your life for? I just need your time. Both of them laughed. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shen looked at the time and felt it was about time. He stood up and shook hands with Huang Yue. Brother Huang, it settled then. You take care of the company registration and office matters these days, and let me know how much you need. All right. After saying that, Lin Shen left. Huang Yue sat in the tea restaurant looking at Lin Shen's back, and he tapped the table with the cup of iced lemon tea. Huang Yue, you're about to get rich. After saying that, he downed the iced lemon tea in one go. The Peninsula Hotel, 5:30 in the afternoon. Lin Shen stood at the entrance gazing up at this building renowned as the Eastern Grand Dame. Zhou Nin, the secretary of the shipping magnate, led him into the lobby through the long corridor into a banquet hall on the second floor. A waiter at the entrance took his coat and smilingly handed him a number tag. The banquet hall was not large, featuring 10 round tables. A crystal chandelier illuminated the entire hall, with white tablecloths draped over the tables adorned with silver candlesticks and fresh flowers. Quite a few people had already arrived. The men were dressed in suits while the women wore evening gowns, gathering in small groups to chat. Lin Shen glanced around and recognized several faces he had seen in finance magazines from his past life. There were figures from the financial and business sectors of Hong Kong, as well as some who appeared to be government officials. Shaolin, over here, came the voice of the shipping magnate from his right. Lin Shen turned his head and saw the shipping magnate sitting on a sofa beside the main table waving at him. Lin Shen approached and slightly bowed, saying, "Mr. Bao, come sit." The shipping magnate patted the seat beside him. "Let me introduce you." He pointed to a man in his 50s beside him. "This is Mr. Shen, a director of the stock exchange." Mr. Shen wore a dark suit and gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined. He assessed Lin Shen with a smile, extending his hand. "The shipping magnate has mentioned you, a promising young talent." Lin Shen grasped his hand with both of his. "Hello, Mr. Shen, I've long admired you." "Long admired? How old are you to have long admired me?" "I watched your speech at the establishment of the stock exchange. It was quite enlightening." Lin Shen spoke, neither overly humble nor arrogant. Mr. Shen paused, then smiled at the shipping magnate. "This young man is interesting. He has even seen my speech." The shipping magnate chuckled, but remained silent. Lin Shen understood that in such social gatherings, saying too much could lead to mistakes. A few polite comments were sufficient, but one should not appear overly eager or too aloof. The shipping magnate then introduced him to several other individuals. There were officials from the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, executives from HSBC, and directors from Jardine Matheson. With each introduction, Lin Shen politely greeted them without saying much more. These individuals, noticing his youth and that he was brought by the shipping magnate, couldn't help but glance at him a bit more, though they did not pay him much heed. After all, at just 17 or 18 in the social circles of Hong Kong, one was either the son of a wealthy tycoon or merely filling a space. Lin Shen was not concerned about their opinions. He knew that it wouldn't be long before these people would remember his name. The banquet began. The main table was filled with important figures. The shipping magnate sat in the host's seat with Lin Shen beside him. This arrangement drew more than a few glances from those present toward Lin Shen. Many people spoke during the banquet, covering a wide array of topics. Some discussed shipping, others real estate, while some talked about the stock market. Lin Shen quietly ate his meal, listening to the conversation, occasionally exchanging glances with the shipping magnate. "By the way, Baoxing," Mr. Shen raised his glass. "I heard you've made a profit recently in the country market." The shipping magnate waved his hand with a smile. "Just a small gain." "That can't be just a small gain, can it?" Mr. Liu from Jardine Matheson interjected. "I've heard from friends in the country that someone made a significant move on the Nikkei index and the tactics were quite sharp." The shipping magnate glanced at Lin Shen, who continued to eat quietly, his expression unchanged. "It's all luck," the shipping magnate said with a laugh. Mr. Liu laughed back. "When did you become so humble, Baoxiang?" The topic quickly shifted elsewhere. After several rounds of drinks, the shipping magnate stood up and said something to Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen nodded and also got to his feet. "Shaolin, come with me for a moment," the shipping magnate beckoned Lin Shen. Lin Shen put down his chopsticks and followed him out of the banquet hall to a small lounge nearby. Mr. Shen followed them in. The lounge had a small round table and several leather chairs with a landscape painting hanging on the wall and a pot of orchids on the table, giving the room an elegant and tranquil atmosphere. "Sit," the shipping magnate indicated the chairs. The three of them took a seat. Mr. Shen, the shipping magnate, got straight to the point. "The Securities Regulatory Commission will be issuing licenses next month. What do you think about the licensing matter?" Mr. Shen glanced at Lin Shen, seemingly understanding something. "Baoxing, do you want to obtain a fund license?" Mr. Shen asked, puzzled. The shipping magnate nodded. "Yes, but not for me, it's for helping him." The shipping magnate's gaze turned to Lin Shen. Mr. Shen also directed his gaze toward Lin Shen. Mr. Shen pondered for a moment, looking at Lin Shen. "Young man, how old are you?" 17, Lin Shen answered honestly. Mr. Shen frowned slightly, looking at the shipping magnate. "Baoxing, this joke of yours is a bit too much. 17, starting a fund company. Even if I help him, the preparatory group wouldn't approve." The shipping magnate laughed. "Who said he has to be the boss?" Mr. Shen was taken aback. "His company will have another person as the legal representative." Mr. Shen thought for a moment, his brow still furrowed, but it was not as tight as before. "Baoxing, what ability does this young man have that makes you go to such lengths?" Mr. Shen asked. The shipping magnate glanced at Lin Shen and smiled. "Mr. Shen, let me ask you a question. If a fund manager were to triple your funds in less than 2 months, would you entrust him with your money? Mr. Shen was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Shun. That wave in the our country market, was it you? Lin Shun remained silent, merely smiling slightly. Mr. Shen stared at him for quite a while, then took a deep breath, leaning back in his chair. After a long pause, Mr. Shen finally spoke. Bao Shun, you've struck gold. The shipping magnate smiled. So regarding the license? The shipping magnate looked at him. Mr. Shen contemplated for a moment, sitting up straight. I can't make the decision, but I can help. Mr. Shen looked at Lin Shun. Young man, I have only one condition. Lin Shun nodded. Please go ahead. If you become successful in the future and the stock exchange needs your help with any projects, you cannot refuse. Lin Shun glanced at the shipping magnate, who nodded slightly. Deal. Lin Shun extended his hand. Mr. Shen shook his hand and smiled. You're an interesting young man. After leaving the lounge, Lin Shun took a deep breath. The matter of the license was settled, and the framework for Juwei Capital was also being set up. Everything was moving forward. A few days later, while trading, Lin Shun received a call from the shipping magnate. Shaolin, the license has been approved. Thank you, Bao Shun. I will need to trouble you to come for the ribbon cutting when the company opens. Ha, even if you didn't say it, I would come. After all, I invested 200 million Hong Kong dollars in it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shun's gaze returned to the market, but his thoughts were on the company matters. On the 20th floor of a certain office building in Central, the office space had been fully arranged just 1 week after the fund license application of Whale Capital was approved. 3 days ago, Lin Shun organized an interview. He interviewed over 30 candidates, and ultimately, the selected individuals included Risk Control Officer Su Minjun, Operations Director Han Jin, Quantitative Trader Fong Yuanlong, Discretionary Trader Zhou Huilon, Investment Director Tang Yiheng, along with several administrative and trading assistants. The interview process was straightforward and ruthless. Lin Shun did not inquire about education or background. He asked each candidate only 2 or 3 questions. Those who met his standards were retained, while the others were politely dismissed with an average time of no more than 5 minutes per person. At this moment, all 11 individuals were seated at their respective workstations, waiting for Lin Shun to speak. Lin Shun walked out of the office holding a folder. He stood in the middle of the trading hall and glanced at the people present, saying, from today on, Whale Capital will officially commence operations. There are 400 million Hong Kong dollars available in the account. Everyone needs to understand one thing: you are to execute my trading orders without questioning the reasons. No one spoke. Su Minjun, is the risk control system ready? Ready. The stop-loss line, alert thresholds, and position limits have all been entered. The maximum single trade stop-loss does not exceed 5% of the principal. This threshold is fixed in the system and cannot be changed. Lin Shun nodded and turned to Han Jin, asking Director Han, are there any issues with operations? Han Jin flipped through his notebook and replied, the system has been debugged with a trading delay of 0.3 milliseconds. Lin Shun then turned and walked back into the office, leaving behind a statement at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the first trade. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Shun gave Whale Capital's first instruction. Purchase 50 million Hong Kong dollars of Xiangjiang real estate in batches. The traders immediately entered the zone upon seeing the order. By the end of the day, the stock price firmly closed at $12.70, showing a paper profit of over 500,000. The next day, when the market opened, Xiangjiang real estate gapped up sharply. Within an hour, it rose to $14. With a 50 million position, the paper profit exceeded 5 million. The financial circle in Xiangjiang felt as if a stone had been thrown into it, and ripples quickly spread. The 50 million order for Xiangjiang real estate yesterday was executed with such professionalism, building the position in batches without leaving a trace, said a brokerage agent in a tea house in Central, speaking in a low voice to a colleague across from him. The key is that as soon as they built the position, it began to rise. It has already increased by 10% in the morning session. What do you call that if not insider information? The colleague shook his head. In the following week, Lin Shun made 4 consecutive trades. Each trade was a long position, each was built in batches, and most were completed within 2 days for buying and selling, leaving a small portion of the position for the market to lift on its own. After 4 trades, the total profit exceeded 20 million Hong Kong dollars with a capital utilization rate of less than 20% of the total principal. Central was completely shaken. Whale Capital made 20 million in a week. Do you know who is behind their operations? I heard it's a team from Wall Street, with one from Harvard, one from Princeton, and one from the London School of Economics. Their qualifications are top-notch. No, I've seen their boss in person. He looks like he's 17 or 18, wearing a white shirt like a middle school student. What are you joking about? 17. In the end, everyone reached a consensus regardless of who the boss was. Whale Capital's trading strategies were at least a generation ahead of the current market. As the days went by, Whale Capital's trading records grew longer and the paper profits snowballed. By the end of the second week, the total profit had already exceeded 50 million Hong Kong dollars. The attention from the financial circle in Central towards Whale Capital could no longer be described as hot. Almost every day, people were inquiring about their movements, and every trade was analyzed and interpreted repeatedly by the market. The news reached the ears of some wealthy businessmen. That evening, Lin Shun received a call from the Boat King, who stated that several wealthy businessmen wanted to meet him. Shaolin, I have a few old friends who want to meet you. Lin Shun put down his coffee cup and leaned back in his chair. He knew that this day would come sooner or later. Making a net profit of 20 million Hong Kong dollars in 2 weeks is enough to make those old family clans restless. Of course I will meet those introduced by the Boat King. Are you free this weekend? I've booked a place at Deepwater Bay to play some ball and chat. The Boat King paused. You wouldn't refuse an invitation from an old man, would you? Lin Shun smiled. The Boat King, a figure whose presence could shake the business community in Xiangjiang, spoke to him, a younger generation, in such a manner which was already a great favor. What time this weekend? 9 in the morning, Deepwater Bay Golf Club. After hanging up, Lin Shun twirled the pen in his hand and returned his gaze to the screen. He had a rough idea of who the few old friends mentioned by the Boat King were. In Xiangjiang, which is not too big nor too small, those who could be personally introduced by the Boat King were none other than a few prominent families. The Deepwater Bay Golf Club was enveloped in tranquility that weekend. The distant sea shimmered, and several white yachts were anchored in the bay, gently swaying with the waves. A row of luxury cars was parked in front of the clubhouse: Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Mercedes, all with short and sleek license plates, which signifies status in Xiangjiang. Lin Shun was brought over by the Boat King's driver. He wore a white polo shirt, deep blue casual trousers, and a pair of golf shoes, appearing clean and neat. As he looked at the rows of luxury cars, it suddenly occurred to him that he did not yet have any means of transportation. He planned to buy a few cars after returning home today. Mr. Lin, this way please. The club manager personally came out to greet him, his attitude respectful, yet tinged with curiosity. Lin Shun's name had been making waves in Xiangjiang these past few days. Lin Shun nodded and followed the manager through the clubhouse lobby, towards the VIP lounge in the back. Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the lounge lay the rolling fairways with lush green grass extending into the distance, merging into a line with the azure sea. The Boat King was already there, half reclining on the sofa with a cup of pure tea in hand. Facing him were two individuals, one of whom Lin Shun immediately recognized as Mr. Guo, the founder of Newland Real Estate. He was not tall and wore gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sharp yet reserved. The other person was thin, exuding an aura of authority without anger, Mr. Li from Chung Kong Holdings. Two more individuals were walking in from the entrance, one being Mr. Zheng from New World, and the other being the eldest son of the Hua family, Mr. Hua. Lin Shun silently counted the heads in his mind. With the 5 prominent families and the Boat King present, 1/3 of Xiangjiang's wealth was in this room. Shaolin, you're here, Bao Chuanwang said, first, his tone as casual as addressing a younger kin. Come sit and let me introduce you to a few uncles. Lin Shun walked over, inclined his head slightly to Bao Chuanwang, then turned to those present and greeted them with composed dignity. Gua Sheng, Li Shengzheng, Sheng, Hua, Sheng Li Sheng, pleased to meet you. Gua Sheng was the first to extend his hand, smiling. Young man, we've long wanted to meet you. 20 million in 2 weeks. That figure even makes me envious. Lin Shun shook his hand with measured firmness, then released it slowly. Just luck, he said. Li Banqing suddenly asked. Lin, what is the scale of your current funds? Lin Shun looked at him calmly. Just over 400 million Hong Kong dollars, of which 20 million is profit from the last half month. Hua Sheng leaned forward without preamble. Lin, we came today to discuss something with you. Lin Shun knew the main discussion had arrived. He did not reply. Instead, he lifted the teacup before him and took a slip. Bao Chuanwang laughed from the side. Shaolin, the old friends mean to have you manage a sum of idle capital. You set the conditions, they only ask that you be the one to run the operations. How much? Lin Shun put down his cup and asked directly. Gua Sheng raised 2 fingers, 200 million each, 5 people, 1 billion in total. 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shun swept his gaze over the faces in the room and calculated rapidly. 1 billion under his designed multiplier short strategy with moderate leverage could produce returns so astonishing that they would leave observers speechless if the market moved as anticipated. But it was not enough. 1 billion is not sufficient. The room fell silent. Every pair of eyes fixed on him, Bao Chuanwang included. Zheng Sheng frowned. Young man, aren't you asking too much? Do you understand what 1 billion Hong Kong dollars represents? Lin Shun met his gaze and answered without agitation, I do. He continued calmly, but Mr. Zheng, I also know this. If you only put out 1 billion for you, it will be a tentative investment. If it wins, fine. If it loses, it will not matter much to you. Such an attitude does not suit my style of managing funds. He paused, then set his teacup back on the table with a crisp, I need everyone to commit fully. Gua Sheng and Zhenhongji's Li exchanged a glance. Zheng Sheng stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful. Hua Sheng reclined on the sofa, his eyes fixed on Lin Shun. Bao Chuanwang broke the silence. Then how much do you deem appropriate? Lin Shun raised 2 fingers. 2 billion. 400 million apiece, 5 people, 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in total. Bao, you may increase your... Zheng Sheng rose and paced before the sofa. 400 million is no trivial sum. You expect us old men to hand so much to a 17-year-old youngster without even explaining how you will operate. Lin Shun looked up at him, his gaze as placid as a lake. Mr. Zheng, when you began as a jewelry apprentice, how many people believed you would succeed? Zheng Sheng halted mid-step. Investment at its core is faith. You believe in a company's potential, and so you buy its shares. Today several of you believe in me, which is why you are willing to sit here and talk. Guosheng chuckled and patted Mi Gao on the shoulder. Sit down, don't be so agitated. Then he turned to Lin Shun. You just said $1 billion is not enough and $2 billion is required. Can you give us a reason? We don't need you to lay out specific trades, just tell us why you are so confident. Lin Shun considered for a few seconds. He knew he could not disclose any concrete future information, but that did not mean he could not persuade those before him. I can tell you several things. First, the cyclical ups and downs of the global economy are inevitable. The prolonged bull market of recent years has accumulated vast bubbles, and those bubbles will eventually burst. He added, but when and how exactly that will happen I will not say, and cannot be precise about. Raising a second finger he continued, second, the Xinjiang market is tightly linked with global markets. No major economy can remain untouched in a storm. He went on, what I focus on is not the rise or fall of a single market, but the price mismatches that emerge between different markets. Holding up a third finger he said, the final and most important point, my trading system does not rely on prediction, but on response. If the market rises, I have methods to profit from the rise. If it falls, I have methods to profit from the fall. By operating both long and short, there are always positions to hold. I require substantial capital not because I want to make a reckless gamble, but because only sufficient scale allows one to maximize returns while keeping risk under control. Li Sheng of Changjiang asked, so you mean your strategy is all-weather? You may understand it that way, Lin Shun nodded. Whether the market is bull or bear, giant capital can make money. The difference lies only in how much is earned. Huasheng posed a practical question. Lin, what are your fees? Profit sharing, 20%. Lin Shun held up 2 fingers. No profit, no pay. No management fee. The condition was extraordinarily generous. Everyone present knew that ordinary fund managers charge management fees regardless of outcome, yet Lin Shun set the management fee to 0, taking only 1/5 of profits. This meant his interest would be fully aligned with those of the investors. 2 billion, 20% profit share, no fee if there is no profit. Li Sheng of Zhenhongji ran the numbers in his head and nodded. That condition is fair. Bao Chuanwang, who had been listening on the side, interjected. Do any of you have further questions? Everyone shook their heads, indicating none. Bao Chuanwang laughed heartily. Very well. Since nobody has objections, I'll state my position. I, Bao, will co-invest 200 million, bringing my total to 400 million. There was a brief pause, then a few light chuckles. Bao Chuanwang's endorsement was effectively a public endorsement for Lin Shun. Guosheng nodded second. If Bao Chuanwang is investing him in. He looked at Lin Shun. 400 million transferred by next Monday. The 2 Lis also nodded slowly. I'm in as well. Guosheng then said, the Hua family, 400 million. All eyes turned to Zheng Sheng. Mi Gao side shook his head, then nodded. If you 5 are all investing and I stand aside, and this young man truly profits, I would be made a laughingstock. He raised his wineglass toward Lin Shun. For 100 million. But let me be blunt, Lin, you must show me real tan. Lin Shun rose from the sofa, lifted his teacup, looked around at everyone, and said softly, yet with clarity and strength, thank you all for your trust. Afterward the group moved to the golf course. Lin Shun had never encountered such an upscale sport before, and the elders teased him good-naturedly. Lin Shun resolved to come practice whenever he could, so that next time he could thrash these old men soundly. Lin Shun, the accounts for May have been finalized. In this month our net profit amounted to 203 million Hong Kong dollars, with a return rate exceeding 6%. And Lin Shun accepted the financial report handed to him by Mi Shu and flipped through it casually. And by late April, he had raised 2 Hong Kong dollars. 2 billion from Hong Kong's 5 prominent families. Adding the original 400 million Hong Kong dollars and his personal investment of another 400 million Hong Kong dollars, the total capital pool stood at 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Now a monthly profit of 200 million Hong Kong dollars was for him merely trivial. He had gone long on the Japanese yen in the foreign exchange market, while simultaneously shorting several European currencies poised for imminent instability. In the U.S. equity markets, he executed precise swing trades, leveraging the sustained rally in the Nikkei index. In such coordinated maneuvers rendered this level of return effortlessly attainable. Uncle Xiang called. Miss Lin when arrives in Hong Kong this afternoon aboard her flight. He asked when you'd be free to join them for dinner at home. Lin Shin nodded in acknowledgement, and Mi Shu withdrew from the office. Lin Shin picked up the telephone on his desk and dialed the number for Xiangji Tea Restaurant. The call was answered after 2 rings. Uncle Xiang's hearty voice boomed from the other end. Uncle Xiang, it's me. Shan. Uncle Xiang's tone instantly brightened warm with affection. Are you free tonight? When returns this afternoon. Dinner will be served at the restaurant. I'll prepare a few special dishes. If you're unoccupied, do come over for a simple family meal. Lin Shun glanced at the clock on the wall, 1:30 p.m. And he had no open positions requiring close monitoring that day. All his trades had been closed before market close. This was a self-imposed discipline. He never carried overnight positions. And no matter how certain the market trend appeared, he liquidated every holding before the daily close and re-entered afresh the following morning. All right, I'm free this evening. Since elder sister is returning, of course I'll go home. And excellent. I'll begin preparing right away. We'll share a proper drink tonight. And no problem. And after hanging up, Lin Shen rose and retrieved his impeccably tailored charcoal gray suit jacket. Noticing Lin Shen's intention to leave, Mishu immediately instructed the chauffeur to ready the car. Nas Lin Shen descended the stairs. A Rolls-Royce bearing license plate LS888 was already parked at the main entrance. This Rolls-Royce had been specially commissioned by Lin Shen, a bulletproof model, a prudent measure given Hong Kong's complex social landscape. And he had also acquired several Mercedes-Benz vehicles for official use. The chauffeur, gloved in white, opened the rear door. Lin Shen slid in with effortless grace. In to Xiangji Tea Restaurant in Tsim Sha Tsui. Once inside, Lin Shen recited the address to the driver. In the car halted at the street entrance, Lin Shen dismissed the chauffeur and proceeded on foot towards Xiangji Tea Restaurant. Inside, the interior remained unchanged, familiar, uncluttered, and empty of patrons. Aunt Xiang stood behind the counter and greeted Lin Shen warmly the moment she saw him. Uncle Xiang emerged from the kitchen, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Just before dinner, Lin Wen arrived home. And the family gathered around the table as steaming dishes began appearing from the kitchen. Steamed chicken feet in black bean sauce, salt and pepper shrimp, crispy crab in garlic chili sauce, dry fried beef chow fun, and a simmering pot of slow-brewed nourishing soup. All Lin Shen's favorite dishes. Come on, Shen, sit beside me. And Uncle Xiang pulled out a chair and gestured for Lin Shen to take the seat. Lin Wen sat across from him, lifted the communal chopsticks, and placed a succulent chicken foot into Lin Shen's bowl with a radiant smile. And Senior Executive, please taste. It's father's signature dish. And Uncle Xiang cast a glance at Lin Shen, sipped his tea, then spoke thoughtfully. Shun, this girl, Lin Wen, is sharp-minded but still young and impetuous, lacking maturity. I'd like her to learn under your guidance, to work directly for you. That would surely surpass any position she might secure elsewhere. Lin Shen set down his chopsticks. Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, I'll ensure elder sister is properly placed. Rest assured. And then he turned to Lin Wen. Elder sister, report tomorrow morning to Whale Capital in Central. I've arranged everything. Initially, you'll familiarize yourself with operations. Once ready, I'll assign you a more substantive role. Uncle and Aunt Xiang beamed with unrestrained delight, profusely thanking Lin Shen. Lin Wen raised her wine glass and offered a toast to him. They then exchanged light conversation about Lin Wen's time in the United Kingdom. The next morning at 8:30 a.m., Lin Wen arrived punctually at Whale Capital's entrance. She wore a crisp ivory-tinted business suit. Her hair was swept into a neat, elegant chignon, looking notably more composed than the previous day. Elder sister, this way. Lin Shen stepped out of his office and waved her over. Lin Wen approached, carrying her handbag, and surveyed the corridor with quiet curiosity. Lin Shen led her down the hall to Huang Yue's office. Huang Yue was organizing documents when he looked up to see Lin Shen ushering in a young woman, and promptly rose to his feet. Mr. Huang, this is my elder sister Lin Wen, the one I mentioned. Lin Shen clapped Huang Yue lightly on the shoulder. Assign her a position as an analyst. Huang Yue extended his hand. Miss Lin, welcome, welcome. I heard about you yesterday from Mr. Lin. You're a distinguished graduate from the UK. Lin Wen shook his hand gracefully, her smile poised and courteous. Mr. Huang, please don't flatter me. I'm new to the industry and look forward to learning from you. No need for such modesty. Huang Yue glanced at Lin Shen. Anyone Mr. Lin recommends is undoubtedly exceptional. Lin Shen pointed to a workstation. Elder sister, take this seat. Ask anything you need. Request any equipment you require directly from administration. Lin Wen set down her bag and took in her surroundings. Understood. I'll begin work today. Just settle into your rhythm. First, get acquainted with Mr. Huang. We'll have lunch together. With that, Lin Shen turned and walked away. Huang Yue pulled up a chair and handed her a stack of documents. Miss Lin, these are recent financial reports for companies we're currently monitoring. Review them first to gain context. Lin Wen accepted the materials with a soft murmur of assent. She opened the reports and studied them attentively, pausing occasionally to ask Huang Yue a thoughtful question. Huang Yue noted that although she was newly entered into the field, her questions were incisive and technically grounded, not those of an inexperienced novice. Time passed swiftly through the morning. Lin Wen had already reviewed more than half the stack, her notebook filled with several pages of concise notes. At noon, Lin Shen emerged from his office and tapped lightly on her desk. Let's go. Lunchtime. They descended to a nearby tea restaurant and chose a quiet corner booth. After the server took their order, Lin Shen poured a cup of tea and passed it to Lin Wen. How did this morning feel? It went well. I spent most of it reviewing reports, though some concepts remain unclear. No worries. This is straightforward. Study diligently, observe closely, reflect deeply, and proficiency will follow swiftly. I'll work hard. I won't let you down. Lin Shen smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Days passed by in a mundane manner. Lin Wen quickly adapted to the pace of the company. Every morning at 8:30 she arrived at the office, first reviewing the overnight trends of the U.S. stock market and the Nikkei index, and then began to sort through the day's industry news. She maintained good relations with several other analysts in the company, often having lunch together to discuss industry dynamics. Everyone felt that the sister brought in by Lin was not only beautiful, but also highly competent, not someone who got in through connections. On the Monday morning a week later, Lin arrived half an hour earlier than usual. She printed out a report she had compiled over the weekend, bound it, and took it to Lin Shen's office. Lin Shen was reviewing the market. Upon seeing her enter, he gestured for her to sit down. This is a report I compiled last week analyzing the current status and investment opportunities in our country's high-tech industry. Lin placed the report on his desk, saying, "Take a look." Lin Shen picked it up and flipped through it. The report was about 20 pages long, starting with an overview of our country's semiconductor industry, analyzing the technical advantages and valuation levels of leading companies such as Tokyo Electron Disco and Shinetsu Chemical. It then focused on a dozen medium-sized companies with unique technologies, but smaller scales, ultimately providing several investment direction suggestions. He read quickly, but carefully. With each page, he turned his brow slightly furrowed. Lin sat across from him, observing his expressions and feeling somewhat anxious. About 15 minutes later, Lin Shen closed the report and looked up at her. "Sister, how long did you spend on this report?" 2 days over the weekend. "It's well written." Lin Shen leaned back in his chair, his tone calm, but Lin noticed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Especially your analysis of the small LCD panel driver chip design companies in our country. I had also paid attention to those, but your information is more comprehensive." Lin felt relieved inside, though she did not show it on her face. "I think that direction is worth significant investment. Our country has a deep technological accumulation in driver chips, and these companies are not large, their valuations are not high, so investing should yield returns." Lin Shen nodded, stood up, and walked to the window, standing with his back to her for a moment. The office fell silent for several seconds. Lin did not know what he was thinking and did not dare to ask too much. She noticed several thick stacks of materials on Lin Shen's desk, with the top one about a semiconductor equipment company in our country circled in red pen on the cover. Lin Shen turned around, saying, "Sister, I need to discuss something with you." "Go ahead. I want you to go to our country." Lin was taken aback. "Go to our country?" "Yes." Lin Shen walked back and sat down. "I need you to understand the situation firsthand. I will give you some companies to focus on in our country to gather information. Additionally, I need you to pay special attention to the financial situations of these enterprises." Lin thought for a moment. "You want me to conduct preliminary due diligence?" "Yes, I will give you specific tasks when you arrive in our country." Lin nodded. "How long will it take?" "It depends on the situation, at least 1 to 2 months, or until the end of the year if necessary. You will first go to Tokyo. I have listed a few companies for you to prioritize." Lin Shen took a piece of paper from the drawer and handed it to Lin. "There are also a few potential suppliers. You should check them out and see their technical capabilities." Lin took the paper, which listed 7 or 8 company names written in pencil, some circled in red pen, others marked with question marks. She glanced over it and noticed a few companies she had mentioned in last week's report. Lin Shen continued, "Prepare yourself, and I will have the administration help you with the visa process. You should depart within the next couple of weeks and aim to visit all these companies before mid-June. Okay, be safe and don't go to too remote areas alone. Don't worry about the money, spend what needs to be spent." Lin smiled. "Got it, I'm not a child." In the following months, Lin began her journey to our country. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of the year. Lin Shen sat in the office of Giant Whale Capital in Central, holding a research report Lin had faxed back from Tokyo. He flipped through 2 pages, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. The office door was knocked on, and Secretary Zhou Nin entered holding a stack of documents. "Boss, the funds from our country have all been secured, 30 billion Hong Kong dollars converted into yen, dispersed through 5 offshore accounts undetected." Lin Shen set down the fax, saying little, only uttering 4 words, "Proceed as planned." After Zhou Nin exited the office, Lin Shen picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. "Hello, is this Lawyer Zhou? How are the registrations for the companies I asked you to help me with last time coming along?" A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Lin, the 3 trading companies and 1 patent agency here in Hong Kong have all been successfully registered. The registered addresses are in Central and New Territories with a registered capital of 5 million Hong Kong dollars, each covering import and export of machinery, technical consulting, and patent transfer. All procedures have been completed." Lin Shen asked again, "What about the warehouses and factories in those places?" "Those have also been negotiated. The total area of the 3 warehouses is about 20,000 square feet, with a 5-year lease, and 1 year's rent has already been paid. Additionally, the industrial land in New Territories has also been secured, totaling 120,000 square feet, with a total price of 360 million Hong Kong dollars, which has been transferred. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Shen hung up the phone and picked up another document from his desk. This was a list of the land he had acquired in the past 3 months. Yuan Long Tun Mun family. These seemingly desolate places he acquired piece by piece, spending over 20 million Hong Kong dollars in total, accumulating nearly 150,000 square feet of industrial land and 50,000 square feet of commercial land. Lin Shun walked to the window, watching the endless flow of cars and crowds on the street below, his eyes filled with. He knew that in less than a month, in January 1990, the stock market of our country would begin to collapse from a high point of 38,000. Following that would be a real estate crash, bad debts in banks, and a wave of corporate bankruptcies. Our country would enter a recession lasting 20 years. And he needed to complete the most crucial initial accumulation during this storm. The lands he acquired in Hong Kong would also accommodate some companies and high-end equipment moving from our country. The technologies and patents of those our country enterprises, the precision manufacturing processes, optical technologies, and semiconductor packaging solutions that took decades to develop would become incredibly cheap after the bubble burst, cheap enough to be almost given away. If these technologies were brought to Hong Kong or the mainland, their future value could reach astronomical figures. Lin Wen had been running around Tokyo for 3 months, leaving early and returning late every day. She visited dozens of companies and banks, even getting to know a department head in the Tokyo Industrial Policy Division through connections. She worked meticulously, documenting in her reports not only the technological characteristics, patent counts, debt situations, and shareholder structures of each target company, but also the personality and family background of the company owners. For instance, there was a company named Hasegawa Precision Machinery, which specialized in 5-axis precision machine tools, possessing technology that was top-notch even within our country. However, because the owner Hasegawa Ichiro had leveraged heavily in the stock market 2 years ago, any drop in the Nikkei would lead to forced liquidation by brokers, causing the company's stock price to plummet. Another company, Takahashi Optical, which specialized in high-precision optical lens grinding, had a debt ratio exceeding 300%, relying entirely on support from its main bank. Once the bank found itself in trouble, that company would be the first to collapse. Lin Shun mentally reviewed this information over and over, each detail clear as day. Then he picked up a pen and wrote a few words on the last page of the report, all included in the acquisition list. Tokyo Shinjuku District. Lin Wen walked out of a cramped office building carrying a black briefcase that held the materials from her visits to 2 companies that day. By December, Tokyo was already quite cold as she tightened her wool coat around her, and the white vapor from her breath was particularly visible under the streetlights. Lin Wen reached a public telephone booth at the street corner, inserted a coin, and dialed a number in Shanjiang. The phone rang twice before it was answered, and Lin Shun's voice came through. "Hello. Ah Shun, it's me," Lin Wen said, tucking the briefcase under her arm and lowering her voice. "I visited 2 more companies today, one in Chiba that makes precision molds and another in Saitama that produces industrial sensors. Both have quite a few patents, but the one in Chiba is not doing well. The bank has already sent a collection notice, and the owner is looking for buyers, asking for 30 million yen, approximately 1.7 million Hong Kong dollars. That's too expensive a wait." Lin Shun's voice was calm. Lin Wen hesitated. "The stock market in our country has been rising recently, and everyone says it can reach 40,000 points. Are you really sure?" Yeah." Lin Shun interrupted her. "Just focus on understanding the company's situation. You don't need to worry about anything else. By the way, have you made any progress with the department head from the Tokyo Industrial Policy Division one asked you to contact?" "Yes, last week I was introduced to him by a minister from Mitsubishi Bank, and we had a meal together." Lin Wen switched the phone to her other hand. "His name is Nomura Masato, 45 years old. His rank is not very high, but he graduated from the University of Tokyo's Law Department, and many of his contemporaries are working in the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, giving him a wide network. He has shown great interest in our giant whale capital, especially when he learned it was Hong Kong capital. His attitude became noticeably more enthusiastic. Why? Because our country's foreign exchange controls are easing and the government encourages capital to flow both ways. Nomura Masato happens to oversee this area and wants to achieve some political merits. However, I have not yet mentioned the acquisition. I only said that giant whale capital is interested in investing in some small and medium-sized enterprises in our country." "Good, don't expose your true intentions yet." Lin Shun was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Once the market crashes, these officials will come looking for you voluntarily." Lin Wen felt a slight tremor in her heart at those words. When Lin Shun said once the market crashes, it sounded as natural as saying the sun would rise tomorrow. Although she trusted Lin Shun, it would be a lie to say she was not worried at all. She knew Lin Shun had shorted our country stock market with 3 billion Hong Kong dollars, and if his judgment was wrong, everyone would suffer the consequences. But Lin Wen did not ask further and simply replied, "Okay, I understand. By the way, pay attention to the real estate market in Tokyo, especially commercial real estate." Lin Shun suddenly changed the subject. "What is the current rent for office buildings in the core area of Tokyo?" Lin Wen recalled the data she had seen a few days earlier. In Chiyoda, the rent for Class A office buildings is about 80 to 100,000 yen per tsubo per month. In Minato, it is slightly cheaper, around 60 to 80,000. However, it has been rising very quickly in the past 6 months, increasing every month. It won't last long. The office you rented in Tokyo is on a short-term contract, right? Yes, for 3 months, and I can terminate it at any time. Great, keep it that way. After hanging up, Lin Wen stood in the public telephone booth stunned for a few seconds. She looked up at the neon lights on the skyscrapers in Shinjuku, where huge electronic screens displayed the fluctuating numbers of the Nikkei index, the red numbers jumping continuously, reaching 37,800 points, a new high. People on the street, hurried by office workers in suits, walked out of izakayas with tipsy smiles. Everything appeared so prosperous and beautiful. Lin Wen took a deep breath and walked into the subway station, returning to a small office rented by the company near Shinbashi a few minutes later. The office was not large, with only 2 rooms, but the monthly rent was 80,000 yen. However, according to Lin Shin, this rent would soon drop, and then the same location with the same area could be half the price. The lights in the office were still on, and her assistant Lu Qian was organizing the materials collected that day. Lu Qian was from Xianjiang, just graduated from university, fluent in Japanese, and was hired by Lin Wen to assist her work in her country. Sister Wen Hasegawa Precision Machinery called again today, asking if I was interested in seeing their factory. When Lu Qian saw her come in, she handed over a record of the call. They seemed quite urgent, as if the bank was pressing them. Lin Wen took a look at the call record, which had Hasegawa Ichiro's name and a phone number written on it. Don't respond to him. Let's wait a couple of days before we talk. Lu Qian nodded, but asked with some confusion, Sister Wen Hasegawa Precision Machinery's technology is indeed quite good. Their 5-axis machine tools are considered leading in our country. Why don't we rush to negotiate now? What if someone else snatches it away? No one will snatch it. Lin Wen sat down and rubbed her temples. Right now, the entire our country is chasing high stock prices in real estate. No one cares about manufacturing, especially small and medium-sized enterprises like this with thin profits and high debts. Investors are avoiding them like the plague. Lu Qian nodded, seeming to understand. Lin Wen did not explain further, as she herself had a pile of questions. In the last week of December, all positions of Giant Whale Capital were fully established. When Huang Yue placed the last transaction confirmation form in front of Lin Shin, his hands were trembling slightly. 3 billion Hong Kong dollars with 4 times leverage, all shorting the Nikkei index futures, and some are country bank stocks. If these positions were discovered by the market, the entire Tokyo financial circle would tremble. Boss, all positions are now in place. Huang Yui's voice was hoarse, clearly having not slept well these past few days. The Nikkei index is currently at 38,100 points. Our shorting cost line is right here. If the Nikkei continues to rise above 40,000 points, our margin will. It won't happen. Lin Shin pushed the transaction form aside and glanced at the calendar on the desk. January 4th, 1990, Thursday, the second trading day of the new year for our country's stock market. He stood up and walked to the television in the office. The television was broadcasting financial news, and the host was reporting the market conditions of the day in Japanese. The Nikkei index had slightly declined by 0.3% after opening, and the host said this was a healthy correction, part of the normal rhythm of a bull market. Lin Shun watched the television screen, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Healthy correction, those 4 words he had heard countless times in his past life. Before every major crash, someone would use those words to explain the initial decline. Starting today, have the trading team monitor the market 24 hours a day and report any unusual fluctuations to me immediately. Lin Shun turned to Huang Yue and said, also inform Lin when to prepare. Prepare for what? To close the net. In the following 2 days, the Nikkei index continued to fluctuate within a narrow range, rising and falling, appearing truly like a normal correction. The overwhelming majority of analysts in the market were bullish, claiming that it was only a matter of time before the Nikkei index broke through the 4-0 mark. Some aggressive brokerages even shouted the slogan, a 5-0 Nikkei is not a dream. However, on January 8th, the situation began to change subtly. That afternoon, the governor of the central bank of our country delivered a speech in a public setting, mentioning concerns about the excessive rise in asset prices and stating that further measures cannot be ruled out. Although the wording was not severe, the market began to react. The Nikkei index closed down 1.2 that day, marking the largest single-day drop in nearly 3 months. Huang Yue stared at the screen in the trading room, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A drop of around 1 meant a floating profit of 120 million Hong Kong dollars for his short position of 12 billion. Yet while he felt joy, the pressure mounted even more, as this indicated that the market could indeed turn. If it did, the direction would be correct, but the volatility would also amplify exponentially. Lin Shun walked out of the office and stood in front of the large screen in the trading room. The real-time chart of the Nikkei index displayed a chaotic mix of red and green. Boss, the floating profit has reached almost 100 million today, Huang Yue whispered. Should we take some profit off the table now? No need. It's still early, Lin Shun replied, his gaze fixed on the screen. January 12th, Friday. The Ministry of Finance of our country announced new restrictions on real estate financing, requiring banks to tighten their lending to real estate-related loans. This news hit the Tokyo market like a bomb, causing the Nikkei index to plummet 4.3 that day, setting a record for the largest single-day drop in over 2 years. The trading room fell into dead silence. Huang Yue stared at the numbers on the screen, his mouth agape, unable to speak. A 4-drop, a short position of 12 billion, and a floating profit exceeding 500 million Hong Kong dollars within a single day. He had never witnessed such a scene in his years of trading. Lin Shun, however, simply glanced at the screen calmly before picking up the phone to call Lin 1. Sister, when we can start now, he said. In Tokyo, Chiyoda Ward, Ichiro Hasegawa 52 sat in his office watching the financial news on TV with a pale expression. The news of the Nikkei's crash swept through our country like a hurricane. The stocks and real estate he held plummeted in value, and the calls from banks demanding loan repayments came one after another. His company specialized in 5-axis linkage precision machine tools, recognized as a leader in technology within the industry. However, in recent years he had invested all his profits into the stock market and real estate, now trapped in them. The phone rang. Ichiro Hasegawa answered, hearing the voice of a young woman speaking fluent Japanese with, "Hello, President Hasegawa. This is Lu Qian from Giant Whale Capital in Hong Kong. We spoke on the phone before." Ichiro Hasegawa paused for a moment, then remembered her. A few months ago, this woman from Hong Kong visited his factory, toured the equipment, asked many questions, but they did not discuss specific cooperation. At that time, he was not anxious as his stocks were rising daily and the company's valuation was soaring, giving him the confidence to negotiate slowly. But now it was different. The stock market had crashed. More than half of his stocks were forcibly liquidated by the brokerages, and the bank loans were nearing their due dates. If he did not find funding quickly, the company would face bankruptcy. Miss Lu, hello. Ichiro Hasegawa forced himself to remain calm. What can I do for you? Mr. President, I was very impressed with your company's technology and products last time I visited. I heard that your company is facing some financial difficulties lately, and Giant Whale Capital is willing to provide a solution. Ichiro Hasegawa's heart sank. What solution? We are willing to acquire 70 of your company's shares. Considering your current situation, our offer is 10. Ichiro Hasegawa nearly dropped the phone in shock. 10 million yen. 3 months ago, his company's valuation was at least 30 million yen. 10 million yen was even less than the depreciation of his equipment. Miss Lu, that price is unacceptable. Ichiro Hasegawa's voice grew cold. Our company's technological prowess and patent quantity are top tier in the industry of our country. 10 million yen is an insult to us. Mr. President, I understand your feelings, Lu Qian replied calmly. But please consider this carefully. What is the current environment like? The Nikkei index continues to decline. Banks are tightening loans. How long can your company's financial chain hold out? If bankruptcy occurs, could your patents and equipment sell for 10 million yen at an auction? Ichiro Hasegawa fell silent. He knew that the woman from Hong Kong was speaking the truth. When companies in our country go bankrupt, assets are usually disposed of at very low prices, as no one is willing to take over a debt-laden manufacturing company during an economic downturn. I need time to consider, Ichiro Hasegawa finally said. Of course, Mr. President. But I must remind you that our offer is valid for 3 days. After Lu Qian finished speaking, she politely hung up. The same conversation had taken place in the president's offices of more than a dozen companies in Tokyo, Chiba, Saitama, and Osaka over the past few days. Following Lin Wen's instructions, Lu Qian reached out to each company one by one, applying pressure on them. Their negotiation strategy was simple. First, express recognition of the technology, then apply pressure using the market environment, and offer an extremely low price with a very short validity period. This combination of tactics left the presidents, who were already cornered by the stock market crash and bank loan withdrawals, with almost no means to resist. Sure enough, 3 days later, Ichiro Hasegawa called. Miss Lu, 15 million yen, that is my bottom line. Ichiro Hasegawa's voice sounded weary and hoarse. I have spent 30 years running this company. I cannot just let it be destroyed in my hands. As long as the price is set at 15 million yen, all technology and patents can be transferred to you. Lu Qian did not respond immediately, but pressed the receiver down and turned to glance at the person sitting on the sofa beside her and Lin 1. Lin Shun had arrived in Tokyo at some point. Wearing a dark gray cashmere coat, he sat on the sofa reviewing documents. Upon hearing Lu Qian's recount, he slightly shook his head. 12 million, no bargaining. Lu Qian nodded and picked up the receiver again. Mr. President, our final offer is 12 million yen, which is the maximum that Giant Whale Capital can accept. If you agree, we can sign the contract tomorrow and the funds will be transferred within 3 days. If you refuse, we will have to regretfully give up on this cooperation. On the other end, there was a long silence, so long that Lin Wen thought they had hung up. Then Ichiro Hasegawa's voice broke the silence, carrying a sense of exhaustion. All right, I agree. After Lu Qian hung up the phone, Lin Wen let out a long breath, looking at Lin Shun sitting on the sofa. Shun, we got it. Lin Shun raised his head, his expression neutral, merely stating this is just the first one. In the following month, the stock market of country experienced the most severe crash since the war. The Nikkei index plummeted from 38,000 points. By late January, it fell below 35,000 points, and by early February it dropped below 32,000 points, nearing 29,000 points by the end of February. In just 2 months, the market value evaporated by over 20%. The entire Tokyo financial market was engulfed in panic. Bank loans for real estate turned into bad debts, corporate stock investments suffered total losses, and a large number of small and medium-sized enterprises went bankrupt due to broken cash flow. The once mighty entrepreneurs of country were now like autumn leaves scattered and torn apart by the cold winds. Meanwhile, the profits of whale capital during these 2 months reached a jaw-dropping figure. Huang Yue sat in the trading room staring at the floating profit on his account, feeling as if his heart might leap out. With a capital of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars and a fourfold leverage on short selling, the floating profit exceeded 50 billion Hong Kong dollars in 2 months. Yet Lin Shen appeared as calm as if nothing had happened. He used part of the money earned from short selling to close positions and lock in profits, while the other part was continuously injected into the acquisition plan through Lin Wen's channels in country. Hasegawa Precision Machinery was the first target to be acquired, but it would not be the last. In the following 3 months, Lin Wen and her team traveled across country, negotiating one company after another. The once arrogant entrepreneurs of country had no choice but to accept the acquisition offers from the capital of Hong Kong under the double blow of the stock market crash and bank loan withdrawals. After the acquisitions were completed, Lin Wen began to package the technical materials, patent documents, and design drawings of these companies in batches according to Lin Shen's arrangements. Through legal technology transfers and patent licensing, these were transferred to several newly registered companies in Hong Kong. All these operations were completely compliant with regulations and followed standard business processes. The acquired companies of country became wholly owned or holding subsidiaries of Whale Capital, granting reasonable prices for the use and further development of their technical patents to the Hong Kong companies. All the procedures and documents underwent dual scrutiny by lawyers from both country and Hong Kong. Meanwhile, the arrangements Lin Shen made months ago began to take effect. The several trading and technology companies registered by Lin Shen in Hong Kong became the perfect vehicles for receiving these technologies and patents. Patent documents, design drawings, and technical manuals were shipped in batches from Tokyo to Hong Kong. Lin Shen also set up simple factory buildings on the industrial land in the new territories, preparing to begin trial production as soon as the equipment arrived. The precision machine tools and optical equipment acquired from country were being disassembled and packed, expected to arrive in Hong Kong within a month. Meanwhile, in a private room of a high-end Japanese restaurant in Ginza, Tokyo, Lin Shen and Lin Wen were having dinner with Masato Nomura, the head of the Industrial Policy Division of Tokyo. This restaurant is one of the top Japanese eateries in Ginza, with an average cost exceeding 100,000 yen per person, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to book a table. However, Masato Nomura was a regular here as he held the approval authority for industrial policy, entrepreneurs eager to curry favor with him could line up all the way to Shimbashi. At 45 years old, Masato Nomura had his hair meticulously styled and wore a deep blue tailored suit, appearing shrewd and experienced. He raised his glass and spoke to Lin Shen in somewhat halting English. Mr. Lin, your company's acquisition activities in country are remarkably swift and impressive. Lin Shen replied in Japanese. Thank you for your affirmation, Director Nomura. Whale Capital has always valued the technological strength of country's manufacturing industry. This acquisition is a long-term investment, not a short-term speculation. Nomura's eyes lit up, clearly surprised by Lin Shen's fluent Japanese. Mr. Lin, have you lived in country? I studied for a while. Lin Shen casually brushed over the topic. Director Nomura, I invited you to dinner today to discuss some policy issues regarding technology transfer and patent licensing. Nomura put down his glass, his expression becoming serious. Please go ahead. For the companies that Whale Capital is currently acquiring, we plan to authorize some technologies and patents for use and further development by our affiliated companies in Hong Kong. Lin Shen observed Nomura's expression as he spoke. These technology licenses are normal business activities, and the licensing fees will be paid according to market standards. What we are concerned about is whether the government of country imposes any restrictions or points of caution in approving such technology transfers. Nomura pondered for a moment and then replied, Mr. Lin, to be frank, if this were a year ago when the economy was good, the government would have been quite sensitive about technology outflow, especially regarding precision manufacturing and semiconductor-related technologies. But now, he paused, took a sip from his glass, and continued in a lowered voice, it's different now. After the stock market and real estate crash, many small and medium-sized enterprises face bankruptcy, and banks themselves are mired in bad debts, unable to attend to these companies. The government's current priority is stabilizing employment and preventing a massive wave of bankruptcies, not restricting technology transfers. In this broader context, as long as the procedures are compliant and the process is legal, the approval for technology transfers and patent licensing will generally not encounter significant resistance. Lin Shen nodded. This information aligned perfectly with what he had gathered. Nomura added, moreover, I can help Mr. Lin facilitate some connections. I have ties in the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. As long as there are no issues in the process, the approval speed can be significantly accelerated. Thank you very much, Director Nomura. Lin Shen raised his glass slightly. Whale Capital will not forget your assistance. Nomura smiled and clinked glasses, and both understood the implication behind the smile. The so-called will not forget implies that there will be corresponding returns in subsequent cooperation. These are unspoken rules in the political and business circles of Country R. After dinner, Lin Shin and Lin Wen exited the Japanese restaurant. The streets of Ginza were brightly lit, but the number of pedestrians was noticeably fewer than a few months ago, and some luxury stores even posted discount notices in their windows. The bubble in Country R has burst more thoroughly than anyone could have imagined. Shin, can we trust Masato Nomura? Lin Wen asked softly as they walked. Whether he is trustworthy or not is not important, Lin Shin said, leisurely, hands in his coat pockets. What matters is that he is useful. He is currently responsible for industrial policy and has connections in key departments which can save us a lot of time and trouble. As for future matters, we will discuss them later. Lin Wen nodded thoughtfully and then changed the subject. By the way, this week I just negotiated an interesting company called Nakamura Electric, which makes semiconductor packaging equipment. It's not large, but has a few particularly unique patents. I have organized the materials and sent them to you. Have you looked at them? I have looked, but can be acquired. The price should be pushed below 8 million yen. We are already in negotiations. Lin Wen smiled. After working with you for so long, I have become quite skilled at bargaining. The president of Nakamura Electric was left red-faced yesterday. He slumped in his chair, unable to say a word for a long time. To be honest, that feeling was quite satisfying. Lin Shin glanced at her, but said nothing, just slightly curved his lip. This sister of his was indeed capable. In just 3 months, she learned Japanese from scratch and could now conduct business negotiations without relying on a translator. More importantly, her ability to sniff out business opportunities was becoming increasingly sharp. The two walked along the streets of Ginza toward the subway station, and as they passed a securities company, they saw a group of people gathered inside the glass doors, staring grimly at the electronic screen on the wall. The screen showed the Nikkei index falling again, with red numbers cascading down like a waterfall. In May, the acquisition plan entered a new phase. After nearly 4 months of operations, Lin Wen had acquired a total of 14 small and medium-sized manufacturing enterprises in Country R. These acquisitions span multiple fields, including precision machine tools, optical instruments, semiconductor equipment, industrial sensors, and precision molds. Although these companies were not large, collectively employing only 2,000 to 3,000 people, they held over 300 technology patents, more than 40 of which were core patents in the industry. The total acquisition cost amounted to less than 150 million Hong Kong dollars. According to normal market valuations, the value of these patents alone exceeded 1,500 million Hong Kong dollars, not to mention the precision equipment and experienced technicians. However, in the context of the economic downturn and bursting bubble in Country R, these assets were sold off at rock-bottom prices, and Zhuhai Capital became the most proactive buyer. Lin Shin did not shut down or relocate all the companies, as that would have been unwise. He retained the operational entities of the companies in Country R, allowing the original management teams to continue handling daily operations, only changing the equity structure. Then, through normal business licensing procedures, he authorized the technologies and patents of these companies for use by affiliated companies in Hong Kong. In Hong Kong, Lin Shin's registered companies Zhuhai Precision Technology, Zhuhai Optical Instruments, and Zhuhai Semiconductor Equipment had officially commenced operations. The first batch of precision machine tools and optical polishing equipment he brought back from Country R had been installed and debugged in the factory in the new territories. He hired over 30 engineers and technicians locally in Hong Kong and brought in several experienced senior technicians to begin small-scale trial production. Meanwhile, he also used his connections with the shipping magnate to meet several officials from the Hong Kong government. After visiting his factory, an official from the Hong Kong Industrial Department immediately approved a 3 million Hong Kong dollar industrial upgrade subsidy. He also promised to help him get in touch with the Hong Kong Productivity Council to seek more funding for technology. After all, manufacturing in Hong Kong is still moving abroad in large numbers, and the government eagerly seeks those willing to invest real money to bring advanced technologies from Country R. In mid-May, Lin Wen sent a report from Tokyo titled Summary of Non-Performing Loans in Major Banks of Country R. Lin Shin picked it up and read through it, raising an eyebrow slightly. The report detailed the operational conditions of several major banks in Country R. Among them, a small to medium-sized bank called Toyo Credit Bank had seen its non-performing loan ratio soar to over 15%, just a step away from bankruptcy. However, this bank had a very special characteristic. It was one of the main financing banks for small and medium-sized enterprises in the precision manufacturing industry in Country R. It held a large quantity of loan receivables from manufacturing enterprises. If these enterprises went bankrupt and liquidated, the bank's receivables would become worthless. But if someone could enter the scene at the bank's most difficult time, acquiring these non-performing receivables at a very low price, and then converting them into equity, it would be a deal far exceeding all current acquisition scales. Lin Shin picked up the phone and dialed Lin Wen's number. Sister, please elaborate further on the report regarding Toyo Credit Bank, detailing its shareholder structure, major debtors, and loan distribution, and send it to me within a week. Ashin, are you looking to acquire a bank? No, I want to acquire the bank's receivables and then convert them into equity. Lin Wen gasped. This idea was too outrageous, so outrageous that even she, who had been with Lin Shin for so long, found it hard to believe. Acquiring a bank's receivables and then converting them into equity means being able to obtain the equity of those enterprises at a fraction of the original price. Then by restructuring, injecting funds, and allowing the enterprises to return to profitability, he could sell the equity at a high price or hold it long-term. Shen, are you sure the timing is right? The timing is perfect. Lin Shun interrupted her, his tone carrying an undeniable certainty. The government of country will soon introduce a large-scale bank rescue plan, but those small and medium banks are not on the priority rescue list. They can only save themselves. Toyo Credit Bank won't last more than 2 months, and that will be our best time to enter. Lin Wen paused for a few seconds, then took a deep breath. Okay, I will investigate immediately and submit a complete report to you within a week. He knew very well that the profits made from shorting today were just the first step, and acquiring dozens of companies was merely a prelude. The real main event was still ahead. The burst of the bubble in country had only just begun with a banking crisis, a wave of company bankruptcies, and a restructuring of the financial system. A series of major events that would last at least 5 more years. In these 5 years, he had the opportunity to acquire the core technologies and patent systems accumulated by the manufacturing industry in country for decades. Then, using Hong Kong as a springboard, he could transfer these technologies to a broader arena. By that day, Zhuhai Capital would no longer be just a fund management company with a scale of only tens of billions, but a vast commercial empire spanning finance, manufacturing, and technology. In June, the rainy season arrived in Tokyo as expected, enveloping the entire city in a continuous drizzle, the air humid and stuffy, creating an inexplicable irritability. Lin, when wearing a deep blue thin trench coat and holding a black umbrella, stood outside the headquarters of Toyo. This was a 5-story old building with cracked tiles on the exterior walls, and the sign for the vault appeared particularly dim after being soaked by the rain. If not for having conducted detailed research beforehand, it would be hard to imagine that such an unremarkable-looking bank held receivables from over 40 precision manufacturing enterprises. She stood at the entrance for 2 minutes when a young man in a gray suit hurried out to greet her, also holding an umbrella, though it was clearly smaller, and one shoulder was already soaked by the rain. Miss Lin, thank you for waiting. I sincerely apologize. The president is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow. Lin Wen recognized this person as Tanaka, the secretary of President Yamada Takashi of Toyo Credit Bank, whom she had contacted by phone several times, so she nodded slightly and followed him into the building. The elevator was an old-fashioned one, creaking as it rose, each creak like a reminder to the passenger that the bank's asset situation was as precarious as the elevator, ready to collapse at any moment. Tanaka seemed to feel awkward as well, and awkwardly explained that the elevator was already scheduled for replacement, but Lin Wen did not respond. In the president's office on the 5th floor, Takeda Ryu sat behind a large desk. He was 62 years old, his hair completely white, and the wrinkles on his face were as deep as if carved by a knife. The desk was piled high with documents, and the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. The entire room permeated with a heavy smell of smoke. Miss Lin, please take a seat. Takeda Ryu stood up slightly and gestured for Lin Wen to sit on the sofa. His voice was hoarse and weary, with heavy bags under his eyes, clearly showing that he had not slept well in a long time. President Takeda, thank you for taking the time to meet with me despite your busy schedule. Lin Wen sat down and took a document out of her briefcase, placing it on the coffee table. Our Jiojin Capital has thoroughly studied your bank's asset situation and believes that there is indeed some room for cooperation regarding the corporate loan debts held by the Toyo Credit Bank. Takeda Ryu picked up the document and flipped through it. His expression changed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. This document detailed the top 20 corporate loans of the Toyo Credit Bank. It included the operational status of each company, the value of collateral assessments of repayment ability, and even several loans that had essentially defaulted but were still being accounted for. These data were supposed to be bank's internal secrets, yet they were clearly laid out on paper by a young woman from Hong Kong. Miss Lin, these data. Takeda Ryu's voice tightened a bit. Mr. President, all of this is public information and reasonable business inference. Lin Wen smiled slightly, not giving him the opportunity to press further. In fact, part of this data was obtained from another part was gleaned indirectly through lawyers and accountants. But she wouldn't disclose this. It's a basic negotiation skill to keep the other party in the dark about your bottom line. She continued, President Takeda, it'll be straightforward. According to our estimates, your bank's non-performing loans currently range between 15 billion and 18 billion yen. Moreover, your bank's capital plus reserves is less than 40 billion yen. In other words, your bank's actual asset-liability ratio has reached a very dangerous level. The Ministry of Finance is currently investigating banks' non-performing loans, and once verified, your bank may face not just rectification, but also takeover and liquidation. Takeda Ryu's face turned completely pale. His hands clenched and unclenched on his knees repeatedly, and after several moments he let out a long sigh. Miss Lin is right. I do not deny that the Toyo Credit Bank is indeed facing significant difficulties. His voice became low, carrying a sense of resignation. The real estate loans in Ginza have almost turned into non-performing loans, and the repayment ability of those small and medium-sized enterprises has dropped sharply. I haven't had a good night's sleep for 3 consecutive months, searching for funding every day. However, he raised his head to look at Lin when a flicker of faint hope flashing in his eyes. But these companies have technology, their products are competitive both domestically in our country and internationally. It's just that the economic environment is currently poor, but once the economy improves, these loans can be recovered. Linwin had been waiting for this very statement. President Takeda, you just mentioned that these companies have technology. She leaned slightly forward, slowing down her speech, but each word was enunciated clearly. This is also why Jiujin Capital is willing to take over these loans. Our plan is as follows. We will purchase some of the non-performing loan debts held by your bank at a discounted price. Then we will act as the new creditors and negotiate with these companies, transforming them into subsidiaries of Jiujin Capital through a debt-equity swap. This way your bank can recover funds in one go, improve its financial statements, and avoid the fate of being taken over. Meanwhile, we can achieve profits in the future by integrating the technologies and resources of these companies. Takeda Ryu remained silent for a long time, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. He repeatedly calculated the pros and cons of this transaction in his mind. Selling non-performing loans meant admitting investment failure, and the accounting losses would impact his reputation and the bank's credit rating. If he didn't sell once the Ministry of Finance investigated, it would be a disaster. What is the discount? This will depend on the specific circumstances of each loan. Linwin took out another document from her briefcase. We have preliminarily categorized the loans for companies with stable cash flow, but temporarily facing difficulties. The discount can be negotiated to 60 to 70%. For companies that have essentially defaulted and have insufficient collateral, the discount will be between 30 to 40%. For non-performing loans with no hope of recovery, we can also take them over, but the price will be even lower. Takeda Ryu looked at the classification list and found that Jiujin Capital had chosen almost entirely technology-oriented manufacturing enterprise loans, while none of the pure real estate development loans or consumer loans were selected. He instantly understood everything. The real target of this Hong Kong capital was not to buy loans at a low price for profit, but to focus on the technology and patents of these manufacturing enterprises in our country. Miss Lin, your appetite is quite large. Takeda Ryu raised his head to look at Lin when his tone, carrying a hint of admiration. If the technology of these companies is acquired, it would indeed be of extraordinary significance for your company's development. But as a person from our country, emotionally. President Takeda, this is a matter of survival for your bank, not an emotional one. If the Toyo Credit Bank is taken over and liquidated, these loan debts will ultimately be taken over by other banks or institutions at an even lower price. By that time, even your bank's employees will be unemployed, and all your decades of hard work will truly amount to nothing. This statement pierced right into Takeda Ryu's most vulnerable spot, like a needle. He closed his eyes, the office silent except for the sound of raindrops hitting the window. After a long while, he opened his eyes and slowly nodded. I need 3 days to persuade the board, but it shouldn't be a problem. The directors are now more afraid of bankruptcy than Miss Lin. I hope this cooperation is not just a business one, but also the beginning of a long-term partnership between us. That is certainly the case. Linwin stood up and extended her hand. President Takeda, may our cooperation be fruitful. 3 days later, Takeda Ryu successfully persuaded the board. The Toyo Credit Bank officially submitted a capital deficiency report to the Financial Bureau. Jiujin Capital successfully acquired the non-performing loan debts of the Toyo Credit Bank. At the headquarters of Giant Whale Capital in central Hong Kong, Lin Shun was reviewing a report related to Country R. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Huang Yue walked in. Seeing Huang Yue, Lin Shun leaned back in his chair and asked, have you completed the wrap-up report? Huang Yue, with a smile on his face, cleared his throat and began to speak. It's done. Let's start with the stock market. Since December 1989, we have been shorting the Nikkei index futures, and some bank stocks in country are with a principal of 3 billion Hong Kong dollars and 4 times leverage. As of yesterday, all positions have been closed, with the trading cycle lasting about 6 months. After deducting all trading costs, financing interest, and exchange rate fluctuations, the net profit is 8.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. He paused for a second, perhaps waiting for Lin Shun to say something, but Lin Shun remained silent. Huang Yue, after recovering all profits from shorting 8 billion Hong Kong dollars, remained with Giant Whale Capital as operating funds, while another 700 million was used to cover some long-term expenses for facilities and talent. How much did we spend on acquisitions? Lin Shun finally asked. The acquisition actions in country were divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, we negotiated equity acquisitions with 14 small and medium enterprises, spending 148 million Hong Kong dollars to acquire 4 sectors: precision machine tools, optical instruments, semiconductor packaging equipment, and precision molds. In the second stage, we acquired non-performing loans from Toyo Credit Bank, using a debt-equity swap to acquire 26 manufacturing firms. The face value of the debt was 8.2 billion yen, which according to the exchange rate at that time was nearly 400 million Hong Kong dollars. However, our actual acquisition price was only 280 million yen, equivalent to just over 110 million Hong Kong dollars. These two stages combined, the total number of patents acquired amounted to over 460, of which more than 60 were recognized as core patents within the industry. The total cost of acquiring these 40 companies, including equity purchases and debt transfers, was less than 300 million Hong Kong dollars. The equipment inventory and patents under these companies, based on normal market valuations before the collapse, are worth at least 6 to 7 billion Hong Kong dollars. Hearing this, Lin Shun's expression remained unchanged. He picked up a teacup from the coffee table and took a sip. The tea had gone cold and tasted slightly bitter. Boss, the 3 companies registered in Hong Kong last year: Giant Whale Precision Technology, Giant Whale Optical Instruments, and Giant Whale Semiconductor Equipment, will begin operations by February this year. The factory area in the new territories and Kowloon exceeds 300,000 square feet, and the number of engineers and technicians has expanded from initially over 30 to now 220. The Hong Kong government's industrial department has provided 12 million Hong Kong dollars in industrial upgrade subsidies and 4 million Hong Kong dollars in technology research and development support. The Productivity Council has also listed our optical lens project as a key conversion project. Lin Shun nodded. This year has not been in vain. Dividends will be distributed next month. In the meeting room of Giant Whale Capital, representatives from the 5 prominent families of Hong Kong sat on either side of the long table. Lin Shun, you called us today to discuss what? Asked Bao Mingyu, a representative from the Bao family, with a hint of Lin Shun leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. In the past few months, the funds invested by each of you have earned profits for everyone through Giant Whale Capital. I am a person who values rules. Every cent that should be distributed will not be shortchanged. He picked up a document from beside him and turned to the first page. Giant Whale Capital received a total of 2.4 billion Hong Kong dollars in investments from you at the beginning of last year. After more than a year of operation, the net profit, excluding Giant Whale Capital's management fees, is 7.1 billion, 200 million. Lin Shun's own principal was 540 million. After deducting the 20% management fee of 175 million, approximately 70 billion remains in profit. Lin Shun's personal total, including principal earnings and management fees, amounts to 2.3 billion, and after deducting the costs for acquiring companies and purchasing land, over 1.8 billion remains. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. A representative from the Hua family, Hua Ting, pushed up his glasses, his gaze fixed on Lin Shun. We trust Lin Shun's trading capabilities in our Hua family. Lin Shun nodded and continued. I have decided to distribute this portion of the profit as dividends allocated according to each of your investment ratios. The principal will remain in the accounts of Giant Whale Capital for the next phase of investment. 70 billion in dividends. This number made everyone present sit up straight. Bao Yu, the son of the shipping king, was the first to react. Lin Shun, do you mean that the 70 billion is entirely dividends? That's right. The principal remains untouched, and the profits will be distributed. A representative from the Guo family, Guo, spoke up, his voice betraying an uncontainable joy. Lin Shun, we from the Guo family have no objections to this distribution. Li Guobao, a representative from the Li family, smiled. The Li family has no objections either. Lin Shun has a great vision. Zheng Deheng, a representative from the Zheng family, also nodded in agreement. The Zheng family fully supports this. Lin Shun pushed the document to the center of the table. The specific numbers are all here. Everyone can check if there are any issues. Bao Yu picked up the document and glanced at it, his pupils shrinking slightly. The Bao family initially invested 200 million Hong Kong dollars, later adding another 200 million, which was more than the other families. According to this dividend plan, they could receive 13 billion just in dividends, while the 400 million principal would remain in the account to continue accruing. Hua Ting raised his head, his expression towards Lin Shun now completely different. Lin Shun, the Hua family is grateful to you, Hua Ting said solemnly. Lin Shun waved his hand. Business is business. The rules are set in advance, so everyone is comfortable. If there are no objections, the dividend funds will be transferred to your designated accounts within 3 days. No objections, several representatives replied in unison. When the meeting concluded, Bao Yu deliberately lingered. Lin Shun, my father asked me to ask you something. Lin Shun paused while gathering the documents. What does the shipping king want? Next Friday evening, my father is hosting a charity gala at the Peninsula Hotel and would like to invite Lin Shun to attend. Bao Mingyu said with a smile. My father said if Lin Shun doesn't go, he will come personally to invite you. Lin Shun thought for a moment and nodded. I must give the shipping king his due respect. Bao Mingyu left satisfied. Only Lin Shun remained in the meeting room. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out at Victoria Harbor. Hong Kong in 1991 was truly a time of great upheaval. He remembered clearly that in a few years this world would undergo earth-shattering changes, and he needed to accomplish everything that had to be done before these changes arrived. The equipment and blueprints acquired from country are including precision machine tools, optical instruments, semiconductor packaging equipment, and precision molds are treasures that cannot be bought even with money in the domestic market. He needed to find a reliable person to send these items back. At 7 o'clock on Friday evening at the Peninsula Hotel, when Lin Shun appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall in a perfectly tailored black suit, the reception staff immediately recognized him. Mr. Lin, please this way. The reception staff respectfully guided him inside. Many people had already gathered in the banquet hall. The upper-class society of Xiangjiang is neither too big nor too small. Those who can appear in this hall are all prominent figures in Xiangjiang. As Lin Shen walked in, many gazes turned his way. Some recognized him and whispered to their companions, prompting even more people to look over. At just 19 years old, the head of Whale Capital, a legendary figure who earned 7 billion in half a year, this identity was enough to make him the focus of the evening's banquet. Mr. Lin has arrived. Bao Yu stepped out from the crowd, enthusiastically greeting him. My father is over there attending to guests, and specifically asked me to wait for you here. You're too kind, Mr. Bao. Lin Shun replied with a smile. Bao Yu led Lin Shun inside, where they were constantly greeted by others along the way. With a smile on his face, Lin Shun responded to each greeting. Bao Chuan Wang was chatting with a few old friends in the business world. Seeing Lin Shun approach, he immediately wrapped up the conversation and came over with a smile. Xiaolin, we finally have you here. Bao Chuan Wang shook Lin Shun's hand, beaming with joy. Come, let me introduce you to a few friends. After a round of introductions, Lin Shun had recognized most of the big names in Xiangjiang's business scene. Distinguished guest friends. Bao Chuan Wang took the microphone, his voice booming. Thank you all for attending the annual gala of the Bao Charity Foundation tonight. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Once the applause subsided, Bao Chuan Wang continued. Tonight, aside from fundraising, I also want to introduce a young business prodigy to everyone. He turned to Lin Shun, who was standing beside him. This is Mr. Lin Shun, the founder and chief investment officer of Whale Capital. The audience applauded again, this time even more fervently. Many people craned their necks to catch a glimpse of this legendary young investment genius. Mr. Lin is only 19 this year. He founded Whale Capital last year and earned 70 billion Hong Kong dollars in just 1 year. Bao Chuan Wang's voice carried genuine admiration. Such a return on investment is unprecedented in the commercial history of Xiangjiang. Lin Shen stood on the stage, his expression composed. He knew that Bao Chuan Wang was elevating his status, but he did not need such empty fame. However, since Bao Chuan Wang's intentions were good, he would not awkwardly refuse. The reason I invited Mr. Lin is to let everyone know that with such talented young people in Xiangjiang's business future, our prospects are bright. After Bao Chuan Wang finished speaking, he led the applause. He handed the microphone to Lin Shun. Mr. Lin, please say a few words. Lin Shun took the microphone, glanced at the hundreds of guests below, and began to speak. Thank you, Bao Chuan Wang, for your kindness. The achievements of Whale Capital are built on the commercial foundations laid by all the predecessors. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants, seeing a little further. A wave of goodwill laughter rippled through the audience. Tonight is a charity gala, and on behalf of Whale Capital, I would like to donate 20 million Hong Kong dollars to support the public welfare efforts of the Bao Charity Foundation. As soon as this news was announced, a wave of surprise erupted from the audience. 20 million Hong Kong dollars was indeed a significant sum in the context of charity donations at that time. Bao Chuan Wang was momentarily stunned, then smiled and patted Lin Shen's shoulder. Mr. Lin is so generous. Lin Shen smiled, returning the microphone to Bao Chuan Wang. His donation of 20 million not only honored Bao Chuan Wang, but also conveyed an attitude to everyone. Whale Capital is not merely a profit-making machine, and he, Lin Shun, is not a businessman who only cares about money. In the crowd below, many rich young ladies had their eyes glued to Lin Shun. At 19, with an unclear but undoubtedly substantial wealth, founding Whale Capital alone and donating 2 million at a whim. Such a young man is a rare find in the upper echelons of Xiangjiang, even with a lantern. That person is Lin Shun, a young girl in a champagne-colored gown asked her companion. That's him, her companion replied in a hushed voice. I heard from my dad that this person is incredibly impressive. Even Bao Chuan Wang treats him with respect. He's quite good-looking too, the girl in the champagne-colored gown said with a smile. But what good is good looks? The key is having ability. Another girl chimed in. Did you not hear Bao Chuan Wang say? He earned 70 billion in 1 year. That's 70 billion. Several girls chattered, their eyes occasionally drifting toward Lin Shun on the stage. As Lin Shun stepped down from the stage, he was immediately surrounded by several people. Mr. Lin, I am Lu Jiqiang from Hongda Industry. Can we talk for a moment? Mr. Lin, my name is Chun Huilin and my father is Chun Guodong from Chin's group, and I would like to invite you to dinner sometime. Mr. Lin, I am. Lin Shun smiled as he dealt with these unexpected advances one by one. He knew that these people had different motives. Some were looking for investment, some wanted to build connections, and others aimed to introduce their daughters to him. But tonight his focus was not on this. He scanned the crowd, searching for a figure. Finally, he spotted the person he was looking for in a corner of the banquet hall. Old Master Hua. Although Old Master Hua was not tall, he possessed a steady demeanor among the crowd. He wore a deep gray Zhongshan suit, contrasting sharply with the formally dressed individuals in the banquet hall. At this moment, he was chatting with a few old friends, wearing a gentle smile. Lin Shun did not rush over. Instead, he first grabbed 2 glasses of red wine from the nearby beverage table, then slowly made his way to that corner. Mr. Hua. Lin Shun approached Old Master Hua and respectfully called out. Old Master Hua turned his head and upon seeing Lin Shan, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes, followed by a smile. Mr. Lin, I was just thinking about when I could greet you. I didn't expect you to come over first. The younger generation should take the initiative to greet Mr. Hua. Lin Shan handed one of the glasses of red wine to Old Master Hua. Mr. Hua, I toast to you. Old Master Hua accepted the glass, lightly clinking it with Lin Shan's. Mr. Lin, you are young and promising. What you said on stage just now was very insightful. You flatter me, Mr. Hua. Lin Shan took a sip of wine, his tone calm. I just say what I think. Old Master Hua looked into Lin Shan's eyes, seemingly assessing whether the young man was sincere. After a moment he smiled. Good young people should be like this, not hiding their thoughts. The two began to chat in the corner. Old Master Hua asked about whale capital, and Lin Shan answered each question straightforwardly, neither exaggerating nor downplaying, sticking to the facts. After chatting for a while, Lin Shan shifted the topic. Mr. Hua, I acquired a batch of equipment and blueprints from Country R. Old Master Hua raised his eyebrows slightly. These things are not easy to come by. Indeed, they are not easy to come by. So it took a lot of effort and quite a cost. Old Master Hua looked at Lin Shan, his gaze revealing a hint of inquiry. What do you intend to do with these things, Mr. Lin? Lin Shan did not answer immediately. He knew this question was crucial, and his response would determine whether Old Master Hua would engage in a deeper conversation with him. Mr. Hua, it's not convenient to talk here. Lin Shan glanced around. Could we find a place to discuss in detail after the banquet? Old Master Hua looked at Lin Shan intently and nodded. Good. My home is in Shallow Water Bay. You can come over. Thank you, Mr. Hua. Lin Shan raised his glass again, toasting Old Master Hua. He knew that the door between him and Old Master Hua had now opened. The banquet broke up at around 10 o'clock. Lin Shan exchanged polite words with several merchants who had approached him and gently declined the telephone requests of a few wealthy young ladies before finally stepping out of the hall. His driver was already waiting at the entrance. To Qianchuan Hua Mansion, Lin Shan said as he settled into the car. The vehicle pulled out of Bandao Hotel and followed Xiangjiang streets toward Qianchuan. Lin Shan leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and rehearsed in his mind the words he would say to Old Master Hua. Those machines and technical drawings, if sold to Xiangjiang merchants, could be converted into a large sum of money at once. But that was not what he wanted. What he truly wished was to send the equipment and drawings inland into the hands of those who needed them most. He had no direct channels to donate to the mainland, nor did he know whom to approach. Old Master Hua was the most suitable person he could think of. The car stopped at the gate of Hua Mansion. It was a 3-story detached villa, not particularly large, but exuding an understated aristocratic air. When Lin Shan stepped out, he saw Old Master Hua already waiting at the door. Mr. Hua, I am sorry to disturb you so late, he murmured. Lin Shan walked briskly forward. No matter, I often keep late hours. Old Master Hua smiled, ushering him inside. Come in and sit, let us talk at leisure. The drawing room of Hua Mansion was simply appointed without ostentation, yet every piece of furniture bore a sense of quality. A calligraphic work hung on the wall inscribed with the phrase, "Great virtue bears all things," its brushstrokes vigorous and assured. Members of the Hua household greeted Lin Shan warmly as he entered. He responded with courtesy. Old Master Hua motioned him to the sofa, while servants brought 2 cups of tea. Mr. Lin, you may speak now, Old Master Hua said, lifting his cup and blowing on the steam. Lin Shan took a sip, set the cup down, and spoke plainly. The batch of equipment and drawings I acquired from Country R, I kept only a small part. The rest I do not intend to leave in Xiangjiang, nor to sell to others. Old Master Hua regarded him. Then what do you intend to do with them, he asked. I want to donate them to the mainland, Lin Shan said, each word measured. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Old Master Hua paused with his cup halfway to his lips, then set it down and looked at Lin Shan squarely. Donate to the mainland, he repeated as if to confirm he had heard correctly. Yes, Lin Shan nodded. Precision machine tools, optical instruments, semiconductor packaging equipment, precision molds. These items are scarce resources on the mainland. Many factories cannot obtain them because Western countries impose technological blockades on the mainland. Country R is somewhat less strict, yet truly cutting-edge equipment is likewise seldom sold to the mainland. Old Master Hua's gaze grew thoughtful. So you obtained these through Xiangjiang channels from Country R, he asked. Yes, Lin Shan replied. He did not conceal the truth. During Country R's collapse, I acquired a number of Japanese enterprises, secured a set of technologies through patent transfers, and had some equipment shipped to Xiangjiang via covert channels. Old Master Hua fell silent for a moment, and then asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask why you are doing this? Lin Shan had expected the question. A 19-year-old spending tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars to buy machines and blueprints, not to profit, but to donate to the mainland, would strike anyone as peculiar. He had prepared his answer long ago. To be frank, Mr. Where I came to Xiangjiang from the mainland 2 years ago by illegal means. My roots lie on the mainland. Lin Shan's voice was calm. I know I am Chinese. The heart I carry is red. Old Master Hua's eyelid twitched slightly at those words. I have seen mainland factories and their equipment. The gap with foreign counterparts is too wide, Lin Shan continued. My abilities are limited and I cannot do everything, but within my means I can offer what help I can. If he sold the equipment to others, he could make a tidy profit. But if they were sent to the mainland, they could help factories elevate their technological level, train more skilled technicians, and produce finer goods. Looking into Old Master Huo's eyes, Lin Shen said, I believe this investment is worthwhile. Old Master Huo remained silent for a long while sipping his tea, as if digesting the proposal. Lin Shen sat quietly and waited. After some time, Huo set down his cup and exhaled slowly. Mr. Lin, you are only 19, and yet possess such a disposition. That is rare, he said. You flatter me, Mr. Huo. Lin Shen bowed his head slightly. I have only done what I believe to be right. Old Master Huo nodded and reclined, his gaze drifting into the distance. I have acquaintances across the mainland, from central to local offices. Every department has friends. Your items cannot simply be handed to anyone to receive them properly, Old Master Huo said. That is why I came to you, Mr. Huo. Lin Shen continued. In all of Shangjiang, only you can ensure these will be securely delivered to the mainland and placed in the hands of those who need them most. Old Master Huo smiled. You think highly of me. Not admiration, but fact, Lin Shen replied earnestly. People in Shangjiang have seen how much you have done for the mainland. Roads, bridges, educational donations. Each a true investment of money and effort. You do not seek fame or profit, you act from the heart. Old Master Huo looked into Lin Shen's young eyes and saw a maturity and resolve beyond his years. Very well, Old Master Huo finally said, nodding. I will make the introductions for you. Lin Shen bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Huo. Old Master Huo stopped him from bowing by placing a hand on his shoulder. I have one condition, he said. These machines and drawings will be donated under the joint name of Juqing Capital and the Huo Group. You need not be entirely anonymous, but need not take full credit either. Half and half. How does that sound? Lin Shen was momentarily taken aback, then understood Huo's intention. Old Master Huo was protecting him, not wishing for a single young man to attract undue attention and trouble. I never intended to seek fame, Lin Shen said with a smile. That will not do, Old Master Huo shook his head. You bought the items and spent the money. Oh, I will not take advantage of that. So it is settled, half and half. Lin Shen knew he could not argue with Old Master Huo and nodded. I will follow your lead, Mr. Huo. The two then discussed the operational details. Lin Shen took the inventory of equipment and drawings from his briefcase and handed it to Old Master Huo, who turned the pages one by one, his frown gradually easing. 3 precision 5-axis CNC machines, Old Master Huo read aloud. This model of machine is not yet available domestically. Yes, I deliberately selected that model. It is suitable for machining turbine blades for aircraft engines, Lin Shen replied. Old Master Huo glanced up at him before returning to the list. 2 optical grinding machines, 5 high-precision optical measuring instruments, 8 semiconductor pick-and-place machines, 2 fully automated packaging lines, 12 sets of precision injection molds, 47 boxes of technical blueprints. Old Master Huo closed the inventory and exhaled at length. Mr. Lin, do you understand what these items combined mean for the mainland's industry? I do. They will spare years of detours, Lin Shen answered. Old Master Huo nodded heavily. It is not merely about avoiding detours. Some paths are barred altogether. These items are equivalent to opening a door in a wall. Lin Shen remained silent. He knew Old Master Huo was right. Western technological blockades against the mainland began in the 1950s. For more than 30 years, mainland scientists and technicians have relied on limited resources and reverse engineering to catch up step by step. The hardships involved are unimaginable to those who have not lived them. What Lin Shen planned to send was not necessarily the very pinnacle of technology, but it was sufficient to enable certain fields on the mainland to achieve a leap forward. Then it is decided, Lin Shen stood. I will await your news. Old Master Huo rose as well, and pat Mr. Lin, what you have told me today, I will tell to no one. Your red heart will remain known only to me, Old Master Huo said. Lin Shen felt a sudden ache behind his eyes. Since his rebirth, he had done many things and earned a great deal of money, but never had anyone spoken to him like that. Thank you, Mr. Huo, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. Old Master Huo smiled and shook his head. Do not thank me. Oh, I should be the one to thank you. What you are doing carries a weight far greater than what I have done. Lin Shen bowed once more in acknowledgement, the two men sharing a quiet understanding as evening folded around Huo Mansion. 3 days later, Elder Huo called to say that people from the mainland wished to meet Lin Shen. Which leader? Of considerable rank. Elder Huo's voice came through the receiver, tinged with meaning. They are very interested in your equipment, and they are curious about you as well. Prepare yourself. Once there, they will ask many questions. Lin Shen held the receiver calmly and said, There was a pause on the other end. Elder Huo laughed softly. Very well. As long as you have it under control, I will arrange a flight for tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up, Lin Shen stood by the window and looked out toward the distant sea. When the plane touched down in Jingxing, the clock read 3 in the afternoon. Lin Shen stepped out of the cabin and was met by the dry, biting cold of the north air, sharp and arid against his. He wore a deep gray overcoat and a dark scarf. His bearing was composed and reserved. Not the look of a 19-year-old, but the demeanor of a 30-year-old businessman. Elder Huo walked a half step ahead, flanked by 2 aides. Lin Wen walked beside Lin Shen, carrying a briefcase that held the equipment inventory and a preliminary investment plan. Two black sedans waited on the tarmac, and 3 men stood nearby. At their head was a man in his 50s clad in a dark blue jacket, his features grave yet kindly. Seeing Elder Hua, he hurried forward. Mr. Hua, welcome, welcome. The middle-aged man extended his hand, warm but measured in tone. Director Li, you flatter me. Elder Hua shook his hand, then gestured toward Lin Shun. This is Lin Shin, the young man I told you about. Director Li's gaze fell upon Lin Shun, and he was plainly taken aback. He had not expected that the person who had brought a batch of crucial equipment from our country would be so young. Mr. Lin, I've heard of you. Director Li extended his hand, his warmth tempered by appraisal. You are too polite, Director Li. Just call me Xiao Lin. Lin Shun took his hand with steady composure. Director Li smiled, his eyes lingering for a moment before he turned to Lin Wen. And this is Lin Wen, my sister, Lin Shin introduced. She will be more involved in the matters to come. Lin Wen smiled and offered her hand. Hello, Director Li. After a few polite exchanges, they climbed into the cars. The vehicles left the airport and joined the avenue. The view along the road shifted from open fields to low-rise buildings. Bicycle bells chimed intermittently, and a faint scent of coal smoke hung in the air. The car stopped before a gray office building. Director Li led them to the 3rd floor and into a spacious conference room. 7 or 8 people were already seated at the table, some in military uniforms, some in Zhongshan suits, and 2 who looked like technicians in white coats. Lin Shun cast a quick look around and took measure of the room. The lineup was even more imposing than he had anticipated. Director Li invited them to sit and spoke plainly. Mr. Hua has already briefed us roughly on your situation. We asked you here today to learn the specific models and condition of those devices and to understand your intentions for cooperation. Lin Shin nodded and glanced at Lin Wen. Understanding, Lin Wen opened the briefcase, withdrew a document, and handed it to Director Li with both hands. This is a detailed inventory and the technical specifications covering for major categories: precision, machining, optical cold processing, semiconductor packaging, and precision molds. Director Li took the papers, flipped through them, and passed them to the technicians in white coats beside him. The 2 technicians huddled together and studied the sheets for several minutes. One engineer in his 50s looked up, his eyes betraying obvious astonishment. You really managed to acquire these machines? Lin Shin nodded. They have already arrived in Xianjiang. The engineer drew a deep breath, turned to Director Li, his voice trembling slightly. Director Li, if this list is genuine, our precision manufacturing capabilities could be advanced by at least 10 years. A hush fell around the table. Director Li's expression remained composed, but his fingers tapped twice on the tabletop. Lin Shun noticed the small gesture and understood that waves had begun to stir in the man's mind. Mr. Lin, Director Li said, his tone now more formal, what specific requirements do you have on your side? Requirements? None. I only wish to contribute to the country. Lin Shun's expression was earnest, devoid of artifice. Director Li was delighted. The nation is fortunate to have someone like you who cares so deeply for the homeland. Then Director Li changed his tone. Let it be known that on behalf of the state, I extend our sincere gratitude to Mr. Lin for these machines and materials. But the state will not allow Mr. Lin to be disadvantaged. If you are willing to invest and establish factories here, you will receive the most favorable policies. Then please accept my thanks to the country and to Director Li. Lin Shun had not expected such a windfall. Coincidentally, I plan to purchase some land in the homeland and establish a company. Oh, in that case, we will give you our fullest support. The next day, Elder Hua returned to Xianjiang ahead of them. Lin Shun and Lin Wen remained to inspect Jingqing, and along the way purchased several Sihiyuan traditional courtyard houses. Those properties would later become assets worth well over $1 billion. After finishing their affairs in Jingqing, they traveled on to Modu. Lin Shin looked out the car window. This city was more bustling and crowded than Jingqing, yet still far behind Xi'an. Their hosts were led by Vice Mayor Zhou, the official in charge of the city's economy, a man in his early 50s wearing gold-rimmed glasses and speaking in a deliberate, measured manner. Vice Mayor Zhou showed them 3 parcels of land, 1 in Pudong and 2 in Minhang. Standing before the Pudong plot, Lin Shin found himself on soft marshy soil, beside a reed bed, the Huangpu River visible in the distance. The wind swept across reeds, whispering the winter air, cutting to the bone. Vice Mayor Zhou stood beside him and said, this area is under municipal planning and development, but to be frank, it is still a blank slate. If you choose this site, the infrastructure investment will be great and the timeline long. Lin Shun looked at the reed marsh and saw in his mind the Lujiazui skyline 30 years hence. This one. Vice Mayor Zhou pushed up his glasses. Are you sure? This parcel has the poorest existing support. Water power and roads would need to be built from scratch, costing far more than the other 2. I'm sure. I will take this land. The vice mayor pondered for a moment and then nodded. Very well. Since you choose this site, the city will fully cooperate. How much area do you want? Reserve the contiguous sections for me. They'll start with 2,000 mu and acquire more in batches later. Vice Mayor Zhou did a quick calculation and nodded. Negotiable. The third stop was Yangqing. The reception there was more elaborate than at the previous 2 cities provincial leaders attended. Yu province had moved fastest in reform and opening, and its appetite for outside investment was the strongest. While inspecting land, the Investment Bureau official rattled off 5 or 6 parcels in rapid succession, from city center to suburbs, from a few hundred mu to several thousand, each described in glowing terms. After listening, Lin Shin selected a plot that at the time was still rather remote. The bureau official was surprised. Mr. Lin, this site is a bit out of the way and the surrounding amenities are incomplete. Would you not prefer something in the central district? No need. A slightly remote location is better. It will be easier to expand later. The official wanted to press the point further, but was silenced by a warning glance from a colleague. By the end of the tour, Lin Shun had secured nearly 20,000 mu of land across Modu, Yangqing, and 3 other second-tier cities. In Yangqing, at the Swan Hotel, Lin Shun stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling traffic on the ring road outside, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The air in Yangqing was thick with the scent of opportunity. The doorbell rang. Lin Shun turned around to see Lin. "Shin, did you call for me?" Lin Wen closed the door and walked over to sit by the sofa. Lin Shun poured her a glass of water and took a seat opposite her. On the coffee table lay several documents just delivered by the legal team from Shin City. He pointed at the papers with his finger and began to speak. "Sister, I plan to have you stay on the mainland." Lin Wen paused for a moment while holding the cup, then looked up at him. "The mainland needs someone to keep an eye on things. I intend to establish 2 companies here in Guangdong province." Lin Shun leaned back on the sofa. "1 real estate company and 1 clothing company. As for the Shanghai side, the branch of Giant Whale Capital also needs to be set up, and we should choose a location in Pudong to build a skyscraper. The initial investment will be 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. 1 billion. Lin Wen put down her glass and stared at Lin Shun for a full 5 seconds. 1 billion. She repeated the figure, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Shin, won't 1 billion be too much?" Lin Shun chuckled. "Sister, money sitting in an account is just waste paper. You need to spend it for it to have value." Lin Wen did not refute him. She took a pen from her bag, opened the documents on the coffee table, and began to read while asking, "What's the main focus of the real estate company?" The entire Guangdong province with Yangqing and Shun City as the core will focus on the Pearl River Delta. Acquisition, development, sales, and property management. All aspects of the industry chain must be connected. Giant Whale Capital will back you financially, but you need to build your own team for operations and generate your own resources. Lin Wen paused, looking up at him. "You acquired 20,000 acres of land in Shanghai, Yangqing, and 3 other second-tier cities. How will you handle this land?" "Part of it will go into the real estate company, and part will be kept." Lin Shun took a sip of water, saying, "He'll tell you how to use it later. But for now, you only need to do one thing: set up the framework for the real estate company and start taking over the development of this land." Lin Wen nodded, writing a few words on the document. "What about the clothing company?" she continued to ask. Lin Shin straightened up and pulled out a stack of documents from underneath the coffee table, handing them to her. Lin Wen flipped through the pages, her brow slightly furrowing. "OEM." Lin Shun corrected her. "From design to production, it's all-inclusive, just labeled with the client's brands. The labor cost advantage in Guangdong province can last for at least 15 years. This period is when clothing OEMs are most profitable. What I need you to do is not just set up a simple clothing factory, but create a nationwide supply chain network. Printing, cutting, sewing, packaging. Each step must be top-notch in the industry. After 2 years, we will start building. Additionally, remember one thing: the focus of the clothing company should be on exports, with the European and American markets as the main battleground. We don't need to fight for first place in the domestic market, but the scale and cost control of the supply chain must rank in the top 3 nationwide." "What about the Shanghai side?" Lin Wen shifted the topic to the third task, asking, "How do you want me to handle the branch of Giant Whale Capital?" Lin Shin stood up and walked to the window, hands in his pockets, looking outside. In Pudong, 30 years from now, the skyscrapers of Lujiazui would resemble a forest of steel and concrete, each representing a financial legend of an era. With his back to Lin Wen, Lin Shun said, "First, build the Shanghai branch. Wait for my notice, but you can begin by focusing on the primary market, establishing a localized team, and expanding the resource network." Lin Wen nodded, jotting down notes in the blank space of the document. "There's one more thing." Lin Shun returned to the sofa, pouring himself another glass of water from the kettle. "You need to personally select the location in Pudong, primarily in Lujiazui." Lin Wen's pen paused for a moment on the paper, then quickly recorded it. "All right. What else?" Lin Wen gathered her thoughts and looked at Lin Shun. "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Lin Shun's gaze deepened. The Soviet Union's elder brother was about to disintegrate, and if they didn't take advantage of this wave of east wind to develop, how could they justify this path of rebirth? "Clothing, food, alcohol, and light industrial products." Lin Shun said slowly, "You will acquire these items in bulk under the names of the real estate and clothing companies." Lin Wen was taken aback. Acquiring clothing, food, and alcohol. What was the purpose? Although she had many questions, she knew from following Lin Shun that whatever he intended to do would ultimately be correct. What about the scale of the acquisitions? In the initial phase, start with a volume of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shun held up a finger. The clothing should be ready-made style, is not limited quality, must meet standards, but doesn't need to be high-end, focusing on mid to low range. Food should mainly consist of easily stored items such as canned goods, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles. Alcohol can be of any type including spirits, beer, and yellow rice wine, but must come from reputable manufacturers, avoiding loose products. Light industrial products include, but are not limited to, soap, laundry powder, batteries, towels, socks, umbrellas, and flashlights. The more varieties the better, and quality must be stable. Linwin diligently noted down each item, increasingly feeling that something was off. The variety of products was too broad, completely unlike a normal commercial procurement plan. If this was for retail, this procurement list lacked core categories. If it was for wholesale, the volume was far from sufficient to achieve economies of scale. Ah Shun. Linwin set down her pen, looking seriously into Lin Shun's eyes. I'm not questioning your decision, but I need to know where to store these goods after we acquire them. How will we handle them? If it's just about stockpiling, the storage and loss of 1 billion worth of goods will be a significant expense every year. Lin Shun leaned back on the sofa, his right index finger gently tapping on the armrest, creating a rhythmic tapping sound. He looked at Linwin, still wearing that hint of a smile. Sister, don't worry, it won't take a year. Lin Shun's finger paused. He took a sip of water, his gaze is calm. Within 6 months, this batch of goods will find its use. As for when, where, and how to take action, I will inform you then. Your current tasks are only to: first, register these companies and establish the teams. Second, start acquiring goods, get as much as you can, and it'll make up for any funding shortfalls. Within 6 months. Linwin silently noted this timeline in her heart. Understood. She closed her notebook, placed her pen on the cover, and stood up. The registration location for the real estate and clothing companies is in Guangdong province, while the registration location for the Shanghai branch is of course in Shanghai. Which company will be used for the Pudong skyscraper project? We will register a new project company. Lin Shin also stood up, walked to the desk, and took out an envelope from the drawer, handing it to her. The specific equity structure and management team configuration are all in here. Just follow this when you get to Shanghai. Remember one thing, the design plan for the skyscraper must be forward-thinking, at least ensuring it won't become outdated within 20 years. The structural strength and functional configuration must be designed according to the standards for the next 30 years. Linwin took the envelope, not opening it, and directly placed it into her bag. The lazy afternoon sun bathed the streets of Tsim Shui. Lin Shun drove a new Mercedes-Benz, weaving through the narrow roads. He parked the car in an empty spot by the roadside and got out. He was dressed in a custom deep blue casual suit, and the Patek Philippe on his wrist reflected a soft glow in the sunlight. As he pushed open the glass door of Xiangji, a familiar aroma rushed towards him. The rich scent of milk tea mingled with the sweetness of freshly baked pineapple buns, causing Lin Shun to take a deep breath. Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, I'm back. Lin Shun's voice carried a warmth that had been absent for a long time. Uncle Xiang, who was busy calculating at the cash register, looked up. His wrinkled face momentarily froze before breaking into a wide smile. Ah Shun, you finally decided to come back. Uncle Xiang put down the pen in his hand and quickly came out from behind the counter. Lin Shun smiled and opened his arms, giving Uncle Xiang a hug. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Xiang emerged from the kitchen, her apron dusted with flour, and was equally delighted to see Lin Shun. Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, I'm sorry I left my sister in the mainland to help her start a company. Lin Shun looked at the two elderly figures before him with a hint of guilt. Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang waved their hands dismissively. We're family, there's no need to mention that. We're very grateful you could give Awen this opportunity. Besides, she's earning a salary of 100,000 a month. After saying this, they invited Lin Shun to sit down, and Aunt Xiang turned to the kitchen to prepare food. Lin Shun sat down at a table by the window and glanced around. The tea restaurant was filled with customers, an old man reading the horse racing news, a young couple chatting while eating, and several workers in uniforms devouring their meals. Uncle Xiang, how's business? Lin Shun asked. Not bad, the locals are kind and business is decent. As they chatted, they discussed the old neighbors around Xiangji. Uncle Quan's son got married, and the elderly from Brother Biao's family passed away, all mundane matters of life. At that moment, the glass door of the tea restaurant was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. A group of young people dressed flamboyantly and sporting colorful hair streamed in. Leading them was a bald man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck, a toothpick in his mouth, and a brutish expression. Uncle Xiang, isn't it time to pay this month's management fee? The bald man kicked aside a chair that was in his way and walked directly to the cash register, tapping on the counter. Aunt Xiang, busy in the kitchen, heard the noise and hurriedly brought out a bowl of wonton noodles, placing it in front of Lin Shun before quickly walking to Uncle Xiang's side, her face showing a look of helplessness. Brother Guang, business hasn't been great this month. Could you extend the deadline a few days? Uncle Xiang approached with a... Brother Guang looked around and clicked his tongue. Business isn't good. It seems pretty lively to me. Old man, are you trying to avoid paying? The thugs following Brother Guang began to get restless. Some kicked tables, others overturned chairs, and one young man with yellow hair even walked up to a customer, slapping them on the face, urging them to hurry up and leave. Seeing this, the patrons quickly put down their chopsticks, settled their bills, and left, and in no time half the restaurant was empty. Lin Shin sat in the booth, his expression darkening. He looked at Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang, who wore helpless expressions, and felt a deep discomfort in his heart. When he worked at Xiangji years ago, he had seen these thugs come to collect protection fees back. Then, he didn't have the ability to handle it, but things were different now. He stood up and walked in front of Brother Guang. "So you're Brother Guang. I'm Uncle Xiang's nephew. Let's talk things over calm." Lin Shun tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. Brother Guang sized Lin Shun up, his gaze first falling on the exquisite blue suit, then on the watch on his wrist, and finally on his shiny leather shoes. Brother Guang's eyes lit up, looking at Lin Shun as a starving wolf would at a plump sheep. "Oh, Uncle Xiang, when did you get dressed so well? It seems you're doing well outside." Brother Guang reached out to pat Lin Shun on the shoulder, but Lin Shun subtly dodged. The other thugs had also quieted down, gathering around Lin Shun. The young man with yellow hair stared greedily at the watch on Lin Shun's wrist. Lin Shun glanced at Uncle Xiang, who subtly shook his head, signaling him not to act impulsively. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun knew he wouldn't act violently here. Those thugs clearly had weapons, and there were 7 or 8 of them against him alone. "Brother Guang, how much is the management fee this month?" "I'll cover it for Uncle Xiang," Lin Shun said. Brother Guang held up 3 fingers. "It was originally 10,000, but since you're back as a nephew, you should show some appreciation, right? 30,000 to give Uncle Xiang some face." 30,000. Lin Shun scoffed inwardly. How much could a small shop earn in a month? This bald man clearly saw how well he was dressed, and was deliberately asking for an outrageous amount. "Brother Guang, isn't 30,000 a bit too much?" Uncle Xiang quickly interjected. "My little shop only makes 30 to 50,000 a month. If I have to pay 30,000, how will we get by?" Aunt Xiang chimed in. "Yes, Brother Guang, 30,000 is too much. Oh, please show some mercy and charge less." Brother Guang shoved Uncle Xiang aside. "Old man, let me tell you, if you can't pay up today, then I guess you won't be running the shop." As he spoke, he pulled out a butterfly knife from his waist and spun it in his hand. The atmosphere in the shop instantly grew tense as several thugs began to shove Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang around. The yellow-haired thug even knocked over a stack of plates at the cash register, smashing them all over the floor. Lin Shun watched the scene unfold, feeling a surge of anger rise within him. But now was not the time to act impulsively. These scoundrels were not worth him getting his hands dirty. "So you're Brother Guang. I advise you not to cause trouble here," Lin Shun said calmly, his voice unnaturally serene. Brother Guang laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Ha ha, kid, who do you think you are?" As he spoke, he approached Lin Shun with the butterfly knife in hand. Uncle Xiang hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother Guang, let's talk this through. 30,000, right? I'll pay." Brother Guang smirked, glancing at Lin Shun with disdain. "Sorry, it was 30,000 before, but now it's 50,000. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Shun with a hint of contempt. 50,000, right? Card or cash?" Brother Guang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Shun to be so straightforward. Within 10 minutes, Lin Shun returned. He held a stack of cash in his hand, a full 50,000 yuan, which he slapped on the table before the bald man. The bald man counted it, smiled in satisfaction, stuffed the money into his pocket, and swaggered away with his lackeys. Before leaving, the yellow-haired man glanced back at Lin Shun, his gaze carrying an indescribable meaning, as if he were sizing up a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The tea restaurant fell silent. Aunt Xiang hurried to close the door and pulled down the roller blinds, fearing those men would come back. Uncle Xiang slumped in his chair, looking as if he had aged 10 years. "Shin, I will pay you back this money." Uncle Xiang's voice trembled slightly. "These bastards are getting more and more outrageous. It used to be 5,000 a month, but now they demand tens of thousands at will. We can't live like this anymore. How many times has this happened?" Lin Shun sat down beside Uncle Xiang and poured him a cup of tea. "It's been happening often over the past 2 years. Shops on several nearby streets have been extorted by them, and reporting to the police is useless." Uncle Xiang sighed. "When the police arrive, they leave. When the police go away, they come back. Sometimes, even if they are caught, they are released after a few days and become even more brazen." "Which gang is controlling Tsimsha Sui now? Where do these people come from?" Lin Shun asked. Aunt Xiang interjected. "They are from Hung Hing. That bald man is called Chun Yaoguang. He is a small leader under Hung Hing, controlling the territory of Tsimsha Sui. He is backed by someone called Prince, who is said to have significant power within Hung Hing." Lin Shun nodded, mentally noting this information. "Shin, you mustn't confront them. Those people can do anything." Aunt Xiang looked at Lin Shun with concern. "You are a respectable person and shouldn't get entangled with these scum. Just consider us unlucky and accept the loss." Lin Shun appeared to agree on the surface, but his thoughts were entirely different. He reassured Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang for a while, then said he had something to attend to and told them not to worry. The 50,000 yuan didn't need to be repaid. Upon exiting the tea restaurant, Lin Shun got into his car. He didn't start the engine right away, but sat in the driver's seat deep in thought. He looked at Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang standing at the door, their faces etched with fatigue and helplessness, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. These two elders treated him like their own son. Now that those people were bullying Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang, how could he possibly ignore it? Lin Shun took out his phone, where he had a few unread messages, all daily reports about the company's trading accounts. He glanced through them briefly. His recent trades in the Hang Seng Index and American stocks had already generated a profit exceeding $10 million, but these were not what concerned him at the moment. He dialed a number, and the call was quickly answered. "Help me investigate a few people." Chen Yaowang from Hunghing and Sim Sha Sui, the bald man, and the person backing him. The more detailed the better. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shen sat in the car and thought for a long time. He was considering a longer-term issue. Today's incident had reminded him that in this world, sometimes money cannot solve all problems. What truly matters is strength. In his past life, he had worked in investment banking and had dealt with many large security companies, understanding the importance of a quality security team. Moreover, as far as he knew, the global situation would become increasingly turbulent in the coming years, and the private security industry would welcome immense growth. But all that was for later. The most crucial thing right now was to deal with these people in front of him. Lin Shen started the car and left Sim Sha Sui. "Mr. Lin, the information you wanted me to check has come through." Huang Yue handed Lin Shen a detailed investigation. Lin Shen took it and began to read carefully. Chen Yaowang, nicknamed Baldy, 32 years old, is a small leader under Prince in Hunghing, managing over 20 men primarily involved in gambling, drugs, and other gray industries. His direct superior is called Ma Kuan, nicknamed Brother Kuan, one of the veterans under Prince, commanding hundreds of men and owning several nightclubs, gambling dens, boxing gyms, and a finance company. The report also included photos of several people and their activity tracks, very detailed. After finishing, Lin Shen returned the information to Huang Yue. "Is there anything else?" Chen Yaowang has been competing for territory with someone named Lu Weihong recently. Their conflict is quite deep, and there was a shooting last month that injured 5 or 6 people. Additionally, it is rumored that Ma Kuan has recently encountered issues with money laundering, and someone within Hunghing wants to deal with him. The specifics need further verification. Lin Shen nodded and suddenly asked, "Do you know about the dark web?" Huang Yue was taken aback for a moment, then quickly responded, "Mr. Lin, you want it?" Lin Shen interrupted him. "Prepare a quick account and transfer $500,000 through a foreign company." Huang Yue did not ask further questions, nodded, and left the office. Lin Shen sat alone in the office. Outside the window, Victoria Harbor was brilliantly illuminated and cruise ships sailed slowly across the sea, offering a breathtaking view of the night scene of the entire Hong Kong. He picked up the whiskey on the table and took a gentle sip, his thoughts drifting back to his past life. In his previous life, he had struggled in the financial world for over 20 years. What kind of storms had he not seen? Compared to those financial wars worth billions, dealing with a few petty thugs was hardly worth mentioning. However, it was precisely because of his past experiences that he understood a principle: some things cannot be done openly, but that does not mean they cannot be done. In this world, there are many rules that cannot be violated on the surface, but behind the scenes there are always ways to make things develop in the way one desires. The dark web is an excellent tool for this. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lin Shen skillfully accessed the dark web through multiple proxies. He performed the entire process fluidly. It was a skill he had mastered in his past life. Although he hadn't used it much in this life, those experiences were ingrained in him. He logged into a dark web platform called Black Abyss, a highly secretive underground marketplace offering various illegal services, including data theft, cyber attacks, and personal harm. Lin Shen had dealt with this platform a few times in his past life, and knew its reliability and confidentiality were very high. He browsed the platform for a while, and found several suppliers offering related services. After a round of filtering and comparison, he finally locked onto a supplier codenamed the Tailor. This person had very high ratings and worked efficiently. Lin Shen contacted the Tailor using encrypted messaging software. After a brief conversation, he submitted the detailed information of those individuals from Hunghing, requesting a clean job with no traces left, and the faster the better. The Tailor provided a quote, a total of $300,000, half as a deposit and the other half upon completion. Lin Shen did not hesitate at all and directly transferred $150,000. The entire process was completed in less than half an hour. Lin Shen shut down his computer, cleared the access records, ensuring no traces were left. He leaned back in his chair, let out a sigh of relief, and downed the now cold tea in one go. For him, this matter was as simple as handling an ordinary transaction, placing an order, making a payment, and waiting for delivery. The only difference was that the subject of this transaction was the lives of a few scumbags. Yet he felt no sense. In his past life, he had witnessed too many good people die young and leave behind legacies of misfortune. In this life, he would not let such things happen to those he cared about. For the next 3 days, Lin Shen did not leave his office, focusing instead on managing his trading affairs in the global market. Recently, he had been bullish on gold, and these two trades were based on his judgment of the global economic trends for the coming months. So far, the market's movement was consistent with his expectations, and the floating profits in his account were increasing daily. At noon, Huang Yue hurried into the office with a subtle expression on his face. "Lin Zong, there is news." He handed his phone to Lin Shen, which displayed a news alert. Lin Shen took it and saw the headline: "A serious fire incident occurred in Sim Sha Sui. 3 men perished in the flames." Upon clicking it, the news stated that around 3 o'clock this morning a fire broke out in an apartment building in Sim Sha Sui. By the time firefighters arrived, the blaze was already significant, and they ultimately discovered 3 male bodies in the ruins. Preliminary identification revealed the deceased to be 32-year-old Chun Mumu, 25-year-old Huang Mumu, and 23-year-old Zhang Mumu. The cause of the fire is currently under investigation, and the police do not rule out the possibility of arson. Lin Shun glanced at the phone for 3 seconds before returning it to Huang Yue. Lin Zong, this Chun Mumu. Huang Yue hesitated. It has nothing to do with me, Lin Shun replied lightly, taking a sip of coffee from the table. I express my regret over the deaths of these 3 individuals and hope the police can uncover the truth soon. Huang Yue observed Lin Shun's unperturbed expression, feeling a storm brewing within him. Having known Lin Shin for 2 years, Huang Yue found the more he understood this young boss, the more enigmatic he seemed. However, being a smart man, Huang Yue knew when to speak and when to remain silent. He nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to leave the office. Another day passed, and Hong Xing's Ma Kuan died in a traffic accident. The targeting in these 2 incidents made the Crown Prince aware that someone was after him. After 2 days of urgent investigation, someone discovered a plot against these individuals on the dark web. 2 days later, Lin Shun received several calls from business partners saying someone was looking to connect with them. Lin Shun nodded in agreement. Sure enough, by evening a strange number called in. Hello, may I speak to Mr.? On the other end was the voice of a middle-aged man, very polite in tone. This is I who is calling. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Jiang Tianxing from Hongqing. The caller introduced himself. I would like to discuss some matters regarding my subordinates with Mr. Lin. I wonder if it is convenient. Lin Shun remained silent for 2 seconds. Mr. Jiang, right. I've heard much about you. Please go ahead and speak on the phone. There was a brief silence from the other end. Mr. Lin, I know my people caused trouble at Xiang GT restaurant before. This was their fault, and I have given them a severe reprimand. Now they have paid the price for this incident, and I would like to meet with Mr. Lin to apologize in person. Mr. Jiang, you must ensure your subordinates are properly restrained. Lin Shin's tone was as calm as water. Jiang Tianxing's voice carried a hint of servility. You are right, Mr. Lin. I usually do not enforce strict discipline among my subordinates, and I bear responsibility for this incident. However, the incident has already occurred, and I hope we can resolve this peacefully. Please do not hesitate to mention any conditions, I will do my best to accommodate them. Jiang Tianxing's attitude was very beneficial to Lin Shun. Lin Shun knew that Jiang Tianxing's humble demeanor was not for the sake of those few subordinates, but rather for self-preservation. A person capable of making 3 people vanish from this world within 2 days was not someone Jiang Tianxing could afford to offend. Despite many voices within the organization planning to eliminate Lin Shun, he had rejected all of them. Not for any other reason, but if Lin Shun were not eliminated immediately given his financial resources, he could make another subtle move, which would force everyone in Hongqing to tread carefully. If all went as expected, unexpected events would suddenly befall them. No need to meet. Lin Shun said, Mr. Jiang, we are not on the same path. From now on, let our waters remain separate. I ask that your people do not disturb mine, and that will suffice. Certainly, certainly. Mr. Lin, please rest assured from now on in this land of Xiangjiang my people will absolutely not touch anything related to Mr. Lin. Jiang Tianxing's tone revealed a sense of relief. Additionally, regarding Xiang GT restaurant, I will arrange for someone to send some gifts as an apology. No need for that. Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang are elderly and cannot handle the fright. Just ensure your people keep their distance from them. All right, I will do as Mr. Lin says. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shun tossed his phone onto the table, a faint smile revealing on his lips. This matter seemed to have reached a conclusion. Those who bullied Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang had paid the due price, and Jiang Tianxing was also a smart man, understanding the situation and did not foolishly seek revenge like in films. In this world, those who truly rise to the top are all intelligent individuals. They understand the importance of respecting strength and valuing their lives. However, this incident also reinforced Lin Shin's previous thoughts. He needed to establish his own security force. Not because he feared those thugs, but because he wanted to protect those he cared about while also preparing for future events. In his past life, during his 20 years working in investment banking, he deeply understood that in this world to achieve great things, merely having money is not enough. One also needs sufficient connections and strength. Those who truly stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid have the finest talents and the most reliable teams by their side. Moreover, as he knew, a series of significant events would occur globally in the coming years. These events would lead to the bankruptcy or restructuring of many traditional security companies, while for those emerging security firms with strength, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for expansion. In his past life, he had made some investments in this industry and was aware that the profit margins and growth potential in this sector were astonishing. Lin Shen took out his phone, scrolled to a number, and dialed. The call connected after a few rings. Director Li, long time no see, this is Lin Shun. Lin Zong, why are you calling me at this time? Director Li, I would like to ask for your assistance. Lin Shen stated directly. I am looking for some high-quality security personnel, preferably retired soldiers with military backgrounds. I wonder if you could help me connect with them. How many do you need? What are your requirements? There was no hesitation on the other end. Initially about 20 with strong physical fitness and rich combat experience, preferably retired within the last 3 years. No problem, this also helps us solve some placement issues for retired soldiers. They'll handle the paperwork. Thank you, Director Lee. After hanging up, Lin Shen called the Boat King, asking him to help apply for gun permits in Shanjiao. The Boat King was very shocked and hurriedly asked Lin Shen what he intended to do. Lin Shen explained the details to him, and the other party understood, asking him to wait for news. During this waiting period, Lin Shen had Huang Yue register a security company named Giant Whale Security. A week later, Director Lee called. Lin Zong, I found the people for you, a total of 25, all freshly retired, and their quality is beyond. The leader is named Zhao Tiejuan, 28 years old, formerly of a special forces unit, having executed multiple missions overseas, and has received second-class merit twice, and third-class merit 5 times. This person's abilities are absolutely solid. Hearing this news, Lin Shen smiled, saying, Thank you, Director Lee. 2 days later, the Boat King also brought good news, successfully securing 20 gun permits for Lin Shen. On a day at the end of June, Lin Shen was watching the market. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Lin Shen glanced at the caller ID. It was Huang Yue. Hello. He answered the call, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Boss, there's been a situation at the factory in New Territory. Huang Yue's voice was tinged with an uncontainable anxiety. The villagers of New Street Walled Village have blocked the factory entrance, claiming we have taken their land. They are threatening to cut off water and electricity, and the workers can't get in or out. Work has been halted for 2 hours now. There are about 20 to 30 of them armed, and the situation is very tense. Lin Shen's fingers hovered over the keyboard, motionless. Have the police been notified? Yes. 2 police cars came, looked at the scene, and left, saying it was a village dispute, and both sides should mediate. The villagers smashed the factory gates with bricks right in front of the police, and the police pretended not to see. Lin Shen did not respond immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Notify Jin Dazhuang to bring all the documents over. Have Zhao Taijun prepare the security personnel from Jujing Security to go first. Don't engage, but ensure that the factory's property and personnel are not given an inch. Whoever dares to cross the line, act, but don't kill anyone. Boss, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Those villagers have someone backing them. Lin Shen frowned slightly. Who? The village chief of New Street Walled Village is named Lu Hantao, 51 years old, and a member of the New Territory Rural Affairs Committee. This person controls 30% of the village's ding rights, and is said to have connections with several real estate developers in New Territory. Huang Yue paused. He has also served as an executive member of the New Territory Village Council, and has extensive connections here. Ding rights. The New Territory Small House Policy, commonly known as the Ding House Policy. Male residents of the New Territory have the right to apply to build a 3-story house on their own land after reaching adulthood, with a total area not exceeding 700 square feet. This policy has existed since the British colonial period, and was later written into the Basic Law, becoming a legal right. The problem is that ding rights can be traded. Wealthy individuals bribe the indigenous residents to apply for land in the name of ding rights, then buy back the completed houses and demolish them to rebuild, turning a 700-square ding house into a several thousand square foot mansion. The price of a ding right has skyrocketed from several tens of thousands to over $1 million in later years. In the New Territory's walled villages, everyone is eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Lin Shen had seen too many such incidents in his previous life. When villagers caused trouble, there was always a financial backer behind it. No one would block another's factory gate for no reason. Someone must have offered a price, inciting the poorest and most ruthless among them, making promises and handing out money. Find out clearly who is behind this. Lin Shen's voice remained emotionally stable. I give you 1 day. Understood. The call ended. Lin Shen's gaze was calm to the point of indifference. Land disputes in New Territory have never been about villagers spontaneously claiming their rights. Rather, they are staged by the local snakes in the Rural Affairs Committee, working in conjunction with developers. They first acquire land at low prices, then incite villagers to cause trouble, dragging developers into a quagmire, and then negotiate high-priced collaborations under the condition of settling the situation. This set of tactics has been used for decades with proven success. Now this tactic has been turned against him. Interesting. Lin Shen's lips curled slightly, yet his smile was as cold as steel. He did not dwell on the matter any longer, but turned around to begin preparing for the operations. 2 hours later, his phone rang again. This time, it was Zhao Taijun. Lin Sheng, a man named Lu Hantao, just arrived, shouting at the workers at the factory gate, saying that if we don't agree to their demands, they will cut off water and electricity. He also claimed to have some ancestral land deeds, saying that our factory occupies the land of his ancestors. Several workers have been incited by him, and are now very unstable. Zhao Taijun's voice was filled with anger. They have already taken action, as someone smashed the glass of the security booth at the factory gate with a crowbar. Lin Shen's fingers tightened slightly. Where were the police when they smashed the booth? They were standing by the roadside, saying it was a village dispute and not within their jurisdiction. Lin Shen remained silent, pondering for 3 seconds. They'll head over right away. Lin Shen, there are at least 70 or 80 people here. It's too dangerous for you to come. It's fine, a bunch of small fry won't stir up any significant trouble. Lin Shen's convoy drove out of Central. Accompanied by Huang Yue and several personnel from Jujing Security, a total of 12 people headed towards new territory. When the convoy arrived at New Street Walled Village, Lin Shun could see a crowd gathered at the factory gate from a distance through the car window. There were more people than Zhao Taijun had mentioned. There were at least 130 people, men and women of all ages. Some held shovels and wooden sticks, while others raised placards made of cardboard reading "Return my land" and "Ju Jing, get out of New Street Walled Village." At the front stood a line of burly men, bare-chested and sunburnt, wielding steel pipes and machetes. 2 police cars were parked at the factory gate with 5 or 6 police officers standing outside the cordon, chatting and smoking while engaging in casual conversation with the onlooking villagers, some even sharing cigarettes. Lin Shun's gaze narrowed slightly, as if something deep within his pupils had frozen. Zhao Taijun, here. Zhao Taijun ran over from inside the factory. Once we enter the factory, close the gates. No matter how they make noise outside, don't let them in. Once the lawyer arrives, have him document the police officers' badge numbers and law enforcement situations here in triplicate for records. Understood. The vehicle slowly approached the factory's main gate. The crowd began to surge, with some people starting to bang on the car doors, shouting dirty words. Stop. Let him get out. Ju Jing, get out. The land of Xianjiang belongs to the people of Xianjiang. Capitalists are oppressing the villagers. Lin Shin remained still, not even glancing outside. He lowered his head and dialed a number. After connecting, he said only one sentence. I am at the factory gate of New Street Walled Village. The villagers are causing a disturbance. Send someone over to the scene with a camera. I'm not asking you to take sides, I need you to document the facts. After hanging up, Huang Yui's voice came from beside him. Boss, I've noticed that many of these people are unfamiliar faces, not from the village. They seem to be hired. Lin Shun's brow moved slightly. Hired? Keep an eye on those people's faces. If you can take photos, do so. If you can record videos, do that too. Hired thugs and local villagers from new territory are 2 different types of people. The police can tell by checking their IDs. This will be useful later on. Understood. The vehicle stopped in front of the factory's iron gate. Zhao Taijun got out first, waved his hand, and the security personnel from the 2 business vans quickly disembarked in formation. 12 individuals dressed in matching dark blue uniforms, though unarmed, exuded an aura from the battlefield that compelled the crowd nearby to instinctively step back. Zhao Taijun approached the right side of the Mercedes-Benz and opened the door. When Lin Shin got out of the car, a chorus of boos and curses erupted from the crowd, but no one dared to approach. A 19-year-old youth stood before over 100 armed villagers, his expression showing no sign of fluctuation. This made some people quite uncomfortable. Hello, Lin Sheng. A voice rang out from the crowd, heavy with a Cantonese accent. I've long admired your name. Finally, I see the real person. The crowd parted automatically, and a man in his 30s stepped forward. Lu Jinxiang. He wore a flashy short-sleeved shirt, a thick gold chain around his neck, a protruding belly, and his hair was slicked back, shining with grease, while his face was tanned a deep red. He looked like a nouveau riche, but his gaze was shrewd, carrying a cunning hone from years of local dealings. He was followed by 7 or 8 burly men, each looking fierce, clearly accustomed to earning a living through their fists. Lu Jinxiang stepped in front of Lin Shun and extended his hand. I am Lu Jinxiang from Xianjiaowei village, elected by the villagers to serve them. Today the villagers really have no choice but to come to Lin Shun for an explanation. Lin Shun glanced down at the hand extended toward him, but did not shake it. Speak. Lu Jinxiang's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to a smile. The expressions of the burly men beside him changed, and one of them brought a steel pipe down onto the ground with a deafening clang. Lin Shun, what a big attitude you have. Lu Jinxiang withdrew his hand, rubbed his right hand against the back of his left, and said with a forced smile, Then it'll be direct. The land where you are building the factory is our ancestral land. Back in the day, the British government requisitioned land to build an industrial zone, signing agreements behind our ancestors' backs, and the villagers were completely unaware and received no compensation. I have checked the old land deeds in the village. That land is clearly ours. Lin Shun, you have occupied our ancestral land to build a factory, and are you really not going to give us an explanation? From the crowd, someone chimed in. Yes, that is our ancestors' burial ground. We have lived here for generations. How can you just come and take the land? Compensate. Move out. Lin Shin stood there unmoving, his gaze calmly sweeping from Lu Hantao's face over the crowd. He noticed that the ones truly shouting were the 30 or so burly men wielding shovels and sticks, while the other elderly women and children were merely pushed to the front to fill the scene. Several middle-aged women stood by the roadside, holding children, looking bewildered at everything, clearly not understanding why they were there. Are you done? Lin Shen's voice was not loud, but there was a moment of silence around. Lu Jinqiang's smile froze. What do you mean, Lin Sheng? I asked if you were done. If you are done, then it's my turn to speak. Lu Jinxiang stared at Lin Shen for 2 seconds, letting out a dry laugh from his throat. All right then, Lin Shen, how do you propose to solve this issue? Lin Shen did not respond to him. Zhao Taijun. He called out to the side. Here. How long has production at the factory been halted? 4.5 hours, Lin Sheng. Workers cannot go out or come in, and the production line is completely interrupted. Today there were 520 workers on the day shift, but only over 300 are still in the factory now, and most have left through the back door. The night shift workers cannot even get in. Lin Shen nodded. Calculate the lost orders. I just called the factory. A batch of goods scheduled for delivery to the United States today has not yet been packed. According to the contract, a onady delay in delivery incurs a penalty of 3% of the goods value. This batch of goods totals $800,000, so the penalty for one day is $24,000. The specific figures for other batches of orders are still being counted. Lin Shen silently noted this figure in his mind, then turned to Lu Jinxiang. The loss from 4.5 hours of halted production plus the potential penalty for delayed delivery, whose head will this money fall on? Lu Jinxiang was stunned for a moment and then burst into laughter. Lin Sheng, are you trying to settle accounts with me? Your factory is built on our ancestral land, occupying our territory, and you want to settle economic losses with me. Lin Shun paid no heed to his laughter. He turned to Huang Yue and said, Old Huang, take the camera and photograph all the damage here. The glass of the guard booth at the entrance was smashed. Make sure to capture it. The fragments on the ground, capture them clearly. Whoever took action to smash it, capture them if possible. If not, then capture the damage. Huang Yue shouldered the camera and began to take photos. Lu Jinqiang's smile vanished completely, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He took a step back and raised his hand. From the crowd, 4 or 5 burly men rushed forward immediately. Zhao Taijun did not let them get close. The burly men had not reacted yet when he and 2 other security personnel blocked them. Young Lin Sheng has such a big presence at such a young age. It seems you are doing well in Xianjiang. Lu Jinqiang's voice turned serious, no longer as courteous as before. But I want to tell you, this area of new territories is not like Central. Here, if you talk law, I talk local ties. If you talk local ties, I talk power. Do you think you might be in the wrong place? Lin Shen glanced at him indifferent. I am not in the wrong place. Then what do you mean, Lin Sheng? This matter, I will not settle it with money. My people were beaten, my glass was smashed, and my production was halted for a day. I won't call the police because it won't help. But not calling the police does not mean I concede. You know very well what you have. You will witness what comes next. No one knew what he meant by what comes next, but everyone felt the atmosphere change. At this moment, Zhao Taijun walked up to Lin Shun and whispered, lowering his voice to a minimum. Lin Sheng, the main gate has already been opened. I had the workers in the factory evacuated to eat. So many people haven't eaten today. Dragging it out is not a solution. Those villagers came prepared, bringing food and water, but our people cannot go hungry. Lin Shen nodded. Let the workers eat first. After they finish, let them rest. We will hold the line here, though I won't leave and no one else can come in. Zhao Taijun asked no further questions and turned to make arrangements. Lin Shun did not hurry to continue arguing with Lu Jinxiang, but walked into the factory area. As the iron gate closed, the people outside, though banging on the gate and cursing, could not enter for the time being. Inside the factory area, over 300 workers were scattered in small groups throughout the workshop, some squatting in corners, smoking, some leaning against shelves in a daze, and some whispering among themselves. Seeing Lin Shen come in, all eyes turned toward him. A few workers stood up, their lips moving, but nothing came out. Lin Shun glanced over these people, then said to Huang Yue behind him, bring the food from outside in. Oh, let the workers eat first. Each person should also get a bottle of soda. Oh, put it on my account. Huang Yue responded and walked out. The iron gate opened a crack and a commotion came from outside with someone throwing stones inside, but the security personnel blocked them. Lin Shen's gaze settled on the smashed guard booth. The glass lay shattered all over and there were a few drops of blood on the ground. Is anyone hurt? Lin Shen asked Zhao Taijun. 2 security guards were hit a few times, surface injuries, nothing serious. But one worker, surnamed Chun, was pushed to the ground while arguing with the villagers at the entrance, and now he says his back hurts. I've already sent someone to take him to the hospital. Lin Shen stood in the corridor, looking out at the factory area. Huang Yue was smoking, his expression not looking good. Boss, should we move the backup security forces over here? Lu Jinxiang is not an easy character, I've checked, and he has connections on the Village Affairs Committee and in the police station. Several developers in this area have partnerships with him. Lin Shen took the cigarette that Huang Yue handed over, lit it, and took a puff. Lin Shen smiled. Notify Jian Dazhuang, let him find a place to secure the evidence. Also arrange for me to meet the Boat King. As Whale Capital continued to grow, its reputation became increasingly prominent in Hong Kong. Just 2 months ago, Whale Capital released a recruitment notice and hundreds of people came for interviews. Among them, Lin Shen discovered 2 talents, Su Yu and Zhao Kai. After joining, they became core members of his, not for any other reason, but because their abilities surpassed those of others. On their first day, the 2 used 1 million Hong Kong dollars, making 38,000 and 32,000 respectively in a stock market that showed no fluctuations. Now Lin Shen, aside from significant matters, no longer personally handled trading, but focused more on real industries. Most of the trading responsibilities were entrusted to the 2 of them. As a result, Whale Capital managed more and more money with high returns. On July 29th, dozens of screens in the trading hall of Whale Capital flashed simultaneously. Lin Shen sat in the corner with only a computer and a cup of cold oolong tea on his desk. Suyu approached in high heels holding a stack of freshly printed trading confirmation slips. She placed the slips on Lin Shen's desk and whispered, "Lin Sheng, the long positions in oil futures have all been established. Brent crude oil long-term contracts, 5 billion principal, 10 times leverage. The average opening price was $14.8 per barrel." Lin Shen glanced at the slips on the desk, but did not pick them up. This 5 billion principal was all his own. What about the U.S. stocks? Nasdaq Index Futures, SP 500 Index Futures, and Dow Jones Index Futures, 3 varieties executed separately short, with a nominal principal of 30 billion Hong Kong dollars, also with 10 times leverage. All the margin has been transferred, and the risk control department has confirmed it. Very good. This 30 billion principal was company-managed money. Suyu did not leave. She stood there hesitating for 2 seconds, then pulled a chair over to sit down. The others in the trading hall were busy and paid no attention to the two in the corner. The atmosphere in the trading hall was tense. 6 traders stared at their screens in silence. The oil futures prices remained completely still, with Brent crude oil seemingly nailed at $14.8 appearing as straight as a line. Lin Sheng. Zhao Kai turned his head. Lin Shen did not look up, his eyes fixed on the position interface on the Lin Sheng. Oil has been flat for over 3 weeks with increasing positions and decreasing transaction volumes. This is a typical calm before the storm. But Zhao Kai paused. No one knows which direction the storm will come from. We are currently holding 5 billion in long positions, and the daily interest cost is over 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Every extra day means over 2 million. Continue holding, Lin Shen said calmly without any fluctuation. Zhao Kai took a deep breath and exhaled. He glanced at Suyu, who slightly shook her head, signaling him not to ask. Zhao Kai turned back, his fingers unconsciously tapping the keyboard, making a clicking sound. On the screen was the position interface for oil futures, 5 billion principal, 10 times leverage, with a nominal principal of 500 billion and an average opening price of $14.8. In the floating profit and loss column, there was a green negative sign followed by a string of numbers. Negative 3,200,000 Hong Kong dollars. In a market that had been flat for over 2 weeks after entering the market, it had hardly moved, yet interest and transaction costs had already consumed several million. On August 1st, Wednesday, at 10:17 a.m. Eastern Time, 10:17 p.m. Hong Kong time, the trading hall was brightly lit. Everyone was at their posts and no one had left work. Zhao Kai poured himself a third cup of coffee, while Suyu stood behind Lin Shen, holding a folder that was empty, needing something to cover her trembling hands. A news alert popped up on Lin Shen's terminal. Reuters Cairo reported the Iraqi army is gathering in large numbers at the Kuwaiti border, and Kuwait has entered a state of alert. The message was in English, and the scrolling speed on the screen was rapid. Out of the 12 people in the trading hall, only 3 saw this message at the same time. Lin Shen was the first, Suyu the second, and Zhao Kai the third. Zhao Kai nearly dropped his coffee cup. He turned sharply to look at Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no expression. Zhao Kai glanced at the price of oil. Brent crude oil had jumped from $14.8 to $15.3, an increase of over 3%. With a 500 billion long position and a 3% increase, it meant that the paper profit had exceeded 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. 1.5 billion. He had been in futures trading for nearly 10 years and handled countless transactions, but he had never made 1.5 billion in 6 minutes. He had never even thought about it. The trading hall was silent except for the hum of the servers. Everyone saw the numbers on the screen and understood what they, but no one spoke as Lin Shen still sat there, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, there was also movement in the U.S. stocks. The Dow Jones Index Futures fell by 1.1% within 30 minutes after the news from Iraq broke. The Nasdaq Index Futures fared worse, dropping by 1.8%. Whale Capital's 300 billion short positions in U.S. stocks saw paper profits jump to over 500 million Hong Kong dollars and continued to grow. On August 2nd at 2 a.m. Hong Kong time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Kuwait. News agencies worldwide nearly simultaneously released the same message with different wording but identical content. The Iraqi army invaded Kuwait. The Dow Jones Index Futures dropped sharply as if someone had kicked it in the chest. Within 10 minutes, the drop expanded from 1.1% to 4.3%. Nasdaq Index Futures fell by 5.7%. The SP 500 Index Futures dropped by 3.9%. 2 hours ago, Whale Capital's short positions in U.S. stocks had floating profits of 530 million. Now the floating profit was 31 billion. Zhao Kai stared at the screen, his pupils constricting sharply. He had been trading for 20 years and had never seen such a scene. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a market crash, it was that he had never seen someone precisely lay out 3 days in advance with 10 times leverage, then watch the market move exactly as he predicted without deviation. He turned to look at Lin Shen. Lin Shen had gotten up at some point and walked to the whiteboard in the center of the hall. On the whiteboard was a chart with time on the horizontal axis and price on the vertical axis. A curve sharply rose in early August and then turned down in September, forming a sharp peak shape. This chart had been hanging on the whiteboard for 3 days. Everyone had seen it, and they all thought it was just a rough sketch drawn by Lin Shen. Now Zhao Kai realized that it was not a rough sketch. It was a script. Zhao Kai. Lin Shun turned around. Yes. Do not move the short positions in U.S. stocks. Lin Shun picked up a whiteboard marker and drew a circle at the peak of the curve. The same goes for the oil short positions. There will be a severe floating loss phase ahead, so everyone should be mentally prepared. A severe floating loss. Zhao Kai repeated. Oil will rise from $15 to over $25 in the next week. Lin Shun wrote down a number on the whiteboard. Our short entry price is 15.43, which means that as oil climbs to $32, our short positions will have paper profits exceeding 6 billion Hong Kong dollars. In the hall, someone gasped. 6 billion in paper profits. When oil reaches $32, it will turn down. We will start profiting from $32 and continue to earn until oil drops back to $20. He put down the whiteboard marker and brushed off the dust on his hands. So you need to start reversing the positions to short oil when it hits $32, also with 10 times leverage. On August 3rd, Friday, the situation in Kuwait continued to worsen. International crude oil futures opened with an 11% jump, with Brent crude oil breaking through $17 per barrel. On his screen, the profit numbers were jumping every second. Lin Shun wasn't looking at oil, nor at U.S. stocks, nor even at Whale Capital's account balance. He was watching a movie. More precisely, it was a VCD bought from the street playing on the TV in the corner of the image was blurry and the sound loud, featuring A Better Tomorrow with Chow Yun-fat delivering that classic line. I don't want to prove anything, I just want to tell them that I will get back what I've lost. On August 15th, Wednesday, Brent crude oil hit $32.3 per barrel. Whale Capital's long positions were immediately closed and switched to short. Meanwhile, the profits from U.S. stock shorts also reached 90 billion Hong Kong dollars. At 9 a.m. Eastern Time on August 15th, the International Energy Agency held an emergency press conference in Paris. The executive secretary appeared on camera holding a statement, cleared his throat, and began to read. On Lin Shun's computer screen, the English shorthand was scrolling in sync. The International Energy Agency has decided to release 2 million barrels of strategic oil reserves to the market every day for the next 30 days. The price of oil futures began to plummet within 3 seconds. $32, $31, $29, $26. Every second it fell, refreshing the price limit downward. Zhao Kai closed all oil. Yes. Zhao Kai's fingers flew across the keyboard, trading orders flying to the exchange like snowflakes. The 500 billion oil short positions were completely cleared in the first wave of the sell-off after the International Energy Agency announcement. Lin Shun, we made over 1,000 billion. 50 billion entered the market. In less than half a month, 1,000 billion left. The next morning, in the conference room of Whale Capital's headquarters, as Lin Shun pushed open the door, every person present rose to their feet in unison. Please be seated. Lin Shun gently pressed his palms downward, then walked to the head of the table, not sitting but bracing both hands upon its surface as his gaze swept slowly across each face before him. You've all worked tirelessly over the past month. I know many of you haven't slept a full night in 30 days, still monitoring positions at 3 a.m. When dawn breaks in Hong Kong, you finally close your eyes, only to rise again as New York opens for trading. Silence hung thick in the air, yet several traders' eyes glistened faintly with unshed tears. This was no sentimental gesture. It was sheer exhaustion. An Allen strategy leveraged to the absolute limit, pressure beyond what ordinary mortals could endure. A single percentage point fluctuation meant gains or losses measured in hundreds of millions. Only hearts forged in fire could hold such seats. Lin Shun withdrew a check from his pocket and slapped it onto the table, sliding it toward the center. This is your bonus for this operation. 2 million Hong Kong dollars per person. Finance will deposit it into your payroll accounts shortly. For a fraction of a second, the room held its breath, then erupted. Wait, boss, 2 million. No way. I didn't mishear that, did I? My last job's year-end bonus was only 50,000. A young trader leapt to his feet, mouth opening and closing wordlessly, until at last he blurted out, boss, my life is yours. Lin Shun smiled faintly, a quiet, knowing smile. Having spent lifetimes as a drudge, he understood well loyalty from laborers demanded generous sustenance. Don't rush to pledge your lives just yet. This is only the beginning. Whale Capital has barely set sail. Far larger markets await us ahead. Stay with me, work diligently, and soon 2 million Hong Kong dollars will be mere pocket change. His tone remained calm, unadorned by rhetoric. Yet that very stillness, imbued with unwavering certainty, carried more conviction than any grandiloquent vow. Once cheers subsided, Lin Shun turned to Li Xiaowei. Every employee, administrative staff, receptionists, even the cleaning staff, receives an additional month's salary as a bonus this month. Huang Yue blinked, then nodded, swiftly jotting it down. The room buzzed anew. Some were already calculating how to spend their 2 million Hong Kong dollars. One said he'd buy a home, another vowed to wire money to his parents back home, others debated where to celebrate that evening. Lin Shun let them speak, standing quietly until the clamor softened, then spoke again. Very well, celebrate as you wish, but don't neglect your next assignments. His gaze settled on Su Yu, Zhao Kai, and other core traders. Maintain all U.S. equity positions, do not adjust them. Oil markets will see a short-term correction, but the overarching trend remains bullish. Add long positions incrementally during the pullback. I'll specify exact entry points. Understood. They replied in unison, no questions asked. Months of experience had taught them one immutable truth: when their boss spoke, logic followed, whether visible or not. Traders and fund managers filed out of the conference room. Lin Shen and Huang Yue walked side by side at the rear. Old Huang, notify Mr. Pak and the other shipowners. They should send representatives tomorrow to collect their dividends. Huang Yue nodded. Yes. Also, Lin Zong, regarding the property leads you asked me to track. I believe Deepwater Bay is ideal. Mr. Pak and many other tycoons reside there. Lin Shun paused thoughtfully. The location was exceptional, and he had no pressing matters scheduled for the afternoon. Good. Arrange a viewing for 2 p.m. today, at 1:30 p.m. A black Mercedes glided out of Central heading toward Deepwater Bay. Zhao Taijun drove, while Lin Shen sat in the rear reviewing documents. The car halted before an upscale residential complex in Deepwater Bay. As Lin Shen stepped out, sunlight broke through the clouds, scattering molten gold across the sea. He squinted slightly, appraising the building before him. Its gray facade sleek and modern, its design minimalist, yet profoundly private, its entrance guarded by a rigorous security system. The marketing director of the sales office stood waiting at the entrance. A man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, hair combed with military precision, his face alight with practiced professionalism. Mr. Lin, welcome. I'm Zhou Mingyuan, marketing director of Chung Kong Properties. I'll personally accompany you throughout today's viewing. Zhou extended his hand, posture deferential. He knew precisely who stood before him, the mastermind behind Whale Capital, the name most whispered and most revered in Hong Kong's financial circles these past months. Though Whale Capital's exact scale remained shrouded in speculation, anyone viewing Deepwater Bay properties at this juncture was unquestionably extraordinary. Lin Shen shook his hand, direct and concise. Show me your best units. Of course, Mr. Lin. Zhou led Lin Shen inside, reciting the project's highlights as they walked. But Lin Shen listened only half-heartedly, his attention fixed on the surroundings. View, orientation, privacy. These 3 criteria mattered most. To Lin Shen, a Deepwater Bay residence was not a trophy, but a foothold in Hong Kong. The sales hall exuded opulence, crystal chandeliers, Italian marble floors, and a subtle, soothing fragrance lingering in the air. Zhou guided them to the VIP lounge, instructing his assistant to prepare tea while he retrieved floor plans and keys. Lin Shen settled onto a sofa. Zhao Taijun stood 2 paces behind him, silent, immovable, like a bronze sentinel. Just then a commotion erupted at the entrance. Lin Shen lifted his gaze and saw a group surging inward. 5 burly men in black suits strode ahead, fanning out instinctively at the doorway and flanks. Professional bodyguards trained to perfection. Shielded at the center were 2 women and 1 man. The man wore sunglasses and a flamboyant shirt. One woman wore a crimson dress, the other a white ensemble, both obscured by oversized sunshades veiling half their faces. Though heavily concealed, Lin Shen recognized the woman in red instantly. Chung Yuqing. She was at the zenith of her fame. Her face graced every box office hit, undisputedly Hong Kong's most sought-after cinematic star. The woman beside her in white was Chun Min, less ubiquitous yet still a household name within industry circles. As for the man in sunglasses, Lin Shen didn't recognize him, likely an assistant or manager. Their entourage entered with unmistakable arrogance, voices loud and commanding. Where's Zhou Mingyuan? Tell him to come out now. The assistant removed his sunglasses and addressed the receptionist with brusque impatience. Ms. Chung is here to view properties. She expects Zhou himself to attend her. The young girl at the front desk clearly recognized Chung Yuqing, her demeanor a bit tense as she quickly picked up the phone. A slight expression of difficulty appeared on his face, but he quickly adjusted himself and strode over. Miss Chung, hello, welcome. Zhou Mingyuan forced a smile, lowering his stance even more than he had with Lin Shen. After all, there was no choice. Chung Yuqing's influence in Xiangjiang was indeed formidable, and real estate developers did not wish to offend a celebrity of her caliber. Chung Yuqing removed her sunglasses, revealing a face so exquisitely perfect it was almost unreal, and she casually scanned the lobby. Mr. Zhou, the penthouse duplex I asked you to reserve for me is still available, right? Yes, Miss Chung, rest assured the one you are interested in has been kept for you. Zhou Mingyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had originally planned to accompany Lin Shen throughout the house viewing, but now suddenly faced with such a significant figure, he didn't want to offend either side. Chun Min beside Chung Yuqing linked her arm and surveyed the area, her gaze suddenly landing on the sofa in the VIP section where Lin Shen was flipping through the floor plan. She frowned slightly and whispered something into Chung Yuqing's ear. Chung Yuqing followed her gaze, quickly withdrew her sight and paid it no mind. A young man dressed ordinarily was accompanied by another person, and he did not appear to be a remarkable individual. In a place like Deepwater Bay, those looking to buy property were either rich or powerful, but Chung Yuqing had seen too many wealthy individuals in this circle. How much wealth could a young man in his 20s possibly have? Zhou Mingyuan quickly tried to smooth things over. Miss Chung, how about this? You sit here for a moment while I ask a colleague to accompany you to view the property, and I will stay with Mr. Lin. Mr. Zhou, an assistant-like man, interrupted him, his tone not very polite. Our Chung Jia has a tight schedule today, and after viewing the property, she needs to rush to the film set. Time is of the essence. Since you are the marketing director, isn't it reasonable for you to personally attend to this? That young man over there, you can just send a salesperson to deal with him casually. This was said loudly enough for at least Lin Shun in the VIP section to hear it clearly. Zhao Taijun shifted slightly, but Lin Shun did not even look up, flipping to the next page of the floor plan as if he hadn't heard anything. Zhou Mingyuan wore a troubled expression, scolding his assistant in his heart, but still forced a smile. Well, how about this? I will take Miss Chung to see the penthouse duplex first, and I will be back in about 20 minutes. Mr. Lin, what do you think? The latter part of his sentence was directed at Lin Shin, his tone carrying an apologetic note. Lin Shin finally lifted his head, glanced at Zhou Mingyuan, then at the group over there, calmly saying, "It's fine, you can attend to them first." Zhou Mingyuan felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, repeatedly thanking him as he hurriedly led Cheng Yuqing and her party towards the elevator. As they passed the VIP section, the assistant shot Lin Shin another glance, a slight smirk on his lips, seemingly thinking that the young man was quite perceptive. Cheng Yuqing maintained a composed expression throughout, her high heels clicking crisply against the marble floor as she walked past, not glancing sideways. Zhao Taijun lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. "Boss, those people have no sense of propriety." Lin Shun did not respond, flipping to the next page of the floor plan as if genuinely unconcerned. But Zhao Taijun noticed a detail. Lin Shun's thumb paused on the page for less than half a second, a habitual gesture he made when pondering. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. 40 minutes passed, and Zhou Mingyuan had yet to return. Lin Shun closed the floor plan in his hands, placed it on the coffee table, and stood up to stretch his neck. Zhao Taijun noted that there was no impatience on his face, but it was precisely this calmness that made his heart skip. Experience from the past few months of following Lin Shin told him that when this young boss was truly angry, he was often the calmest on the surface. "Tiejuan, go get some fresh air at the door." "Yes." The two exited the sales office, where there was a small garden square with several rows of palm trees facing the sea at Deepwater Bay, offering a broad view. Lin Shin stood under a palm tree, lit a cigarette, and smoked slowly. After about 10 minutes, Cheng Yuqing and her party finally emerged from the building. Zhou Mingyuan followed behind, his forehead drenched in sweat, continuously making polite conversation. Cheng Yuqing walked at the front, a faint smile on her face, looking quite pleased with the penthouse duplex. The assistant walked on Cheng Yuqing's right side, talking on the phone, walking quickly, without paying much attention to where he was walking. Briskly from the elevator, followed closely by two bodyguards, their pace hurried, showing no signs of slowing down as they reached the door. Lin Shin stood smoking under the palm tree, only 3 or 4 steps away from the main entrance. As the assistant passed by him, he felt Lin Shun was blocking his way and bumped into him hard with his shoulder, muttering something rude. "Move aside, what are you blocking the way for?" Zhao Taijun's eyes instantly narrowed. He did not act immediately, but turned to look at Lin Shun. Lin Shun held the cigarette between his fingers without moving, lifting his eyelids to glance at Zhao Tiejuan, his gaze clear and devoid of any emotion. But Zhao Tiejuan, having followed him for so long, understood what that meant. "Please step aside," Zhao Taijun said. Lin Shun leisurely took half a step to the side. Zhao Taijun turned, not giving the assistant any time to react, and swiftly closed the distance to the assistant. The assistant was still looking down at his phone, and just as he raised his head upon sensing someone nearby, Zhao Taijun's hand struck him. A crisp sound echoed. This was no ordinary slap. Oh, what kind of strength did Zhao Taijun have? A retired special forces soldier, the kind who could crush a walnut with one hand. With that slap, the assistant spun half a turn, his phone flying out of his hand and crashing to the ground, the screen shattering like a spiderweb, and a red swollen imprint quickly appeared on his face. "You mother..." The assistant clutched one side of his face. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Taijun kicked him in the knee, forcing him to kneel down. Only then did the two bodyguards react, rushing forward simultaneously, their fists aimed at Zhao Taijun's face. Zhao Taijun didn't even blink. He blocked the first bodyguard's punch with his left hand and struck the side of the latter's neck with his right. The nearly 6'3" giant let out a muffled grunt and collapsed weakly, instantly losing consciousness. The second bodyguard charged in from the side, but Zhao Taijun sidestepped, his elbow crashing hard into the other's ribs. The man let out a pig-like scream, hunched over, unable to stand up. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Clean and efficient, with not a single unnecessary movement, and there was hardly any noise. The garden square fell silent in an instant. Cheng Yuqing's expression changed, and Chun Min took 2 steps back in fear, her face showing both shock and anger. "What are you doing?" Cheng Yuqing's voice rose by 8 degrees, a habitual tone of condescension, laced with a fin. "Do you know who I am? You have harmed my people. Where are the security guards?" "Zhou Mingyuan, come out." Zhou Mingyuan had just run out of the building, and upon seeing this scene, his expression was quite spectacular. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but was at a loss, caught in a dilemma. At that moment Lin Shan strolled out from under a palm tree, casually approaching Cheng Yuqing while exhaling a puff of smoke. His expression was flat, as if observing something inconsequential. Cheng Yuqing looked him up and down, her eyes flashing with a hint of disdain. A young man dressed plainly, looking at most 20 years old, was accompanied by a bodyguard, and he drove a car that was not particularly conspicuous. Among those looking at properties in such a place, he was truly not a big shot. Having mingled in the entertainment industry for so many years, she could tell at a glance who had money and who didn't. This young man exuded an air of ordinariness from head to toe. "You harm my people." Cheng Yuqing's voice turned cold. Her eyes, which were full of charm on screen, now radiated with frost. "Little brother, do you know the consequences of hitting someone in Xiangjiang? With just a phone call you won't be able to leave this area today." Lin Shan looked at her in silence. Cheng Yuqing felt uncomfortable under his calm gaze, and her tone became sharper. "I don't care who you are, you must give me an explanation for this matter today. Your people injured my assistant and bodyguard. Medical fees and compensation for mental distress are non-negotiable. If you don't comply, I will call the police, and you will regret it." Chun Min chimed in from the side. "Exactly, a young brat dares to act tough in front of Sister Cheng. He really doesn't know the sky from the ground. Do you know how many people Sister Cheng knows? A simple phone call could make it impossible for you to remain in Xiangjiang." Zhao Tianjun stood by expressionless. Lin Shan extinguished his cigarette in a nearby trash can and finally spoke. "Cheng Yuqing, right? Do you know me?" Cheng Yuqing lifted her chin, looking down on him. "I know." Lin Shan nodded. "Yongxiang Film Company has recently been promoting you. You signed an exclusive contract with Yongshenqiang for 3 years, and the last 2 films that grossed over 20 million were funded by Yongxiang." Cheng Yuqing was slightly taken aback, not expecting this young man to know her background so well. But she quickly regained her condescending demeanor. "That's good to know. You should be aware of who the boss is. Offending me means offending the boss." Lin Shan looked at her and suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, but for some reason, when Cheng Yuqing saw it, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. "You think Xiangchang would offend me for your sake, right?" Lin Shan seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps confirming something. "Just wait a moment." He took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found a number, and dialed. Beep. After 3 rings, the call was answered by a voice with a Chaozhou accent, polite, yet warm. "Lin Shan, it's rare for you to call me. Are you free to have a meal together?" It was none other than Xiang Chang, the boss of Yongxiang Film Company. "Boss Xiang, I need to tell you something. There's an artist under Yongxiang named Cheng Yuqing who just now my people had a little conflict with her people over at Deepwater Bay. Her people started it, my people retaliated. It was a minor issue. But she said in front of me that you would help her out and make it impossible for me to stay in Xiangjiang." There was silence on the other end of the line. Just for a second or two, but in that silence Lin Shan could vaguely hear Xiang Huaqiang's breathing becoming heavy. Then Xiang Chang's voice rang out again, completely changed in tone, filled with suppressed anger. "Lin Shan, wait for me for 10 minutes. No need. I heard people say that Boss Xiang is a person who values rules. I will also uphold a rule today. I can leave the artists under Yongxiang alone. But I want this person's contract. You set the terms." There was another 2 seconds of silence on the other end, this time longer than the last. Xiang Chang was a clever man. He could tell from Lin Shan's tone that he was serious. He had a good understanding of the amount of capital controlled by Ju Jing Capital. For someone like Lin Shan, even at Cheng Yuqing, the entire Yongxiang film industry was nothing but a small biscuit that could be crushed at any time in their eyes. Lin Shan is indeed straightforward. Xiang Chang's voice regained some composure, but his wording became extremely cautious. "I will have someone prepare Cheng Yuqing's contract, $1 Hong Kong. Her contract will be transferred to Lin Shan." "All right, let's do it that way." He hung up the phone and put it back in his pocket. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Cheng Yuqing had been listening from the side, her initial disdainful expression now replaced by a slight cold smile. But as Lin Shan's call dragged on, she noticed Zhou Minjuan's expression had changed, becoming very strange, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A trace of unease began to creep into her heart. Then she heard Lin Shan say, "All right, let's do it that way." Cheng Yuqing wanted to say something, but her phone rang at that moment. She looked down and saw the caller ID Xiang Chang. Her hand trembled slightly. The ringing lasted for 3 seconds before she picked up her voice, striving to remain steady. "Xiang. Boss Xiang." On the other end, Xiang Huaqiang only said one sentence, his tone not loud, but each word felt like a slap in the face of Cheng Yuqing. "Cheng Yuqing, your contract is now under Lin Shan. All your future work arrangements will be decided by Lin Shan. If he says to act, you act. If he says to sit on the sidelines, you sit on the sidelines. Also put away that arrogant attitude of yours. That person you can't afford to offend, even 10 of." Cheng Yuqing's hand holding the phone froze in midair, her expression shifting from disbelief to terror, then to confusion, finally settling into a deep sense of regret. Chen Min saw her face change and panic tugging at her sleeve. "Yuqing, what's wrong? What did Boss Yang say?" Cheng Yuqing remained silent. She slowly raised her head inch by inch, looking at Lin Shan in front of her. The young man stood there, hands in pockets, his expression as calm as if he were watching a play unrelated to himself. Cheng Yuqing's lips trembled. She recalled the words she had just spoken. "You should also be aware of who the boss is. You are too naive." Now reflecting on it, each sentence felt like a needle piercing her heart. Her knees began to weaken. Lin. Mr. Lin. Her voice trembled, her eyes, already red, struggling to hold back her tears. Mr. Lin, I apologize for not recognizing your status. Lin Shun raised his hand, interrupting her. No need to apologize. From now on you are banned from this industry. You may leave. Cheng Yuqing stood frozen. The words "you are banned" felt like a curse that held her in place. Chen Min and a few others looked at Lin Shun with horror. Lin Shun gave them no further glance, turning away to walk into the sales office. After taking 2 steps, he casually tossed over his shoulder, "Zhou Mingyuan, continue showing houses." Zhou Mingyuan jolted awake, quickly wiped his sweat, and hurried to catch up. Mr. Lin, this way please. We have several standalone villas. You can view the scenery is far superior to that penthouse you just saw. Zhao Taijun followed Lin Shun expressionlessly, not even glancing at Cheng Yuqing and her group as they passed. In the garden square, only Cheng Yuqing, Chun Min the assistant, kneeling on the ground covering his face, and 2 bodyguards still lying on the ground, and yet to wake, remained. The sea breeze blew and carrying a salty scent. Cheng Yuqing stood there like a statue, the wind lifting her red dress, revealing her trembling legs beneath. Yuqing. Chun Min cautiously touched her arm. Cheng Yuqing snapped back to reality, glancing at her phone, still displaying the call log, the name Xiang Chong glaring like a branding iron. She suddenly recalled Lin Shun's words on the phone. You think Xiang Chong would offend me for you, right? At that moment she thought it was a joke. Now she realized the joke was on her. Let's go. Cheng Yuqing's voice was hoarse, as if filled with sand. She put her sunglasses back on to shield her red-rimmed eyes, and said, let's go. The assistant got up from the ground, half of his face swollen like a pig's head, his lips trembling as he tried to speak, but upon seeing Cheng Yuqing's expression, he dared not utter a word. The 2 bodyguards helped each other up, and the group left in a dejected manner, strutting in when they arrived, but now resembling quails drenched in rain. In the sales office lobby, Zhou Mingyuan had already brought out the best properties available. He had finally realized that this person before him was the real big client. A person of Cheng Yuqing's caliber was not even worthy of carrying shoes for him. Mr. Lin, there is another standalone villa at the farthest eastern end of the peninsula with excellent privacy. There are no obstructions ahead, facing the waters of Deepwater Bay, backed by mountains, excellent feng shui. This was originally reserved by the developer and not for sale, but if you are interested I can apply to the company. Lin Shun did not respond immediately, but walked to the window and glanced at the scenery outside. The window faced Deepwater Bay, the sea sparkling under the afternoon sun, the distant skyline clean and expansive. This location was indeed better, surpassing the previous ones, with mountains behind and sea in front, wide views, and most importantly, it was quiet. How much is this one? Lin Shun inquired. Zhou Mingyuan swallowed hard and reported a figure, 100 million Hong Kong dollars. He felt a bit guilty saying this. 100 million Hong Kong dollars in 1990s Hong Kong was a figure that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even in a top luxury area like Deepwater Bay, this price was astronomical. Zhao Taijun stood behind Lin Shun, his expression unchanged upon hearing the figure. He had no concept. Lin Shun stood by the window for a moment, the sea breeze blowing and lifting the hem of his shirt. He'll take this one. Zhou Mingyuan paused, thinking he misheard. Mr. Lin, you mean you want this one? Yes. Lin Shun turned around. Can we complete the paperwork today? Absolutely. Zhou Mingyuan almost jumped up, his voice trembling. Of course we can. He'll have the legal team prepare the contract right away. We can finalize everything today. Mr. Lin, please have a seat. I'll arrange it immediately. He nearly ran out of the VIP area, pulling out his phone to make a call, as he ran, his voice echoing in the corridor. Lawyerly, come to the Deepwater Bay sales office immediately, right now. Yes, right now. A huge deal. A 1 billion deal. Lin Shun sat back down on the sofa, casually flipping through a property brochure on the coffee table, before putting it down, leaning back against the sofa and closing his eyes. Zhao Taijun poured a glass of water and placed it beside him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Boss. That Sheng person, you just let her go so easily. Lin Shun opened his eyes, glanced at Zhao Taijun, a slight smile, curling his lips, an expression beyond his. Her contract is in my hands, so I can deal with her however I wish. Banning her is simply the easiest method. With the contract in hand, I could even have her star in adult films, but I'm a kind person, there's no need to do that. There's no need for a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The entertainment industry in Hong Kong will have no place for someone like her. For a person of her stature, that is the truly despairing way to handle things. Zhao Taijun nodded, thoughtfully, not asking further. Zhou Mingyuan soon returned with the legal team. Astonishingly, Lin Shun glanced over the contract terms, made a few insignificant edits, then signed and transferred the money. A standalone villa in Deepwater Bay, 100 million Hong Kong dollars from viewing to transaction, took less than 2 hours. When Zhou Mingyuan handed over the keys and all the documents with both hands, his hands trembled slightly. Having worked as a marketing director at Chung Kong for so many years, he had dealt with countless luxury properties, but this was the first time he encountered a client of such caliber. Buying a property worth 100 million without batting an eyelid was no longer about purchasing a house, it was akin to buying cabbage. Mr. Lin, here are the keys and the property certificate. All procedures have been completed. When would you be available for someone to take you for a detailed tour of the house? No need, I can go see it myself. Lin Shen put away the keys and stood up. Zhou Mingyuan escorted him to the door, his back almost bent at a 90. After watching the black Mercedes leave, he straightened up, exhaling deeply, turning to glance at the still empty sales office hall, suddenly feeling as if everything that happened today was a dream. In the car, Lin Shen placed the property certificate and keys on the seat beside him, rolled down the window, letting the coastline of Deepwater Bay gradually receded from his view. Sunlight, sea water, palm trees, everything seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light. Taijun, he suddenly spoke. Yes, tonight gather the brothers, let's go for some skewers. Zhao Taijun glanced at him through the rearview mirror, smiling. Sure thing, boss. A street-side food stall in Causeway Bay. Lin Shen leaned back in a folding chair with a few skewers of sizzling beef and a bottle of ice-cold beer in front of him. Lin Shen, the spicy oysters here are great, want another dozen. Zhao Taijun sat opposite him, chewing on half a clove of garlic. Lin Shen nodded, his eyes sweeping over the entire street. 20 to 30 people were spread across 7 or 8 tables, filling the outdoor food stall. Lin Shen glanced at his brothers and gestured toward the table next door. Serve them too, let's eat freely tonight. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of shouting and cursing erupted from the street. Zhao Taijun instinctively looked up, his hand already reaching for the gun holstered at his waist. Lin Shen pressed down on his arm, signaling him not to move. The curses were coming from down the street, drawing close. Lin Shen turned his head slightly to look. A large crowd poured out from the alley, entangled in 2 groups, glints of blades flashing under the streetlights. Damn it, there really is a show to watch in Causeway Bay every day. A bunch of punks, Zhao Taijun said quietly beside him, his tone laced with caution. Lin Shen didn't respond, leisurely lifting his beer glass to take a sip. The leader of the East Star Group was a bald man, bare-chested with a tiger tattoo on his chest, his loud voice carrying across half the street. Chen Haonan, kneel down and apologize and I might let you live. Chen Haonan. Lin Shen's eyelid, such a familiar name. He couldn't help but look twice at the young man being chased opposite him. Young though cornered, he fought fiercely, taking down at least 2 or 3 of the East Star gang. Interesting, Lin Shen said quietly, putting down his beer glass. Zhao Taijun was fixated on the scene, his chopsticks already set down. The security from the other tables also stopped eating and drinking, some reaching for their guns at their waists, others pulling back chairs to make space. Yet Lin Shen showed little reaction, not even turning his neck. He merely observed the dynamics of friend and foe on the street with peripheral vision, taking a slow bite of the meat skewer in his hand. It was clear that the Hongxing gang had been scattered. Chen Haonan still had 3 or 4 people left by his side, including Shan Ji, who was drenched in blood, wielding a machete. Yet there was no panic on his face as he shouted back at the pursuing East Star lackeys, "What are you chasing for? How about a onion? Stop talking nonsense." Chen Haonan grabbed Shan Ji's arm and pulled him towards Lin Shen. "Retreat to the food stall. There are too many people, they won't dare to act recklessly." Shan Ji cursed, following Chen Haonan, as Baopi and Daishoner trailed behind. Lin Shen frowned. "Damn, they're coming straight for me." The Hongxing members rushed to the edge of the food stall, immediately squeezing into the spots occupied by the security of the whale security, causing tables and chairs to crash. Shan Ji nearly knocked over the plate of spicy oysters that had just been served in front of Zhao Taijun, spilling oyster juice everywhere. Zhao Taijun jumped up, towering at over 6 feet, blocking Shan Ji's path. "Are you blind?" Shan Ji had been stabbed twice, his back stained crimson with blood, but his temper was unwavering. He lifted his head, glaring at Zhao Taijun with bloodshot eyes. "Do you dare block my way? Do you know who my brother is?" "I don't care who your brother is." Zhao Taijun remained unmoved. "You think you can just walk away after bumping my table?" Shan Ji tightened his grip on the machete in his hand. At this moment, Chen Haonan arrived, bloodied and panting, his face flushed from exertion. Before he could stabilize himself, he pushed Shan Ji back and turned to Zhao Taijun, quickly scanning the room, realizing that this table was different. Ordinary people would have long fled at the sight of a knife fight, yet this table sat 30 men, expressionless, watching like it was a show, not only refusing to run, but also continuing to eat and drink. More crucially, Chen Haonan noticed the bulges at their waists. Those were guns. Dozens of them. Chen Haonan's pupils constricted. He had been a gangster for years, and had seen many armed tough guys, but never so many at once, and the way these men stood and sat exuded a trained sense of distance. This was not the configuration of an ordinary gang. These were bodyguards. The real kind. He quickly assessed the situation, clasped his hands together, and lowered his head toward Zhao Taijun. "Bro, sorry, someone is chasing me. Can I borrow a spot to hide for just a minute?" Zhao Taijun did not respond, his gaze drifting toward Lin Shen. Lin Shen remained seated, leisurely sipping his beer, seemingly unaffected by everything happening before him. Shan Ji saw Zhao Taijun looking toward Lin Shen, and followed his gaze, sizing Lin Shen up, who looked like just him. Shan Ji could hardly suppress a laugh. "You're listening to him. Hey kid, my brother is talking to your subordinate, and you dare to butt in." Shan Ji, Chen Haonan frowned, trying to stop him, but it was too late. Shan Ji's words had not finished when the bald man from East Star charged ahead, holding a machete, a sea of lackeys behind him, steel pipes glinting gray-white under the streetlights. The bald man swept a glance at the layout of the food stall, recognizing Chun Haonan's position, and swung his knife. But the knife never struck because he saw a figure in a black tactical vest standing in front of Chun Haonan, meticulously buttoned from cuff to collar. The person expressionlessly raised his right hand horizontally, blocking the bald man's wrist holding the knife. With a twist and a push, the bald man's knife slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Following this, more and more people stood up from the whale security, a solid wall of 30 men standing before the East Star lackeys. The bald man's underling had just raised a steel pipe when he looked up to see a row of dark figures facing him. 30 men, expressionless, silent, exuding extreme calmness and the readiness to strike. The bald man's hand froze in midair. He swallowed hard, incredulously glancing at his wrist that was being pinned down, then looked up to see the gun handle protruding from the waist of the opposing crowd. In that moment, the entire street fell silent. The bald man did not engage, taking 2 steps back, yet relying on his numbers, he did not yield verbally. "Who are you? Do you know the power of East Star? If you're wise, hand over Chun Haonan. We are only here to settle scores with the Hongxin gang today." Zhao Taijun glanced back at Lin Shun. Lin Shun finally put down the skewer of meat. He stood up, his 19-year-old face appeared especially youthful against the backdrop of the night market smoke and fire, yet his eyes revealed a calmness that belied his age. He wiped his hands with the napkin from the table, not discarding it, but holding it in his hand as he stepped forward, walking slowly toward the bald man. He was nearly a head shorter than the bald man, yet when he looked up, the bald man actually took a step back. "You have 10 seconds. Lin Shun tossed the napkin into the trash, casually, his voice not loud but calm. "Clear your mess and get out of my sight." The bald man froze for a moment, then his face flushed red. "You dare to?" Lin Shun lowered his gaze, giving him a glance as if he were an ant. Zhao Taijun instantly understood. "None of you move." Zhao Taijun raised a finger toward the bald man's face, addressing the East Star henchmen flanking him. In an instant, 30 operatives from Whale Security surged into action. Some seized the front row East Star thugs' wrists, others sealed both ends of the street in a flash, still others withdrew to the periphery as lookouts. The entire operation unfolded in utter silence. 30 firearms were drawn simultaneously from waist holsters, their muzzles aligned with chilling precision, each aimed directly at an East Star thug. Cold, slender gun barrels extended into the dim half-light of the street lamp, steady and unwavering, mounted before 30 impassive black tactical vests, no more than 5 meters separating muzzle from flesh. Before the East Star underlings could even react, dark apertures had already locked onto their foreheads. The bald, "Why you?" His bravado strangled in his throat, each syllable wrenched out with agonizing effort. "You." A piercing screech of brakes shattered the stillness at the far end of the street. 2 police cruisers, sirens flashing, urgently skidded to a halt just beyond the crowd. Doors swung open, plainclothes CID officers in windbreakers and uniformed constables leapt out. Leading them was Inspector Huang of the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau, 40-something, his face etched with years of wear from countless Triad investigations. Inspector Huang drew his sidearm, scanned the scene. 30 armed men in black, dozens of disheveled street thugs, and a cluster of bloodied young gangsters. His expression shifted instantly, from professional vigilance to bewildered disbelief. "Freeze. Drop your weapons." He raised his pistol and bellowed, the command laced with ingrained authority, yet trembling faintly with unmasked uncertainty. Wanchai Police Station, 147 A.M. In the Wanchai Station's duty room, the telephone rang sharply. Inspector Huang picked it up, and the voice on the other end transformed his exhaustion into rigid stillness. After hanging up, he stood motionless for 3 seconds, then strode briskly toward the commissioner's office. Knocked, entered, closed the door. Less than 5 minutes elapsed. Lin Shun sat in the interrogation room. Before him, the young detective dared not meet his gaze. Ever since taking that internal call, the officer's demeanor had shifted from interrogating a suspect to attending a senior official. He'd brought Lin Shun a steaming Yunyang, wiped the interrogation chair thrice, and even asked, "Mr. Lin, is the air conditioning too cold?" making Lin Shun half expect a menu to appear. Hasty footsteps echoed down the corridor, leather soles striking the terrazzo floor with sharp, authoritative rhythm, unmistakably not those of an ordinary constable. The door swung inward. A man in his 50s entered, shoulders bearing the insignia of a crown chief super. His name was Fong Chiming, commander of the Hong Kong region, the ultimate superior of the OCTB's command. Such high-ranking officials rarely appeared at Wanchai Station. Only for 2 reasons: either a major case had been cracked and a press conference loomed, or a top-level inspection was underway. Chief Superintendent Fong's first act upon entering was not to review case files, but to stride swiftly to Lin Shun and extend his right hand. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for the distress you've endured." Lin Shun regarded the outstretched hand without immediate response. Slowly he rose, his gaze sweeping coolly across Fong's face. Then with deliberate calm extended his own hand, clasped it once, and withdrew. "Superintendent Fong," Lin Shun nodded. "Thank you for coming all this way so late. It must have been quite taxing." A faint twitch flickered at the corner of Fong's mouth. An 18 or 19-year-old youth seated in a police interrogation room addressing a chief superintendent with the words, "quite taxing." The image defied convention, yet Fong Chiming's expression betrayed no trace of offense. "My subordinates were unaware of Mr. Lin's identity. I beg your understanding. Tonight's incident was purely a misunderstanding, a long-standing feud between East Star and Hung Hing in Causeway Bay, entirely unrelated to you. So we may leave now." Fong paused, then rose and personally walked over to open the interrogation room door. "Of course. I've already authorized release procedures. Mr. Lin and all your security personnel are to be freed unconditionally, effective immediately." He glanced back at Lin Shun and added quietly, "This matter has already been briefed at the highest level. Whale Capital's contributions to Hong Kong's economic development are profound. Rest assured the police will safeguard Mr. Lin's personal security with absolute priority." Lin Shen rose, placed the empty Yuanyang cup on the table, and paused for half a second beside Fong. "Superintendent Fong, please convey my thanks to your commissioner." Fong's smile froze mid-expression. Lin Shun had already stepped through the interrogation room door. In the corridor, Zhao Taijun and over 20 Whale security operatives were emerging silently from various holding cells. No voices rose, no noise broke the stillness. The entire release proceeded with the hushed precision of a meticulously rehearsed military drill. Zhao Taijun approached Lin Shun and murmured, "Mr. Lin, all personnel accounted for. Not one missing." Lin Shun gave a slight nod and glanced toward the corridor's far end. The Hung Hing holding cell door remained shut. Behind its iron bar, Shanji's face pressed against the grating, eyes wide, jaw slack with disbelief as the group strode past, unhurried, unchallenged. What the hell gives them the right to walk out? Chun Haonan leaned against the wall of his cell, silent. His gaze pierced the iron grill, locking onto Lin Shun's retreating silhouette, and held fast, unwavering, until that figure vanished behind the white metal door at the corridor's end. At 2 p.m., the moment Lin Shun entered Whale Capital's grand lobby, his secretary handed him a check. "Mr. Lin, this was delivered just now." She placed it on his desk, her expression subtly strained. "The courier said it came from Mr. Jiang Tiansheng of Hung Hing, offered as a token of apology for last night's disturbance." Lin Shun lifted the check. 5 million Hong Kong dollars. A sight draft issued by HSBC Bank. The issuer's name, Jiang Tiansheng, was written in bold, confident strokes, unmistakably handwritten, not delegated to a secretary. Lin Shun set the check down on the desk, saying nothing. Half an hour later, another check arrived. This time from East Star's Luo Tua, also 5 million Hong Kong dollars in HSBC site draft. Its bearer was a middle-aged man with a broad, heavy face. He presented the check with deep reverence, bowing 90 degrees, hands cupped forward. "Brother Luo says the bald fool acted recklessly last night and disrespected Mr. Lin. Brother Luo has personally disciplined him. This modest gift is offered with utmost sincerity. Please accept it graciously." Lin Shen glanced at the check, then laid it beside Jiang Tiansheng's. He picked up both and handed them to Taijun. "Distribute this among yesterday's team." Zhao Taijun looked, and his eyes widened. 10 million Hong Kong dollars. "Boss, this. It's compensation from Hung Hing and East Star. Not a cent shall remain with me. You'll oversee the distribution." Zhao Tiejuan's fingers trembled slightly as he accepted the checks. "Mr. Lin, isn't this inappropriate?" Zhao Taijun pushed the checks forward. "This was meant for you. They're our brother's apology. How can we possibly take it? Tell the brothers this isn't a bonus. It's their rightful payment for risking their lives. From today onward, every Whale security operative who remains loyal to me, Lin Shun, shall enjoy lifelong prosperity and honor." Zhao Tiejuan's eyes glistened. A hardened Special Forces operator who'd never blinked amid gunfire and shrapnel, now moved to quiet emotion by the words of a 19-year-old. He drew a slow, deep breath, folded the checks carefully, and tucked them into his inner pocket, then nodded firm and resolute. "Mr. Lin, I'll deliver your words exactly as spoken." Lin Shun waved dismissively, signaling Zhao Taijun to depart. Lin Shun leaned back in his genuine leather office chair, idly twirling the steel pen in his hand. The skyline of Hong Kong shimmered under the late August sun, with cargo ships weaving across the surface of Victoria Harbor, everything in perfect order. The stock market had been calm lately, with no significant fluctuations. His team of traders was sufficient to handle the daily operations. As a billionaire tycoon, Lin Shun had become the most leisurely person. He glanced at the market terminal and casually turned it off. Such a market was something his subordinates could monitor. He didn't need to get involved personally. There were opportunities for both long and short positions, but the margins were too slim to justify deploying large capital. The internal phone on his desk rang. "Lin Shun, the Zheng family has sent an invitation." The voice of his secretary, He Jinbang, came through the receiver. "Bring it in." He Jinbang entered, hands presenting a gilded invitation. Lin Shun opened it and glanced. The eldest son of the Zheng family, Zheng Daiheng, was getting married at the Peninsula Hotel in 3 days. "Got it. Reply that I will attend." He casually placed the invitation on the desk. He Jinbang hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, "Do you need to prepare a gift?" Lin Shan thought for a moment. Get a piece of porcelain from Christie's, nothing too extravagant, something in the mid-range will do. The Zheng family lacks nothing, as long as the sentiment is there, that's sufficient. Understood. After He Jinbong left, Lin Shan twirled the pen for a couple more rounds. He had interacted with Zheng Daheng a few times. The man had returned from studying in England and had a westernized working style, making him not difficult to get along with. Lin Shan had never been particularly fond of wedding banquets, but being in Hong Kong, socializing at such events was unavoidable. The faces of the 5 great families still needed to be given respect. Moreover, now that he possessed a fortune exceeding 100 billion, having risen from nothing, he had become a legendary figure in this circle, and the more so the less he could afford to appear proud. 3 days later, at the Peninsula Hotel, the entire banquet hall had been booked, lavishly decorated. A line had already formed at the entrance's registration desk, filled with prominent figures from Hong Kong. Lin Shan stepped out of the car, wearing a tailored deep gray suit, handing his car keys to the valet as he walked straight toward the entrance. The staff at the registration desk saw Lin Shan's name and immediately respectfully guided him to the main table. The main table was always reserved for the most important guests, and few in Hong Kong had the honor of sitting with members of the 5 great families. As Lin Shan took his seat, a few people were already at the main table. Old Master Zheng occupied the host's seat with Zheng Daheng and the bride beside him. On the other side sat Old Master Li of the Li family and Old Master Guo of the Guo family. When they saw Lin Shan arrive, everyone stood to greet him. Lin Shan is here, please take a seat. Old Master Zheng cheerfully gestured. Daheng, pour wine for Lin Shan. Zheng Daheng personally poured a glass of red wine for Lin Shan, saying, with Lin Shan's presence, this wedding banquet is complete. You flatter me, young Master Zheng. Lin Shan raised his glass to clink with his, saying, congratulations on your marriage. Old Master Li chimed in from the side. Lin Shan is only 19 this year, isn't he? You are a few years younger than Daheng, yet your fortune has already surpassed 100 billion. We old men truly admire you. Lin Shan smiled humbly. Old Li has praised me. It's merely good fortune. Old Master Guo also added, Lin Shan is too modest. We have all seen your operations. Lin Shan did not respond to this remark. After the banquet officially began, many people came to the main table to toast. As the youngest face at the table, Lin Shan naturally attracted a lot of attention. In addition to the special treatment from the 5 great families, other wealthy businessmen and officials also seized the opportunity to engage in conversation. Leading the charge was the Deputy Secretary for Financial Affairs of the Hong Kong British government. Lin Shan generally kept his distance from government officials, but he did not offend them, politely chatting for a few moments before they parted ways. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Shan noticed an elderly man sitting across from him, frequently glancing in his direction. The man was Old Master He from Australia, a gambling king whose reputation resonated throughout Southeast Asia. Beside Old Master He sat Old Master Hua, and the two were engaged in a quiet conversation. Lin Shan was aware of the relationship between Old Master Hua and Old Master He. Years ago, Old Master He had managed to secure the gambling license for Australia with significant help from Old Master Hua, and their decades-long friendship was no secret in the circle. After a while, Old Master Hua walked over to Lin Shan with a glass of wine in hand. Lin Shan quickly stood up, saying, Old Hua. Old Master Hua sat down beside Lin Shan, smiling as he said, Xiao Lin, I haven't seen you for a while. Lin Shan poured a cup of tea for Old Master Hua. How have you been lately, Old Hua? Same as usual, blood pressure is a bit high. The doctor advised me to drink less alcohol. Old Master Hua shook his wine glass with a wry smile, but in a setting like this, not drinking is not an option. Lin Shan nodded, waiting for Old Master Hua to get to the point. Having mingled in this circle for so long, he could tell Old Master Hua had something to discuss. Sure enough, after taking a sip of wine, Old Master Hua lowered his voice and said, Xiao Lin, He Sheng wants to meet you. Lin Shan glanced at Old Master He across the table, who happened to look over as well, giving a slight nod as agreed. He Sheng is a senior. It is my honor to meet him, Lin Shan remarked politely. Old Master Hua smiled directly, stating, it's not just a simple introduction. He Sheng has an idea and wants to collaborate with you. However, he is a person who values face and is not comfortable coming directly to you, so he asked me to be the intermediary. Lin Shan quickly pondered. Old Master He's position in Australia was unshakable, with several casinos making a fortune. What could he possibly need to collaborate with him on? What kind of collaboration does He Sheng have in mind? Lin Shan asked. Old Master Hua set down his wine glass, looking seriously at Lin Shan. He Sheng has a sum of idle funds, approximately 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, and wants your help to manage it. The profit sharing is negotiable. You would take half of the profits, and any losses would be on him. Lin Shan did not respond immediately. 2 billion Hong Kong dollars was not a large amount for him. Giant Whale Capital's asset management scale had already surpassed 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Adding this 20 billion was merely a bonus. He had been thinking of stepping back and not wanting to take on more work. Old Hua do not plan to take on new funds anymore. Old Master Hua also understood that Lin Shan's returns were remarkably high. In the past year, the Hua family had received dividends amounting to several billion. Now, since Lin Shan did not lack funds, being able to help these 5 great families manage their money was already giving them face. However, Old Master Hua had another card to play. He Sheng could help you secure a gambling license in Australia. Lin Shun's pupils slightly constricted. A gambling license. Now that was a truly valuable asset. There are only a few gambling licenses on Audao, each serving as a key to a money printing machine. Old Master, he has been operating on Audao for decades with a relationship to the government that is deeply intertwined. If he says he can help someone secure a gambling license, it is essentially a done deal. The cash flow of the casino is too tempting, especially since it is not affected by economic cycles. Most importantly, he already knew from his past life that the gambling industry on Audao would experience explosive growth in the coming decades. Particularly after the return, the income brought in by mainland tourists would multiply the profits of the casinos. Lin Shun fell silent for a few seconds, lifted his wine glass, and took a sip, casually saying, Huasheng gambling licenses are indeed valuable, but this matter is quite intricate. Even if Huasheng can help me secure one, the subsequent operations will require the cooperation of local insiders. Huasheng's intention surely isn't just for me to manage 2 billion in funds, right? Old Master Hu chuckled. Little Lin, you are indeed clever. Huasheng means a tripartite cooperation. You, him, and I will jointly secure a gambling license. The operation and management of the casino will be handled by Huasheng. The Hua family will take care of the political and business relations on Audao, and you will be responsible for the financial operations and future capital layout. Lin Shin slightly nodded. This distribution plan was quite reasonable. Each party had its strengths and was indispensable to one another. What about the specific equity ratio? Lin Shin inquired. Huasheng will hold 40% while you and I will each hold 30%. Huasheng's share is in technology and management, while our two families' 30% will be real cash investment. Lin Shin quickly calculated in his mind. A gambling license along with casino construction, decoration equipment, and personnel would require an initial investment of at least 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. 30% equity translates to around 900 million, which he could easily afford. Moreover, with his understanding of the future development of the gambling industry, this 900 million investment would at least turn into 3 billion after 10 years. This proposal from Huasheng is quite sincere. Lin Shin set down his wine glass. But I have one question. When can we secure the gambling license? Old Master Hu pondered for a moment. Huasheng said the earliest would be in a year and the latest in a year and a half. He is already working on it with the Audao government. Once the timing is right, we will hold a public bidding, and we just need to go through the motions. Lin Shin nodded. This time frame seems reasonable, perfectly coinciding with the explosive growth of the gambling industry in the mid to late 1990s. All right, I will engage in this cooperation. Lin Shin readily agreed. I will also manage the 10 billion in funds, and profit sharing will follow Huasheng's proposal. Old Master Hu patted Lin Shin's shoulder, decisive. I will go tell Huasheng, he will definitely be very pleased. Old Master Hu returned to the adjacent table with his wine glass, and quietly spoke a few words to Old Master He. After listening, Old Master He showed a smile, and raised his wine glass toward Lin Shin. Lin Shin also raised his glass in response, clinking it from a distance. And so the matter was settled. Lin Shin sat at the main table, already beginning to strategize the subsequent layout in his mind. The casino was merely the first step. The true gold mines were the future entertainment complexes, hotels, retail, and performances. With the advantage of his past life's memories, he knew that Audao would become the largest gambling hub in the world after the return, as well as the consumption habits and preferences of mainland tourists. If everything is operated properly, the returns from this gambling license would be immense. The banquet continued, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Zheng Daheng began to toast at each table with his bride, the sounds of the band's performance intertwined with the laughter of the guests. Lin Shin sat quietly alone sipping soup when someone suddenly sat down beside him. He looked up to see a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a white suit, looking clean and refined, clearly a son from a wealthy family. Hello, Lin Shin, I am Zhao Zheng's son, Zhao Yuan. The young man introduced himself with a hint of deliberate enthusiasm in his tone. My father asked me to come over and greet you, saying you are the youngest billionaire in Xiangjiang and that I should learn more from you. Lin Shin remembered Zhao Zheng. The Zhao family was also considered a prominent family in Xiangjiang, primarily engaged in real estate and shipping, who, although not on par with the 5 major families, they held a certain status in the business world. You are too polite, young Master Zhao. Lin Shin smiled. Your father's praise is too much for me. Zhao Yuan waved his hand. Please just call me a Yuan, no need for young Master Zhao. Actually, I'm not just here to greet you. I have a few friends sitting over there, all from the entertainment industry. They heard you were here and wanted to come over and meet you. Lin Shin raised an eyebrow. From the entertainment industry. Zhao Yuan turned around and waved, and a few young men and women holding glasses walked over. Lin Shin glanced at them. 2 or 3 seemed somewhat familiar, likely newcomers who had just debuted in the past 2 years. One woman stood out particularly. She looked about 20, wearing a light pink evening gown, her features exquisitely beautiful, as if painted, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing out in the crowd. Lin Shin recognized her. Li Jia, the 1988 Miss Hong Kong champion, hailed as the most beautiful Miss Hong Kong, had starred in several films over the past 2 years and was currently at the peak of her popularity. Zhao Yuan smiled and introduced, Lin Shin, this is Miss Li Jia. You should have seen her on television. Li Jia slightly bowed, revealing an appropriate smile. Hello, Lin Sheng, I have long admired your name. Lin Shen extended his hand and gently shook hers. Miss Li, you are too kind, please have a seat. A young man beside her introduced himself. Hello, Lin Sheng, I am Lu Hua, I've acted in a few TV dramas, and am now also singing. Lin Shen certainly recognized him. Lu Hua was still a young talent at the television station and had not yet reached the status of a future king. However, in Lin Shen's memories from his past life, this person would become an iconic figure in the Chinese entertainment industry for decades. Hello, Mr. Lu, I have heard your songs on the radio, you sing quite well, Lin Shen complimented. Lu Hua looked surprised. Thank you for your praise, Lin Sheng. I still need to work harder. Several people sat around Lin Shen, and the conversation naturally opened up. Although Lin Shen was only 19, his experiences from 2 lifetimes made chatting with these young people effortless. They discussed the current state of the Xiangjiang film market, talked about new singers in the music scene, and the newly opened French restaurant in Central, creating an increasingly relaxed atmosphere. Li Jia spoke little, mostly listening, her gaze occasionally falling on Lin Shen. He noticed, but did not bring it up. Lin Shen, you're so young, and already so successful. Do you ever feel like there aren't many peers to chat with? Li Jia suddenly asked him, her voice soft. Lin Shen glanced at her. Sometimes yes, but I'm used to it. Li Jia nodded. I feel that way too. I entered the entertainment industry at 18, and everyone around me is much older. Sometimes I want to find someone to chat with, but I don't know who to look for. Zhao Yuan chimed in. You two are the same age, you can chat with each other. Li Jia smiled, but didn't reply, although she cast a glance at Lin Shen. Lin Shen raised his wine glass and took a sip, casually saying, if Miss Li feels bored, we can go out and play together another day. Li Jia's eyes brightened slightly. Really? Lin Shen, don't just say it for the sake of saying it. I always keep my word. Zhao Yuan seized the opportunity. How about this, Lin Sheng? I will arrange a yacht trip for everyone to go out and have some fun together. Lin Shen thought for a moment. He had indeed been somewhat aimless lately, and going out to sea would be nice. He said, all right, then you arrange it. Zhao Yuan excitedly clapped his hands. Great. I will get things organized. A few people chatted for a while longer as the banquet gradually reached its conclusion. Lin Shen stood up to bid farewell, and Li Jia also got up, the two of them walking out together. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, Li Jia suddenly said, Lin Sheng, it was a pleasure to meet you today. Lin Shen stopped and looked at her. Me too. Li Jia bit her lip, seeming to hesitate over something, but ultimately spoke up. If Xiao Xiao organizes a yacht party, can I come too? Lin Shen smiled slightly. Of course you can. He'll have a Yuan notify you then. Li Jia laughed, her smile particularly radiant under the lights of the hotel lobby. Then it settled Lin Sheng. She extended her hand. Goodbye. Lin Shen shook her hand. Goodbye. The two of them each got into their cars. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Shen saw Li Jia get into a white Mercedes through the car window, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind. This woman is not simple. But it didn't matter. He wasn't a simple person either. When he returned home, Lin Shen took a shower and sat on the balcony in a bathrobe, enjoying the breeze. The night view of Victoria Harbor was beautiful, with the lights on both sides reflecting on the sea, resembling a flowing galaxy. He lit a cigarette and took slow puffs. His mind was filled with thoughts of the gambling license. With a casino, his asset structure would be even more solid. Although stocks and futures made money quickly, they were too volatile and required constant monitoring. A casino was different. As long as it operated normally, there would be a stable cash flow every day. Moreover, a casino could serve as a platform extending into hotels, dining, entertainment, and other businesses, forming a complete ecological chain. The most crucial point was that his memories from his past life told him that after its return, Audiobook would undergo a tremendous transformation. The gambling industry would be completely liberated, and international capital would flood, in causing the value of gambling licenses to skyrocket. Securing a gambling license now meant locking in a gold mine for the future 20 years in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Shen felt much better. He extinguished the cigarette and laid down in his bedroom, quickly falling asleep. 3 days later, Zhao Yuan called. Lin Shen, I've arranged the yacht party. How about this Saturday? Zhao Yuan excitedly said over the phone. Sounds good. You set the time, and he'll be there. All right, I'll notify everyone right away. We currently have about a dozen people, mostly from the entertainment circle, with handsome men and beautiful women guaranteed to ensure Lin Sheng has a good time. Okay, you go arrange it. By the way, food and drinks are up to you. I'll cover the costs. No problem, Lin Sheng, don't worry. On Saturday at 10 in the morning at Deepwater Bay Pier, a beautiful yacht was docked at the outermost berth, its 80-foot hull standing out among the many yachts. The white hull sparkled under the sunlight, and the deck's teak flooring was spotless. Zhao Yuan had arrived early with a dozen people, both men and women, waiting at the pier. Several women dressed in light summer attire, wearing large sunglasses, occasionally glanced toward the yacht. Zhao Xiao, will Lin Sheng really come? Will he stand us up? A woman in a red bikini covered with a sheer shawl asked. Don't worry, Lin Sheng is not that kind of person. Zhao Yuan glanced at his watch. The scheduled time is 10:30. It's only 10 now, so what's the rush? Hey, Zhao Xiao has bought plenty of seafood and food this time. Just wait to enjoy it. A man in white shorts said with this time it's Lin Sheng footing the bill, so everyone must not thank the wrong person. A taxi stopped at the pier entrance, and Li Jia got out. This time it's Lin Sheng footing the bill, so everyone must not thank the wrong person. A taxi stopped at the pier entrance, and Li Jia got out. Slender midriff. Her hair fell over her shoulders, and she wore a large pair of sunglasses, her lips painted with a light pink lip gloss. Zhao Yuan waved at her. Sign over here. Li Jia walked over, glanced at the yacht. So beautiful. Of course this is my treasure, Zhao Yuan said with a grin. At 10:20 a black Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the pier. The car door opened and Lin Shen stepped out wearing a light blue polo shirt and white casual pants. He wore a pair of boat shoes and Ray-Ban sunglasses, looking like an ordinary rich young master, completely devoid of the airs of a billionaire. Lin Sheng has arrived. Zhao Yuan greeted him. Lin Shen shook his hand. Is everyone here? They're all here just waiting for you. Lin Sheng glanced at the crowd, his gaze pausing on Li Jia for half a second. She stood in the middle of the crowd, her black bikini accentuating her curvaceous figure, the shirt fluttering slightly in the sea breeze, her long legs glistening under the sunlight. A group of people followed in line with men and women exclaiming in amazement. Wow, this living room is bigger than my house. Look at this sound system, it must— A group of people followed in line with men and women exclaiming in amazement. Wow, this living room is bigger than my house. Look at this sound system, it must be the latest model from BO. There's even a hot tub on the deck, how luxurious. Zhao Yuan weaved through the crowd, arranging everyone to take their— Lin Shun ascended to the flybridge deck, sitting on a large sofa as the captain started the engine and the yacht slowly left the port. The sea breeze blew towards him carrying a salty scent. Lin Shun took off his sunglasses, watching the skyline of Hong Kong gradually recede, his mood relaxing along with it. Li Jia approached with a glass of champagne. Lin Shun, may I sit next to you? Of course you can. Lin Shun shifted over slightly. Li Jia sat beside him, her legs together and angled to the side, the black bikini contrasting sharply with the white shirt. Her skin was very fair, almost translucent under the reflection of the sea. I didn't get a chance to chat much at the wedding banquet today. We finally have the opportunity. Li Jia tilted her head to look at Lin Shun. What does Lin Shun usually like to do? Lin Shun thought for a moment. I don't have any special hobbies, just trading stocks and playing golf. Is it really that simple? Yes, it's that simple. What more complexity were you expecting? Li Jia laughed as well. I thought someone like you who is wealthy would have a richer and more colorful life. The so-called richness and colorfulness is mostly for others to see. Lin Shun shrugged. When alone, I'm really no different from ordinary people. Li Jia looked at him earnestly. You are truly special, completely different from those old and greasy wealthy men. Lin Shun couldn't help but laugh. Are you complimenting me or criticizing me? Of course I'm complimenting you. Li Jia rolled her eyes at him. You're so young, handsome, and rich, you're like a character. I bet the women pursuing you must be lining up all the way to Central, right? Not that exaggerated. Lin Shun shook his head. I'm usually quite busy with no time for dating. What about now? Li Jia's gaze held a hint of expectation. You're not busy now, right? Lin Shun looked into her eyes without speaking. He knew that this woman was actively leaning towards him. However, he didn't mind. Li Jia's looks and figure were indeed outstanding, and she was only 20 this year, the perfect age. As for now, Lin Shun said slowly, I'm indeed not that busy. Li Jia's smile deepened. The yacht arrived at the waters of Saigon and came to a stop, the anchor chain lowered, resting in a tranquil bay. The crew set up food and drinks on the deck, while Zhao Yuan played music, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. Several women took off their coats, walking around the deck in bikinis, while the men held their glasses, chatting and laughing. Some jumped into the sea to swim, others lounged on the deck, soaking up the sun, and some sat in the hot tub chatting. Lin Shun did not participate in the lively activities. He sat on the sofa of the flybridge deck, gazing into the distance, occasionally admiring the beautiful expanse below. Li Jia came up as well, sitting quietly beside him, occasionally chatting with him. The way the two interacted resembled that of old friends who had known each other for a long time. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the sun became quite harsh, and most people retreated into the cabin to play cards and drink. Lin Shun also planned to go down when Li Jia suddenly grabbed his hand. Lin Shun, wait a moment. Her voice was soft. Lin Shun paused and turned to look at her. Li Jia bit her lips, seemingly hesitating, but the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. She released Lin Shun's hand, walked to the railing of the flybridge deck, turned her back to him, and slowly untied the strap of her bikini top. The black bikini top fell onto the deck, and Li Jia turned around, the sunlight casting on her bare body, creating an almost perfect picture in Lin Shun's view. She approached Lin Shun, almost pressing her body against his, looking up at him. Her gaze held no shyness or hesitation, only a resolute, determined light. Lin Shun, I want to spend some time alone with you. She said, her voice low enough for just the two of them to hear. Lin Shun glanced at the lively crowd on the lower deck, then looked back at the woman before him. He did not push her away nor utter any pleasantries. Instead, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Li Jia's body trembled slightly, then relaxed, leaning into Lin Shun's embrace. The two entered the main bedroom cabin beneath the flybridge deck. The moment the door closed, all outside sounds were cut off, leaving only the low hum of the air conditioning and the sound of waves lapping against the hull. Lin Shun laid Li Jia on the wide bed, her long hair cascading over the pillow, the black bikini bottoms contrasting sharply with the white sheets. Her body looked like a piece of warm white jade under the dim light of the cabin. "Are you sure?" Lin Shen looked at her and finally asked. Li Jia reached out, hooked her arms around his neck, and whispered in his ear, "I am sure." Lin Shen did not. That afternoon, the yacht swayed on the surface of the Saigon Sea for a long time. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, forming golden stripes on the cabin walls. The waves rhythmically crashed against the hull, accompanied by a subtle cadence. Around 5 in the afternoon, the yacht began its return journey. Lin Shen changed into dry clothes and walked onto the flybridge deck. Zhao Yuan was lounging in a chair with a drink, and upon seeing him, he raised his eyebrows and grinned. "Lin Sheng, did you have a good rest this afternoon?" Lin Shen maintained a calm expression as he gazed at the distant sea. "Not bad." Zhao Yuan tactfully refrained from asking more. After a while, Li Jia also came up, wearing a floral dress, her long hair flowing, a faint blush on her face. She sat down beside Lin Shen, naturally leaning against his shoulder. Lin Shen did not push her away, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. The people around them exchanged knowing smiles at the sight. Li Jia was famously beautiful in their circle, and being with a wealthy man like Lin Shen was the best outcome for her. After the yacht docked, a group of people dispersed. Lin Shen had the driver take Li Jia home. As she turned to look at him before getting into the car, she seemed to want to say something, but held back. Lin Shen understood her meaning. "I'll call you tomorrow." Li Jia smiled and got into the car, leaving. In the following days, Lin Shen and Li Jia's relationship was thus established. They were not boyfriend and girlfriend, but lovers. Li Jia was very clear about her position. She never questioned Lin Shen's business, nor interfered in his life, only appearing when Lin Shen needed her. Lin Shen was generous with her, buying her a luxurious apartment in Happy Valley, giving her a substantial allowance every month, and occasionally taking her to private gatherings. One night in mid-September, Lin Shen spent the night at Li Jia's apartment. After they had shared intimate moments, they lay side by side on the bed smoking. Li Jia suddenly asked him, "Shen, what exactly do you like about me?" Lin Shen thought for a moment. "You are beautiful, you have a great figure, and you cooperate well in bed, if that's enough for me." Li Jia laughed at his blunt response. "Aren't you afraid I'm just after your money?" "I'm not afraid." Lin Shen flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Because aside from money, I have nothing else to give you." Li Jia was momentarily taken aback, then leaned in to kiss him. "You always speak so directly. Isn't being direct better? It saves time from guessing." Li Jia leaned against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, and after a while softly said, "Shen, I won't cling to you. If one day you don't want to continue, just tell me directly, and I won't pester you." Lin Shen glanced down at her. The woman's words contained both truth and falsehood, but it didn't matter. He had no intention of investing too many emotions in this relationship. "All right, don't think too much about it." Lin Shen extinguished the cigarette, turned over, and pressed her beneath him. "Let's do it again." Li Jia laughed and pushed him. "Wait a moment, let me catch my breath." Lin Shen ignored her resistance and lowered his head to kiss her. Li Jia quickly gave in to the kiss, wrapping her arms around his neck and responding passionately. A few days later, Lin Shen received a call from Old Master Hua. "Shaolin He Sheng is ready. We'll meet on Amin Island next Wednesday to formally sign the contract. Is everything fine on your end?" "No problem. I will be there Wednesday." Lin Shen hung up the phone, leaning back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. He was 100% sure that this gambling license was a lucrative deal. In his past life, he knew that after the gambling license competition opened in Amin Island in 2002, the value of a license skyrocketed by hundreds of times. Now, with a 10-year head start coupled with Old Master He's connections and operational capabilities, this gambling license was like a goose that laid golden eggs. On Wednesday, Lin Shen took a boat to Amin Island. Old Master He had arranged a banquet in the VIP room of the Lisboa Hotel, attended only by Old Master He, Old Master Hua, and Lin Shen. The three discussed for over an hour, finalizing the specific terms of cooperation. The signing ceremony was simple. Each took a pen and signed their names on the contract. The three clinked their glasses and the deal was settled. After returning from Amin Island, Lin Shen's life returned to tranquility. The stock market remained uneventful. He checked the market daily, listened to reports, and spent most of his time planning. He had people gather information on major casinos around the world, including Las Vegas, Monte Carlo, and Atlantic City, analyzing their operational models, customer demographics, and profit sources. What he wanted to create was not a traditional casino, but a comprehensive resort that integrated gambling, hotels, dining, entertainment, and shopping. Days passed, and September quickly came to an end. Early October. The phone on Lin Shen's desk rang, and he turned to answer it. "Shun, it's me." Lin Wen's voice came from the other end, tinged with fatigue, but mostly excitement. "How is everything at the factory, sister?" "It's basically built up, and the equipment is gradually being installed. I had someone take photos. You can take a look if it's convenient for you. By the way, the design drawings for the headquarters building in Pudong Magic City have also come out. I looked at the first draft. Overall, it's fine, but I feel like something is missing. When will you have time to come and take a look?" Lin Shen pondered for a moment. "All right, I'll go over in a couple of days. I can also visit a few factories in person." "Good, I'll have someone arrange it." After hanging up, Lin Shen sat down in his office chair and flipped through the schedule on his desk. There weren't too many things to handle in October, and the matters concerning the Soviet Union needed to be put on the agenda. He called his assistant in and briefed them on the upcoming arrangements before dialing Zhao Taijin's extension. Kyejuan, get ready, come with me to the mainland the day after tomorrow. On the other end of the line, Zhao Taijun responded briskly, got it, boss. How many people should I bring? You manage the arrangements. 3 to 5 will do, mainly to check the factories. 2 days later, Lin Shen set off from Xiangjiang with Zhao Taijun and a few brothers, first flying to Yanqing. Lin Wen arranged for a car to pick them up and headed towards the development zone where the factories were located. The first factory looked neat from the outside with gray-white walls, and workers were finishing up the final touches. Lin Wen was already waiting at the entrance, dressed in a sharp business suit, her hair tied back. She greeted Lin Shen as soon as he got out of the car. Shen, are you tired from the journey? Not too bad, I took a nap on the plane. Lin Shen looked around. Sister, you've lost quite a bit of weight these past few months. Lin Wen smiled and patted his shoulder. How could I not lose weight being this busy? But seeing everything come together little by little is very satisfying. Let's go in and take a look first. She led Lin Shen into the factory area, introducing as they walked. This is the production workshop. Over there is the raw materials warehouse, and behind is a building for employee dormitories and the cafeteria. Now the main structure is completed, and only some finishing touches are left. Lin Shen entered the workshop, where the floor was painted with green epoxy, smooth and even. The production line hadn't been fully installed yet, but the general layout was already apparent. He walked around the workshop, checking the lighting and ventilation, and inquired about the fire escape setup, concluding that there were no major issues. We need to keep a close eye on the fire safety aspect. We can't skimp on it. Lin Wen nodded. You can rest assured about this. I hired a professional fire engineering company, and all standards are being followed to the strictest. After leaving the first factory, they went to the second one, where some equipment had already begun trial operation. Lin Shen stood on the production line for a while, watching the workers debug the machines. He asked Lin Wen several questions about production capacity and orders, to which she answered one by one. After finishing at the last factory, it was already nearing evening. Lin Wen had someone find a nearby restaurant, and the three of them sat down for a meal. At the dinner table, Lin Wen brought up the design drawings for the Magic City Tower again. Just looking at photos might not reveal much. You really need to see it in person. Here, let me put some fish in your bowl, Lin Wen said. The design team will also come over. If you have any ideas, just tell them. All right, we'll leave for Magic City tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lin Shen and his team set off for Magic City. The journey wasn't very long, but fortunately everything was arranged, and they arrived in Magic City by 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Lin Wen had already booked a hotel in Pudong, not far from the site they planned. After settling in, she took out a large roll of blueprints from her file bag and spread them on the table in the hotel room. The blueprints were large, covering the entire table with corners hanging down. Lin Shen stood by the table looking down, while Lin Wen pointed out the various areas. This is the main design of the tower, a total of 58 floors topped with a spire. The designer said this looks more imposing, and it's among the tallest buildings in Magic City right now. Lin Wen pointed at the elevation drawing on the blueprint. This side is for commercial facilities, and underground is the parking lot and equipment level. Lin Shen leaned in closely, examining the drawing, which was very professional, with neat lines and proportional designs. Yet he felt something was slightly off. It wasn't that there was a problem with the design itself, but rather that feeling. This building might be fine now, but in 20 years' time in Pudong, it would likely blend in with the crowd. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping across the blueprints a few times, finally resting on the top and entrance area of the main tower. Sister, what time will the designer be coming tomorrow? They're scheduled for 9 in the morning. He'll discuss it with them in person. Lin Wen looked at him. You have some ideas? A bit. I'll elaborate more when we meet tomorrow. That night, Lin Shen didn't go out much and stayed in the hotel room, reviewing some materials regarding Magic City. Pudong still had large areas of farmland and wasteland, but it wouldn't be long before it became the hottest spot in the main. The headquarters of Giant Whale Capital was located here, not just for office needs, but as a symbol. This building needed to have a sense of the future. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the design team arrived punctually at the hotel conference room. Leading them was a middle-aged architect in his 40s, surnamed Zhou, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking quite impressive. Following him were a few young assistants carrying a large stack of supplementary blueprints and model photos. When Lin Shen entered the conference room, Engineer Zhou was spreading out the latest renderings on the table. Upon seeing Lin Shen enter, he stood up to greet him. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to have the opportunity to report this. We had many rounds of communication with General Lin in the early stages. This current plan is based on a thorough consideration of functional requirements and site conditions. Lin Shen nodded, walking straight to the table, his gaze falling on those renderings. The building depicted in the drawings towered high, and the spire design indeed conveyed a sense of upward movement, while the treatment of the exterior was also quite detailed. However, overall it seemed too conventional. Engineer Zhou, well done. The blueprints are excellent. Lin Shen sat down at the edge of the table. But I have a few ideas I'd like to discuss with you. Engineer Zhou also sat down, pulling out a notebook. Please go ahead. Lin Shen stood up, walked to the largest elevation rendering, and pointed at the middle upper part of the main tower. I have no objections to the height. But this shape engineer Zhou, I think we can consider being bolder. Zhou adjusted his glasses. What does Mr. Lin mean? Lin Shen pondered for a moment, trying to express himself using the architectural language he knew. Lin Shen had encountered numerous real estate projects during his time in investment banking. Although he wasn't an expert, he had seen many remarkable designs. First of all, can we change the pointed top to a more streamlined shape? Lin Shen gestured in the air from the base to the peak. The entire exterior silhouette of the building should convey a sense of upward growth akin to a whale leaping from the water. Zhou Gong was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head to sketch a few lines in his notebook, raising his gaze to follow Lin Shen's gestures as his eyes gradually lit up. Are you suggesting that we use curved surfaces to enhance the sense of vertical momentum? Lin Shen nodded. That's about the gist of it. Also, regarding the treatment of the facade, the current design emphasizes horizontal lines. Can we switch it to vertical? Vertical lines can elevate the building's visual proportion instantly, making it appear exceptionally tall and upright. A young assistant quietly asked, but will that affect the lighting? Lin Shen glanced at him and smiled. That's a good question. Vertical lines do not mean we have to seal off the windows. We can use glass curtain walls combined with vertical decorative wings, which would maintain the vertical rhythm without sacrificing natural light. Moreover, this approach will create dynamic light and shadow effects under sunlight, making the entire building appear lively. Zhou Gong listened intently, his pen continuously sketching in his notebook. Having done design work for many years, he could tell that Lin Shen's words were not those of an amateur and indeed made sense. Mr. Lin, please continue. Lin Shen walked over to the floor plan indicating the entrance. For this area, I believe we can make it more ceremonial. The lobby should have a double-height ceiling at least 2 or 3 stories tall, so that when people enter, they can feel the grandeur of the enterprise. He added, additionally, we could have a large awning above the entrance with an expansive design that doesn't appear too stingy. Zhou Gong noted these points down and looked up. These are all doable. The adjustments aren't too complicated. Do you have any other ideas? Lin Shen paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the empty space on the blueprint. He thought of the landmark buildings from the future, which were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also imbued with cultural significance. Giant Whale Capital has whale in its name. Ideally, this concept should be reflected in the architecture. Zhou Gong, I have another idea. Since the name Giant Whale Capital includes whale, could we create an abstract whale motif in the facade or some key part of the building? It doesn't need to be overly literal, just enough to convey the essence, something that's there yet not immediately recognizable, a subtle nuance. The conference room fell silent for a couple of seconds as Zhou Gong put down his pen and looked at Lin Shen earnestly. Mr. Lin, that idea is very intriguing. I had also considered integrating elements of the company's image when working on the plans, but I never found the right entry point. I think this direction is worth exploring, interjected a young designer beside them. We could implement it on the roof of the podium or at the top junction of the main building, or even use the facade's lines to create the silhouette of a whale. Lin Shen glanced at the young designer and nodded. Any of those options would work. You are the professionals. I'm just off. Zhou Gong flipped a few pages back in his notebook, reviewing some of the previous alternative designs before closing it again. Mr. Lin, the suggestions you made today, to be honest, elevate the original design to a whole new level. With vertical lines as the main feature, streamlined tapering, and the integration of the whale concept, this direction, once realized, will undoubtedly stand out as the most identifiable building in Pudong. Lin Shen chuckled. You're too kind, Zhou Gong. It's still your solid foundation that has made this possible. I've merely added a few of my thoughts on top. Zhou Gong closed his notebook and stood up. Mr. Lin, let's leave it at that for today. I'll go back and have my team revise the plans. It will take about 2 weeks. They'll bring the new renderings and models for you to review. Lin Shen replied, all right, thank you for your hard work, Zhou Gong. After sending off the design team, Lin Wen gathered the blueprints on the desk and asked, Shun, do you think they can achieve the effect you want? It should be fine if the direction has been set and the path is clear. Lin Shen leaned back in his chair. By the way, sister, how's the collection of those supplies I asked you to gather? Lin Wen rolled up the blueprints, sitting down at the edge of the desk. While flipping through a small notebook, she pulled from her bag. We're almost done. We have white liquor, cotton clothes, blankets, boots, canned food, and medicines. Most of the items on your list are accounted for. There's still a portion of light industrial goods being finalized, but they should all arrive by the end of the month. Lin Shen asked, what's the total quantity? By your standards, about 50,000 sets of cotton clothes, 30,000 blankets, 40,000 pairs of boots, and enough white liquor, canned food, and compressed biscuits to feed 10,000 people for 2 months. As for the medicines, I specifically pulled some strings and managed to acquire a substantial amount of antibiotics and first aid kits, all from reputable manufacturers. Lin Shen nodded. The quantity of supplies seemed considerable, but in the context of the Soviet Union, it was nothing significant. However, what he aimed to do wasn't to resolve the entire Soviet issue, but to use these items to open a door. How much did it all cost? Lin Wen replied, the supplies themselves aren't too expensive. Production capacity is ample in the mainland, so costs are manageable. The main expenses come from transportation and customs, especially since some of the items require special channels. Lin Wen extended 3 fingers. Overall, it cost about 3 million Hong Kong dollars. Lin Shen understood what that number represented. 3 million Hong Kong dollars wasn't a trivial amount, but it wasn't excessively high either. Money isn't the issue, the key is to have everything ready and ensure quality. Have you checked the cotton clothes? The winters there are no joke, freezing to death is a common occurrence. Linwen replied seriously, I have someone inspect every batch. The cotton clothes are made of thick cotton, with canvas fabric on the outside durable. The boots are made of suede with wool lining. I personally supervise the production line at the canned food factory. That's good. Lin Shin said sister continue gathering supplies. We may need them when we head to the Soviet Union in a month. Linwen walked over and stood beside him. It's quite chaotic over there right now, be careful. Is Tai Jun going with you? Take him along and select a dozen more people. Linwen hesitated, is a dozen enough? It's not like Hong Kong, the guns and cannons don't discriminate. Lin Shin laughed, I'm not going to war, I'm going there to do business. Over the next 2 days Lin Shin stayed a few more days in Modu before setting off for the capital. In this era transporting goods abroad required permits, and this trip to the capital was to coordinate some relationships. Although he had the connection with director Lin Shun did not intend to use it if favors diminish with each use, and it was best to refrain from using it if possible. In October the capital had a clear sky and gentle clouds. In the suite of the West Suburb Hotel Lin Shin stood by the window gazing at the gray sky outside. The autumn in the capital was already a bit chilly and the leaves of the white poplar trees below began to turn yellow rustling in the wind. Zhao Taijun sat on the sofa polishing a folding knife, while the other 3 bodyguards were checking equipment or reading newspapers. This small team had followed Lin Shin from Xiangjiang and had been living in this foreign-related hotel for 3 days. Lin Shin, are you going to the Ministry of Commerce today? Zhao Taijun put away the knife and looked up at Lin Shin. Lin Shin, if the permit and the freight issue are not resolved, those supplies will just be a pile of junk at the port. Zhao Taijun did not ask further and stood up, signaling for the others to prepare to leave. The building of the Ministry of Commerce is located north of Chang'an Street, a Soviet-style structure with gray brick walls and a tall portico. When Lin Shun and Zhao Taijun entered the lobby, the heating had not yet been turned on, and a cold draft surged up from the concrete floor. There were not many people in the reception hall, though a few individuals, also seemingly there for business, sat on the long benches, some smoking, others reading documents. Lin Shun approached the reception window where a woman in her 40s was knitting. Hello, comrade. I would like to inquire about the permit for trade with the Soviet Union. The woman did not look up, saying which organization. Jiwang Trading Company, registered in Modu. The knitting needles in her hands paused, and she finally lifted her head to glance at Lin Shun. Permit for trade with the Soviet Union. You need to find Director Liu from the 2nd Division on the 3rd floor, turn right at the stairway into the 3rd room. Thank you, comrade. Lin Shun turned and headed upstairs with Zhao Taijun following a couple of steps behind. Lin Shun reached the stairway, turned right, and counted the door numbers 301, 302, 303. The door to 303 was half open and voices could be heard inside. Just as Lin Shun was about to knock, a young man walked out from inside. He wore a military green cotton coat and carried a black briefcase, moving quickly and nearly bumping into Lin Shun. The young man sidestepped, muttering an apology, and hurriedly made his way to the stairway. Lin Shun glanced at the young man. Appeared very young, around 23 or 24, with a certain casualness and arrogance typical of a capital city, noble, though not the kind that was overbearing, rather it was a calmness that came from within. His gait was relaxed, shoulders swaying slightly, as if he were accustomed to everything in this building. Lin Shun's pupils slightly constricted. He recognized that face. Not from this lifetime, but from the previous one. In his past life, he had met this young noble from the capital at an event. The young man's name was Wang Zhengwo. His father would in more than 10 years become one of the core decision-makers of this country. Today Wang Zhengwo's father was already a deputy minister with real power in the Ministry of Commerce. Lin Shun had a clear understanding in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand and knocked on the door of 303. Come in. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing glasses, and the desk in front of him was piled high with documents. He glanced at Lin Shun and then lowered his head to continue sifting through the materials. What is it? Hello, Director Liu. I am from Jiwang Trading Company and would like to inquire about the application process for the permit for trade with the Soviet Union. Director Liu raised his head again to look at Lin Shun. This time his gaze lingered a little longer. He reached for a registration book and pushed it in front of Lin Shun. First, register the company name, contact person, phone number, and application matters clearly. Once the materials are complete, we will schedule a time to discuss. Lin Shun picked up a pen and neatly filled out the form. This was not his first time experiencing such a scene. He knew that these procedural matters could not be rushed. However, his mind was not entirely on Director Liu. He was thinking about Wang Zhengwo, who had just walked out. Lin Shun completed the form and pushed the registration book back. Director Liu glanced at it, his expression unchanged, and said, "We will notify you once the materials are complete," before lowering his head to continue reviewing documents. Thank you, Director Liu. Lin Shun turned and exited the office, walking down the stairs at a pace neither fast nor slow. Zhao Taijun caught up and quietly asked Lin Shun, how did it go? Just going through the motions, waiting for notification. As Lin Shun reached the turn of the stairs on the 2nd floor, his pace suddenly slowed. His peripheral vision caught sight of someone. In the lobby on the first floor, Wang Jiangwo was standing next to the reception window, talking to the woman knitting. He leaned casually against the counter as relaxed as if he were in his own living room, holding a bottle of Bei Binjiang soda, drinking while chatting. The woman knitting no longer displayed the cold demeanor she had towards Lin Shan earlier. Her face was now all smiles, and the knitting in her hands had been put down at some point. Lin Shan stood at the corner of the stairs looking down from half a floor up. From this angle, he could see Wang Jiangwo clearly without being easily noticed. Zhao Taijun stood half a step behind him, glancing down in the direction of Lin Shan's gaze, saying nothing and quietly waiting. Lin Shan did not immediately go down. He was observing Wang Jiangwo's body language, his way of speaking, and the reactions of those around him. This person seemed to be thriving in the Ministry of Commerce building. Lin Shan, Zhao Taijun gently reminded him. No rush. Lin Shan's gaze did not waver. Wang Jiangwo stood at the reception window for about 3 or 4 minutes, chatting with the woman knitting. She smiled and nodded repeatedly, then took an envelope out of her drawer and handed it to him. Wang Jiangwo took the envelope, patted his pocket, and turned to walk towards the exit. As he passed through the center of the lobby, 2 people came out of the office and immediately smiled and greeted him. Lin Shan could not hear what they were saying, but judging by their expressions and postures, the enthusiasm clearly carried a hint of intention. Wang Jiangwo exchanged a few words with the 2 and waved his hand before striding out of the building. Only then did Lin Shan continue to descend. As he reached the lobby on the first floor, the woman knitting picked up her needle. As Lin Shan passed the reception window, she did not lift her head a single time. Lin Shan did not mind. He exited the building, standing on the steps at the entrance, pulling out a pack of Marlboro from his pocket and lighting one. The autumn breeze carried a chill, and the glowing tip of the cigarette flickered. Wang Jiangwo stood in the courtyard about 20 to 30 meters away from Lin Shan. After coming out of the building, he did not leave immediately, but instead waited for someone in the yard. The bottle of Bei Binjiang in his hand was already empty, placed on the flower bed beside him. Lin Shan was quickly calculating in his mind. Although Wang Jiangwo's father held a decent position, it was not the highest. This meant that Wang Jiangwo still had the motivation to rise and the desire to expand his network. At this moment, people like him were easier to collaborate with than those who had already reached the peak, as they still had a path to follow and needed allies. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Shan stubbed out the butt on the steps, walked down, and headed towards the direction of the courtyard. As he passed by Wang Jiangwo, his footsteps did not pause, nor did he intentionally slow down, just like any ordinary person walking past another. However, about 3 meters past Wang Jiangwo, his phone rang. Lin Shan took out his phone from his pocket. In this era, phones were still a rarity on the mainland. It was not the bulky kind of brick-like mobile phone, but a Nokia slightly smaller than a Big Brother phone, yet still quite eye-catching in today's Beijing. He answered the call, saying in Cantonese, "Hello. Speak." On the other end was a person from Xiangjiang Company reporting on work. Lin Shan listened while walking forward. "Don't wait for the approval for this batch of goods. Prepare first. He'll handle the transportation for you." After hanging up, Lin Shan put the phone back in his pocket, his footsteps unwavering as he continued walking out of the courtyard. He did not look back, but he knew Wang Jiangwo was definitely watching him. Dressed in a dark gray jacket and a pair of ordinary leather shoes, he looked like a southern cadre, but what he pulled from his pocket was a phone worth half a year's salary for an average person, and he spoke in Cantonese. In Wang Jiangwo's eyes, the contradiction in Lin Shan created an allure. When Lin Shan reached the courtyard entrance and was about to turn onto the street, a voice came from behind. "Hey, comrade, wait a moment." Lin Shan slowed his pace, but did not stop immediately. Instead, he took 2 more steps before slowly turning around, a hint of appropriate confusion on his face. Wang Jiangwo caught up from behind, wearing a smile. He walked briskly, yet his demeanor remained relaxed, as if he approached effortlessly. "Comrade, I saw you come down from upstairs just now. Are you here to handle business at the Economic and Trade Department too?" Wang Jiangwo's tone was casual, but Lin Shan noticed his gaze linger momentarily on the pocket where Lin Shan kept his phone. "Yes," Lin Shan nodded, his tone calm. "I came to consult about something." "Are you also here for business?" "Oh, I'm just here." "Here you go." Wang Jiangwo waved his hand, pulling out a pack of Hongtum Mountain from his pocket, offering one to Lin Shan. "Smoke." Lin Shan accepted the cigarette and glanced at the brand Hongtum Mountain. "Good smoke." "It's okay, it's smooth to smoke." Wang Jiangwo lit one for himself, exhaling a puff of smoke, while keeping his eyes on Lin Shan. "You were speaking Cantonese on the phone just now, right? Are you from Guangdong?" "I'm not from Guangdong, but I do business there." Lin Shan did not deliberately conceal anything, but also did not intend to elaborate. He knew that at this stage, saying too much was worse than saying too little. An air of mystery itself was an attraction. "Doing business." Wang Jiangwo raised an eyebrow. "What kind of business?" "Import and export trade." Wang Jiangwo looked at him again. That kind of scrutinizing gaze was familiar to Lin Shan, having encountered it too many times at negotiation tables in his past life. Wang Jiangwo was assessing, evaluating, calculating whether Lin Shan was genuinely capable or just boasting. Import and export trade is good. Those engaged in import and export are all capable people these days. What direction are you focusing on? Europe and America? A bit of everything. Lin Shan did not mention the Soviet Union. It was not the right time yet. Wang Jingwo nodded, still wearing that relaxed smile, but Lin Shan knew he had already stored his information in it. My name is Wang Jingwo. He extended his hand. Nice to meet you. Lin Shan shook his hand. Lin Shan. Lin Shan. Wang Jingwo repeated the name. What is the name of your company? Giant Whale Trade. Wang Jingwo's eyebrow. He clearly had not heard of that name. Giant Whale Trade had almost no recognition in the domestic market. However, Lin Shan's demeanor was too calm, too composed for someone without any background. All right, Lin's own Wang Jingwo patted Lin Shan's shoulder, the gesture familiar, as if they had known each other for many years. Let's keep in touch. We all operate in this area, and running into each other is fate. Lin Shan smiled. Just call me Xiao Lin. No need for Lin's own. Wang Jingwo was pleased by the address of Wang Gu, patted Lin Shan's shoulder again, and turned to walk back into the Economic and Trade Department. After taking a couple of steps, he turned back and said, nice phone, you have quite advanced. Lin Shan smiled, but did not respond. Once Wang Jingwo walked away, Zhao Taijun silently approached and stood beside Lin Shan. Lin Shan, should we investigate this person? No need to investigate you, I know who he is. Zhao Taijun did not ask. Lin Shan got into a black Crown parked by the roadside, with Zhao Taijun sitting in the passenger seat. The car slowly merged into the traffic. In the back seat, Lin Shan closed his eyes against the seat, organizing the information in his mind. The next afternoon, Lin Shan went to the Economic and Trade Department again. This time he did not go upstairs but stood by the flower bed at the entrance, smoking a cigarette while glancing at a newspaper, appearing to be waiting for someone. In reality, he was waiting for Wang Jingwo to appear. Based on his observations from yesterday, Wang Jingwo usually appeared near the Economic and Trade Department building between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. Lin Shan did not know his behavioral patterns, but he did not need to know too many details. He only needed to know that this person would appear again. At 3:20, a white Santana stopped at the entrance of the Economic and Trade Department, and Wang Jingwo got out of it. Today he wore a deep blue jacket, his hair neatly combed, and a pair of brown glasses perched on his nose, looking much more energetic than yesterday. As he got out of the car, he held a folder in his hand, striding purposefully towards the building. Lin Shan did not approach him. He stood by the flower bed, continuing to read the newspaper. When Wang Jingwo passed the flower bed, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Shan, causing him to pause momentarily before turning and walking directly towards Lin Shan. Lin Shan, we meet again. Lin Shan looked up, displaying an appropriately surprised expression. Wang Go. What a coincidence to run into you here again. Isn't it a coincidence? Wang Jingwo approached Lin Shan, giving him a once-over. Are you here for business again today? I came to submit some materials. Lin Shan folded the newspaper. Last time Director Liu asked me to register first, so I'm bringing the materials over. I don't know if ITLL get approved. Ooh, just trying my luck. When Wang Jingwo heard the name Director Liu, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but quickly returned to a relaxed demeanor. I know Director Liu. He follows the rules, but there are benefits to having rules. As long as you follow his way, you won't go wrong. Hearing this, Lin Shan understood better. Wang Jingwo had a connection with Director Liu, but it was neither deep nor shallow. He would not use that relationship for someone he had only met twice. This was normal. Anyone in Wang Jingwo's position would do the same. Relationships are resources that cannot be wasted casually. Lin Shan nodded, not following up on the topic. He knew it was still too early to make requests and needed to engage a few more times. He wanted Wang Jingwo to feel that Lin Shan was someone worth making an effort to befriend rather than just a small businessman who only reached out for help. Brother Wang, are you free tonight? Wang Jingwo glanced at his watch and replied, tonight. It's hard to say, I might have a dinner appointment. What's up? It's nothing major. Lin Shan smiled. I just wanted to invite you for dinner. I don't have many friends in Beijing, and it's not easy to meet someone like you, so I wanted to chat more. Wang Jingwo chuckled at the word someone, but it was a smile that was not merely polite, it carried a hint of Alright, let me check my schedule for tonight. Wang Jingwo pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shan. This is my office number, call me around 5 this afternoon. Lin Shan took the card, which bore the inscription, Huacheng Trading Company Wang Jingwo, along with a landline number. The card was simply designed, yet the quality of the paper was excellent, not the cheap kind you find at a random printing shop. Great'll call you at 5. Wang Jingwo patted him on the shoulder and strode into the building. Lin Shan glanced down at the card in his hand, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Lin Shan tucked the card away and got into the car. Back to the hotel. At exactly 5 o'clock, Lin Shan dialed the number on the card. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered by a woman's voice. Hello, Huacheng Trading. Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Wang Jingwo. Please hold on. Footsteps and faint voices could be heard on the other end, and soon Wang Jingwo's voice came through, carrying that relaxed Beijinger accent. Hello, who is this? Brother Wang, it's me, Lin Shan. Xiao Lin. Wang Jingwo's tone grew warmer. I inquired about your dinner. I can't avoid tonight's engagement, but I can bring someone along. If you don't mind, come with me and meet a few friends. Lin Shan paused for a moment. This was a very positive signal. Of course I don't mind if it's convenient for you. I just worry about being a bother to you. What bother? More people means more chopsticks. Wang Jingwo chuckled. Where are you? He'll have the driver pick you up. I'm at the West Suburb Hotel. You name a place, and I'll make my way there. West Suburb Hotel. You're not far from me. I'm over it by Tapings Wang. Just come over directly and call me when you arrive. There's a small park at the Taipingzhuang intersection right next to that gray building. Alright, I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Lin Shen stood up and adjusted his clothes. He took a tie from his suitcase and put it on, swapping his jacket for a deep blue suit coat. Tai Jr. coming with me. The others will stand by. Yes. The car left the West Suburb Hotel heading north along Shuan Road and turned east at the Taipingzhuang intersection, where they indeed spotted a small park and a nearby gray 6-story building. Lin Shen instructed the driver to stop by the roadside, exited the car, and dialed Wang Jingwo's number. Brother Wang, am here downstairs. Alright, come up 4th floor, room 402. As Lin Shen ascended, the door to room 402 was already half open. Stepping inside, he found a modest office with 2 desks, a filing cabinet, and a map of Beijing, as well as a national map hanging on the wall. Wang Jingwo was sitting behind the desk by the window taking a call. When he saw Lin Shen enter, he raised his hand to signal him to take a seat first. Lin Shen sat on the sofa, discreetly surveying the office. On the desk were several documents, and Lin Shen's gaze swept over them, catching sight of the red letters on the header. Ministry of Commerce and Economic Cooperation. This was an internal document of the Ministry of Commerce, which should not appear in a private company's office. Wang Jingwo hung up the phone and stood up to stretch. Let's go, the dinner is set at Suihua Tower, a 20-minute drive. Lin Shen followed Wang Jingwo downstairs and got into a white Santana. The driver was a man in his 30s, taciturn, merely nodding at Lin Shen when he saw him. Inside the car, Wang Jingwo sat in the front passenger seat, while Lin Shen occupied the back. Once the car started moving, Wang Jingwo turned his head and said, "There are a few people at this dinner you should get to know. One is Director Zhao from the Ministry of Railways, another is Old Sun from the General Logistics Department, and there are a few business friends. They're all my people." Lin Shen quickly noted this information in his mind. "Brother Wang, is there anything I should pay attention to for our first meeting?" he asked sincerely, like a newcomer seeking advice from an elder. Wang Jingwo appreciated this attitude. Having been in this circle for several years, he enjoyed being seen as nothing particularly to note. Wang Jingwo waved his hand. "Director Zhao enjoys eating, so just toast him a couple of drinks. Old Sun is easier to talk to, bring up military topics, and he'll chat endlessly. As for the other business people, they're all old acquaintances, you don't need to worry about them." Lin Shen nodded. "Thank you for the guide." Suihua Tower is located near Dongxi 42, a small 3-story building with a modest front, but the cars parked out front are anything but cheap. As Lin Shen got out of the car, he saw a black Audi A6 and a military green Cherokee parked at the entrance, both with license plates that were not ordinary civilian plates. Wang Jingwo led Lin Shen up to the 2nd floor and pushed open the door to a private room. Inside, 5 or 6 people were already seated. At the head of the table sat a man in his 50s, dressed in a gray zhongshan suit, his hair graying, but looking quite spirited. Beside him was a plump man in his 40s, wearing a smile reminiscent of the Buddha. Next to him were 3 middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s, each dressed differently, yet their gazes were sharp. "Oh, Jingwo's here." The man in the zhongshan suit greeted with a smile. "Sit down, we've been waiting for you." "Uncle Zhao, you shouldn't say that. How could I make you wait?" Wang Jingwo smiled as he walked in, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, yet when speaking to this Uncle Zhao, his tone carried a natural respect. It wasn't a deliberate attempt to flatter, but rather a sense of propriety developed from growing up in such an environment. While speaking, he pulled out a chair and naturally pointed to Lin Shen behind him. "This is Shaolin Lin Shen, a businessman from Guangdong, and my younger brother. I brought him to meet everyone today." Lin Shen slightly bowed and smiled. "Hello, Director Zhao, Director Sun, and everyone." He had already memorized Wang Jingwo's information while in the car. Director Zhao was from the Ministry of Railways, while Old Sun was from the General Logistics Department. Now it all clicked. The man in the zhongshan suit was indeed Director Zhao, and the plump man was Director Sun. Director Zhao glanced at Lin Shen, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. "Shaolin, you don't look very old. What business are you in?" "Import and export trade." Lin Shen replied confidently. "Our company is registered in the Magic City, primarily dealing in daily necessities for import and export. Just starting out, and there's still much to learn from all the seniors here." "Daily necessities, import and export," Director Zhao nodded. "There are quite a few people in this field now, but very few can achieve scale." "Which direction are you focusing on?" "Mainly the Southeast Asian market." Lin Shen did not mention the Soviet Union. At this occasion, and at this moment, it would be inappropriate to bring it up. Firstly, he was unsure of the attitudes of those present regarding business with the Soviet Union. Secondly, he did not wish to reveal all his cards at the first meeting. Doing business is much like playing cards. One must always keep a few cards hidden from others. "Southeast Asia is quite good." Director Zhao seemed to show little interest in Lin Shen's response, turning to talk about other matters with Wang Jingwo. "Southeast Asia is quite good." Director Zhao seemed to show little interest in Lin Shen's response, turning to talk about other matters with Wang Jingwo. Lin Shen sat down, not rushing to speak or toast. He quietly sat there listening to the conversations, noting the way these people interacted, how they addressed one another, and the understanding they shared when discussing matters. The dishes arrived quickly. The food at Suihua Tower was exquisite. Braised fish scallops in scallion sauce, and oil-braised prawns, all hearty dishes. Only after Director Zhao took a bite did everyone else begin to eat. As the drinks circulated, the atmosphere grew lively. Wang Jiangwo raised his glass, standing up and walking over to Director Zhao. Uncle Zhao, I toast you in gratitude for your help last time. If it weren't for you speaking up about that batch of rail cars, who knows how long it would have been delayed. Director Zhao raised his glass and clinked it with Wang Jiangwo's at a leisurely pace. Jiangwo, your father and I have had decades of friendship. Your matters are my matters. The matter of the rail cars is easy to discuss. Oh, just give me a heads up in advance. Lin Shun's hand holding the glass paused slightly. Rail cars. This was it. His greatest gain from this dinner was this statement. Wang Jiangwo had a connection with Director Zhao, and it was a deep connection. Director Zhao's ability to mobilize rail cars was something only a powerful figure in the Transportation Bureau of the Ministry of Railways could achieve. Lin Shun maintained a calm demeanor and walked over to Director Zhao with his glass in hand. Director Zhao, I toast you. If I need your assistance in the future, I hope you will be generous in your support. Director Zhao glanced at him, smiled, and said, the person Jiangwo brought is easy to talk to. After saying this, he clinked glasses with Lin Shun and took a sip. Lin Shun drank the contents of his glass in one go, his demeanor sincere, but not servile. He turned his glass upside down to show it was empty. Director Zhao nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. Back at his seat, Lin Shun caught a glimpse of Wang Jiangwo watching him. Their gazes met briefly in the air, and the corners of Wang Jiangwo's mouth lifted slightly. That expression seemed to say, so what do you think of the people I introduced you to? Lin Shun responded with a grateful smile. The dinner continued, and Director Zhao and old son started chatting about some recent events. Lin Shun listened attentively, but did not interrupt, only speaking a few words when asked. By around 9 o'clock in the evening, the dinner party concluded. Director Zhao and old son left first, and others began to leave one after another. Lin Shun and Wang Jiangwo stood at the entrance of Tsuihua Tower, where the autumn night breeze blew in, bringing a hint of chill. So what do you think of the people you met today? Wang Jiangwo lit a cigarette and glanced sideways at Lin Shun. Lin Shun's tone was very sincere. Both Director Zhao and Director Sun are significant figures. To be able to share a meal with them is my fortune. Wang Jiangwo exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. I like how you speak straightforward and genuine. I am speaking the truth, not merely being polite. Wang Jiangwo glanced at him, his eyes, previously relaxed at the dinner table, suddenly sharpened, but quickly returned to their usual demeanor. Little Lin, let me be frank with you. Wang Jiangwo pinched the cigarette between his fingers. Your matter of running errands for documents in the capital is not something that can be resolved in a day or two. But if you walk with me, I can help you avoid many detours. Lin Shun's heart stirred. He understood that this was no coincidence. Wang Jiangwo was extending an olive branch. He was testing whether Lin Shun would take it. Brother Wang, Lin Shun looked at Wang Jiangwo, his tone earnest. I can't say much about myself, but one thing I am certain of is that I know how to be grateful. I remember who treats me well. Wang Jiangwo patted Lin Shun on the shoulder, said nothing more, and got into his scent. Lin Shun stood in the night breeze watching the taillights of the white Santana disappear around the corner before getting into his own car, leaning back in the seat and closing his eyes. Zhao Taijun turned around from the passenger seat. Lin Shun back to the hotel. Yes, the car drove into the night. Lin Shun kept his eyes closed, contemplating. The gains from today's dinner exceeded expectations. He had made the acquaintance of a powerful figure in the Transportation Bureau of the Ministry of Railways, who held the power of railcar allocation. He also had a clearer understanding of Wang Jiangwo's influence. Lin Shun was not in a hurry to mention business with the Soviet Union. It was not yet the right time. What he needed to do first was to become part of this circle. This required time, patience, and the gradual building of trust. And he had plenty of time. His experiences from his past life taught him that the biggest mistake was making too many demands when the relationship was not yet solid. The essence of a relationship is exchange, but the premise of exchange is that the other party finds you worthy of it. Currently in Wang Jiangwo's eyes, Lin Shun was merely a young man doing business, somewhat interesting, but not yet demonstrating enough value and sincerity. He needed to make Wang Jiangwo feel that Lin Shun was not someone who came to take advantage without giving back, but rather a partner worth cooperating with for the long term. By the time he returned to the Shijiao Hotel, it was already past 10 o'clock. Lin Shun washed his face and sat by the window, taking out a map of the capital from his briefcase, slowly studying it under the light of the lamp. Lin Shun set down his pen, leaning back in his chair, gazing at the pitch-black night sky outside. Wang Jiangwo could help him secure the documents. Director Zhao could assist him with the rail cars. What Lin Shun could do was to make sure that after helping him, these two individuals felt they had made a very wise decision. What could make the other party feel correct? Profit. By distributing tangible benefits. Lin Shun's principle in this matter was quite simple. He needed to ensure that his partners made money and that they earned more than they expected. Only then would they be more willing to collaborate in the future and regard Lin Shun as one of their own. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Lin Shun turned off the light and went to sleep. For the next 4 days, Lin Shun visited that small noodle shop near the Ministry of Commerce every day at a fixed time around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. On the third afternoon, Lin Shun was eating noodles in the shop when someone entered at the door, dressed in an army green cotton jacket, carrying a black briefcase and walking in a relaxed manner. It was Wang Jiangwo. Hey. Wang Jingwo's expression brightened the moment he saw Lin Shun. What are you doing back here again? Brother Wang. Lin Shun stood up with a smile. The noodles here are delicious. I come every day. Wang Jingwo sat down opposite Lin Shun, shouted to the counter for a bowl of zhajiangmian, then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Lin Shun. You really come here every day? Wang Jingwo lit the cigarette looking at Lin Shun. Of course, Lin Shun also lit a cigarette. Having been in the capital for so long, there's no other entertainment. Eating a bowl of noodles is the only joy I have. Wang Jingwo exhaled a puff of smoke and looked Lin Shun over. You're an interesting guy. Others come to the capital for business, either holed up in hotels or looking for people to drink with, while you're here eating noodles every day. But finding the right people for drinking is essential. Lin Shun chuckled. With strangers, drinking serves no purpose. With acquaintances, you can get things done without drinking. Hearing this, Wang Jingwo's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly smiled and said, you have a point there. A bowl of noodles was placed on the table. Wang Jingwo took a few bites and sipped the broth before looking up at Lin Shun. Xiao Lin, did you tell Director Zhao at Suihua Tower that you are engaged in trade with Southeast Asia? Lin Shun nodded yes. Wang Jingwo put down his chopsticks and lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice. Tell me the truth, what exactly do you want to achieve by coming to the capital this time? Lin Shun looked at Wang Jingwo, not answering immediately. He understood that this was not a casual conversation. Wang Jingwo sitting across from him asking this question meant that he had regarded Lin Shun as someone worth investing time to understand. 3 days ago at the Suihua Tower dinner, Lin Shun did not speak much and made no requests. This restraint actually won Wang Jingwo's favor. In this circle, what is most feared is not when others make requests, but when they do not. Those who make no demands are either of little value or hiding something. Lin Shun thought for a moment and decided to reveal part of the truth. Brother Wang, I will speak honestly with you. I have 2 matters to address during my visit to the capital. The first is the export permit from the Ministry of Commerce, and the second is the railway cars from the Ministry of Railways. Wang Jingwo's fingers paused on the table. The Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Railways are the 2 toughest departments, the hardest bones to crack. Export permit. What do you want to export? Daily necessities, food, light industrial products, and some electronic equipment. Wang Jingwo looked at Lin Shun, deeply pondering. Where would these things be exported? The European and American markets do not lack these, and the Southeast Asian market can produce them itself. The only answer becomes clear. The Soviet Union. Wang Jingwo's voice lowered slightly. Lin Shun nodded, offering no further explanation. He did not need to explain why he wanted to export these goods to the Soviet Union. Anyone who follows current affairs knows how much the Soviet Union is lacking in these items. Wang Jingwo fell silent for a few seconds. He picked up the broth from the table and took a sip, setting the bowl down before suddenly laughing. You kid really have some skills. Wang Jingwo leaned back against the chair, re-evaluating Lin Shun. This time his gaze was different from before. It was no longer curiosity, but seriousness. You, a young man of 18 or 19, have come all the way to the capital to obtain permits from the Ministry of Commerce and railway cars from the Ministry of Railways to ship to the Soviet Union. Do you know how many people want to do this, but cannot? I know, that's why I came to the capital. Wang Jingwo chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of admiration. If you had told me earlier that you were heading to the Soviet Union, I might not have taken you to Suihua Tower. Wang Jingwo lit a cigarette and took a slow drag. You know when to say what, and what cards to play in what situation. I appreciate that. Lin Shun did not respond, merely smiling. Wang Jingwo took another drag from his cigarette, his gaze piercing through the smoke and landing on Lin Shun's face. Lin Shun sat quietly, neither urging nor explaining, neither seeking favor nor pretending to be profound. Wang Jingwo stubbed out his cigarette and abruptly changed the subject. Xiao Lin, although you answered the phone in Cantonese the other day outside the Ministry of Commerce, your company is registered in the Magic City and your Mandarin is very standard with no trace of a Cantonese accent. You are not from Guangdong, are you? Lin Shun's heart skipped a beat. He had underestimated Wang Jingwo's observational skills. He did not panic, smiled, and said, Brother Wang has good hearing. I am indeed not from Guangdong. I am from the mainland, but I currently reside in Xiangjiang. Xiangjiang. Wang Jingwo was taken aback by Lin Shun's reply. He did not expect this young man Lin Shun to actually be a foreigner. This made Wang Jingwo even more interested in Lin Shun. All right. Wang Jingwo stood up, took out his wallet to pay for the noodles, but Lin Shun quickly handed money to the waitress at the counter. Wang Jingwo glanced at him, did not argue, and stuffed his wallet back into his pocket. Wang Jingwo stood at the entrance of the noodle shop, the autumn wind tousling his hair. He looked at Lin Shun, his gaze carrying a serious scrutiny. If you trust me, I can help you inquire about the permit. Lin Shun's heart raced a little, but his expression remained calm. Brother Wang, I can't take advantage of your goodwill for free. If this matter works out, I can't just let you go without returning the favor. Wang Jingwo waved his hand, not mentioning the matter again, and turned to stride away. Lin Shun stood at the entrance of the noodle shop, watching his figure disappear at the alleys, and then slowly turned around and walked back inside, sitting down at the greasy table. Zhao Taijun walked over from the corner, sitting beside Lin Shun, lowering his voice. Lin Shun, did he agree to help? He didn't agree, but he brought it up himself. Zhao Taijun frowned slightly, not quite understanding the difference. Lin Shun did not explain. On the fourth day, Lin Shun did not go back to the noodle shop or the Ministry of Commerce. He stayed in his hotel room waiting for a call. The phone rang. Lin Shun answered, "Hello. Shaolin." It was Wang Jiangwo on the other end, sounding more businesslike than usual. "Where are you?" "I'm at the hotel, Brother Wang." "What's up?" "I inquired about your permit. Old Lu said it can be done, but it requires going through the process and you need to provide some materials. If you are free in the afternoon, come to my office and I will tell you what is needed." Lin Shun held the phone steadily, not letting this statement stir any excess emotional waves. "All right, Brother Wang, will be at your office at 2 this afternoon." After hanging up, Lin Shun stood still for 2 seconds, a barely noticeable smile slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Taijun walked over from the door. "Lin Shun, any good news?" "There is some progress with the permit. I will go to Wang Jiangwo's office this afternoon." Zhao Taijun nodded and went out to arrange things. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Shun arrived punctually at the 4th floor of the gray building and by Taiping's Wang. The door to 402 was open. Wang Jiangwo was sitting behind the desk looking at a document. When he saw Lin Shun enter, he placed the document on the table, stood up, and invited Lin Shun to sit down. "Sit down, sit down, sit down." Wang Jiangwo handed Lin Shun a folder from the desk. "This contains the list of materials needed by the Ministry of Commerce. Take a look first. Prepare what you can and let me know what you cannot prepare. I will help you find a solution." Lin Shun took the folder and opened it. Inside was a printed list of materials stamped with the seal of the Ministry of Commerce. Business license, copy, tax registration certificate, import and export, operating qualification certificate, special application form for trade with the Soviet Union, list of goods, and proof of value, transportation plan application. Each item was clearly written. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Lin Shun closed the folder, saying, "I already have most of these things and I can take care of the rest in a few days." Wang Jiangwo nodded, lighting a cigarette from the box on the table and leaning back in his chair to observe Lin Shun. "Shaolin, I found out after asking for your sake that this matter is not so simple." Wang Jiangwo exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone much more serious than before. "Although the policies for Sioux trade have loosened, the quota is limited, and each year there are only a few indicators with many eyes watching. I made a call for you, and old Lu said he could squeeze out a quota for you, but the amount might not be very large." Lin Shun nodded slightly in understanding. He did not say, "Brother Wang, you needn't worry about the quantity," but instead said, "Brother Wang, I am already very grateful for your help in opening this door. As for what happens after the door is opened, I will handle it myself." Wang Jiangwo glanced at him, his gaze a mix of surprise and satisfaction. Ordinary people would often respond to this by asking, "Can you help me a bit more? Can you fight for a larger quota for me?" Lin Shun was not like that. His attitude was, "Once the door is opened, I won't trouble you anymore. I will sort out the rest myself." This attitude in Wang Jiangwo's eyes represented maturity and confidence. "The more I interact with you, the more I feel you are quite extraordinary," Wang Jiangwo remarked. Lin Shun smiled, saying, "Brother Wang, I'm quite simple, just lucky." "Lucky?" Wang Jiangwo shook his head. "Having been in the capital for so many years, I've met many people. When you say you are lucky, I think you are smart. You know when to say what and when to do what. It's not easy to have this sense of proportion at your age." Lin Shun did not respond to this. Not out of humility, but because he understood that Wang Jiangwo's fondness for him was already sufficient. Any more would turn into wariness. Having Wang Jiangwo think of Lin Shun as someone who has a sense of proportion was far more important than having him think of him as someone who could do anything. "Brother Wang." Lin Shun took out an envelope from his suit pocket, not thick, placing it on the coffee table and pushing it toward Wang Jiangwo. "I appreciate your efforts in this matter. This is a small token of my gratitude." Wang Jiangwo glanced at the envelope, neither reaching for it nor immediately refusing. His gaze lingered on Lin Shun's face for 2 seconds, then he slowly began to speak. "Shaolin, I've told you before, I'm not short of this little bit of money. If you bring this to me to discuss business, then our friendship." Lin Shun remained calm. He understood this type of person too well. What they feared most was not a small profit, but rather being treated as someone who only cared about money. For them, face and relationships are far more important than money. "Brother Wang, you misunderstand." Lin Shun's tone was very calm. "This is not a reward, it's a token of goodwill. I asked you for a favor, and if you don't accept anything from me, I would feel uncomfortable." Wang Jiangwo's expression softened slightly, but he still did not reach for the envelope. Lin Shun continued, "Moreover, Brother Wang, I have a habit when doing things. Anyone who helps me, I must repay them. It's not about an equivalent exchange, but rather making the other person feel that helping me is a joyful thing." Wang Jiangwo was silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. He reached out to take the envelope, weighed it, and then placed it on the corner of the table. "All right, I accept it. But Shaolin, let me be clear with you. Whether the approval can go through depends on whether the materials are complete and meet the requirements. Just because I accepted your thing doesn't mean it can be done. I made the inquiry because I believe you are reliable, not because of your token of goodwill." Lin Shun nodded, saying, "I understand." He certainly understood. Lin Shun stood up to take his leave, but suddenly stopped at the door, as if he remembered something. "Brother Wang, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you." "Speak." "About the carriages, do you think I should talk directly to Director Zhao, or wait a bit?" Wang Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest, considering, before saying, "Don't rush with Director Zhao for now. Once you have the approval and the cargo list is confirmed, then go talk to him. Right now, he only knows there's someone like you. He doesn't understand your business. Once you have something in hand, you will have confidence when discussing with him. Got it. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Wang. As Lin Shun left the office, his expression remained calm as he descended the stairs. A week later, Lin Shun had all the materials prepared. When he handed the dossier to Wang Jingwo flipped through it, his expression shifting from casual to serious. So fast. Wang Jingwo was examining the documents, each page stamped with a bright red seal. You managed to get all these stamps in just 7 days. Lin Shun smiled, not offering an explanation. Brother Wang, do you see anything missing? Wang Jingwo returned the materials to the dossier and picked up the phone from the table to dial a number. Once the call connected, he changed his tone, shifting from a casual demeanor to a more serious one. Uncle Lu, it's me. About the matter I mentioned last time, I have the materials ready. Should I bring them over to you? After a few exchanges on the other end, Wang Jingwo hung up the phone and stood up to grab his coat. Let's go. Come with me to the Ministry of Commerce. Old Lu said he happens to have time this afternoon. I will take the materials directly to him and see if there are any issues. At the third floor of the Ministry of Commerce in Director Liu's office, Lin Shun entered for the second time, feeling completely different. Last time when he sat here filling out the registration form, Director Liu didn't even spare him a glance. This time Director Liu stood up as soon as they entered, his expression a stark contrast to the last visit. Zhang Wo has arrived, please sit down. Director Liu took the dossier, casually placing it on the corner of the table, and exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang Jingwo before turning to glance at Lin Shun. So this is your little brother. Director Liu looked Lin Shun up and down. Wang Jingwo leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Yes, Uncle Liu, please keep an eye on his matter and get it done if possible. Director Liu nodded, opening the dossier and reviewing the materials one by one. The materials are all complete, and there shouldn't be any issues. He looked at Lin Shun, but Shaolin, let me be clear, the indicators for Su trade this year are already tight, and the quota I can squeeze out for you is limited. You applied for the amount of an entire train, which is... Uncle Liu. Wang Jingwo interjected, I know the amount he applied for. Please just see how much you can approve first, and we can discuss the rest later. Director Liu glanced at Wang Jingwo, his lips moving as he swallowed the words he was about to say. He picked up a pen and wrote a few words on the application form, then took out a red stamp from the drawer and pressed it on the lower right corner of the form. Well, approve half of the amount first. As for the remaining half, well, wait for next year's indicators to come down before discussing it. If you can't wait, you might consider looking for other channels, but I must tell you this is already the maximum limit I can squeeze out. Lin Shun received the application form, glancing at the bright red stamp, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Half the quantity. This means that the batch of supplies in his hands can at least send out half a trainload. He believed that he would find a way to resolve the remaining half in the time to come. Thank you, Director Liu, for your efforts. Director Liu waved his hand and looked at Wang Jingwo. Jingwo, how has your father been lately? Haven't seen him for a long time. He's doing well, just busy. Wang Jingwo stood up. I'll visit your home another day and bring the new can of Longjing tea that my dad got. All right, you carry on. Feel free to come to me anytime. After leaving the Ministry of Commerce building, Wang Jingwo walked ahead with large strides. Lin Shun followed behind, holding the stamped application form. Brother Wang, I owe you for this matter. Wang Jingwo did not respond to that, but lit a cigarette, walking as he said, the approval is in hand. Next step is the train load. When do you plan to visit Director Zhao? I want to wait until the exact quantity of goods is confirmed before I discuss it with him. Having the numbers gives me confidence in the conversation. Wang Jingwo nodded, took a puff of smoke. That works. Director Zhao is a person who recognizes goods over people. If you have something in hand, he will be easy to talk to. If you have nothing, he won't even look at you. Lin Shun noted this down. Brother Wang, could you introduce me to Director Zhao? Last time at Suihua building, we only exchanged glances. He doesn't have much impression of me. This time I want to have a proper conversation with him. Wang Jingwo stopped walking, turned around to look at Lin Shun. Shaolin, I can introduce you to Director Zhao, but I must make it clear Director Zhao is not Director Liu. With Director Liu, I just need to say a word. With Director Zhao, you need to bring something to the table. It's not something for me, it's something for him. A reason that makes him feel it's worth talking to you. Lin Shun thought for a moment, and then said, Brother Wang, if I offer you and him a profit of 20 on a trainload of supplies, would that be a sufficient reason? Wang Jingwo's cigarette paused momentarily. He looked at Lin Shun, and the expression in his eyes changed. Let's go, I'll help you schedule a meeting with Director Zhao. He'll call you once it's arranged. Lin Shun watched Wang Jingwo's back, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. 2 days later, Wang Jingwo called. Director Zhao has a dinner appointment at Suihua building this Friday evening. You should come. It's the same private room as last time at 6:30 p.m. Great, thank you, Brother Wang. On Friday at 6 p.m. at Suihua building. Lin Shun arrived half an hour early. Zhao Taijun parked the car in front of Suihua building, and Lin Shun got out, adjusting his tie as he went up to the second floor. The private room was empty, with the waiters setting the table. Lin Shun sat by the window, ordered a pot of tea, and 10 minutes later Wang Jingwo arrived. He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket today, his hair styled with gel, looking more spirited. Upon entering and seeing Lin Shun, he laughed lightly. You really are early. Better to be early than late, Brother Wang. You arrived just in time. Wang Jingwo sat down next to Lin Shun, took the tea from the waiter, had a sip, and lowered his voice. Today, Director Zhao brought someone along. It's a section chief under him, surnamed Ma, responsible for the specific scheduling of train loads. You not only need to build a good relationship with Director Zhao, but also can't neglect Chief Ma. Director Zhao approves the train loads, but how they are arranged when they are dispatched, and which route they take, are all decided by Chief Ma. Lin Shun nodded. Understood. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Wang. Good. At 6:25 p.m. the door of the private room was pushed open. Jingwo. As soon as Director Zhao entered, he greeted Wang Jingwo with a smile. You came quite early today. Uncle Zhao, are you joking? You arrived earlier than I did. Wang Jingwo laughed and welcomed him smoothly, bringing Lin Shun into the conversation. Uncle Zhao, this is my younger brother Lin Shun. We met last time in your presence, do you remember? Director Zhao's gaze fell on Lin Shun, lingering longer than last time. He scrutinized Lin Shun, his eyes pausing for a moment on the well-tailored dark blue suit he wore. Xiao Lin, I remember you. Director Zhao nodded. You are in trade, right? You have a good memory, Director Zhao. Lin Shun slightly bowed. Thank you for your attention last time. I came today specifically to toast you. Director Zhao smiled and took his seat. Chief Ma and Boss Sun also took their seats, with Wang Jingwo sitting to the right of Director Zhao and Lin Shun beside Wang Jingwo. The waiter began serving dishes. This time the food was more sumptuous than last time, with abalone sea cucumber and clear soup bird's nest, each dish arriving one after another, filling the rotating tray to the brim. After 3 rounds of drinks, Director Zhao became more talkative. Holding his glass, leaning back in his chair, he began discussing recent matters, effortlessly traversing topics from international situations to domestic economy, and from railway transport to material scheduling. Lin Shun listened while observing, waiting for the right moment to lift his glass and walk to Director Zhao. Director Zhao, I toast to you. Lin Shun raised his glass with both hands. Last time I had a meal here, I kept thinking about when I would have another opportunity to learn from you. Director Zhao raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Shun's. Xiao Lin, you are too polite. Those brought by Jingwo are all our own people, no need for such formality. The two clinked glasses and drank. Lin Shun did not immediately sit down, but poured himself another glass. Chief Ma, it's our first meeting, I toast to you. If there's ever a chance I need your help, I hope you can look after me. Chief Ma glanced at Director Zhao, and seeing him nod slightly, he raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Shun's. His movements were somewhat awkward, but his expression was much more polite than Director Zhao's. You are too polite, Lin General, let's look after each other. Director Zhao raised his glass and voluntarily clinked it with Lin Shun's. Come, let's have another drink. Wang Jingwo watched from the side, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, lifting his glass to conceal that smile. Back at the table, Lin Shun caught the subtle signal from Wang Jingwo, meaning, that's enough, you're doing well. Lin Shun understood and did not seek further conversation with Director Zhao. Instead, he quietly sat there eating and drinking as needed, occasionally joining in with a sentence or two, but no longer initiating topics. He understood that people like Director Zhao cannot be talked to too much at once. Speaking too much makes you seem overly eager, which in turn makes him feel you lack confidence. A few well-placed comments to leave an impression, letting him feel you are interesting and knowledgeable, is enough. As the meal approached its conclusion, Director Zhao suddenly spoke up. Jingwo, what kind of trade does your younger brother do? Wang Jingwo glanced at Lin Shun, and then said, Uncle Zhao, Xiao Lin is engaged in trade with the Soviet Union, mainly daily necessities and food. The Soviet Union is in dire need of these items, and he has a batch of goods waiting to be dispatched by train. Director Zhao did not respond immediately. He took a sip of tea and then slowly spoke. Trade with the Soviet Union is currently a hot topic, but not just anyone can do it. What are your plans regarding the train loads? Director Zhao, I will definitely need your help with the train loads. Lin Shun spoke with neither arrogance nor humility. I can offer you a 10 profit. Director Zhao stared at Lin Shun for 2 seconds before smiling. This smile was different from the previous one. The earlier one was courteous, while this one was genuine amusement. You young man are methodical in your dealings. Director Zhao took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shun. This is my number. When you need transportation, call me, and I will arrange it. Lin Shun accepted the business card with both hands and carefully put it away. After the dinner, Wang Jingwo and Lin Shun stood at the entrance of Tsuwa building, waiting for the car. The autumn evening breeze carrying a chill, causing the shadows of the streetlights to sway. Wang Jingwo lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and turned to look at Lin Shun. You did well at the dinner table today. Wang Jingwo exhaled a cloud of smoke. Director Zhao typically wouldn't even give his business card to ordinary people. That was because of your influence, Brother Wang. My influence isn't that great. Wang Jingwo shook his head. Lin Shun turned to look at Wang Jingwo, the light from the street lamp falling on his face, his expression serious and earnest. Without you, I couldn't handle the affairs in the capital. I remember this favor. If you ever need anything from me, Lin Shun, just ask. Wang Jingwo did not respond immediately to this. He finished his last puff of smoke, flicked the butt into the flower bed by the roadside, and then patted Lin Shun on the shoulder with a force that was neither heavy nor light. Xiao Lin, let me say something. Don't think I am being sentimental. Wang Jingwo's voice sounded a bit deeper in the night. I, Wang Jingwo, have been in the capital for so many years with many people coming and going. Some have helped me with tasks, and some I have helped with theirs. But there are not many who can sit down and make me feel it is worth befriending. He paused, looking into Lin Shen's eyes. You are one of them. Lin Shen looked at Wang Jingwo, a vague feeling surging in his heart. A black crown slowly approached, stopping at the roadside. Zhao Taijun got out and opened the back door. Before getting in, Lin Shen glanced back at Wang Jingwo. Brother Wang, next time I will treat you to a meal, just the two of us, no one else. Wang Jingwo smiled. Sure, I'll wait for your call. The car door closed, and the vehicle drove into the night. In November, the capital city is chilled by the biting wind. Lin Shen stood at the cargo station, watching as workers loaded the last box of goods into the freight car. Half a train's worth of supplies was neatly stacked, filled with winter clothing, cotton shoes, potent white liquor, canned goods, and compressed biscuits. This train is part of an international transit departing from the capital, passing through Inner Mongolia and exiting at Manzhouli, heading westward. Boss, everything is loaded. Zhao Taijun approached, wrapped in a black wool coat, his square face displaying little expression. Lin Shen nodded, glancing at his watch. Arrange the brothers to board as we discussed, in pairs distributed throughout the compartments. Understood. This time, there were 23 people, all handpicked from the whale security team. Everyone dressed plainly with minimal luggage, blending in with the other passengers without drawing attention. Lin Shen nodded, turning towards the passenger compartment. The hard sleeper compartment was already chaotic, the aisle packed with people and bags blocking the passage. The air was filled with the mingled odors of instant noodles, smoke, and an indistinct body scent. Lin Shen found his lower bunk, while Zhao Taijun occupied the middle bunk across from him, with others spread throughout the front and rear compartments. He had just placed his bag when a man in his 40s approached from the lower bunk opposite. The man wore a dingy cotton jacket, his face darkened and ruddy, clearly one accustomed to outdoor life. When he smiled, his eyes squinted into slits radiating warmth. Young brother traveling alone. The man initiated conversation, casually offering a cigarette. Lin Shen waved his hand. I don't smoke. I'm out with a few friends. The man didn't mind, tucking the cigarette behind his ear and continuing on. My surname is Wei Dali. I've been running this route for 3 or 4 years, heading to Moscow this time. What business are you in, young brother? Just dealing in some industrial goods, Lin Shen answered casually. Wei Dali's eyes lit up, leaning closer. Hey, what a coincidence. I also deal in small trades. I source some jackets, sportswear, and electronic watches from the capital and sell them for several times the price. The Russians are in dire need of these items. What goods are you carrying? About the same daily necessities. Not a large amount, right? You look young. Is this your first? Lin Shen smiled, not directly answering. You could say it's my first time. Wei Dali slapped his thigh, appearing enthusiastic. If it's your first time, you should listen and ask questions. I know this route well. If you need anything, just look for me. We have over 3 days on the road. Let's chat properly. Thank you, Wei Gu. The train departed promptly at 3 in the afternoon. The wheels clattered rhythmically over the track. The compartment gradually filled with live people playing cards, chatting, eating, and drinking, creating a unique vibrancy amidst the chaos. Wei Dali, being quite sociable, pulled out a bag of peanuts and a bottle of erguo too, insisting on sharing a couple of drinks with Lin Shen. Unable to decline, Lin Shen poured a small cup and sipped slowly. Wei Dali drank heartily, saying, Young brother, you don't look very old, about 18 or 19, right? 19, and already out here making a name for yourself? When I was 19, I was still farming in the village. Wei Dali munched on some peanuts, but to be honest, while this route is profitable, it's not without its risks. The inspections along the way are strict, and the customs personnel are quite demanding. If you don't offer enough benefits, they can hold you up for hours. Lin Shen took a sip from his cup, his expression calm. Wei Gu, your experience is invaluable. I would appreciate your guidance when crossing the border. Guidance is a bit much. Just stick with me if you encounter any issues. Wei Dali patted his chest. I know a few people at customs. A simple hello goes a long way. At this moment, Zhao Taijun walked past the aisle and glanced at Lin Shen. Lin Shen subtly nodded, indicating that there was no need to worry. Wei Dali, I Zhao Taijun quietly asking Lin Shen, is this friend also with you? Yes, a friend. His surname, he seems quite steady. Wei Dali didn't pry further, pouring Lin Shen another cup of liquor. Young brother, is your cargo going through proper channels? Lin Shen smiled. All paperwork is in order. That's good to hear. Wei Dali nodded. I've been running this route long enough. Now, I make a trip every month, earning about 10 to 20,000 each time, much better than a regular job. It's hard work on the road, and more people are getting into this line of business. The profits aren't as high as they were a couple of years ago. Back then, a jacket could be sold for 10 times its price. Now it's only 3 or 4 times. Lin Shen listened attentively, occasionally nodding. He certainly understood the current situation in the Soviet Union. Severe shortages of goods, with light industrial products being scarce. Everyday items shipped from the domestic market were nearly equivalent to hard currency. But that was only the surface. He knew that this superpower had just over a year left. The train continued its journey northward through the night. The lights in the compartment dimmed, and the scenery outside shifted from the city's lights to the pitch-black wilderness. Wei Dali had consumed more than half a bottle of liquor, becoming more talkative, sharing how he started running this route, the experiences, and people he encountered, spilling stories like beans from a bamboo tube. Lin Shin mostly listened, occasionally interjecting a line or two to express interest, encouraging Wei Dali. Let me tell you, young brother. Wei Dali lowered his voice. In business on this route, the goods are secondary. The key is that when dealing with the Russians, you need to understand their temperaments. They may seem rough, but they're not fools. They can drink fiercely. If you can't hold your liquor, they won't take you seriously at all. Lin Shin nodded. I've heard of this. Heard of it. Do you know how fierce their drinking is? Vodka's 60 to 70 degrees down in one go. The first time I did business with them, I almost passed out from drinking. After a while I built my tolerance, but I still have to be. Wei Dali shook his head saying, but let me tell you a trick. While the Russians can drink, when it comes to endurance we might not necessarily lose. The key is not to compete in fierceness, you have to take it slow. Lin Shin smiled. Wei Gu makes a good point. As the night deepened, most people in the compartment had already fallen asleep. Wei Dali yawned, wrapped himself in his cotton jacket, and soon began snoring. Zhao Taijun poked his head out from the middle bunk across, looking towards Lin Shin. Lin Shin noticed him and gently shook his head, indicating that everything was fine, no need to be tense. After the lights went out, the only sounds left in the compartment were the wheels rolling over the tracks. Lin Shin lay on his bunk, eyes closed, but his mind was constantly whirring. His trip to the Soviet Union, this time, was not just to sell this batch of goods. This batch of supplies could earn over 100,000 in the hands of an ordinary trader, but for him, it was just a stepping stone. He sought heavy industrial equipment, military technology production lines, and even weaponry from the Soviet Union. These items would be sold off cheaply around the time of the Soviet collapse, but that would be in late 1991 and beyond. It was now November 1990, the timing wasn't quite ripe yet, but he needed to lay the groundwork in advance. Thus passed the first night. At dawn the next day, before the sky had fully lightened, the railway carriage stirred with lively activity. Wei Dali rose earlier than Lin Shin and was already stretching his limbs in the aisle. Spotting Lin Shin sitting up, he immediately hurried over. Young brother, time to wash up? I've saved you a spot. The water's not very hot, but it'll do. Lin Shin thanked him and picked up his towel and toiletries to head over. When he returned, Wei Dali had already prepared 2 large bowls of instant noodles, each crowned with a braised egg. He beckoned Lin Shin, come, eat while it's hot. There's little of quality aboard a train, we make do as best we can. Lin Shin gazed at the steaming bowl, a quiet warmth stirring within him. Wei Dali appeared rough-hewn and unrefined, yet his actions were grounded and sincere, open-hearted, even towards someone he'd just met. Such sincerity rarely fails on the road. People instinctively trust and gravitate toward those who act with genuine integrity. Brother Wei, I can't possibly let you spend your money on me. Lin Shin reached for his wallet, but Wei Dali swiftly pressed his hand down. No, not worth mentioning. A few noodles mean nothing. We're brothers on this journey. Companionship and mutual care are all that matter. If you truly feel indebted, treat me to a drink in Moscow. That'll settle it. Lin Shin smiled faintly, accepted without further protest, and lifted the bowl to eat. As the train crossed Zhangjiakou, the landscape beyond the window gradually grew more desolate, the cultivated fields giving way to vast open grasslands. Wei Dali pointed outside. Beyond here lies Inner Mongolia. Once we pass Early and Hot, we'll cross into foreign soil. Mind this, once abroad their ways of doing things differ from ours. Stay alert, keep your wits about you. Brother Wei speaks wisely, Lin Shin replied. Lin Shin nodded in agreement. Which carriage holds your goods? Wei Dali asked casually. Lin Shin tilted his chin toward the rear. The freight car, not far from ours. Just a batch of everyday household goods, nothing valuable. Wei Dali didn't press further, merely nodded. Good, keep close to it. Where will you offload this cargo? We'll stop first in Irkutsk to clear part of it. The rest continues onward to Moscow. Irkutsk? Wei Dali sounded surprised. That's a small place. Can you really move such volume there? Lin Shin smiled faintly. A friend has arranged everything. Unloading begins the moment we arrive. Wei Dali glanced at him anew, as if reassessing this quiet young man. Yet Lin Shin's expression remained perfectly natural. No telltale sign betrayed him. Wei Dali asked no more, only murmured, having connections makes all the difference. Yes, having connections makes all the difference. By afternoon the carriage buzzed with renewed energy. Some produced playing cards and invited others to join. Others tuned radios to catch the latest news. One even drew a few unpolished but spirited passages from a Eru, its off-key notes adding charm rather than discord. Lin Shin sat by the window watching the grasslands blur past while his mind meticulously charted every step awaiting him in the Soviet Union. Young brother, what's on your mind? Wei Dali's voice broke his reverie. Lin Shin turned, offering a gentle smile. Nothing much, just taking in the scenery. Scenery? Wei Dali chuckled. What's so captivating about bare grassland? Stare too long, and your eyes ache. He waved enthusiastically. Come, let's play cards. I'll teach you a new trick. Losers perform a little act. Lin Shin glanced briefly at Zhao Tiejuan, who gave an almost imperceptible nod, signaling no anomalies nearby. Lin Shin turned back. All right, brother Wei, teach me. Several more passengers joined them. Travelers seated nearby, merchants on business, families visiting kin, and a bespectacled scholarly young man named Sun, barely 20, en route to study in Moscow. Their gathering quickly settled into easy camaraderie. Wei Dali, ever the life of the party, spun endless anecdotes with each hand of cards, drawing hearty laughter from all. Lin Shen spoke little, yet when called upon he engaged effortlessly, measured, poised, never overreaching nor retreating. Sun Curious asked, "Brother Lin, what line of trade are you in?" "Just small-scale retail, everyday goods," Lin Shen replied as before. "Does this route turn a profit?" "Enough to get by." "Get by?" Wei Dali interjected with a grin. "You're far too modest, young brother. On this route, getting by means never going hungry, and many thrive far beyond that." Sun adjusted his glasses. "I heard prices have surged sharply across the Soviet Union lately. Basic goods are becoming scarce." "Precisely so." Wei Dali seized the thread. "That's exactly why our goods sell like fire. Right now they lack everything, from food and clothing to household essentials." Lin Shen listened quietly, his gaze distant and calm. He knew this was only the beginning. Within a year, conditions in the Soviet Union would deteriorate tenfold. The train rolled on for another full day and more. On the afternoon of the third day, an announcement crackled over the intercom, approaching early and hot. "Prepare for border crossing shortly." Wei Dali began packing carefully, tucking valuables close to his person. As he worked, he advised Lin Shen, "At the checkpoint, speak only when spoken to. Cooperate fully with inspections and fees. Just follow my lead." Lin Shen nodded assent. Early and hot was the final domestic station before departure. The train halted briefly for supplies and routine checks. Wei Dali hopped off to buy several packs of cigarettes, returning to distribute them among fellow passengers, including one each for Lin Shen and Zhao Taijun. Lin Shen accepted the pack, slipped it into his bag, and murmured a quiet thanks. When Wei Dali stepped away, Zhao Taijun leaned close and whispered, "Boss, the freight car is secured. No one has approached it. And customs? Have they been briefed?" "Yes, clearance is guaranteed." Lin Shen gave a slight, deliberate. Every arrangement had been made well before departure. To the world he appeared a young trader traveling with a group of seasoned peddlers. But in truth, every move unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. The train rumbled forward once more, this time irrevocably crossing into foreign territory. Outside, the landscape shifted, the grasslands widened into boundless expanse, and the sky seemed to lower, pressing gently upon the earth. Seated by the window, Wei Dali pointed into the distance. "See that line? That's the border. Cross that barbed wire fence, and you're in the Soviet Union." Lin Shen followed his gesture. The wire fence stood low yet stark and unmistakable against the vast windswept steppe. The official border crossing occurred on the third day. After passing early and hot and entering Mongolia, the train continued northward toward the Soviet frontier. Wei Dali had begun preparing hours in advance, securing valuables close to his body and changing into clean clothes. "We've reached the checkpoint. Stay sharp." He clapped Lin Shen lightly on the shoulder. The platform was drab and dust-choked. Soviet customs officers in faded gray-green uniforms stood impassively, faces blank with practiced indifference. Wei Dali disembarked and hurried off in search of his acquaintance Ivan. Lin Shen instructed Zhao Taijun to oversee freight car formalities, then waited quietly beside the carriage door. Moments later, Wei Dali returned, his expression strained. "What is it, Brother Wei?" Lin Shen asked. "Ivan's been transferred. A new officer's taken his place, Sergei. I don't know him." Wei Dali lowered his voice. "He looks difficult to deal with." Lin Shen merely hummed softly. No alarm flickered across his features. By the freight car, a tall Soviet man was inspecting with his team. He was in his 40s with a hooked nose and high cheekbones, glancing at the cardboard boxes in the car. Wei Dali mustered his courage to approach, greeting in broken Russian, "Zdravstvuyte." Sergei glanced at him and replied with a blank expression. Wei Dali didn't understand and could only smile awkwardly. Lin Shen walked over and said fluently in Russian, "Hello, our documents are all here for your review." Sergei was clearly taken aback, sizing up Lin Shen. "Your Russian is quite good." "I've learned a bit." Lin Shen handed over the documents. Sergei flipped through the documents and returned them, saying, "The documents are fine, but I need to conduct a box inspection." Wei Dali's expression froze. Opening the boxes meant unwrapping them, and resealing them was a hassle. Moreover, it was common for these old Soviets to casually take a few items during inspections. Just as he was about to speak up, Lin Shen already interjected. "Of course we'll proceed as per regulations." Lin Shen's tone was calm, even with a hint of a smile. "But it's cold outside, comrades. After the inspection, let me treat you all to a warm drink." Sergei looked at him, seemingly assessing the young man's worth. Lin Shen took a bottle of liquor from Zhao Taijun, not opening the packaging, and handed it over directly. "This is fine liquor from China, just a small token of my appreciation." Sergei took the bottle and glanced at it, his facial lines relaxing slightly. He handed the liquor to his subordinate behind him and nodded. "Open the boxes quickly." Several Soviets opened a few boxes, rummaging through the top layer, and seeing only winter clothes and shoes, they did not dig deeper. Sergei waved his hand, indicating it was acceptable. The entire process took less than 20 minutes. Wei Dali watched in astonishment. He had been running goods for years, but had never seen a dealer so effortlessly handle customs inspection. After taking the liquor, the old Soviet's attitude noticeably improved, and they even shook hands with Lin Shen. Back at the freight car, Wei Dali pulled Lin Shen aside, asking, "Brother, how much is that bottle of liquor worth?" Not much, just ordinary baijiu from our side. You're quite generous. Wei Dali smacked his lips. I usually just slip some rubles. I never thought a bottle of liquor could exchange for so much. Lin Shen smiled and did not explain. He knew that in this resource scarce place the purchasing power of a good bottle of liquor far exceeded that of an equivalent amount of currency. This was not a matter of money, but of scarcity. As the train entered Soviet territory, the scenery outside changed from grasslands to endless coniferous forests. By November, Siberia had already entered winter as snow covered the ground, leaving only shades of gray and white in the world. The heating in the car was sufficient, and a thin mist formed on the windows. Wei Dali took out cards again, pulling Lin Shen and a few others into a game. The train's announcement sounded, indicating the next stop was Irkutsk. Wei Dali was dozing off when the announcement woke him. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "Brother, are you getting off at Irkutsk?" "Yes. Handling a batch of goods. Do you have someone to meet you there? Do you want me to help introduce someone? I know a few dealers in Irkutsk. Although they are small-time players, they can help you move some goods. No need, I'll manage myself." Wei Dali glanced at him, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Upon reaching Irkutsk, Lin Shen got off the train with Zhao Taijun and 23 others. The door of the freight car opened and half a train of goods piled up on the platform, resembling a small mountain. Wei Dali leaned against the train window, looking outside, where he saw Lin Shen standing in the center of the platform, surveying the area, before walking straight towards an office at the end of the platform. A sign hung on the office door with Russian writing that Wei Dali couldn't read, but he noticed a small red emblem, which was the mark of a government department. Lin Shen knocked and entered. Inside sat a Soviet man in his 50s, dressed in a dark suit with 2 pens tucked in his breast pocket. A portrait of Lenin hung on the wall. The man was reading a newspaper, and upon seeing someone enter, he looked up with a suspicious expression. "Hello, I am a businessman from China," Lin Shen said in Russian, his tone direct, but not offensive. "I have half a train of goods on the platform, and I wish to sell a batch here." The man looked at him. "You've got the wrong person. Oh, I'm not from the procurement department." "I know." Lin Shen calmly sat opposite him. "But you are the station manager. I need to unload here, find buyers, and arrange for transportation. The first step is to let you be informed." A flicker of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. Not because this young man knew his identity, but because the young man's posture was neither humble nor arrogant, as if he were conversing with an equal partner rather than begging for a favor. "My name is Viktor Petrovich." The man put down the newspaper. "What are your goods?" "Winter coats, cotton shoes, kin goods, baijiu, and some light industrial products." As Lin Shen spoke, he took out a pair of cotton shoes and a bottle of baijiu from his bag and placed them on the table. "These are samples." Victor picked up the cotton shoes, squeezing the upper, then took the baijiu to examine the label. His fingers lingered on the bottle for a moment. "Everything is scarce in the city right now." Victor put down the bottle, his tone neutral. "You won't have trouble selling these. But what can I help you with?" Lin Shen looked at him and directly stated, "Help me find buyers and arrange for transportation. They'll give you a 1% commission based on the total transaction amount." Victor's shoulders shifted slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but held back. He scrutinized Lin Shen for a few seconds, then reached for the bottle of liquor on the table, opened the cap, and sniffed. "How much of this liquor do you have?" "There are 5,000 boxes and half a train. However, I can only sell a small portion." Victor closed the liquor bottle, placing it at the edge of the table, not pushing it back, but setting it close to himself. The meaning of this gesture was clear. He wanted the goods. "I can ask around for buyers." Victor's tone was warmer than before. "They'll get back to you this afternoon." Lin Shen stood up, extending his hand. "Thank you, Mr. Viktor Petrovich." When he exited the office, Zhao Taijun was waiting outside. Lin Shen whispered, "It worked, wait for news." Zhao Taijun nodded without asking anything. At 2 in the afternoon, Victor indeed came with news. He brought 2 people with him. One was the deputy section chief of the city's material supply department, and the other was the director of a nearby military warehouse. The 3 stood in a row on the platform, looking at Lin Shen's pile of goods, with eyes like wolves spotting sheep. Lin Shen negotiated prices and quantities with the 3 in Russian. Winter coats and cotton shoes were sold to the material supply department at 80 of the market price. Their reason was, "We need to submit to the treasury," resulting in a low price, but they took a bulk order of 20. The canned goods were reserved for the military warehouse director, who offered a higher price than the material department, but requested Lin Shen to provide an additional batch of cotton shoes, not a large quantity, but urgently needed. The entire process lasted 3 hours. Lin Shen did not bargain too aggressively. He conceded where he should and stood firm where necessary. He knew he had no roots here. The first deal needed to give the other party a taste of sweetness to secure a second and third deal. Ultimately, the transaction amount converted was more than double the cost of procuring this batch of goods domestically. Half of the goods were processed within 3 hours, and for the remaining 20, Lin Shen had Zhao Taijun take some back to the freight car, reserving them for the next stop. Wei Dali did not know when he also got off the train. He stood at a distance, watching everything unfold, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. He had been running for several years, but he had never handled such a large quantity in Irkutsk all at once. In just 3 hours, this young man managed to sell off a large portion of half a train. And he did it without contacting anyone in advance. He simply walked into the office, knocked on the door, and struck a deal. In the evening, Lin Shun found a hotel near the train station for the 23 of them. He had Zhao Taijun move the remaining liquor into the hotel room. Wei Dali followed him to the hotel, remaining silent along the way. Once inside the room, he could no longer hold back. "Brother, what's your background?" Lin Shun was looking at a local business directory he had obtained from Victor, not raising his head. "What background?" "You?" Wei Dali gestured. "Do you know who is in that office?" "You just walked in. The sign outside the office says Station Master's office. Who else should I go in to find if not the Station Master? We are unfamiliar with this place. Standing on the platform waiting, we could wait 1,000 years and still not find a buyer. The most powerful person who can help you is behind that door, and knocking is the only choice." Wei Dali opened his mouth, sensing something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Lin Shun closed the directory and looked at him. "Brother Wei, tomorrow I will be meeting a few people. Do you want to come along?" "Who are you meeting?" "The 3 people who came to the platform today are just minor players. I need to meet those who can make. I've already sent word through someone to the secretary of the vice mayor in charge of material allocation. If all goes well, we can meet the day after tomorrow." Wei Dali was stunned. "When did you send word?" "This afternoon, when discussing business, I mentioned to the director of the military supply warehouse that I wanted to meet someone from the city." Lin Shun spoke lightly. "He agreed to recommend me." Wei Dali sat on the edge of the bed, his mind spinning as he tried to understand. "Brother," he swallowed hard, "what exactly do you want to do?" Lin Shun smiled, but did not answer. The next day, he was busy running around Irkutsk. He met with 2 suppliers of materials introduced by Victor. He met the superior of the director of the military supply warehouse, a logistics major. He met with the head of the city's material supply department, and finally connected with the vice mayor's secretary in a small restaurant. Each meeting was similar: sitting down, drinking, looking at samples, discussing prices. However, each meeting was also different for Lin Shun, focused on different points with each person. With the material suppliers, he discussed quantities. With the major, he discussed quality. With the head of the materials department, he discussed the potential for long-term cooperation. With the vice mayor's secretary, he talked about nothing but drank and chatted, ultimately gifting 2 bottles of liquor. Zhao Taijun followed him throughout, carrying a canvas bag filled with several bottles of liquor and a few pairs of samples. At each location, Lin Shun would have him prepare the items in advance, knowing exactly when to take them out and when not, to maintaining perfect timing. When they returned to the hotel at night, Wei Dali was already growing impatient. "How did it go?" "Tomorrow at noon, I will have lunch with the vice mayor." Lin Shun took off his coat and poured himself a glass of water. "Huh." Wei Dali jumped up. "You really secured the meeting. We can meet the vice mayor like this." "The vice mayor has to eat too." Lin Shun sat down, rubbing his temples. His secretary said the mayor is very interested in China's light industrial products, especially those that can provide benefits to workers. Wei Dali paced back and forth on the floor, suddenly stopping. "Brother, I have been struggling in the Soviet Union for 3 years, and I haven't done as well in one day as you have. Brother, can I follow you?" Lin Shun gave him a deep look, thought for a moment, and felt that Wei Dali was someone he could work with. "All right." Wei Dali was delighted to hear Lin Shun agree and hurriedly refilled Lin Shun's cup with hot water. The lunch the next day was arranged at a restaurant near the city government. It was small but clean, with heating in the private room and a white tablecloth laid on the table. Not only was the vice mayor present, but also a combination of the 3 people from yesterday. 1 person came from the material department, 1 from the military supply system, and 1 from the train station, totaling 6 Soviets, along with the vice mayor and his secretary. Lin Shun brought Zhao Taijun and Wei Dali, 3 against 6, at one table. After exchanging a few pleasantries to start, Lin Shun had Zhao Taijun bring out the liquor. It wasn't vodka, which the Soviets often drank, but Mao Tai. The vice mayor picked up the bottle, looking at the label. With Lin Shun poured him a glass. He lifted it to his lips, took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. He took another large sip, then placed the cup on the table, looking at Lin Shun. "Good liquor." Lin Shun smiled. "I brought this specially from China. I brought a lot this time, planning to sell 200 boxes in Irkutsk." The vice mayor's eyebrows twitched. The number of 200 boxes was larger than what he had heard from his secretary. He looked at Lin Shun, and the meaning in his gaze changed. "How long will you be staying in Irkutsk?" "It depends on the situation." Lin Shun lifted his cup. "If there are many opportunities here, I will stay a few more days." The vice mayor raised his cup to clink with his, and they both drank. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere gradually warmed up. The vice mayor began to ask Lin Shun what goods he had, what the prices were, and whether he could supply them long term. Lin Shun answered each question steadily, as if chatting with an old friend. However, Wei Dali noticed that with each question Lin Shun answered, he would naturally throw out a new question. These questions seemed like casual conversation, but Wei Dali had a gut feeling that Lin Shun was gathering information. Every answer was noted in his mind, even though on the surface he appeared to be asking casually. As the meal progressed to its latter half, the vice mayor casually mentioned a name, Kalyev. Lin Shun did not respond. The vice mayor continued, "He is from the logistics department of the Pacific Fleet, and is also looking for suppliers lately. If you are interested, I can introduce you." Lin Shun raised his cup. "If I can meet him, it would be my honor." His words were, he neither showed urgent interest nor rejected it, instead handing the initiative over to the other party. The vice mayor clearly appreciated this attitude and proactively clinked cups with him. By the time the meal ended, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Lin Shun stood at the restaurant door, shaking hands with the vice mayor to bid farewell. The vice mayor held his hand, stepping forward slightly, and whispered that he could reach out to him for future cooperation. On the third and fourth days in Irkutsk, Lin Shun met with a group of people. There were representatives from the logistics system, transportation system, military supplies system, and even 2 merchants who had come specially from nearby cities. He absorbed the relational network of this city like a sponge, grasping every connection firmly in his hands. On the night of the third day, he met the Kowloon mentioned by the deputy mayor in his hotel room. Kowloon in his 40s held the rank of colonel and was in charge of logistics warehouses in the Pacific Fleet. He was stocky with an old scar running from his brow to his cheekbone, giving the impression of someone who had experienced significant events. He entered with 2 assistants and immediately surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on several boxes of white liquor for a moment. Lin Shun greeted them in Russian, inviting them to sit down as Zhao Taijun poured the drinks. Kowloon wasted no time, lifting his cup and taking a large gulp, smacking his lips before setting the cup down. The deputy mayor said, "You have good things in hand." Kowloon's voice was deep and rough. "I want to see just how good they are." Lin Shun pointed to several cardboard boxes piled in the corner: warm clothing, cotton shoes, canned goods, and white liquor. "How much do you need?" "I have as much as you want." "I don't want civilian supplies." Kowloon waved his hand dismissively. "What I need are goods that can be sent to my soldiers. Warm clothing and cotton shoes are acceptable, but they must be of good quality. Siberian winters are no joke." Lin Shun had Zhao Taijun bring a cotton jacket and a pair of cotton shoes to place on the table. Kowloon picked them up for a closer inspection, squeezing the thickness of the jacket and turning the shoes over to examine the soles. His movements very professional. "The quality is acceptable. What do you want in exchange?" Lin Shun had already thought this through. "I heard you have idle trucks in the warehouse along with some sealed heavy machinery. If convenient, I would like to take a look." Kowloon's gaze sharpened like a hawk eyeing its prey. He paused for a few seconds, then stood up. "Follow me." The warehouse area was vast, with rows of gray warehouses stretching into the distance. Kowloon led them into warehouse No. 3, and as he opened the door, a cold wind mixed with a musty smell rushed out. Inside were a dozen military trucks, their green paint covered in dust, tires somewhat deflated, but overall they appeared to be in relatively good condition. Lin Shun walked to the nearest truck and tapped on the door. The metal produced a dull sound. "What's the condition of these trucks?" Kowloon called over a soldier responsible for the warehouse and asked him to start one for a test. The soldier jumped into the driver's seat, fiddled with it for a bit, and the engine coughed twice before roaring to life. Black smoke spewed from the exhaust pipe, sputtering a few times before the sound gradually stabilized. Lin Shun stood in front of the truck listening and nodded. These trucks were manufactured in the early 1980s and have run less than 20,000 kilometers. Kowloon patted the truck's body. "Parts are hard to come by, so they've been idle for almost a year, but the machines themselves are fine." "How much for each truck?" Kowloon glanced at him. "Don't think about paying with cash. You need to exchange goods. You set the price." Kowloon quoted a figure. 10 trucks for 500 pairs of cotton shoes and 50 boxes of canned goods. Lin Shun did not respond immediately, quickly calculating in his mind. The cost of 500 pairs of cotton shoes and 50 boxes of canned goods, when converted to RMB, was far lower than the price of these trucks on the international market. Moreover, these trucks were military specifications, significantly better in quality than civilian products. "That's too high." 200 pairs of cotton shoes, 20 boxes of canned goods, plus 10 boxes of white liquor. Kowloon's eyes visibly brightened at the mention of white liquor. He contemplated for a few seconds, then extended his hand. "Deal. When do you want the 10 trucks?" "As soon as possible. Then we'll ship them in batches." Kowloon took out a notebook from his pocket and wrote a few notes. "I need to handle the paperwork on my end, but rest assured it won't exceed half a month." Lin Shun shook hands with him. As they left warehouse No. 3, Kowloon took him to warehouse No. This one was larger, filled with various mechanical parts, tires, batteries, and even a few diesel generators. Lin Shun walked over and pried open a wooden crate. Oiled paper wrapped around shiny metal components, clearly precision manufactured items. "This is the crankshaft for a diesel engine, a valuable item. What's the price for this batch?" Kowloon did not answer, but asked in return, "How many cotton shoes and bottles of white liquor do you still have?" Lin Shun quickly assessed in his mind. There were still quite a few cotton shoes left, with white liquor being the bulk. The value of these parts in the current Soviet Union was just scrap iron sitting in a warehouse, but once transported back to China and delivered to the right factory, they would represent substantial production capacity. He quoted a figure. Kowloon countered with a slightly higher price, and after some negotiation, they reached a second. Before leaving, Lin Shun had Zhao Taijun bring down 2 boxes of white liquor from the truck and place them directly in Kowloon's office. Kowloon's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Lin Shun knew that these 2 boxes of liquor were worth more than 1,000 words. Once outside the warehouse area, Zhao Taijun started the vehicle. "Could you calculate how much supplies we still have on hand?" Zhao Taijun flipped through the record book. "We still have about 4,000 pairs of cotton shoes, over 300 boxes of canned goods, and nearly 250 boxes of white liquor. There are still 500 pieces of cotton clothing." "That's enough." Lin Shin got back in the vehicle. The path to Kowloon is established. Next it's the port. If we can open up the cargo terminal in Vladivostok, we can directly load the exchanged goods onto ships for transport back to the homeland. Zhao Taijun pressed the accelerator. Shall we go to the port tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow. Early the next day Lin Shun changed into clean clothes, brought 2 boxes of fine liquor and 2 cotton jackets, and headed straight to the management office of Vladivostok's commercial port. The office building of the commercial port was a dilapidated 2-story structure with several broken window panes covered with plastic sheets. There were not many people inside, mostly older individuals dressed in wrinkled uniforms, slowly wandering. Lin Shen found the office of the management director. The door was open, and inside sat a balding man in his 50s. He glanced at Lin Shen standing at the door, his tone not particularly friendly. Who are you looking for? Looking for you. Lin Shen stepped inside, extended his hand. I am a businessman from China. My surname is Lin. The man did not shake hands, frowning as he looked at him. What do you want? Lin Shen unhurriedly withdrew his hand and sat down in the chair opposite the desk. I have a batch of supplies in Vladivostok and would like to send a shipment back to China from here. I want to discuss the port's procedures and fees with you in person. Supplies? What supplies? Cotton clothing, cotton shoes, canned goods, white liquor. Lin Shen spoke slowly. All are in high demand. The expression of the management director showed a hint of softening. He set down his teacup, took out a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, pulled one out, lit it, and took a puff. What can you offer to cover the port fees? Rubles. Foreign exchange. Barter. I will use supplies to offset the port's loading and unloading fees, storage fees, and berth fees. You give me a price, and I will convert it to supplies at market price for physical delivery. The management director bit on his cigarette, squinted at him, and remained silent. Lin Shen knew he was weighing the situation. The fees at the port, part of which goes to the state, are paid in rubles, but in practice many parts of the management office can be independently allocated. If all these could be replaced with physical items, it would be far more useful to the people at the management office than rubles. Rubles are depreciating daily, while cotton clothing and white liquor are tangible goods that won't lose value when kept at home. What do you plan to ship? The management director finally spoke. Some equipment, a few vehicles, and some miscellaneous. Lin Shen spoke ambiguously. It won't involve hazardous materials, just ordinary goods. The management director fell silent for a while, then extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and closed the door. Let's sit down and talk. When he said this, his tone had shifted from initial resistance to tentative openness. The two talked for over an hour. Lin Shun left the 2 boxes of white liquor and 2 cotton jackets in the director's office. The director's surname Pfeiffer personally escorted Lin Shun downstairs, shook hands, and said stay in touch. During his few days in Vladivostok, Lin Shun exchanged a batch of cotton clothing and canned goods for 3 old trucks with the local transportation department. He also exchanged a batch of white liquor for a set of second-hand diesel generators from a small machinery factory. Finally, he exchanged a batch of cotton shoes and canned goods with Kowloon for another batch of military parts, including tires, batteries, and several small engines. Lin Shin still had a considerable amount of rubles on hand, and seizing the opportunity before the ruble fully depreciated, exchanged it all for dollars amounting to about $3 million. With this cash, he had already made several times his investment. The equipment, vehicles, and parts he had acquired, if shipped back to the country and sold, would yield a profit of at least 5 times or more. After sending the exchanged supplies through the port of Vladivostok, Lin Shin and his team continued on to Moscow with the remaining supplies. Moscow. Lin Shin stepped out of the IL-76 cargo plane. Behind him followed Zhao Tiejuan, and further back Wei Dali was counting the supplies unloaded from the aircraft with more than 20 brothers. Lin Shin lifted his gaze and saw 3 modified military trucks and 2 Volga sedans parked beside the tarmac. The convoy was led by a lieutenant named Andrei, sent by Kowloon. He was a burly man wearing a Soviet winter uniform, a gray scarf wrapped around his neck, and he approached Lin Shun while rubbing his hands together. Mr. Lin. Andrei's English was heavily accented, but it was understandable. Colonel Kowloon sent me to pick you up. The hotel has been arranged. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Shin nodded and gestured to Wei Dali. Move the goods first. Andrei glanced at the pile of supplies that resembled a small mountain, and his eyes lit up. He was a man who knew value, who just that batch of white liquor could fetch a fortune on the black market. He swallowed hard, trying to appear composed, but the sound from his throat betrayed him. Lin Shin smiled lightly, said nothing, and turned to get into the Volga. The convoy slowly drove out of Sheremetyevo Airport, heading towards the city along the Leningrad Highway. Throughout the journey, Lin Shin looked out the window. The night in Moscow was dreary. The streetlights were dim. Occasionally, he could see citizens lined up at the roadside, dressed in heavy coats, huddled with expressionless faces. The shop windows were empty, with nothing on the shelves. The convoy stopped at a hotel near the Moscow Bolshoi Theater called the National Hotel, located next to Red Square, one of the best foreign-related hotels in Moscow. Kowloon had made arrangements in advance. The rooms were ready. The blonde girl at the front desk saw the credentials handed by Andrei and immediately handed over the keys without a word. Mr. Lin, you have a total of 24 rooms, all on the 3rd and 4th floors. Andrei said courteously. Colonel Kowloon will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. You should rest well tonight. If you need anything, just have the hotel front desk contact me. Lin Shun took the keys, instructed Zhao Taijun to set up sentries, leaving one person at each end of the corridor, two in the lobby downstairs, and then took his brothers upstairs to settle in. Everything went smoothly. Dinner time. The hotel's restaurant was on the second floor, lavishly decorated with crystal chandeliers, mahogany tables and chairs, and snowy white tablecloths on the dining tables. However, the menu offered very little, only black bread, borscht, a few slices of cured meat, and a small dish of butter. Lin Shun didn't mind. He knew the situation in Moscow. Having a warm meal was already quite good. Halfway through the meal, 7 or 8 people entered the restaurant. To be precise, they were 7 or 8 women. Despite the cold winter, they were dressed as if attending a fashion week, flaunting long legs beneath their fur coats, strutting in high heels, with exquisite makeup and bright red lips. The leader was a woman in her 30s with a head of golden curls exuding an air of cleverness. Upon entering, she began scanning the surroundings, her gaze sweeping the restaurant, before finally resting on Lin Shun's table. Lin Shun's table was indeed striking. Over 20 Chinese men in black coats, tall and imposing with cold, stern expressions, clearly not ordinary businessmen. Moreover, the items on their table were different from those of other tables. There were cola, orange juice, and even fruits. In this era, these items were rarer than gold in Moscow. The blonde woman approached, speaking fluent English with a bright smile. "Gentlemen, would you mind if I sat here?" Zhao Taijun glanced at Lin Shun, who slightly nodded. Zhao Taijun then stood up and gave his seat to the blonde. "Thank you." The blonde woman sat down, her gaze falling on Lin Shun's face, scrutinizing him for a couple of seconds, her smile deepening. "My name is Anna. I do a little business in Moscow. Are you gentlemen from China? What brings you to Moscow?" "Tourism." Lin Shun picked up his glass and took a sip of cola, his tone very casual. Anna laughed, her laughter lively. "Tourism. Coming to Moscow for tourism at this season. Sir, you truly have a sense of humor." Lin Shun remained silent, simply watching her. Anna felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, but quickly regained her composure. Lowering her voice, she said, "I know many girls, all very beautiful, clean, cultured, speak English, and some are even college students. If you gentlemen feel bored tonight." She paused, deliberately scanning Zhao Taijun and the others with her eyes. The implication was very clear. Zhao Taijun felt a bit awkward and turned to look at Lin Shun. The other brothers exchanged glances, some of the younger ones even showing a hint of blush on their faces. They had all followed Lin Shun from Hong Kong, and though they had seen all sorts of scenes there in Moscow, where they were unfamiliar, they felt a bit uneasy. Lin Shun chuckled, pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and leisurely exhaled smoke. "How much?" Anna's eyes brightened. $50 for one girl for one time. If it's for an overnight stay, it's $100. This price wasn't cheap in Moscow, but Lin Shun knew that the quality of these girls was indeed quite good. He turned to look at Zhao Taijun, and then at the other brothers, asking, "Do you want any?" Zhao Taijun was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "Lin Shun, I don't need it." "I don't need it either." Wei Dali beside him waved his hand. One after another, more than a dozen brothers shook their heads, some even smiling shyly. They had all emerged from a world of blades and blood, having killed and seen blood, yet when it came to matters like this, they seemed a bit reserved. Lin Shun looked at their expressions and recalled the first time he led a team abroad to negotiate business. It had a group of big men facing girls, offered to them, all their faces flushed to the roots of their necks. Then stopped. Lin Shun extinguished his cigarette and said to Anna, "I have more than 20 people here, one for each, for an overnight stay, but I have a condition." Anna's mouth opened in surprise, and she nodded repeatedly. You say. The girls must be clean, good-looking, and speak English preferentially. They need to leave before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, no disturbances allowed." As Lin Shun spoke, he took out a stack of US dollars from his pocket, didn't count it, and simply pushed it forward on the table. "This is the deposit. The remaining amount will be paid after the service." Anna glanced at the thickness of the stack of dollars, her eyes almost sparkling, and hurriedly accepted the money, standing up with a smile as bright as a flower. "Rest assured, sir, the girls will arrive within an hour, no, within half an hour." After saying that, she turned and walked away, her high heels clicking against the marble floor as she hurried out of the restaurant. The restaurant fell silent for 2 seconds, then Wei Dali was the first to break the silence, muttering softly, "Boss, this isn't quite right, is it?" Lin Shun looked back at him. "What's wrong with it?" "It's just..." Wei Dali scratched his head. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "What if something goes wrong?" "What could go wrong?" Lin Shun laughed. "Are you here to kill, or to relax? One would think you were all heading to a firing squad. Listen up, tonight each of you will have one, and don't give me any nonsense. Zhao Tiejun, you stop pretending and choose one." Zhao Taijun's mouth twitched, wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed and replied honestly, "Understood, boss." Half an hour later, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor. Anna indeed kept her promise, bringing over more than 20 young women who stood in a crowd in the hallway. They looked as if they had stepped off the cover of a magazine. There were blondes, brunettes, and redheads, each with different eye colors, blue, green, gray, each possessing their own charm. They all wore dresses wrapped in coats, standing under the dim light of the corridor, resembling a group of fairies that had accidentally wandered into the mortal realm. Lin Shun leaned against the door frame, glanced over, and said to Zhao Tiejun, "Go, let the brothers come out and choose." Zhao Tiejuan, steeling himself, knocked on each brother's door, calling them out one by one. The corridor instantly became lively. More than 20 big men stood in the corridor facing more than 20 beautiful Soviet girls, exchanging glances, none of them daring to make the first move. Still, Anna knew how to handle the situation. She clapped her hands and said something in Russian, prompting the girls to cheerfully walk towards their respective targets. A few bold girls directly linked arms with the nearest man, while some more reserved ones remained in place, softly asking in English, "Hello, what is your name?" Wei Dallas' face had turned as red as a monkey's backside. A girl with long brown hair linked her arm with his and whispered something in his ear, causing his ears to flush crimson as he stood there at a loss like a wooden statue. Lin Shen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight and turned to Anna, saying, "Save one for me." Anna paused for a moment, then smiled and pointed to the end of the corridor. "That one, Katya from Moscow University, English major, just 18 this year, the best among this group. And this is her." She waved at the end of the corridor. "Katya, come here." A girl stepped out from behind the crowd. Lin Shen looked up, and his first reaction was that she was very fair. Her complexion was as smooth and creamy as milk. She wore a silver-gray fur short coat over a black dress that ended just above her knees, revealing her straight and well-proportioned calves. Her hair was light golden, slightly curled, cascading over her shoulders, accentuating her small face. Her features were exquisite, with a high nose and full lips. The most striking part were her eyes, a grayish-blue hue reminiscent of a winter lake, calm yet cold. She approached Lin Shen without smiling, simply looking at him, and said in lightly accented English, "Hello." Anna introduced her from the side. "Katya, this is Mr. Lin, a generous guest from China." Katya nodded, her expression still indifferent. Lin Shen sized her up for 2 seconds, smiled, and stepped aside to let her in, saying, "Come in." Katya stepped into the room, standing quietly at the entrance waiting. Lin Shen closed the door, picked up the remote from the table, and turned on the television. The screen flickered with static before switching to a Soviet news channel with the announcer speaking in a serious tone. Lin Shen didn't pay attention. He took 2 cans of cola out of his suitcase, handed one to Katya, and opened the other, taking a sip. "Thank you." Katya took the cola, holding it in her hand, without opening it immediately. She glanced at everything in the room before, "Sit." Lin Shen sat down on the edge of the bed and patted the space next to him. Katya hesitated for a moment before sitting down beside him, sitting very upright, holding the cola can with both hands, her back straight. Lin Shen looked at her and couldn't help but smile. "Is this your first time doing this?" Katya remained silent for 2 seconds before softly responding with, "Why did you come?" Katya didn't answer, her gaze fixed on the television screen where the announcer was reporting on a session of the Supreme Soviet. She watched for a few seconds before suddenly murmuring something in Russian. Lin Shen didn't understand what it was, but judging by her expression, it didn't seem like something pleasant. Lin Shen didn't press for more details. He leaned against the headboard, finished the remaining half can of cola, then reached out to turn off the light. The room instantly plunged into darkness, with only the faint glow of the television flickering on the wall. "Sleep now." In the darkness, Katya turned her head to look at him, a hint of confusion in her gray-blue eyes. Lin Shen had already closed his eyes. After a while, he felt the girl beside him gradually relax her body, gently lying down on the bed, placing the cola can on the bedside table before pulling the blanket over herself. The sound of the television continued, the announcer's tone steady and restrained, as if reading an obituary. Lin Shen gradually drifted off to sleep amidst the dull background noise of Russian. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Zhao Taiju knocked on the door on time. Lin Shen was already awake, standing by the window smoking. Katya was gone. When she left, Lin Shen had not yet woken up, leaving behind the unopened can of cola on the bedside table and a note torn from hotel stationery. Written on it in rounded English letters was a name and a string of phone numbers. Lin Shen glanced at it and tucked the note into his pocket. "Lin Shen, the car has arrived." Zhao Taijun stood at the door, his expression as usual. Lin Shen stubbed out his cigarette, picked up his coat, and said, "Let's go." The car sent by Kolya was a black Seagull sedan driven by a taciturn middle-aged man who hadn't spoken a word the entire journey. The car drove for about 40 minutes before stopping in front of a gray-blue building complex. Lin Shen recognized it by the soldiers on guard and the rusty barbed wire. The logistics office of the Pacific Fleet stationed in Moscow. Kolya was waiting at the entrance, dressed in a sharp Soviet colonel's uniform with golden shoulder boards and a low-brimmed hat that barely revealed his weathered face, roughened by the Siberian cold. Seeing Lin Shen get out of the car, he quickly approached, extending his hand for a firm shake. "Lin, it's great to see you again." Kolya's English had a strong accent, but it was much better than Andrei's. Was the journey smooth? "Smooth. Come inside, someone wants to see you." Lin Shen followed Kolya through the corridor, passing through 2 checkpoints where identity was verified, the atmosphere serious. Finally, they arrived at a reception room, where a young man was already sitting, appearing to be in his mid-20s, wearing a dark blue suit jacket over a turtleneck sweater, dressed more stylishly than most Soviet officials. He wasn't particularly handsome, but had a good demeanor, sitting there with his legs crossed, holding a cigarette, casually gazing out the window. Kolya pushed the door open, and the young man turned his head, his gaze landing on Lin Shen, sizing him up from head to toe. "This is Igor." Kolya introduced his father as Sergeyevich, the Deputy Minister of Defense. Lin Shun's heart stirred. He knew that the person Kolya was introducing this time held considerable weight. The son of the Deputy Minister of Defense overseeing the entire logistics resources of the Soviet military. Igor, this is Lin Shun, the one I mentioned to you. He has everything you could possibly want to trade for. Igor extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and extended his hand in a traditional Chinese greeting saying, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. His Chinese pronunciation was not perfect, but the fact that he could speak it surprised Lin Shun. Mr. Igor, you can speak Chinese. Lin Shun grasped his hand. I spent 2 years in China. Igor smiled and switched back to English. I went there with my father when he served as a military officer. To be honest, I think you Chinese are much smarter than us Russians. At least you have goods in your stores. Lin Shun chuckled, not continuing the topic, and sat down across from Igor. Igor dropped the pleasantries and got straight to the point, saying, Kolyaev told me you can acquire many items. It depends on what you want. Lin Shun leaned back in his chair, his tone quite indifferent. I want a lot of things. Igor leaned forward, lowering his voice. I don't want the rubbish sold in stores. I want electronic products from country or medical equipment from country, French perfume and Italian leather shoes. Do you have these items? Lin Shun pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and calmly said, none of this is a problem. The question is, how much do you want? He spoke slowly, each word opening a door to a new world before Igor. The more Igor listened, the brighter his eyes became. He finally stood up, pacing back and forth in the meeting room, then turned and asked, do you really have these items? I never make empty promises to my partners. Lin Shun flicked off the ash from his cigarette, saying, but you must understand these items cannot be bought with rubles. The statement was light, but carried significant weight. The Soviet ruble was nearing worthless status in the international market. Even the grandmothers in Moscow were unwilling to accept large denomination bills when shopping, let alone for international trade. Lin Shun's meaning was very clear: goods can be provided, but something else must be offered in exchange. Igor certainly understood. He paced back and forth in the meeting room a few more times, finally stopping and turning to look at Lin Shun, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. What do you want? Lin Shun exhaled smoke and smiled. After finishing with Igor, it was already evening when Lin Shun returned to the hotel. He instructed Wei Dali to sort out another batch of items from the supplies to be sent to the warehouse designated by Igor tomorrow as a gesture of goodwill for their first transaction. There were still plenty of supplies left, enough to open several more avenues in this chaotic world. He ran into Anna. Today Anna was wearing a red fur coat, visible from 10 meters away, proudly standing beside the fountain in the lobby. Upon seeing Lin Shun enter, she immediately greeted him with a bright smile. Mr. Lin, were you satisfied last night? She winked. Lin Shun recalled the quiet girl with gray-blue eyes from last night and casually replied, not bad. What about tonight? Still so many people. Anna leaned in and asked in a hushed voice. Not tonight, we'll talk to... Lin Shun waved his hand, preparing to head upstairs. What about Katya? Anna pressed on. Katya is free tonight, as she told me she wants to see you again. Lin Shun paused, turned back to glance at Anna, asking, she told you? Anna nodded vigorously, her expression as if she had won the lottery. She said you are a good guest, very polite and not rude. Mr. Lin, this girl is the best here, a student from Moscow University, and her father is an officer. If not for the family issues, she wouldn't be doing this. Lin Shun didn't respond and turned to head upstairs. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Taijun was already waiting inside, holding a document printed in Russian. Upon seeing Lin Shun enter, he handed the document over. Lin Shun, this was just sent over by Kolyaev. It's a list provided by Igor. Take a look. Lin Shun took it and noticed that the list was much longer than he had anticipated. It was densely filled with dozens of military supplies ranging from basic ammunition, shells and grenades to individual rocket launchers and anti-tank missiles, and even parts and components for several MiG-23s. At the end of the list, a line marked in capital letters caught Lin Shun's attention: T-72 main battle tanks, including accompanying ammunition. Lin Shun read it twice, set the list down on the table, and lit a cigarette. Zhao Taijun stood beside him, silent for a moment before speaking. Boss, the quantity of these items is a bit excessive. It seems we can't just rely on trains to transport them. Lin Shun exhaled smoke, saying we'll take the sea route. Zhao Taijun frowned. If we go by sea, we have to set sail from the Far East, where all the Pacific Fleet's bases are located. Without Kolyaev's consent, our ships can't enter. So we need to secure Igor first. Lin Shun extinguished his cigarette, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed a number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. A young girl's voice came through, sounding a bit languid and hoarse. Lin Shun suddenly remembered that this number was left by Katya in the morning. He said in English, Katya. On the other end, there was a moment of silence. Then the girl's voice changed from languid to alert as she spoke in accented English. Mr. Lin, are you free tomorrow? Yes. Katya replied swiftly, as if afraid he would change his mind. Then tomorrow evening, come with me to a place. Where to? Don't ask too much. Hotel lobby at 6 tomorrow afternoon. After saying that, he hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Taijun. Taijun arranged for 2 people to accompany me tomorrow. Zhao Taijun nodded in agreement and turned to leave. At 6 the next afternoon, Katya appeared on time in the... She was not wearing the fur coat from last night, but instead had changed into a dark blue overcoat beneath, which was a white turtleneck sweater wrapped in a plaid scarf, her hair tied back in a low ponytail, and her face was almost bare of makeup. When Lin Shan saw her, she was quietly waiting by a pillar in the lobby holding a black handbag. Her gaze swept across the lobby, as if she were observing something. Once she spotted Lin Shan, her expression didn't change much. She merely nodded slightly and walked over. Mr. Lin. Her voice was deeper than it sounded on the phone, carrying a calmness not typical for her age. Get in the car. Lin Shan said little and walked straight outside. Zhao Taijun and another brother Li Dong followed behind, and the four of them got into a Volga parked at the entrance. Lin Shan gave an address, and the driver started the car heading west along Moscow's main road. Katia sat beside Lin Shan, not saying much, occasionally glancing at his profile. Zhao Tiejuan, sitting in the passenger seat, occasionally glanced back at the rear seat through the rear view mirror, his expression somewhat subtle. The car drove for about an hour, passing several checkpoints, and finally entered a heavily guarded residential area. The buildings here were clearly much better than ordinary residential ones in Moscow, with light-colored paint on the exterior walls, larger and brighter windows, and ample green spaces, and tree-lined paths between the buildings where one could even smell the scent of pine. Yusovo. Katia suddenly spoke up, mentioning a place name. Lin Shan glanced at her. Do you know this place? Kaya nodded, her gaze holding an indescribable depth. This is a place where many high-ranking officers and officials reside. Lin Shan noticed a subtle shift in her tone when she mentioned high-ranking officers. The car stopped in front of a three-story building where several black sedans were parked, and two burly men in casual attire were smoking and chatting at the entrance. As Lin Shan's car approached, one of the burly men stubbed out his cigarette and walked over, tapping on the car window. Zhao Taijun rolled down the window, provided a name, and the burly man nodded, signaling that they could enter. Lin Shan got out of the car with Kaya, while Zhao Taijun and Li Dong stayed outside. The building appeared unremarkable from the outside, but once inside it revealed a hidden charm. The living room was spacious enough to accommodate two pool tables with a crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling, several landscape oil paintings adorning the walls, and a fireplace crackling with firewood radiating warmth. The sofa and coffee table were in an Italian style, the table adorned with several bottles of foreign liquor and a few crystal glasses alongside a silver cigarette case neatly filled with cigarettes. 7 or 8 young individuals were already seated in the living room, mostly men with 2 or 3 women among. They wore fashionable suits and furs, holding glasses of foreign liquor acquired from unknown sources, chatting in clusters, their laughter mingling with the scent of smoke. Igor sat in the center of the sofa, immediately standing up to welcome Lin Shan with the enthusiasm of a long-lost brother. Lin, you're here. He extended his hand for a firm shake, then opened his arms for a Russian-style embrace, patting Lin Shan's back twice. Come, let me introduce you to my friends. He pulled Lin Shan over to the sofa, pointing to a tall, blond young man sitting on the left, saying, "This is Anton. His father is the deputy commander of the Moscow military district. He controls warehouses for 3 divisions. If you need anything, you can speak directly to him." Anton did not appear like a second-generation military officer, but more like a rock star with long blonde hair and wearing a black leather jacket over a brightly colored shirt, 2 buttons undone to reveal a pale chest. He stood up from the sofa, looking down at Lin Shan with a scrutinizing expression. "So you are the Chinese person Igor mentioned." Anton spoke good English, but his tone carried an air of superiority. "I heard you can get anything." Lin Shan smiled, took out a portable cassette player from his pocket, and handed it to Anton. "The latest from Sony, give it a listen." Sergei was taken aback as he took the player and put on the headphones. He pressed play, and the introduction of Michael Jackson's tape, Bad, began to play, causing Anton's eyes to widen in disbelief. He removed the headphones, looking at Lin Shan incredulously. "Where did you get this?" "If you want, I can get you a whole container." Lin Shan continued, pointing to Anton's leather jacket. "Is that German?" Sergei glanced down at his clothing. "It's East German." "Would you like an Italian one?" Anton's lips twitched before he broke into a bright smile, extending his hand. "Anton, nice to meet you." Lin Shan shook his hand. Igor then introduced several others, some from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, some from the Department of Foreign Economic Relations, and a few offspring of various military districts. Each person's face bore the same expression: greed. They possessed privileges and resources within this decaying empire, yet their pockets were empty, their cupboards bare, and the stores had nothing of value. And Lin Shan had everything they desired. After a round of introductions, Igor pulled Lin Shan into a small room nearby and closed the door. With only the 2 of them in the room, Igor's expression turned serious. "Lin, I will be honest with you." Leaning against the table with his hands in his pockets, Igor continued, "You see the current situation, those old men above are about to collapse. My father told me that by next year at the earliest, or the year after at the latest, this country might face a significant upheaval." Lin Shan remained silent, waiting for him to continue. "Do you know what this means, eh?" Igor's eyes gleamed with a fervent light. "It means everything will descend into chaos. The army will be in disarray, the warehouses will be chaotic, and everything will become worthless. And at such a time, those who hold foreign currency and resources are the ones who truly hold the power." Lin Shan finally spoke, his voice calm, yet each word resounding. So you want to collaborate with me? Not collaborate. Igor shook his head, speaking deliberately. I want to be tied to you. Doing business with others is a transaction by transaction basis. But what I want is a lifelong partnership with you. Lin Shan looked at him, remaining silent for a few seconds before smiling and extending his hand. Then I want to see if you have the sincerity for it. Igor gripped his hand firmly. By the time they returned from Yusovo, it was already late at night. Kaya had hardly spoken during the journey, but Lin Shan noticed her complexion was paler than when they had left. Do you know those people, eh? Lin Shan suddenly asked. Kaya was silent for a long time, long enough that Lin Shan thought she would not answer. Then she spoke softly. I have met Anton. Before my father had his incident, he came to our house. Lin Shan turned to look at her. What did your father do? Kaya's eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly uttered the words, each syllable seeming to be squeezed out. He was a rear admiral of the Pacific Fleet. The car fell silent. Lin Shan did not speak or press further. He mentally connected this statement with what Anna had said earlier about changes at home, quickly piecing together a rough outline. The daughter of a rear admiral reduced to seeking a livelihood in nightclubs amidst the chaos preceding the Soviet Union's collapse. Such occurrences were not unusual in this era of the Soviet Union. The car stopped in front of the hotel. Lin Shan got out, and Kaya followed behind him. Zhao Tiejuan, picking up on the cue, took Li Dong to the lobby. In the elevator, Kaya suddenly spoke, her voice still soft, but now tinged with uncertainty. Mr. Lin, why did you take me there? Lin Shan stared at the elevator numbers flickering, replying, because I need someone who speaks Russian, understands Moscow, and won't betray me. Kaya paused. How do you know I won't betray you? Lin Shan turned to look at her. The elevator lights were dim, but his eyes shone brightly, like two black stars. Because you know better than anyone that in this country those people are nothing. The elevator doors opened, and Kaya stood still, watching his back, the gray-blue light in her eyes shimmering with complex emotions before she finally followed him. After a night of joy, Kaya successfully became a woman. One must say the resilience of these Slavic women is indeed impressive. The next day, she felt no ill effects. In the following days, Lin Shan was almost constantly out and about. During the day, he followed Kolya and Igor to meet various people, and at night, he returned to the hotel to handle documents sent from Hong Kong, busy to the point of not having a moment's rest. Kaya waited in the hotel lobby every day, accompanying Lin Shan to various occasions, from officers' clubs to upscale restaurants, from military warehouse to the command center of the logistics base. She still spoke little, but she was very reliable in her work. Whenever Lin Shan needed to translate documents or communicate with others, she could convey messages accurately. Her English proficiency was indeed impressive, even better than Igor's. Moreover, her background of growing up in a military family made her very familiar with the Army's systems and terminology, allowing her to grasp key points without needing Lin Shan to explain. By the fourth day, Lin Shan finalized a package deal with Igor and his friends. Lin Shan offered electronic devices, light industrial products, luxury goods, and consumer items in exchange for a constant stream of supplies pulled from military warehouses. Mainly they included military vehicles, as well as some tanks and anti-aircraft weapons. However, the item Lin Shan wanted most was still not approved by Igor. About the aircraft, give me a little more time, Igor said in a low voice when he saw Lin Shan out that day. Anton is a bit hesitant. He thinks you're asking for too much and the risks are too great. No rush. Lin Shan smiled and patted Igor on the shoulder. I can wait. He truly could wait. He understood better than anyone that time was on his side. With each passing day, the chaos in the country deepened and the hesitations of those people diminished. In the end, they would be begging him to take their goods away. One evening 5 days later, Lin Shan was in his hotel room reading documents when Zhao Taijun knocked and entered. Lin Shan, there's a girl outside looking for you. She says she's Igor's sister. Lin Shan set down the documents, raising an eyebrow. What sister? Igor's biological sister, named Natasha, 18 years old. Zhao Taijun's expression was a bit strange. She looks a bit like a punk. Lin Shan chuckled. Let her in. When the door opened, a girl walked in. Lin Shan's first reaction was that Zhao Taijun was right, as she did indeed look like a punk. Natasha looked to be under 20, but she was dressed much more maturely than Kaya. She had her hair dyed a bright purple, styled into two bun-like puffs on top of her head. Her ears were adorned with 4 or 5 earrings piercing from her earlobes to her cartilage, jingling as she moved. She wore a bright orange down jacket, black leather pants, and combat boots, appearing as if she had spilled a paint palette over herself. But she was indeed attractive. Her features bore some resemblance to Igor's, with a hint of heroism in her eyes, though her contours were softer. Her deep brown eyes were large and bright, resembling 2 glass beads, currently scrutinizing Lin Shan's room, glancing over the pile of supplies several times. You must be Lin Shan. Natasha started in English, her words flowing quickly with a strong accent. My brother said, he said you want to set up a company and have me as the legal representative. Lin Shan leaned back in his chair, observing her, suddenly finding an interesting quality in this girl. Didn't your brother tell you what exactly we are doing? Natasha took off her down jacket and casually tossed it on the sofa, revealing a tight black sweater that accentuated her curvy figure. She sat down in the chair opposite Lin Shun, crossed her legs, pulled out a pack of Soviet-made cigarettes from her pocket, lit one, and adopted the demeanor of an old smoker. He said, "We're starting a trading company in the Far East." Natasha exhaled, smoke, her expression calm. He said, "I'd be the boss. You provide the money and goods, and I handle the paperwork and connections. Half of the profits, right? Did your brother tell you it would be half?" Lin Shun looked at her with a half smile. Natasha blinked. "Isn't that how it is?" Lin Shun took out a prepared document from his drawer and pushed it in front of Natasha. "Take a look at this." Natasha picked up the document and flipped through it quickly, clearly not someone who was uneducated or a wastrel. When she reached the last page, her eyebrows raised, and she glanced up at Lin Shun. 30-70 split me 30, you 70. You provide the connections, and I'll provide all the funding, goods, and management. Lin Shun spoke in a flat tone. "You won't have to worry about anything, just sit back and collect the money. 30% is already quite a lot." Natasha pondered for 3 seconds while biting her cigarette, then extinguished it and extended her hand. "Deal." Lin Shun shook her hand. Her hand was cold, but her grip was firm. Natasha released her hand, packed the document into her bag, stood up, and was about to leave. As she reached the door, she turned back, tilting her head to look at Lin Shun. "Mr. Lin, aren't you afraid I might take your money and run?" Lin Shun smiled lightly. "You won't be able to run." He said it casually, but for some reason Natasha felt a chill run down her back. She smirked slightly, said nothing more, put on her down jacket, and pushed the door open to leave. Zhao Taijun walked in from outside, watching the direction Natasha disappeared, and quietly asked Lin Shun, "Is this girl reliable?" "Reliable?" Lin Shun picked up the document on the table and continued reading. "She's smarter than her brother." Zhao Taijun didn't understand, but didn't ask further, closing the door as he left. The room fell silent as Lin Shun set down the document, walked to the window, and lit a cigarette. It was late November. The Far East trading company that Lin Shun and Igor collaborated to establish was officially founded. Igor's sister Natasha served as the legal representative and was responsible for managing all company affairs. Lin Shun also brought Wei Dali and Kaya into the fold, assigning one to finance and the other to sales. Initially, Kaya did not accept and planned to follow Lin Shun back to Hong Kong. However, under Lin Shun's persistent persuasion, she begged to stay and help him manage affairs in the Soviet Union. The young girl was smart, highly educated, originally studying finance, and learned quickly, soon getting the hang of things. Meanwhile, Lin Shun called Lin Wen during his free time, urging her to expedite the procurement of supplies. On this day, Lin Shun sought out Igor for assistance in inquiring about bank loans. Lin Shun planned to take out a large sum while the ruble had not depreciated too much. Lin Shun had been waiting for this matter for nearly 2 months. The Soviet economy had rotted to the core. The planned economy system was in name only, with a severe shortage of resources in the market, rampant black market activities, and the actual purchasing power of the ruble dwindling daily. Yet the official exchange rate remained at an absurd level, with $1 equal to 0.6 rubles, while on the black market $1 could be exchanged for over 10 rubles. This presented a massive arbitrage opportunity. Lin Shun understood the future direction better than anyone. In less than a month, the economic situation in the Soviet Union would worsen further, and the ruble would begin its first round of significant devaluation. What he needed to do was to borrow a vast amount of rubles from the Soviet banking system before the collapse of the ruble, then exchange all of it for dollars. And when the ruble turned into worthless paper, he would repay the loans with rubles that were as good as waste paper. No matter how one calculated, this was a lucrative deal. At the end of November, in the VIP room of the Moscow State Bank, Lin Shun gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the gray, overcast sky. The spires of the Kremlin loomed indistinctly in the mist. Igor pushed the door open, bringing in a gust of cold wind. "It's all set," he said, placing a stack of documents on the table, rubbing his hands together as the white vapor from his breath lingered in the air. 500 billion rubles, 5-year term, with an annual interest rate of 7%. Lin Shun turned around and picked up the documents, flipping through them swiftly. His movements were quick, glancing at each page, yet every key term was etched into his memory. Seeing that there were no issues with the contract, he placed the documents back on the table, pulled out a pen from the inside of his coat, and signed his name on the last page. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed clearly in the quiet room. "When will the money be in the account?" "By 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It will arrive in batches." Igor walked over to the sofa and sat down, pouring himself a glass of vodka, gulping down half of it. "Honestly, what do you need so many rubles for? 500 billion, 5 years, just the interest alone will be 175 billion. Igor paused, his hand holding the glass momentarily, still raising an eyebrow at him. Lin Shun offered no explanation. "After the funds arrive tomorrow, you'll come with me to Ukraine." Lin Shun turned around. "Ukraine?" Igor set down his glass. "What for?" "To buy something." "What have you got your eye on this time?" Lin Shun glanced at him. "We'll talk about it when we get there." Igor grinned widely. "All right, a hero doesn't ask about the origins, and spending money doesn't require a reason." Igor stood up and poured himself another drink. "But who do you plan to contact over there? The military or the government? Should I have my dad make a call first?" "Sure, that would be best." The next afternoon, the funds gradually arrived. Lin Shin sat in the temporary office of the hotel suite with 3 telephones and a satellite fax machine in front of him. Katia provided updates on the deposit status every half hour. By 4:12 in the afternoon, 500 billion rubles had been completely transferred. Lin Shin set down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes briefly. 500 billion rubles at the current official exchange rate was just over $800 million. But that wasn't the key point. The critical issue was that he knew that in less than 3 months the value of these rubles on the black market would plummet, and in 2 years 30 billion rubles wouldn't even be able to buy $10,000. 5 years later, when he repaid this debt, 500 billion rubles would likely be worth only 1/500th of its current value. He picked up the phone and dialed Huang Yui's number, who was staying in Shanjiang. It's me. As previously discussed, exchange all 500 billion rubles into dollars. A crisp, understood, came from the other end before the call ended. It's me. As previously discussed, exchange all 500 billion rubles into dollars. A crisp, understood, came from the other end before the call ended. The compartment was small, but clean. Igor took off his coat and hung it on a hook, pulling out a bottle of vodka and 2 pickles from his luggage, laying them out on the table, as if preparing for a party. Igor twisted open the bottle cap. They lack everything over there, but it shouldn't be urgent enough for you to come all this way, right? Lin Shin sat by the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to peek outside. The birch trees sped past in the darkness with scattered lights flickering in the distance. Blueprints. Blueprints. Igor paused his actions. What blueprints? Aircraft, vessels, submarines. Igor choked, slightly gulping some vodka to compose himself. He swallowed hard, wiped his mouth, and lowered his voice a bit. Are you insane? Those are state secrets. Especially submarines, the main models of the Red Navy. You think they're like vegetables at the market. That's why I didn't plan to take them all. Lin Shun released the curtain, looking at Igor. The submarine is a national treasure, and I know it's impossible to obtain. But for transport aircraft, fighter jets, and warships, the design bureaus are going through tough times right now. Engineers haven't received salaries for months, and locking the blueprints in the cabinet is no different from locking them in a garbage pile. Igor fell silent. He was painfully aware of the dire state of the domestic military industry. His father worked in the Ministry of Defense, and at least 2/3 of the confidential reports he handled daily were about budget shortages, project stagnation, and talent loss. Some design bureaus couldn't even pay for heating, and in winter, engineers wrapped in military coats drew designs, their hands too frozen to hold a pen. The train arrived in Kiev the next morning. Igor led Lin Shun to a high-rise building of Stalinist architecture. Lin Shun glanced at the sign at the entrance, which read, Military Industrial Committee, and nodded slightly. As Igor walked in with Lin Shun, he began to introduce the background of Salienko, whom they were about to meet. They arrived at the door marked with the title of Deputy Chairman on the 7th floor, and Igor knocked on the door. After hearing a voice inviting them in from inside, Igor opened the door and stepped in first. The elderly man inside greeted Igor warmly. Igor. Salienko opened his arms, beaming with a smile. Welcome to Kiev. Come in, it's cold outside and warm inside. Salienko's office was small, with only a desk and a bookshelf behind it. The bookshelf against the wall held a few thick books and a small naval model with the Antonov Design Bureau's logo faintly visible on the base. Please have a seat. Salienko gestured for them to sit down, taking the seat of honor himself and pouring vodka into their glasses. Igor, I was very happy to hear from your father yesterday that you were coming. Uncle Salienko, I'm here mainly to seek your... Igor set down his glass and turned to look at Lin Shun. Salienko's gaze followed Igor's, landing on Lin. Lin Shun set down his glass and said calmly, Chairman Salienko, my name is Lin Shun. I am from Shanjiang. I have come here to do some business with you. But what kind of business does this friend wish to engage in? Lin Shun did not speak directly, instead pulling out a stack of cash from his bag amounting to about $200,000. Chairman Salienko, I plan to buy several aircraft, vessels, and submarines. Of course, if the blueprints can be sold to me, I want those too. This money can be considered as a consulting fee for you. If the business goes through, I will double it for you afterward. Seeing the cash on the table, Salienko's face flushed slightly. As for the aircraft, the design bureaus are quite willing. They haven't been paid for months, and they can barely afford to keep the guards at the door. As long as the money you give is enough for them to eat for 2 years, they won't just give you the blueprints. They could even pull out the data records from the test flights from back then. Lin Shun listened quietly. Regarding vessels, the Black Sea shipyard can also negotiate, but the price will be higher since shipbuilding requires more resources and has a higher level of confidentiality. Salienko poured himself another glass of vodka. As for submarines, he shook his head. I can't access the submarine plans. The Red Navy is watching too closely. Salienko took a sip of vodka. KGB agents are stationed in every submarine design bureau and shipyard, and all blueprint materials are registered. Missing even one sheet would trigger an investigation through 3 generations. If you were to buy submarine blueprints, not only you, but I as the deputy chairman would also have my hat taken off. Then let's not touch the submarines. Transport aircraft and vessels are the core. Salienko's eyes lit up, though he didn't show it, pouring Lin Shun another drink. Which model of transport aircraft do you specifically want? The large transport aircraft from the Antonov Design Bureau. and 124 and 225, the complete technical blueprints and related manufacturing process documents. Salienko's hand paused. The An-225, that was the pride of the Soviet Union, the largest transport aircraft in the world with only one built while the second was still in a half-finished state in the workshop. If the complete blueprints were leaked, the implications would be no less severe than those of the submarines. The An-225 is a bit. Salienko hesitated. So we'll get the price right. $20 million for the blueprints and process documents of the An-225 alone. $10 million for the An-124. If packaged together, it would be $30 million. Salienko's Adam's apple bobbed. $30 million. Right now, a medium-sized design bureau in the Soviet Union has an annual budget of less than $500,000. $30 million would be enough to pay the entire staff of the Antonov Design Bureau for 10 years. What about the vessels? Salienko's voice involuntarily carried a hint of urgency. The complete blueprints and technical materials for the Slava-class missile cruiser along with the modern-class destroyer. Salienko took a deep breath, leaned back in his chair, and tapped his fingers on the table several times. The Slava-class is the flagship product of the Black Sea shipyard, a Tenth-Santan giant, with the anti-ship missile system being its core secret. Although the modern class is slightly smaller in tonnage, its air defense and radar systems are also top-notch. If these two sets of blueprints were presented simultaneously, it would be an even bigger deal than the An-225. But the offer was simply too generous. How much for these two sets of blueprints together? Salienko inquired. Also $30 million. The aircraft and vessels are calculated separately, $30 million each. If you can help me obtain some blueprints for the propulsion system of the Kyiv-class aircraft carrier, add another $10 million. Salienko gasped, downing another half glass of vodka. Let me think for a moment. Salenko's fingers continued to tap rhythmically on the table, the tempo increasing. Igor, seated beside him, was devouring snacks with fervor, raising his glass to interject. Uncle Salenko, what are you thinking about? Now that you've assisted General Lin with this task, can you maintain your position? If I can't, don't you want to fall back overseas? Salenko's fingers paused. The Swiss account can be opened at any... Igor grinned and downed his drink in one go. Salenko fell silent for a moment, then slammed the empty glass onto the table, producing a crisp sound. A week. Just give me a week to arrange things. The An-124 is relatively easy, but the An-225 and the Glory-class blueprints need to bypass 3 levels of approval. I'll have to find a few trustworthy people to handle it separately. I really can't deal with submarines. There are more KGB agents embedded in the Red Navy than I have informants, and touching it would set off an explosion. Transport aircraft and ships will suffice. Lin Shun raised his glass, saying, "To our success." Salenko lifted his cup as well, clinking it against Lin's before draining it. After discussing important matters, Salenko arranged a simple meal. It wasn't that he didn't want to arrange it well, there simply wasn't enough time. The meal stretched from noon until 4 in the afternoon. Lin Shun drank little, with most of the alcohol being consumed by Igor on his behalf. By the time Salenko reached the 3rd bottle of vodka, his tongue was already stumbling, thumping his chest, and assuring, "Don't worry, we are all on the same side, this matter is on me." Back at the hotel, Igor collapsed onto the bed as soon as he entered, his face as red as a cooked crab, mumbling incoherently. Not obtaining the submarine was expected. National treasures aren't so easily let out, especially now that KGB's reach is omnipresent. Now that he could secure these items, it was already sufficient. Over the next 7 days, Lin Shun remained busy. During the day, he shuttled between Kiev and Kharkiv, ostensibly visiting several machinery manufacturing plants and design institutes, observing superficially, like an ordinary overseas investor, showing interest in everything but probing into nothing. In reality, after each visit, he held private meetings with intermediaries arranged by Salenko, discussing for 10 to 30 minutes to confirm the status, completeness, storage conditions, and transfer methods of the blueprints. The blueprints for the An-124 are relatively complete, currently preserved in the Central Archive of the Antonov Design Bureau, consisting of approximately 23,000 sheets, covering all core content, including aerodynamic layout, structural design, avionics systems, and power units. The An-225 blueprints are fewer, about 12,000 sheets, as the second aircraft has not been fully completed. Some modified blueprints during the trial production are scattered among various workshop directors, requiring an additional collection procedure. The Glory-class blueprints are held in the technical department of the Black Sea shipyard, with the deputy director responsible for archives being Salenko's university classmate, earning less than $40 a month, struggling to support a family of 5. Lin Shun sent him a writing fee of $50,000 in cash packed in a brown paper envelope. When the deputy director opened the envelope, his hands trembled, but after confirming the amount 3 times, he provided all the blueprint indexes and retrieval procedures the next day. The modern class is a bit more troublesome. The ship is at the Black Sea shipyard, but some of the blueprints are archived at the Northern Design Bureau in St. Petersburg. Salenko spent 2 days making calls to coordinate, eventually finding a distant relative who is the deputy director at the Northern Design Bureau. The two completed the connection through a 3-layer network of relationships, and the other party agreed to produce a copy of the complete set of blueprints for $300,000 to be sent by rail to Kiev. On the evening of the seventh day, Selenko arrived at the hotel. He wore a thick black wool coat with a small red star medal pinned at the collar. Upon entering, he appeared somewhat fatigued, but his eyes sparkled with excitement, as if a task was nearing completion. Lin, there's been a change regarding the blueprints. Selenko's first words upon sitting tightened the atmosphere. Lin Shun remained still, waiting for him to continue. For the In-225 blueprints, the archive demands an additional $50,000. The old man with the keys is a veteran of the Great Patriotic War, and he feels that selling the secrets he handles so cheaply would be disrespectful to his fallen comrades, so he wants more psychological compensation. Igor, overhearing, nearly spat out the vodka in his mouth. An old man in charge of blueprints is asking for a It's not the old man asking for it. Lin Shin suddenly spoke, looking into Selenko's eyes. It's your intermediary asking for it. Selenko's expression stiffened for a moment, then he smiled awkwardly. General Lin truly has a keen eye. The intermediary is the cousin of the deputy director of the archive responsible for transporting the blueprints. He knows the value of this batch of blueprints and feels he is getting too little, wanting a bigger share. For an additional $50,000, he guarantees that not a single piece of the In-225 blueprints will be missing. Lin Shin lifted his glass of water, took a sip, and placed it down slowly. The sound of the cup touching the wooden table was soft, but exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Adding $50,000 is acceptable. But the terms have changed. The In-124, In-225, Glory Class, and Modern Class blueprints must be paid for in full at once. I will pay half first and the other half after inspection. I don't want the submarine. If you can get the power system blueprints for the Kive-class aircraft carrier, I will add 10 million as previously discussed. If not, then so be it. Selenko quickly calculated in his mind. The In-124 plus the In-225 equals 30 million, and the Glory Class plus the Modern Class also equals 30 million, totaling 60 million. Half of that is 30 million. $30 million according to the current black market exchange rate is enough for him to open 10 accounts in Switzerland. I will try my best to obtain the power system blueprints for the Kive class, but don't hold out too much hope. The original documents of that level are filed at the General Staff of the Navy in Moscow, and even if I obtain them, you must be extra careful during transportation. You don't need to worry about the transportation. I only care about one thing: the authenticity and completeness of the blueprints. If they contain any fakes or are missing critical chapters, Commissioner Selenko, you will find that the money I give to others can also be redirected to someone else. These words were spoken calmly, even with a hint of a smile, yet a cold sweat broke out on Selenko's back. He had seen too many people making threats while pounding the table and glaring, but Lin Shun was not one of them. This 19-year-old young man expressed the gravest threats in the most ordinary tone. The certainty and undeniable power he projected reminded Selenko of the elders standing on the viewing platform in Red Square. Don't worry. Selenko stood up and extended his hand. The blueprints we obtain, I will stake my entire family as collateral. Lin Shin shook his hand, the grip firm, yet not overpowering, warm, yet not hot. 3 days later, Selenko called, stating that all the blueprints had been gathered in one place and were ready for transfer. Lin Shun informed Zhao Taijun and others to arrange for vehicles to transport them overnight to Vladivostok. The people in the conference room each harbored their own thoughts. Some were worried about losing control, some felt it was a golden opportunity not to be missed, and others were calculating whether this matter would be beneficial to them. Sun Wenbin spoke again. General Zhao, I suggest we first assess the value of those 3 planes. Let a third-party organization conduct the evaluation of whatever value they determine is what it will be. Based on this price, we can calculate the equity ratio. If the assessed value of the 3 planes exceeds the valuation corresponding to 30%, we can lower his equity ratio. If the assessment comes in lower, we can still negotiate. Additionally, President Lin is from Xiangjiang capital, which is substantial. If President Lin invests, it can not only resolve our funding dilemma, but also open up new routes for us. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks. I really feel we can't miss this opportunity. Zhao Liang fell silent for a moment, then stood up. He paced back and forth in the conference room, recalling the initial establishment of Chuanhang, when a few people banded together, starting from scratch with nothing. At that time, even the planes were rented, flying one flight at a time, uncertain if they could take off tomorrow. For years have passed, Chuanhang has survived, but it is not thriving like a person who is always hungry, barely holding on, and could collapse at any moment. Now an opportunity lay before them. 3 planes, almost brand new, requiring no money. Only a 30% equity stake. 30% is neither too much nor too little. But Zhao Yang understood that giving away this 30% would exchange for 3 planes the hope for Chuanhang's survival and the possibility of taking flight. He turned around and looked at everyone in the conference room. Let's reach a resolution. Raise your hand if you agree. The atmosphere in the conference room froze for a moment. Chen Guodong was the first to raise his hand. Sun Wenbin was second. Lu Ziyuan was third. Then one by one hands began to lift. Zhao Liang looked at the raised hands and slowly nodded. All right, I agree. Well, contact President Lin tomorrow and inform him that we agree to the investment plan, but the specific equity ratio needs further discussion. When the news reached Moto, Lin Shun was taking a walk along the bond. Lin Wen hurried over to tell him this news. A Shin Chuanhang has agreed. Zhao Liang personally called, stating that in principle he agrees to your investment in the three planes, but hopes to further negotiate the equity ratio. Lin Shun turned around, a faint smile on his face. Everything was as he had anticipated. Tell them the ratio is negotiable, but the value of the three planes will not change. They can hire an evaluation agency, and I will also hire one. We will take the average of both evaluations for fairness. Lin Wen took out her notebook and quickly jotted down some notes, then asked A Shun, what about Chunqing Aviation? Should we continue to reach out? Lin Shun looked back at the river, thought for a moment, and said, let's put that on hold for now. We'll discuss it after finalizing this side. Understood. The response from Chuanhang came sooner than expected. The next afternoon, Lin Wen received a call from Lu Ziyuan stating that General Manager Zhao Liang would be coming to Modu the following day. The next morning, Zhao Liang, accompanied by Chun Guodong, Lu Ziyuan, and son Wenbin, arrived in Modu on the early flight. Lin Wen went to pick them up and took them directly to a conference room at a high-end hotel near the Bund. Lin Shin arrived 5 minutes later than scheduled. It was not intentional. There was traffic, but when he entered, he offered no explanation, merely nodding slightly before taking his seat at the main table. Zhao Liang scrutinized the young man before him, feeling that sense of unreality rising again. He was too young, a few years younger than his son, yet sitting there he was as steady as a mountain, his gaze calm, making one instinctively want to listen attentively to him speak. Boss Lin, thank you for giving us this opportunity. Zhao Liang spoke first, his demeanor very humble. Chuanhang sincerely wishes to cooperate with you. We have come this time to finalize this matter. Lin Shin leaned back in his chair, his tone flat, as he replied, General Zhao is too kind, cooperation is mutual, and I hope Chuanhang can thrive as well. Without further ado, let's talk about the ratio directly. I previously proposed 30%. What are your thoughts, General Zhao? Zhao Liang glanced at son Wenbin, who understood, and took out a stack of materials from his briefcase, spreading them on the table. Boss Lin, we conducted a detailed assessment of Chuanhang's asset situation after returning. Son Wenbin's voice was steady. As of the end of last year, Chuanhang's net assets after preliminary calculations were approximately 92 million. If we calculate based on the market price of 25 to 30 million per brand new to 154, the total value of the three planes is roughly between 75 million and 90 million. Based on this range, the equity stake for the three planes should be between 45 and 49%. He paused, looking up to gauge Lin Shin's reaction. Lin Shin's expression was impassive. Son Wenbin continued, the ratio you requested, President Lin, is considerably lower than this, and we are quite appreciative of it. Lin Shun waved his hand and replied, I have a great outlook on Chuanhang's development prospects. He'll propose a figure. Chuanhang's overall valuation is 250 million. The three planes will be valued at 75 million, representing a 30% stake. The conference room fell silent. 250 million. This figure was more than double what Chuanhang had calculated for its net assets. Chun Guodong's eyes lit up. This valuation was incredibly favorable for Chuanhang, equivalent to nearly 100 million in excess value. Boss Lin, I Zhao Liang am straightforward and won't beat around the bush. If you value Chuanhang and value me, old Zhao, then let's settle this. A valuation of 250 million with the three planes valued at 75 million, representing a 30% stake. You will be the second largest shareholder. General Zhao, that's very straightforward. Lin Shin nodded, but I have one more condition. Go ahead. I want a seat on Chuanhang's board of directors. I won't interfere in daily operations, but I should have the right to be informed and vote on major decisions. Additionally, I want a copy of the financial report every quarter, and I should be able to review it at any time in Xinjiang. Zhao Liang considered it. This request was reasonable. A 30% stake without a board position would be unreasonable. All right, well, reserve a seat for you on the board. You can send someone or come yourself. The financial report will be delivered to you regularly, and I will personally sign it before sending. One more thing. Chuanhang needs to use these three planes to quickly open new routes and convert capacity into cash flow. You don't need to mention that I have already been planning it. A smile appeared on Zhao Liang's face, a smile of relief, as if a stone that had been pressing on his heart for years had finally been lifted. Next came the procedural matters. The entire process took less than 10 days. On the day of signing, Lin Shun did not attend in person. He had Lin Wen represent him to sign in Chuanxi while he returned to Xiangjiang to prepare for the Spring Festival. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Shin stepped out of the car, adjusted the collar of his coat, and looked up at the filming set before him. This was a studio under the Shaw brothers, adorned with various chaotic signs outside. A few crew members squatting at the entrance were smoking, but upon seeing Lin Shun's arrival, they forgot to smoke. 6 black Mercedes cars were parked by the roadside, 2 in front and 2 behind with 2 in the middle. Lin Shun descended from the middle car, dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses. The security personnel from Jiujing followed closely behind, all in matching black suits, marching in perfect unison, clearly not ordinary bodyguards. Lin Shun patted Zhao Taijun on the shoulder. You all wait outside, I'll go in by myself. Zhao Taijun frowned. Boss, there are many people and eyes in the studio. Li Jia is inside. I'm just going to see her. What could happen? Lin Shen smiled. Besides him, her boyfriend not here to come. Zhao Taijun thought for a moment and nodded. Two people to follow at a distance of 10 meters. Inside the studio, a scene was being filmed. As Lin Shen walked in, he spotted Li Jia at a glance. She was wearing a light yellow cheapao, her hair styled up, revealing her long neck, standing beside the camera waiting for her makeup touch-up. At just 21, Li Jia was breathtakingly beautiful, her face captivating enough to draw men's eyes in any era. However, Lin Shen's attention was quickly drawn to someone else. In front of Li Jia stood a man in his 40s dressed in a custom-made dark gray suit, with a Patek Philippe watch reflecting light under the studio lights. He was smiling and talking to Li Jia, leaning slightly forward, his proximity to her already crossing into the realm of the inappropriate. Lin Shen halted in his tracks, narrowing his eyes slightly. He recognized this man. Luo Zhao, chairman of the Nanyang Industrial Group, with assets in the hundreds of billions, controlling 3 listed companies. Although he might not rank among the top 5 families in Xiangjiang, he was certainly part of the elite wealthy class. This man had a notable reputation in Xiangjiang's business circles, but his private life was notorious for its scandals, particularly his penchant for pursuing female celebrities. One of Luo Zhao's hands was raised seemingly casually, as if to drape over Li Jia's shoulder. Li Jia stepped back a little, her smile becoming somewhat strained. Mr. Luo, I still have filming to do. What are you afraid of? I just need to greet Xiaolalu. Today's filming can be postponed. Let me treat you to dinner. French cuisine at the Peninsula Hotel. The new chef is quite good. Luo Zhao smiled naturally, showing no intention of retracting his hand. The director seated behind the monitor was pretending to study the footage, looking down to avoid seeing anything. Several crew members and staff turned their heads away, trying to distance themselves as much as possible. Someone like Luo Zhao was not to be offended in Xiangjiang. Nobody wanted to attract trouble. Even the actors present merely stole a glance, no one daring to speak up. Lin Shen observed their reactions and stepped forward. Jia. Lin Shen's voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet studio, everyone could hear. Li Jia turned her head abruptly. The moment she saw Lin Shen, the light in her eyes seemed to ignite. The strain and unease on her face vanished instantaneously, replaced by genuine joy. "A Shun!" Li Jia exclaimed, her voice laced with surprise. Then she made a move that took everyone by surprise. She disregarded the wealthy Luo Zhao and sprinted towards Lin Shen, throwing herself into his arms. Lin Shen wrapped his arms around her waist and bent down to kiss her fiercely on the lips. The kiss was unabashed, bold, leaving everyone in the studio stunned. Luo Zhao's expression darkened instantly. He glared at Lin Shen with a grim look. In Xiangjiang, no one had dared to snatch someone from him right in front of his face. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he suddenly seemed to recall something, his pupils narrowing slightly. He recognized Lin Shen. The name Lin Shen from Jiujing capital had become the hottest in Xiangjiang's financial circle over the past 2 years. Luo Zhao took a deep breath and lowered his hand. Having hundreds of billions in assets made him a formidable figure in Xiangjiang, but the 1,000 billion scale of Jiujing capital was not to be underestimated. The key was that Lin Shen was too young and too formidable to provoke. Yet that did not mean Luo Zhao would back. Having managed Nanyang Industrial for so many years, his connections in both the legal and illegal realms were deeply intertwined. No matter how wealthy Lin Shen was, he was merely a young man in his early 20s. He would definitely find a way to reclaim the situation today. Luo Zhao snorted coldly and turned to leave the set. Lin Shen's gaze shifted back from Luo Zhao to Li Jia in his arms, smiling. "Who was that just now?" "Luo Zhao from Nanyang Industrial. So annoying, he's been hanging around the set these past few days." Li Jia tilted her head back to look at Lin Shen. "Why did you come back so suddenly?" "I missed you, so I came back early." Lin Shen kissed her again. "Are you done filming?" "Just one more scene, and then we're done. He'll wait for you." Lin Shen took Li Jia's hand and walked over to the nearby rest area to sit down, casually glancing in the direction Luo Zhao had left, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Luo Zhao had some capabilities, but his ambitions were excessive and his methods were unscrupulous. If that hand of his had truly rested on Li Jia's shoulder, Lin Shen wouldn't have hesitated to let Zhao Taijun come in and drag him out. But since it hadn't happened, he was too lazy to escalate things on set, especially since Li Jia still needed to film here. It wouldn't be good for anyone if this spread. However, Lin Shen was well aware that someone like Luo Zhao would not simply let things go after losing face. Sure enough, trouble arose that very night. After leaving the set, Lin Shen took Li Jia out for a meal, and the two returned to the villa in Deepwater Bay. As soon as the door closed, Li Jia wrapped her arms around Lin Shen's neck, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "Did you miss me?" Li Jia's voice carried a hint of a playful tone. "What do you think?" Lin Shen scooped Li Jia up in his arms and strode up the stairs. Li Jia laughed as she playfully punched his chest, but soon fell silent. Their gazes locked, and the passion of their reunion felt like a lit powder keg ready to explode. The bedroom door closed, clothes scattered across the floor. Outside the window, the dazzling night view of Xiangjiang sparkled, while inside the room, Li Jia's intermittent gasps filled the air. Lin Shen was restless all night, moving from the bed to the bathroom and back again, finally settling down around 2 or 3 in the morning. Li Jia was utterly exhausted, curled up in Lin Shen's arms as she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Shun held her close and also drifted off. He slept soundly while Luo Zhaoda was wide awake. After returning from the set, Luo Zhaoda went straight back to his mansion on Taping Shan. His butler Chen Bo, seeing the unsettled look on his face, hastened to have a pot of tea brewed and brought to him. "Sir, was the set troublesome today?" Chen Bo asked cautiously. Luo Zhaoda said nothing. He sank into the sofa, lit a cigar, and the smoke slowly unfurled through the parlor. He brooded for a long while, stubbed the cigar out in the ashtray, then picked up the phone and dialed. "Zhongshu, it's me. I need a favor." On the other end came an aged but steady voice. "Mr. Luo, speak. Find someone for me. Is a Hus crew still in Xianjiang? Who just returned last month with a batch of capable men. They came down from Jin Sanjiao." "Enough. The target is Lin Shin from Jujing capital. He likely has a number of bodyguards. I don't care what methods you use, make it clean." There was a 2-second silence on the line. "Mr. Luo, I've heard of Jujing capital. Lin Shun is not easy to move. Money is not the issue. It is not about money, it is the strength of the security around him. I've heard about his security chief, surnamed Zhao. He was a mainland scout, very formidable. And recently Jujing seems to have brought in some Russians, not ordinary hires." Luo Zhaoda frowned. "Zhongshu, you've been operating in Xianjiang for so many years. Oh, what spectacle have you not seen?" "Just a few bodyguards," Luo said. "Mr. Luo, it is not that simple," came the reply. "It is not the number of bodyguards that matters, but whether these men are ruthless enough. The Jujing security team, from what I have learned, are people who have truly seen blood." Luo fell silent for a moment. He was not willing to accept defeat. Earlier that day on the set, Lin Shun had brazenly taken Li Jia right in front of him. If that story spread through Xianjiang, where would Luo Zhaoda's face be left? He had built his business over many years on a single thing: reputation. Lose face and business would slip away. Increase the fee. Double it. There was another silence on the line, then Zhongshu sighed. "Mr. Luo, I will make inquiries for you." After hanging up, Luo Zhaoda sat in thought for a long time. He then picked up another phone and called He Wenmao, the fund manager he trusted most at Nanyang Shirya. "Wenmao, come to my office first thing tomorrow morning." "Mr. Luo, any instructions?" "I intend to short Jujing capital." He Wenmao paused in obvious surprise. "Mr. Luo, Jujing capital is not a listed company. You cannot short it. What about their counterpart positions? Have you traced which stocks Jujing holds positions in?" "Well," He Wenmao hesitated. "Mr. Luo, Jujing's trading methods have always been inscrutable. Their positions are difficult to track. However, as far as I know, Jujing recently held sizable long positions in several blue-chip stocks, mainly concentrated in the banking and real estate sectors. Come to the office tomorrow, and we will discuss in detail." Luo hung up, a cold smile curling his lips. "Were you not so adept at trading? I will defeat you in the arena you pride yourself on. In the financial markets, anything can happen. Losing tens of billions is not unheard of. When Jujing capital is gravely wounded, let us see what nerve Lin Shun will have to remain arrogant before me. The hit squad will move in concert, a two-pronged assault. If you live to see the new year, then we shall speak further." Luo Zhaoda reclined contentedly on the sofa and sipped his tea. The next morning, He Wenmao arrived punctually at Nanyang Shirya's headquarters. They shut the door and deliberated all morning, finally selecting their short targets, 3 blue-chip stocks, in which Jujing capital held heavy positions. He Wenmao began to build positions in tranches, his method furtive and restrained, trading only a little each day to avoid attracting market attention. Meanwhile, Zhongshu's side moved with greater speed. After taking the job, Hu that very night led his men to reconnoiter around Jujing capital's offices and the Shinchuan villas near Lin Shin's residence. He brought 5 men and 3 cars, circled the Jujing building twice, and took numerous photographs. They then probed the perimeter of the Shinchuan villa where Lin Shun lived, circling the compound until an infrared sensor was tripped. They were quick to vanish into the night before Zhao Taijin's men could arrive. It was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, 7 days before the Spring Festival. Lin Shin had not gone to the office that day. Li Jia took the day off as well, and the two of them languished at home together. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Shun received a call from Zhao Kai. Several accounts on the market were gradually accumulating short positions. The volumes were not large, but persistent, as if someone were quietly laying out a scheme. "Can you trace who is behind it?" Lin Shin stood on the balcony, a cigarette balanced between his fingers. "Not yet," Zhao Kai replied. "The technique is seasoned, not something ordinary retail traders could pull off." Zhao Kai hesitated, then asked, "Boss, shall we initiate tracing of dispersed accounts?" "No, just keep monitoring and see how much they can accumulate," Lin Shin answered. Lin Shin hung up and crushed out his cigarette. Shorts appearing in the market. Intriguing. He sensed vaguely a link to Luo Zhaoda, but without hard evidence he would not rush to judgment. That night the real assassination began. At 2:43 a.m., a faint noise roused Lin Shun. He opened his eyes to complete darkness. Li Jia slept deeply beside him, her breathing, even her warm body, pressed against his chest. Lin Shun did not move. He did not even change the rhythm of his breath. Slowly he reached down and found the button beneath the bedside table. It was the alarm button Zhao Taijun had installed, linked not to the external security system, but to a vibration receiver that Zhao Taijun carried. There was no sound, no light. Pressing that button would deliver an alert to Zhao Taijun within 3 seconds. Lin Shan pressed it. He gently withdrew his hand from beneath Li Jia's neck, sat up slowly bare feet on the carpet, and glided to the bedroom door, opening it a sliver. The corridor was dark, only a dim night light at the far end casting a jaundiced glow. Nothing was visible or audible, but Lin Shan knew that by now Zhao Taijun and the security team would already be moving. Zhao Taijun woke at the first vibration of the alarm. He had been sleeping clothed in the duty room on the villa's ground floor, a loaded Browning within reach. At the alarm's tremor, he sprang up like a coiled spring, seized the gun, and began to survey the surroundings. He made out several silhouettes in the darkness, then pressed the radio's transmit button. All units be advised, intrusion detected, suspected in the first floor kitchen area. Adong and Xiao Wu to the second floor to protect the boss. The rest follow me. Brief acknowledgments crackled through the radio. Zhao Taijun had already opened the duty room door and was moving swiftly along the baseboards. His footsteps were swallowed by the carpet, almost entirely soundless. At the same time, a KGB team positioned outside the villa overheard the radio transmission. Leading the group was Yuri, who had just arrived in Hong Kong yesterday afternoon. Yuri opened the thermal imaging device he carried, and 7 bright humanoid figures appeared on the screen. 3 were behind the bushes outside the villa, 2 were outside the kitchen window on the first floor, and 2 had already... Zhao, there are 2 inside, 2 outside the kitchen, and 3 on the perimeter. Zhao Taijun's heart sank suddenly. 2 are already inside. Damn it. He had reached the corner of the corridor, and ahead was the passage leading to the kitchen. He leaned against the wall, holding his breath, ears straining to catch any unusual sounds. There were footsteps. Very light, but definitely there. 2 people were moving from the direction of the kitchen towards the living room, not fast, clearly testing the waters. Zhao Taijun took a deep breath and raised his gun. The sound of the kitchen window shattering was particularly jarring in the quiet of the early morning. Bang! Crash! Immediately followed by a voice from the intercom. 2 have entered from outside the kitchen. They are climbing through the window. Then another voice came. Boss. Boss. It was Xiao Wu running up the stairs to the second floor. Gunshots rang out a few seconds later. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession, fired from Zhao Taijun's Browning. He collided head-on with the 2 intruders at the corner of the corridor. Zhao Taijun pulled the trigger the moment he saw the gun in the hands of the opponent. The corridor was narrow, and the 3 of them were within 5 meters of each other. Zhao Taijun hit all 3 shots. The foremost intruder fell to the ground on the spot, while the second staggered back, dragging his comrade towards the kitchen. The gunfire echoed through the villa, deafening. In the upstairs bedroom, Lin Shan yanked Li Jia up from the bed as soon as the first shot rang out. Don't make a sound, follow me. His voice was low, but every word carried an undeniable force. Li Jia woke up in fright, her eyes wide, lips trembling, but she made no sound. She obediently allowed Lin Shan to pull her along barefoot on the cold floor as they hurried through the bedroom. Lin Shan pushed aside the innermost row of coats, revealing a hidden door. He unlocked it with his fingerprint and pushed Li Jia inside. Stay here, and no matter what you hear, don't come out unless I open the door. Lin Shan said, looking into her eyes. Tears streamed down Li Jia's face, but she bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Lin Shan closed the hidden door and quickly exited the cloakroom, retrieving a Glock from the hidden compartment of the nightstand. He checked the magazine chambered around and crouched in the corner behind the bedroom door. From this angle, he could see the situation at the stairs, while those at the stairway would find it hard to notice him immediately. More footsteps and shouts were heard from the first floor. Zhao Taijun's men were tightening their defensive line, while Yuri's men were adjusting their tactics. Gunfire erupted again, this time in a continuous exchange mixed with sounds of shattering glass and overturned furniture. Xiao will have you reach the second floor. Zhao Taijun shouted into the intercom. I'm in the corridor on the second floor. The boss bedroom door is closed. I don't know if he's inside. Guard the door. Shoot anyone who approaches. Understood. Xiao Wu was the most capable of Zhao Taijun's subordinates, a top soldier before retirement. He stood guard at Lin Shan's bedroom door, eyes fixed on the other end of the corridor. Footsteps sounded from the stairways. Xiao Wu held his breath, gun barrel aimed at the stairway. A shadow emerged from the stairway. Xiao Wu's finger tightened on the trigger, but stopped at the last moment. It was the tiger from the first floor. Xiao Wu exhaled sharply, almost firing at his own man. Tiger, what's happening downstairs? They ran. We shot 1 dead, the remaining 5 all fled. Brother Taijun ordered not to pursue, but to protect the boss first. Xiao Wu then knocked on Lin Shan's bedroom door. Boss. Safe. Boss. Hearing the conversation outside, Lin Shan relaxed his finger from the trigger, leaned against the wall, and let out a long. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Those few minutes had been exhilarating. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He stood up and walked over to open the door. The corridor was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Zhao Taijun had come upstairs, a blood mark on his face, though it was unclear when he had been cut. He saw Lin Shan standing at the door unharmed, clearly relaxing. Boss, are you alright? I'm fine. Lin Shan looked around. Li Jia is in the safe room. I had someone take her back to her room first. What's the situation downstairs? We shot 1 and the rest fled. Yuri's people have already chased after them. Zhao Taijun frowned. There were at least 6 of them well-equipped, all with military handguns. Some even had silencers on their guns. They didn't seem like ordinary thugs. Lin Shun nodded, remaining silent as he turned to enter the safe room. Li Jia curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, her face streaked with tears. The moment she saw Lin Shun, she lunged towards him, clinging to him tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. It's okay, it's okay. Lin Shun embraced her, repeatedly stroking her hair. Jia, it's all right, it's all over now. Li Jia cried heavily, but she still nodded vigorously in Lin Shun's arms. Lin Shun led her out of the safe room and had the nanny accompany her to the guest room on the 2nd floor. When Li Jia left, she glanced back at Lin Shun, her eyes red, and the look in them made Lin Shun's heart feel like it was being squeezed. But he did not follow her to the guest room. He still had things to do. At 3:20 a.m. Lin Shun sat in the study on the 1st floor. Standing before him were Zhao Taijun and Yuri. Yuri's men had returned, the other party had backup and did not pursue. The blood mark on Zhao Taijun's face had been cleaned up, revealing a shallow cut underneath. What's the situation at the scene? A total of 7 intruders, 6 ran away, leaving 1 corpse. The corpse is in the 1st floor corridor. I shot him twice in the chest, killing him on the spot. He had no identification on him, and the gun he used was a Glock 17 with the serial number ground off. What about the others' characteristics? They all wore masks, so we couldn't see their faces, but their skills were very professional. They were not ordinary small-time thugs. During the retreat, they were very orderly, with some providing cover, while others held back, clearly trained. When I exchanged fire with them, I felt at least 2 of them had been on the battlefield before. Their reaction speed was very quick. Lin Shun looked at Yuri. Yuri nodded. From the thermal imaging device, I saw 7 people, but Zhao shot 1 dead, leaving 6 who fled. They were picked up by a white Toyota van. We checked the license plate, and it was a false plate. The registered owner is a person who doesn't exist. Lin Shun picked up a cup of water from the table and took a sip, his gaze gradually turning cold. Someone wanted him dead. Lin Shun leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes. His brain began to operate like a finely tuned machine. Who would want his life? During his 3 years in Xianjiang, he had offended quite a few people, but most were merely business rivals, not to the extent of hiring a hitman. Those capable of such acts either bore deep grudges or were madmen with extreme arrogance. The name Luo Zhaoda instinctively jumped into his mind. Only 2 days had passed since the incident on set. The timing was too coincidental. Moreover, Lin Shun had heard of Luo Zhaoda methods in his past life. Arrogant and vindictive, he would do anything for the sake of face. But mere speculation wasn't enough. He needed. Lin Shun opened his eyes and said, Taijun, call the police. Just say someone broke into the residence with a gun attempting to harm the homeowner, and our security personnel were forced to retaliate, resulting in the death of 1 assailant while the others fled. Remember, don't embellish. Just state the facts. Zhao Taijun hesitated. Boss, if we call the police, they will investigate. What if it leads back to us? What will they find that leads back to us? Lin Shun glanced at him. We acted in self-defense. They fired first. Our security personnel possess valid gun permits, and each weapon is registered. Now someone is trying to kill me. Calling the police is the most legitimate course of action. Zhao Taijun nodded and turned. Lin Shun turned to Yuri. Before the police arrive, take your people and leave. Your background is somewhat special. I don't want you appearing too early in the police's line of sight. You all go wait at the giant whale building and retrieve all the peripheral surveillance footage. Yuri nodded, said nothing more, and vanished into the night outside the study. The police arrived swiftly. Leading the team was Senior Inspector Chen Guorong from the Xiangdao police station, who nearly thought he misheard when he received the report. A billionaire like Lin Shun's home was broken into by armed intruders. This was big news in Xianjiang. He rushed to the Deepwater Bay villa with a dozen officers, and upon entering, he saw the body covered by a white cloth in the corridor, the air still thick with the smell of gunpowder. Chen Guorong's expression darkened significantly. Zhao Taijun presented the armed security permits and firearm registration records from Giant Whale Security, explaining everything to the police one by one. Chen Guorong's subordinates collected fingerprints, shell casings, and footprints from inside and outside the villa, also retrieving nearby surveillance footage. Mr. Lin. Chen Guorong frowned as he closed his notebook. According to your security personnel's descriptions, this group is organized and professional assassins. We will do our utmost to investigate. However, based on the evidence we currently have, the deceased assailant had nothing on him to identify him, and there are no fingerprint records. This group may have come from abroad. Lin Shin nodded. Inspector Chun, I have complete trust in the police's capabilities. But I hope you understand that someone broke into my home with a gun to kill me. This is not an ordinary dispute. We will do our best. Chen Guorong felt somewhat lacking in confidence as he said this. The police worked all night and only wrapped up when dawn broke. The body was taken away and the shell casings were placed into evidence bags. After sending off the police, Lin Shun returned to his study and closed the door. He then received greetings from Baochuan Wang and the heads of the 5 major families, for which Lin Shun expressed his gratitude. Once everything was settled, he dialed Yuri's number. The police have left. Have you found anything on your end? Yuri's voice came through. I've reviewed all the surveillance footage. The last direction their car disappeared was in Mongkok. There are many alleys and blind spots, making it hard to trace. However, I checked the car's route. It entered Shangjiang 3 days ago from the Shenzhen Bay port registered under a temporary entry permit. The owner is a Thai national, and I'm still verifying the name and identity. A Thai national? Yes. The local underworld in Shangjiang doesn't possess such professional equipment and tactical proficiency. This group is likely hired assassins from Southeast Asia. Boss, have you recently offended anyone from Southeast Asia? Lin Shun's lips curled slightly, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. Southeast Asia. Luo Zhao to Nanyang Industries has deep ties with Southeast Asia. He has extensive business dealings there, and his connections are mostly concentrated in that region. Hiring a few Southeast Asian assassins to operate in Shangjiang is too easy for Luo Zhao. He'll give you 2 days to find out who is behind this. After hanging up the phone, Lin Shin sat at his desk writing a name in a blank notebook. Luo Zhao. He stared at that name for a long time. Then he dialed Zhao Kai's number. Zhao Kai, you mentioned before that there were a few accounts in the market slowly accumulating shorts. Are they still continuing? Yes, the scale is even larger than a couple of days ago. Yesterday alone it increased by several billion in shorts, and the methods are identical to before. It's a family operation. Zhao Kai's voice carried a hint of excitement. Boss, do you suspect someone is targeting us? Check the funding sources of these short accounts and see if there's any connection to Nanyang Industries. Nanyang Industries. Luo Zhao to Nanyang Industries. Yes. Zhao Kai fell silent for 2 seconds before saying something meaningful. Boss, if it really is Luo Zhao manipulating the stock market against us, that takes quite a bit of audacity. Audacity, yes, but his boldness is about to be stretched to its limits. Lin Shun hung up the phone, leaned back in the chair, and lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. If Luo Zhao was indeed waging a war against him on 2 fronts, then he wanted Lin Shun's life along with the wealth of giant whale capital. This man truly regarded himself as the underground emperor of Shangjiang. Lin Shun picked up the pen and continued writing in that notebook. He wrote a counterplan detailing each step meticulously. Afterward, he reviewed it again to ensure there were no flaws, then tore that page out and burned it with a lighter. The ashes fell into the ashtray, releasing a faint wisp of blue smoke. Lin Shun watched the wisp of smoke, a smile creeping onto his lips. Luo Zhao, don't you like to gamble? This time he'll gamble big with you. The stakes are your entire fortune. The next 2 days were unusually calm. Luo Zhao's short positions steadily increased from 1.2 billion to 1.8 billion, and from 1.8 billion to 2.5 billion. Yuri also made progress. The staff at the port recalled that the driver was a Southeast Asian with dark skin. Yuri sketched a portrait based on their descriptions, achieving an astonishing 90% similarity. He then sent this portrait to one of his informants in the Golden Triangle. The next afternoon, the informant returned with news. The person in the image is called Ahu, an assassin active along the Myanmar-Thailand border. Ahu has 5 or 6 subordinates specifically handling assassination contracts with a starting price of 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Not long ago, Ahu indeed took a job in Hong Kong, but the informant did not know who the specific employer was. At the moment Lin Shun received the report from Yuri, he was in the living room watching television with Li Jia. Li Jia's spirit was somewhat better than yesterday, but the evident shock remained. She would suddenly wake up at night and cling tightly to Lin Shun. Li Jia leaned against his shoulder staring at the television, but it was clear she absorbed nothing. Lin Shun held her, gently patting her back with one hand, while checking the message Yuri had sent with the other. On the 25th day of the 12th month, there were 5 days left until the Spring Festival. Luo Zhao's short position had surpassed 4 billion. Zhao Kai's voice on the phone had begun to carry an uncontainable anxiety. Boss, he has already increased it to 40 billion with a 4-fold leverage. If this continues until the last trading day before the holiday, he could reach at least 60 to 80 billion. Even if we act, then we will need a massive amount of capital to drive up the stock price. The amount of capital isn't. I'm not worried about the capital, I'm worried about the time window. There are only 3 trading days left before the holiday, and raising the stock price requires continuous large orders. If the market does not cooperate, relying solely on ourselves will make it difficult to create a sufficient surge to crush his short position in a short time. If Luo Zhao withstands this wave, and then adds margin during the Spring Festival break, we will be in a passive position. Lin Shun detected the worry in Zhao Kai's voice, but did not correct him. Lin Shun did not need to rely on brute force to raise the stock price. He only needed to know a piece of information in advance, allowing the whale to position itself correctly before the entire market reacted. Zhao Kai, let me ask you a question. Do you remember at the end of December last year, Nanyang Industries issued a notice stating that their real estate project in Malaysia might face asset impairment risks due to local policy changes? Zhao Kai paused for a moment. I remember. At that time, the announcement had little impact. The stock price fell for just 1 day before rebounding, and no one mentioned it again. But what if this asset impairment risk is not possible, but certain? What if the Malaysian government suddenly announces a new foreign ownership policy tomorrow, causing Nanyang Industries' investment in that project to need a 40% write-down in book value? How do you think the market would react? The other end of the phone fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Boss, do you mean? You have evidence? Lin Shun remained silent. Zhao Kai did not ask further. Lin Shun hung up the phone, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He certainly knew about the situation in Malaysia. At the end of January 1992, the Malaysian government did indeed issue a new foreign ownership policy directly impacting a large real estate project of Nanyang Industries in Kuala Lumpur. Among the blue-chip stocks that Luo Xiaoda was shorting, there was one that Lin Shin planned to utilize. That stock would not exhibit any abnormal fluctuations in the coming days. The real blow would not come from there. What Lin Shin needed to prepare for Luo Xiaoda was not merely the rise and fall of a single stock, but a complete trap. By that time, Luo Xiaoda would be losing far more than several billion. That evening, Yuri brought the latest developments. He had obtained solid intelligence through informants in the Golden Triangle. A Hus group consisted of 7 people, and the deceased was named Akai, a Hus cousin, who was now hiding with the remaining 5 people in an abandoned warehouse in Tsunan with someone called Uncle Zhong backing him. Who is Uncle Zhong? Uncle Zhong, full name Zhang Guozhong, is 67 years old and a local of Hong Kong. He was involved with gangs at the docks in his youth, later cleaned up, and became a middleman, specifically helping wealthy individuals with matters they cannot handle themselves. He is quite reputable in Hong Kong's underground world, cautious in his work, and has never encountered issues. Luo Xiaoda has collaborated with him for over 20 years, with many dirty jobs of Nanyang Industries handled through Uncle Zhong. After hearing this, Lin Shin picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of water, which was at just the right temperature. Can you find the exact location of the warehouse where a Hu is hiding? I can, but it requires on-site reconnaissance. I have already sent 2 people to Tsunan. They will have precise coordinates by tomorrow morning. Once found, do not act hastily. Lin Shin put down the teacup, looking calmly at Yuri. Wait until the situation in the stock market is resolved before proceeding. Yuri nodded without asking another word. As he stood up to leave, Lin Shin suddenly called out to him, Yuri. Boss, if your people take action, can they do so without leaving traces? A cold glint flashed in Yuri's gray eyes. He slightly curled the corners of his mouth. That smile looked like laughter, but anyone who saw it would not find it warm. Boss, the KGB taught us one thing. There is no perfect crime in this world, only crimes that have not been discovered. There are hundreds of ways to make a person disappear, and I know at least 100 of them. The waters surrounding Hong Kong are deep, and far more things sink to the seafloor each year than you might imagine. Lin Shin looked into Yuri's eyes, remaining silent for 2 seconds, then gently nodded. Yuri turned and walked out the study door, closing silently behind him. On the 26th day of the 12th month, there were 4 days left until the Spring Festival. Luo Xiaoda's short position had surpassed 60 billion. Zhao Kai's report indicated that Luo Xiaoda had begun to reduce his investments in other areas of Nanyang Industries to supplement his margin, and his capital chain was evidently stretched thin. Meanwhile, on Lin Shin's side, all 160 dispersed accounts of whale capital had been activated, ready to unleash a storm in the market at his command. On the 27th day of the 12th month at 9:45 in the morning, Reuters reported that the Malaysian government had just issued a new foreign ownership policy. His gaze swept over the lines of English letters, and slowly a smile crept upon his lips. The Malaysian government announced that starting today, foreign investors may not hold more than 30% of stakes in Malaysian real estate projects. Any existing investment projects exceeding this ratio must be rectified within 6 months, or the excess portion will be forcibly transferred at a discounted price to local Malaysian enterprises. Nanyang Industries' real estate project in Kuala Lumpur has a foreign ownership ratio as high as 67. According to the new policy, Nanyang Industries must either transfer 37% of the project equity at a discount or face hefty fines. Preliminary estimates by market analysts suggested that this policy would lead to at least a 40 billion Hong Kong dollar write-down in asset value for Nanyang Industries in that project. After reading it, Lin Shin went through the news again from start to finish, confirming that every detail matched exactly with his memory. Lin Shin picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Kai's number. Zhao Kai began driving up the stock price of Nanyang Industrial, starting now. Don't let retail investors follow suit. Just ensure the market notices this move. Then await my further instructions. Boss, Nanyang Industrial isn't one of our long positions. We hold no exposure to it. No position is necessary. This isn't about how much we profit. It's about how much Luo Xiaoda loses. Check whether any of the 3 blue-chip stocks Luo Xiaoda has shorted is affiliated with Nanyang Industrial. A rapid clatter of keyboard strokes echoed from Zhao Kai's, and seconds later his voice shifted in tone. Yes, one of them, Nanyang Holdings, is a subsidiary of Nanyang Industrial. Luo Xiaoda established a massive short position on it within the China railway construction sector. If Nanyang Industrial implodes due to Malaysia's policy shock, Nanyang Holdings will suffer severe collateral damage, and its share price will almost certainly plunge. Wait, boss, if Nanyang Holdings crashes, won't Luo Xiaoda's short position actually profit? Exactly. That's precisely why he dared to short it. By placing his short on an affiliated company, he effectively purchased insurance for his own holdings. He believes this arrangement is foolproof. Then what are we supposed to do? Zhao Kai sounded increasingly perplexed. You're right. The market would be justified in expecting Nanyang Holdings to crash alongside Nanyang Industrial. But what if the market simultaneously discovers that Nanyang Holdings' operational ties to Nanyang Industrial are far weaker than assumed? and that it holds a high-quality asset entirely insulated from Malaysian policy risks. How would the market react then? Silence fell on the line. Suppose after the market has fully digested this information for an entire day, Nanyang Holdings suddenly issues an official announcement. It clarifies that business dealings with Nanyang Industrial account for only 11% of its total revenue, and announces that its tech subsidiary has just secured a major contract with the Hong Kong government. How do you imagine the market would respond? Zhao Kai remained silent. Lin Shen offered no further explanation. He knew Zhao Kai had already grasped it. First, allow panic to exhaust itself completely. Then, just as Luo Zhaoda believes he secured a windfall, detonate both truth and market reversal in unison. Luo Zhaoda's short position rested squarely on Nanyang Holdings. A share price that plummets, then soars, combined with high leverage, forms the perfect meat grinder. Execute immediately. Release the news before 2 p.m. Lin Shen hung up, turned back to his desk, and picked up another phone to send Yuli a message. Move tomorrow. Yuli replied with a single character, understood. At 1:40 p.m. On the 28th day of lunar December, Nanyang Industrial's share price continued its downward spiral following the Malaysian policy announcement, its decline having widened to 12%. Panic rippled across the market. All stocks linked to Nanyang Industrial weakened sharply. Nanyang Holdings dropped 9%. Luo Zhaoda's short position had already generated over 800 million Hong Kong dollars in unrealized gains by market open. Luo Zhaoda laughed uproariously in his office. "Wen Mao, look at this." He pointed at the figures flashing across the screen. "Does Lin Shen truly believe he can outmaneuver me in the stock market? Even heaven is aiding me. This trade alone will net me at least 5 billion more. I'll see how arrogantly he struts afterward." Wen Mao chuckled politely twice, then stepped out, only for his phone to ring. He glanced at the caller ID, a number unknown to him. Upon answering, a low voice spoke. "Mr. He, this is risk control at Hongxing Securities. The Nanyang fund under your management has exceeded its margin alert threshold on its short position in Nanyang Holdings. You must post at least 15 billion additional margin before market close." 15 billion. Nanyang Holdings has only fallen 9% today. Why such an enormous margin? Because your initial position employed 5-fold leverage. For every 1% drop in Nanyang Holdings, you must post proportionally higher margin. 9% decline multiplied by 5-fold leverage. You can calculate the required amount yourself. Wen Mao ended the call and hurried back into Luo Zhaoda's office. "Mr. Luo, Hongxing Securities demands 15 billion in additional margin payable before market close." Luo Zhaoda, still elated, frowned slightly. 15 billion. Pay it. Don't we still have funds available? Most of our liquid assets are already locked in other short positions. Raising 15 billion will require selling some equity in Nanyang Industrial. A shadow crossed Luo Zhaoda's face, but vanished almost instantly. 15 billion was trivial to him. A modest sale of Nanyang Industrial shares would suffice. He waved dismissively. "Sell it. Get it done before market close." Wen Mao turned to carry out the order. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped out of Luo Zhaoda's office, Lin Shen, on the top floor of the Whale Tower, gave Zhao Kai a simple, deliberate hand signal. Zhao Kai took a deep breath and issued his command to the team of over 20 traders: activate the distributed account system, initiate full long exposure to Nanyang Holdings. Gradually lift the price, without alerting the market. Your sole objective is to halt the decline. Once the clarification announcement goes live, everyone pushes forward with full force to buy upward. Over 20 hands struck their keyboards in unison. 160 distributed accounts activated simultaneously, across brokers in Hong Kong, London, New York, Tokyo, and Singapore. Each account purchased modestly. Some bought 10,000 shares, others 5,000, and some merely hundreds. Yet these small orders, synchronized across the same time axis, coalesced into a formidable wave of buying pressure. At 2:10 p.m., Nanyang Holdings' share price halted its descent and entered sideways consolidation. Luo Zhaoda noticed the shift, but dismissed it. In his view, this was merely fleeting hesitation. Once panic fully subsided, Nanyang Holdings would resume its fall. At 2:30 p.m., Nanyang Holdings abruptly released an official announcement, its content matching Lin Shen's earlier prediction to the letter. It clarified that business ties with Nanyang Industrial constituted only 11% of its total revenue, and announced its tech subsidiary's acquisition of a major contract from the Hong Kong government. Juxtaposed, the two statements were precise, lucid, and each word seemed tailor-made as an invitation to short sellers. The market reacted instantly. At 2:31 p.m., Nanyang Holdings' share price surged upward. Traders rushed to buy. Bids flooded in like a tidal wave, propelling the price skyward as if launched by rocket thrust. When Wen Mao witnessed this in the trading room, he froze rigid in his chair, as though struck by lightning. His hands trembled, his lips quivered, and his pupils reflected only the relentless crimson digits leaping across the screen. Luo Zhaoda's phone rang at 2:42 p.m. He picked it up. On the other end, Wen Mao's voice was nearly shrieking. "South Ocean Holdings is surging. All our short positions are now deeply underwater. Hongxing Securities just called again. They're demanding an additional 12 billion Hong Kong dollars in margin. It must be wired before market close, or they'll forcibly liquidate. A sharp hollow ringing filled Luo Zhao's skull. 12 billion Hong Kong dollars. He didn't have 12 billion Hong Kong dollars. Every cent he owned was locked in those short positions. He had just sold part of his stake in South Ocean Industrial today. Even if he liquidated every remaining share, he couldn't raise that much cash. Sell everything. Everything we can sell. Luo Zhao roared at He Wenmao, his voice hoarse and grating like sandpaper scraping rusted iron. But He Wenmao's reply was even more desperate. It's too late, Mr. Luo. Only 40 minutes remain until closing. We need 2 or 3 days to convert assets into cash. There's no time. Luo Zhao hurled the phone across the room. It bounced twice on the floor, its screen shattering. He collapsed into his chair, veins bulging across his forehead like taut cords ready to snap. Bracing his hands against the edge of his desk, he tried to rise, but his knees buckled, and he slid helplessly onto the floor. At 3:30 p.m., the market bell tolled. South Ocean Holdings closed up 18.6 for the day. Due to leverage, Luo Zhao's short position in the stock incurred losses exceeding 9 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet his gravest crisis lay not with this single stock. South Ocean Industrial's share price plummeted 17 following news of new Malaysian policy measures, and Luo Zhao's earlier fire sale of equity to meet margin calls accelerated the collapse. In a single day, the company's total market capitalization evaporated by over 20 billion Hong Kong dollars. Luo Zhao's personal fortune plunged from hundreds of billions to under 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. And worse still, those dozens of billions borrowed at exorbitant interest rates to fund his short campaign had now become death warrants. From the moment the market closed, creditors' calls flooded in, one after another, like funeral chimes hammering against his eardrums. Lin Shun reviewed the full-day trading report atop Whale Tower. Boss, today's battle cost South Ocean Industrial roughly 1,520 billion Hong Kong dollars. Luo Zhao's personal wealth has shrunk by at least 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. Our own accounts, having taken no direct long position in South Ocean Holdings, earned only modest gains, under 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Enough. Lin Shin set the report aside and leaned back in his chair. This move was never about profit. It was about making one thing clear: who must never be touched. After sitting in silence for a moment, Lin Shun dialed Yuri's number. The market phase is over. You may proceed. Yuri's voice remained calm, as always. Coordinates confirmed. An abandoned warehouse on Devo Road, Sunwan. No residents nearby. Extremely remote. Our team has surveilled the site all day. Ahu and his men are inside packing up, preparing to flee. Can they escape? No. Make it clean. Lin Shun ended the call, retrieved his car keys from the desk drawer, and prepared to go home. Today Li Jia was alone at home. Though a nanny was present, Lin Shun still felt uneasy. Sunwan, Devo Road. At 9:40 p.m., the night around the derelict warehouse was thick as ink. Yuri led 5 operatives approaching the target from 3 directions. All wore black tactical gear, faces camouflaged with grease paint, weapons fitted with suppressors. Their encrypted radios, East European models, transmitted signals bypassing all Hong Kong base stations, rendering them undetectable and untraceable. Yuri lay prone behind a low wall, scanning the warehouse interior through a night vision scope. Through broken windows, he saw Ahu and 4 men huddled around a campfire eating. Bottles and cigarette butts littered the floor. Their firearms rested within easy reach, but their vigilance had clearly eroded. Having hidden here for 3 days without disturbance, they likely believed the storm had passed. Yuri lowered the scope and whispered a terse command into his radio. In Russian. He exhaled softly, tightened the suppressor, then raised 3 fingers. The instant he lowered the 3rd finger, 5 triggers were pulled simultaneously. The suppressors muted the gunfire to a dull thud, but in the cavernous warehouse the sound echoed like muffled drumbeats. Ahu reacted fastest, flinching sideways the moment shots rang out, evading the first volley. His 5 men were not so fortunate. 3 were struck in the head, 1 took a chest shot, the 5th was hit in the arm, collapsing with a guttural scream. Ahu drew his pistol and fired 3 rounds toward the nearest window, then sprinted low toward the rear exit, fast as a startled leopard. But Yuri was faster. Just as Ahu reached the back door, a figure materialized from darkness, silent, lethal, and drove a combat knife deep into his carotid artery. Ahu's eyes widened in shock, his gun clattered to the ground. He tried to cry out, but only gurgling bubbles of blood escaped his throat. His body went slack, twitched twice, and stilled. Yuri withdrew the blade, wiped the blood on Ahu's shirt, and spoke into his radio. All targets eliminated. Verify each target, no survivors. The 5 operatives swept the warehouse. For bodies showed no vital signs. Only the man struck in the arm still breathed faintly. Yuri approached, looked down. The man lifted his blood-smeared face. Their lips parted silently, pleading for mercy. Yuri's expression did not flicker. He raised his pistol and fired once, centered on the man's forehead. Confirmed, all targets eliminated. Begin scene cleanup. Yuri holstered his weapon and directed his team to process the bodies, sealing them in reinforced nylon sacks, securing them with iron chains, weighting them with heavy slabs of metal. Every spent casing was recovered. Bloodstains were neutralized with specialized chemical agents. Even microscopic traces, undetectable to the naked eye, were eradicated. At 120 m, 3 unmarked black vans departed Sun, one heading south toward a secluded dock near Lama Island. A small yacht, prepositioned at the dock, awaited them. Yuri's team loaded the 6 nylon sacks aboard and steered the vessel out of the harbor. The yacht anchored 3 nautical miles southeast of Lama Island, a stretch of sea over 60 meters deep with strong currents ensuring nothing would ever surface even at low tide. Yuri stood at the stern watching each sack sink into the water with a muffled glorp. Ripples spread across the surface, then widened, faded, vanished. The sea stilled, calm, empty as though nothing had ever happened. He glanced at his watch. 2:11 m. Returned to port. He entered the cabin, retrieved a satellite phone, and dialed Lin Shun. The call connected on the second ring. Boss, mission complete. All 6 are submerged. No trace remains. Well done. Report to the villa tomorrow morning. Bring me Uncle Zhong's address. Leave Luo Xiaodo alive for now. Living will hurt him far more than dying. Understood. Yuri dismantled the satellite phone, and cast its battery and SIM cards separately into the sea. In Mongkok at the Jinhua Tea House, Uncle Zhong goes there every Wednesday and Saturday afternoon to drink tea with a few old friends, a habit he has maintained for decades. This is the pattern that Yuri figured out after 2 days of surveillance. Despite today being New Year's Eve, Uncle Zhong's routine remained unchanged. At 3 in the afternoon, he would typically appear in the private room on the second floor of the Jinhua Tea House. Lin Shun thought for a long time and finally sent a message: "Don't move yet. I need to accompany Li Jia for the new year today. Keep someone on him and wait until he leaves the tea house to act. Avoid crowded places, find somewhere secluded." Yuri's reply was still brief: "Understood." Lin Shun deleted the chat history, tossed his phone onto the sofa, and stood up to stretch. As he entered the bedroom, Li Jia had just come out of the bathroom, her hair damp and draped over her shoulders, wrapped in only. Seeing Lin Shun come in, she instinctively covered her chest with her hand, but then remembered that they hadn't done anything and lowered her hand. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen anything before?" Li Jia retorted fiercely, though her face turned red. Lin Shun walked over, embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, gazing at their reflections in the mirror. In the mirror, Li Jia's eyes sparkled, her lips curled slightly in a suppressed smile. "After dinner tonight, we'll continue to have fun," Lin Shun whispered in her ear. Li Jia's ears turned completely red as she wriggled free from his embrace and flicked her bath towel at him. "You go have fun on your own. I'm sleeping in the guest room tonight. Are you really willing to do that?" "I am." After some playful banter, Li Jia finally changed her clothes. She chose a bright red woolen dress, paired with black ankle boots, her hair pinned back, with a pearl clip, looking radiant. Lin Shun looked at her for 2 seconds, and sincerely said, "You look truly beautiful. You're just sweet-talking me." Li Jia shot him a glance, but her lips couldn't hide her smile. The New Year's dinner at the Peninsula Hotel was booked for 7 o'clock. Lin Shun reserved the top floors, Jialin Lu reserving the entire hall for just him and Li Jia. Zhao Taijun brought people to check the security of the entire floor in advance. Only after confirming that every corner was secure did he allow Lin Shun to take Li Jia inside. The dishes were pre-arranged by Lin Shun with the chef. 8 courses, all of Li Jia's favorites. Lobster noodles, steamed East Star grouper chicken soup with fish maw goose feet, and abalone sauce glutinous rice with preserved meats, baked lobster in broth, honey glazed char siu, and mango pomelo sago. When Li Jia saw the menu, her eyes lit up, but she still said, "Ordering so much, can we finish it? If we can't finish it, a wealthy tycoon like you taking food home for New Year's. People would laugh if they found out. It's my money and I can spend it however I like. What does it have to do with them?" Li Jia chuckled, her laughter genuine, with her eyes curved like 2 crescent moons. Watching her laugh, Lin Shun suddenly felt that spending any amount today was worth it. Halfway through the meal, Li Jia's phone rang. It was a video call from her mother. When Li Jia answered, her mother, seeing Lin Shun sitting beside her, immediately beamed with joy. "Ah Shun is here too. Happy New Year. When are you coming to play in Australia?" Lin Shun smiled and exchanged New Year's greetings with Li Jia's mother, saying a few polite words. After hanging up the call, Li Jia rested her chin on her hand and looked at him, saying, "My mom likes you more than she likes me. That's because I'm handsome." Shameless. They finished their meal while bantering back and forth. As expected, they could not finish all 8 dishes, so Lin Shun really had them packed. Li Jia watched the waiter put the takeout boxes into an exquisite paper bag and couldn't help but laugh for a long time. At 8:30, the fireworks over Victoria Harbor began to bloom on schedule. Lin Shun took Li Jia to stand on the terrace of the Peninsula Hotel's top floor, facing the entirety of Victoria. When the first firework exploded in the night sky, Li Jia gasped, covering her ears with her hands, her eyes wide open, unwilling to miss a single second. Red, green, gold, purple. Fireworks bloomed one after another in the night sky, turning the sea into a flowing palette of colors. The skyscrapers on both sides of Victoria Harbor lit up in response. The entire Hong Kong appeared like a perfectly polished gemstone, dazzling to the point of being mesmerizing. Lin Shun embraced Li Jia from behind, and the two stood there watching the fireworks in silence. The wind blew in from the sea carrying the salty mist and a hint of sulfur. Li Jia's hair was blown by the wind brushing against Lin Shun's cheek, tickling him. Ah Shun. Li Jia suddenly spoke. Next year shall we come to see the fireworks again? Sure. And the year after? Sure. Every year. Every year. Lin Shun tightened his grip a little, resting his chin on her head, his voice soft yet firm. Li Jia didn't reply, but Lin Shun felt her shoulders trembling slightly. Lin Shun held her a little tighter. The fireworks lasted for nearly 20 minutes before finally ending. On the way back, Li Jia leaned against Lin Shun's shoulder, too sleepy to keep her eyes open. When Lin Shun carried her out of the car, she mumbled hazily, "I can walk on my own," before completely falling asleep. Lin Shun placed her on the bed, tucked her in, and sat by the bedside for a while. After confirming she was sound asleep, he got up and walked to the study, closing the door. There were 3 unread messages on his phone. The first was from Zhao Kai attaching a summary report of a transaction. Boss Luo Zhao's short positions have been forcibly closed by 60%. The remaining part will continue to be liquidated on the first trading day after the holiday. Preliminary estimates indicate that Nanyang Industries' total loss is between 22 billion and 25 billion, and Luo Zhao's personal wealth has shrunk by over 30 billion. His creditors have already sent people to block his gate at his residence on Victoria Peak. Lin Shun read this message and opened the second one. The second message was from Yuri with an attached photo. The photo was dark, showing a staircase of an old-style Tang building with a motion sensor light on, illuminating a figure leaning against the wall, motionless. The figure's face was blurred in the photo, but judging by the build and clothing, it should be Uncle Zhong. The text of the message contained just one line: "The person is already in the car, waiting for your command." Lin Shun stared at the photo for a few seconds before opening the third message. The third message was from Zhao Tiejuan. Very brief. Boss Luo Zhao left the headquarters of Nanyang Industry at 10 o'clock tonight and did not return to Victoria Peak. Our vehicle lost him halfway. He might have guessed that someone was following him. After reading all 3 messages, Lin Shun leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. Luo Zhao couldn't escape. His money was locked in the stock market, his company was surrounded by creditors, and his reputation had plummeted from the heights to the depths in a single day. Even if this person tried to flee, he couldn't escape Hong Kong. Given the speed at which information spreads in Hong Kong's financial circle, by tomorrow morning the whole city would know that Nanyang Industry had collapsed. As for Uncle Zhong, Lin Shun picked up his phone and sent Yuri a message: "Take care of it on site. Make it clean." The door of the study was gently knocked twice. Lin Shun turned around and saw Li Jia standing at the door in her pajamas, her eyes still hazy with sleep. "Why aren't you sleeping? What time is it?" The cold lines on Lin Shun's face softened the moment he saw her. He walked over and picked her up by the waist. Li Jia exclaimed softly, laughing as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I'm going to sleep now, I promise." Lin Shun carried her back to the bedroom and closed the door with his foot. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, 8 in the morning. Lin Shun was awakened by a deafening sound of firecrackers. Although fireworks had been banned in Xinjiang for a long time, some people still managed to find a way to set off a few on the morning of the first day, seeking good fortune. He reached out to touch the space beside him, only to find it empty and the bedding already cold. He sat up and smelled a fragrant aroma coming from downstairs. It was the smell of pan-fried rice cakes, sweet and mixed with the savory scent of fried eggs. Lin Shun went downstairs in his slippers and saw Li Jia wearing his white shirt, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, standing in the kitchen frying rice cakes. The shirt was too big, the collar slipping down to reveal half of her shoulder. She was completely unaware, focused on flipping the rice cakes in the pan with a spatula. Lin Shun had already let the maid go home early for the new year. Zhao Taijun and the others' families had all been brought to live in Xinjiang, so Lin Shun had allowed them to take turns going home for the holiday. "Are you up?" Li Jia glanced back at him, her face showing a hint of domestic pride. "The rice cakes I made look pretty good, don't they, eh?" Lin Shun walked over, hugging her from behind, resting his chin on the shoulder that was not exposed, looking at the golden rice. "They look better than you do. Can you be serious for once this early in the morning?" "Nope." Li Jia laughed and nudged him with her elbow as she scooped the rice cakes out to serve. The two of them sat at the kitchen bar, eating breakfast, the rice cakes, paired with soy milk, sweet to perfection. Just then Lin Shun's phone rang. It was Kaya calling. Lin Shun didn't avoid it and answered directly. They communicated in Russian, with Kaya wishing Lin Shun a happy new year and expressing a touch of affection. After hanging up, Li Jia casually inquired about Lin Shun. He didn't hide anything, simply saying it was his other. Li Jia felt a little down, and Lin Shun noticed. But Li Jia also knew that someone as outstanding as Lin Shun could not be expected to only have one woman. Lin Shun smiled lightly, noting that although Xinjiang had abolished polygamy, many wealthy individuals still had multiple wives. As long as one had a marriage certificate, it sufficed. Lin Shun took Li Jia's hand and said, "You will be the legitimate wife." Li Jia was shocked by Lin Shun's words. Before, he had only treated her as a lover, but he had never promised to marry. Though she had once fantasized about monopolizing Lin Shun, that was impossible. But now that Lin Shun promised her the status of a legitimate wife, it made her very happy. Li Jia excitedly flung herself at Lin Shun, giving him a French kiss, then directly took off her clothes and began to move wildly in the dining room. After a joyful time together, the two took a shower. Li Jia went upstairs to change into a big red qipao embroidered with golden peonies specially made for her by a tailor Lin Shen hired. When she walked down the stairs in the qipao, Lin Shen was sealing red envelopes on the coffee table. He looked up and paused his movements. What's wrong? Does it not look good? Li Jia looked down at herself, wondering if something was off. It looks too good. Well, I almost don't want to take you out to pay respects to the elders. With such a beautiful wife, I'm afraid someone will steal you away. You just know how to say nice things. Li Jia pretended to be disdainful, but the smile on her face betrayed her. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, the area around Simsha Sui was bustling with activity. The stalls on the street were adorned with red lanterns, and long lines formed in front of the barbecue shops, while children lingered in front of toy stalls clutching red envelope money. The air was mixed with the sulfur smell of firecrackers, the fragrant aroma of claypot rice, and the tunes of salty water songs drifting from an old radio. A black Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the back streets of Temple Street and stopped in front of an old Tong Lao. Lin Shen and Li Jia got out of the car. Li Jia looked up curiously at the mottled outer wall of the building. Is this the place? Yes. Lin Shen fastened the buttons of his suit. Uncle Xiang and Aunt Xiang's home. They also opened a tea restaurant not far from here. Lin Shen pulled out large bags of New Year goods from the trunk, while Li Jia helped carry some lighter items. The hallway was narrow, with the edges of the polished stone stairs worn shiny, and the walls plastered with ads for locksmiths and plumbing. Li Jia followed behind him, the sound of her high heels echoing on the stone steps. Fourth floor, left side. The iron door was slightly ajar, and the sounds of cooking mingled with a woman's loud voice came from inside. Old Lin, why are you just standing there? Smash the garlic. What are you staring at? I'm doing that right now. Lin Shen raised his hand and knocked on the door, calling out loudly, Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, I'm here. The iron door swung open with a clang, revealing a woman with gray hair wearing an apron. Upon seeing Lin Shen, the wrinkles on her face immediately turned into a flower. Ah, Shen. Oh, my dear boy has come. Aunt Xiang grabbed Lin Shen's hand, looking him up and down. You've lost weight, you must not be eating well. I have eaten, of course I have. Lin Shen smiled as he handed over the New Year goods. Aunt Xiang, wishing you prosperity in the new year. Wishing you prosperity, wishing you prosperity. Aunt Xiang took the items, then her gaze fell on Li Jia behind him, her eyes instantly brightening. Oh, who is this? My girlfriend Li Jia. Lin Shen stepped aside. Jia, this is Aunt Xiang. Li Jia nodded slightly, a polite smile on her face. Happy New Year, Aunt Xiang, I wish you a prosperous year. Very good, very good. Aunt Xiang smiled, so wide her mouth couldn't close, hurriedly ushering them inside. Come in, it's cold outside. The room was not large, but was tidy and clean. In the center of the living room stood a statue of Guangong with a table offering roasted meat, hair moss, and rice cakes, the incense wafting through the air. An old television was playing a Cantonese New Year program, the volume low, faintly replaying Happy Tonight. Uncle Xiang poked his head out from the kitchen, his hands wet, and his apron splattered with garlic. Ah, Shen, you're here. Uncle Xiang. Lin Shen walked over and pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one. A little something for you. Uncle Xiang took a look and his eyes lit up. No mouth, camel. You've kept something this good hidden. I specifically, Lin Shen said with a smile, and then took out a thick stack of red envelope money wrapped in red paper. Uncle Xiang, Aunt Xiang, this is for you. Aunt Xiang reached for it, weighing it in her hand, and scolded him playfully. Oh dear, so thick, you shouldn't have brought so much. It's the new year after all. A family was exchanging pleasantries when hurried footsteps came from outside. A woman's voice arrived before she did. Is a Shen here yet? As soon as the words fell, Lin Wen's figure appeared at the door. She was wearing a dark gray cashmere coat with a camel-colored scarf wrapped around her neck, and her hair neatly pinned up at the back. She was carrying a roast goose, seemingly just bought. Sister, Lin Shen stood up. Lin Wen placed what she was holding on the dining table, and quickly walked over with a hint of urgency in her tone. You've finally come. I have something to tell you. Sit down first, sit down. Aunt Xiang pulled Lin Wen to sit down, saying, It's the first day of the new year, why the rush? We can talk after the meal. Lin Wen glanced at Lin Shen, weighing something in her mind. She noticed Li Jia sitting beside her, paused slightly. Hello, I'm Lin Wen. Li Jia. The two shook hands and nodded politely. Aunt Xiang clapped her hands. All right, you youngsters chat well, go cook. Old Lin, what are you still doing? The vegetables in the pot are going to overcook. The old couple went into the kitchen, leaving only Lin Shen, Lin Wen, and Li Jia in the living room. The lively New Year song on the television contrasted with the slightly subtle silence in the living room. Lin Wen glanced at Li Jia, hesitating to speak. Lin Shen knew what she wanted to say and pushed the teacup toward her. Go ahead, we're not outsiders. Lin Wen pondered for a moment, nodded, took out a brown paper envelope from her briefcase, and spread a few sheets of documents on the coffee table. About the situation with Chuanhang. Lin Wen pointed to one of the documents. The contract for the shares and the procedures have been completed. You now hold 30% of the shares. Lin Shen picked up the document and quickly scanned it, nodding slightly. He put the document down and leaned back on the sofa, saying, All right, if Chuanhang needs help, just lend them a hand. Lin Wen responded with an putting the documents back in the envelope before pulling out another one. This time her brows noticeably furrowed. There are a few more things I need to clarify with you. Lin Wen's voice lowered, but her pace quickened. At the factory, the 8 factories in the mainland are overwhelmed with daily affairs, and my phone is blowing up. The headquarters building in Modu has just finished the foundation, and it will enter the main construction phase after the holiday. The construction side, the supervision side, and the design institute are all arguing every day, and as the representative of the client, everything falls on me. Li Jia sat quietly beside them, slowly sipping tea, her gaze drifting elsewhere, remaining silent. Lin Shun did not interrupt Lin when waiting for her to continue. Lin Wen took a deep breath and opened the 3rd document. Then, there's the trade with the Soviet Union. The last shipment of goods went out before the holiday, valued over 20 million. But now the upstream suppliers can't keep up with the production capacity. We need to find new manufacturers. She piled the documents on the coffee table, her speech becoming more rapid. And for Chuanhong, just dealing with the necessary procedures, I've flown to Rongqing 9 times in half a month. 9 times. Ashin, do you understand what 9 times means? I spend more time on planes than in bed. After saying this, she finally stopped to catch her breath, picking up her teacup and drinking it all at once. Lin Shen looked at her, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Are you done? She closed the folder, leaned back on the sofa, rubbed her temples, her tone a bit weary. Ashin, I'm really stretched thin. You need to hire more people quickly. Lin Shen picked up the folder on the coffee table, flipped through it, and then put it back down. He poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot, took a slow sip, remaining silent. The living room fell quiet for 2. At this moment, Li Jia stood up, holding her teacup, glanced toward the kitchen, and softly said, "He'll go see if Aunt Xiang needs any help." After saying that, she smiled slightly at Lin Wen and walked into the kitchen with the tea set. Lin Shen asked, "Who do you directly manage now?" Lin Wen counted on her fingers. There's a temporary office in Modu with 3 people handling the coordination for the headquarters building's construction. The 8 factories are still in the initial construction phase, each with a factory director, a deputy director, and an accountant. The trading company has 10 people here. Lin Shen nodded. All right, I understand. Lin Wen looked at him, waiting for him to continue, but Lin Shen simply put down his teacup, pulled out a cigarette from the pack, and started twirling it between his fingers without lighting it. Why aren't you anxious? Is being anxious useful, eh? Lin Shen put the cigarette back in the pack. We'll deal with the matters one by one and hire people one by one. Lin Wen stared at him for a while, realizing he was truly unbothered, which reignited a bit of fire in her heart. Ashin, let me tell you a number. Don't find me annoying. Last year my average working time was 14 hours a day. The factory matters, the building matters, the Soviet trade matters, the Chuaning matters. Each is a major issue, and each weighs heavily on me. If you don't add more people looking at the goals you've set for this year, I likely won't be able to catch up. Lin Shun's brow. Lin Shun remained silent for about 3 to 4 seconds, took another sip from his teacup. After the holiday, he'll have the headhunter talk to you. List out your needs, and he'll decide on the people. Lin Wen looked at him. Do you have any candidates? I have some ideas, but haven't confirmed anything yet. Lin Shen's tone was plain. We'll see what feedback I get from the headhunter. He didn't say much more. In his past life, he knew many people. Those who would dominate the professional world in the next. Some are still doing middle management in foreign companies, some haven't returned to the country, and some perhaps haven't even entered this industry yet. Lin Wen noticed he wasn't going to continue, and didn't press further. At this moment, the kitchen door opened, and Li Jia came out carrying a plate of freshly steamed cured meat, placing it on the dining table. Aunt Xiang followed, holding a pot of nourishing soup, filling the room with the aroma of herbs and meat. Uncle Xiang came out last, holding a bottle of Remy Martin that Lin Shun had brought, smiling as he shook it. Let's drink a bit today for the celebration. Aunt Xiang poured soup for everyone, and added a piece of goose leg to Lin Shin's bowl, muttering, "Young man, eat. Although you've made a lot of money these past 2 years, you've been getting thinner. Money can always be earned, but your health is your own." Lin Shin picked up his bowl and earnestly ate a piece of chicken leg, smiling as he said, "Aunt Xiang's cooking is better than that of outside restaurants. Only you know how to flatter." Aunt Xiang pretended to scold him, but her lips were curling up. As the meal progressed into the latter half, Uncle Xiang had a bit of wine, his face reddening and becoming talkative. He looked at Lin Shun and Li Jia sitting together, the man spirited and the woman beautiful, feeling at ease, then turned to Lin Wen with a sigh. Lin Wen was drinking soup when she heard her father call her and looked up. "What is it?" Uncle Xiang put down his wine glass and spoke earnestly. "Look at a Shun, a few years younger than you, and he already has a girlfriend. He looks good too. And you, once the new year passes you." "Dad." Lin Wen placed her soup bowl down on the table, her intention to stop him very clear. Aunt Xiang picked up the conversation, her tone gentler than Uncle Xiang's, but the core message was the same. "Xiaowen, Mom isn't rushing you, but at your age you should consider personal matters. You see, you're always flying around either on a plane or at a construction site, and even when you come home for the new year, you carry a briefcase. This isn't living life at all." Lin Wen picked up a piece of meat and chewed slowly, as if trying to use that piece of meat to block all words. Lin Shun remained silent. He quietly drank his soup, his gaze subtly scanning Lin Wen's profile. Li Jia, sitting beside him, noticed his glance, but said nothing. She raised her soup bowl and naturally shifted the topic. "Aunt Xiang, how long did you simmer this soup? It's so rich." "Oh, I started simmering it early this morning using 2 pork bones and a sea coconut." Aunt Xiang was drawn into the conversation and excitedly shared her soup-making tips. Lin Wen gratefully glanced at Li Jia, who returned a faint smile. After dinner, Uncle Xiang cleared the dishes while Aunt Xiang went to cut the fruit. Lin Wen went to the balcony to take a phone call, and when she returned, her expression seemed a bit unnatural. Lin Shun leaned against the sofa engrossed in the Cantonese opera playing on the television. However, he asked who. Lin Wen was taken aback. What? The phone call just now. Lin Wen hesitated for a moment and said it was from the Magic City about the building design plans. It will be dealt with after the holiday. Lin Shun did not shift his gaze from the television. Lin Wen responded with an and sat down next to Li Jia. Aunt Xiang brought out a plate of fruit, placing the sugar, oranges, and cherries on the coffee table. She glanced at Lin Wen, but couldn't help herself and sighed. Xiaowen, it's not that I want you to find a partner right away, but you need to interact with people right. You're always either facing documents or the construction site. How could you possibly meet someone suitable? Lin Wen took a sugar orange, slowly peeling it without saying a word. Uncle Xiang brought out tea from the kitchen, pouring it as he said, don't just talk about the kids. Oh, weren't you also 26 when? You should say less. Aunt Xiang glared at him. Uncle Xiang fell silent and handed the brewed tea to Lin Shun. Lin Shun took the cup, took a sip, and then said something that silenced the entire living room. Sister, when you took that call just now, I think I saw a name on the notepad beside you. Who was it? The living room suddenly. Aunt Xiang's hands, which were cutting fruit, froze. Uncle Xiang's hands pouring tea also halted. Li Jia glanced at Lin Shun and then lowered her head to continue drinking tea. The orange peel in Lin Wen's hand was crumpled. She looked up at Lin Shun. Lin Shun met her gaze calmly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Yet that smile held a certainty, as if he already knew the answer and merely wanted Lin Wen to say it herself. What did you see? Your phone's notepad was partially exposed. I was sitting directly across from it. Lin Wen fell silent. The only sound in the living room was the late-night show on the television, singing softly. Aunt Xiang put down the fruit knife, looked at Lin Wen, and then at Lin Shun, faintly sensing that something was amiss. What's wrong? What name? Lin Wen placed the half-peeled orange on the coffee table, took a deep breath, as if making a significant decision. Lin Wen gathered her courage and hesitantly said, I do have someone. I have feelings for someone. Aunt Xiang dropped the apple she was holding into the fruit bowl. Uncle Xiang truly stopped pouring tea this time. The liquid spilled onto the tea tray, and he didn't care. Aunt Xiang's eyes widened. Lin Wen's face flushed slightly, but she maintained her composure, took a sip from the teacup in front of her, steadied her emotions, and then spoke. He's a government official from the Magic City. As she said this, her gaze shifted, not daring to look at her parents. We got to know each other through work, and over time we became familiar, and then... What happened then? Aunt Xiang leaned forward, her eyes bright, like searchlights. Nothing has happened yet. Lin Wen quickly added, it's just that we have a lot of contact at work, and I feel this person is excellent, knowledgeable, and has given me a lot of advice. His professional capabilities are strong, and he is very dedicated. Sometimes, he even works on weekends. Lin Wen continued, we haven't made things clear yet. Aunt Xiang's expression shifted from surprise to joy, and then to anxiety. Haven't made it clear yet. Then how old is he? What's his family situation? What kind of work does he do? What does he look like? Mom. Lin Wen was somewhat overwhelmed by her barrage of questions. We really haven't reached that stage. Right now it's just mutual feelings, but neither of us has stated it openly. What's his name? Uncle Xiang, finally snapping out of his surprise, asked the crucial question. Lin Wen glanced at Lin Shun, her eyes implying this is you're doing, but she still answered her father's question. I can only tell you that his last name is Li. At this moment, Lin Shun finally picked up his teacup, leisurely took a sip, set it down, and said something that made Lin Wen, I really want to see what kind of person can make my sister have feelings for him. Lin Wen shot him a glare. You should stop. Lin Shun chuckled, not saying anything more. But in reality, he was already processing the information in his mind. Lin Wen was responsible for the construction of the headquarters building in the Magic City, so she must have been in contact with officials from planning, urban construction, or the economic sector. If it is indeed in that direction, he knew a few capable individuals in his past life who later went quite far. But which one it was could only be known after meeting. He calmly noted this down in his mind. Aunt Xiang could no longer sit still, standing up and pacing back and forth in the living room, murmuring to herself. A government official from the Magic City, knowledgeable. Why didn't you say this earlier? If you had said it sooner, I would have asked your dad to kill a chicken to pray to Guangong for a wish. Lin Wen rubbed her temples, looking like she was losing hope. Mom, please sit down. Lin Shun added, sister, it's not very appropriate for you to hide this from me. Lin Wen turned to look at him, finally unable to hold back. Stop acting innocent. Didn't you ask because you saw that notepad? Lin Shun nodded calmly. Yes, I saw it. But I noticed you didn't deny it, which means this matter is true. So I helped you find out it. You should thank me. Thank you for bringing it up for me. For making it clear. Don't you feel uncomfortable keeping it to yourself? Lin Wen opened her mouth, realizing she couldn't refute him. Li Jia beside her finally couldn't help but stifle a laugh, quickly suppressing it and lowering her head to drink tea. Aunt Xiang walked over, grasping Lin Wen's hand, her eyes reddening. Xiaowen, you've been on your own for so many years. This is what I worry about most. If you really meet someone suitable, you must tell me. I won't rush you into marriage, but at least let me know someone is taking care of you. Lin Wen looked at her mother's reddened eyes, her throat tightening. She nodded, reaching out to pat Aunt Xiang's hand. Mom, I understand. Uncle Xiang sat quietly, not saying anything, silently pouring himself a cup of tea, lifting it, and then setting it down. After a while he muttered, what Li? Li who? Aunt Xiang also reacted, turning to ask Lin Wen. Lin Wen's lips curved slightly, but quickly returned to neutrality. It's not at that stage yet, I'll tell you the name later. Aunt Xiang wanted to ask more, but Lin Shen timely interjected, Aunt Xiang, let Wen Jia take her time. The new year isn't over yet, it's the first day of the new year. Don't make the atmosphere feel like an interrogation. As soon as he spoke, Aunt Xiang couldn't press further, though she still rubbed her hands a bit, unwilling. Lin Shen noticed, and added after the holiday, I just happen to be going to the Magic City. He'll meet that person then. If it's suitable, I'll bring him to meet you. Lin Wen suddenly looked up, staring at Lin Shen. Since when did you say you want to meet him? Just now. Lin Shen picked up his teacup, speaking in a calm tone, do you have any objections? Lin Wen raised an eyebrow, this isn't solely up to you. Then let me ask you. Lin Shen set down his teacup, looking at her earnestly, do you think this person is worth meeting? Lin Wen's lips moved, but she didn't respond immediately. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Worth it. Lin Wen's voice was low, barely audible, as if she was only speaking to herself. But Lin Shen heard her. He nodded, not saying anything more. Lin Wen also fell silent. Aunt Xiang and Uncle Xiang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a complex mix of surprise, joy, and fear. They didn't know who this person was, what he looked like, or what work he did. But from their daughter's barely audible worth it, they perceived something deeper. It wasn't mere professional recognition. It was the kind of light that appears in a woman's eyes when she says worth it. Outside, the sounds of firecrackers echoed in waves. Lin Shen sat on the sofa, his gaze drifting through the window at the flow of people on the street, while his mind raced through several matters. The operational scale of Whale Capital had expanded too quickly and too broadly, while the number of usable personnel in his hands was too few. No matter how capable Lin Wen was, she was still just one person. Piling more work onto her would inevitably lead to problems. New hires were necessary. After the holiday, he needed to have headhunters search for those renowned professional managers from his past life and reach out to them one by one. If the official with the surname Li from the Magic City was truly as excellent as Lin Wen described, maybe it would be worth trying to connect. But the prerequisite was to first pass his scrutiny. The current economic environment in the country wasn't great, and many officials were hesitating about whether to enter the business world. If that person truly had talent, Whale Capital could offer him a platform, which might not be a bad path. Lin Shen mentally went through these thoughts without voicing them. He looked out at the night scene of the temple street, inhaled the barbecued aroma wafting through the air, and listened to the distant sounds of firecrackers, suddenly feeling that this new year was quite pleasant. What are you thinking about? Li Jia's voice sounded beside him. Lin Shen turned his head, smiled at her, and said nothing, just thinking about the post-holiday itinerary. Aunt Xiang asked me to come and call you for Tang Yuan. Lin Shen stood up and walked toward the dining table. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the scent of festive celebration wafted through an old-style courtyard residence in Taipa, Macau. Red lanterns hung in 2 neat rows of fresh spring couplets adorned the doorframe. Crimson firecracker paper littered the ground like scattered petals. Lin Shen stood at the threshold holding 4 exquisitely selected New Year gifts and took a deep, steadying breath. Nervous? Li Jia linked her arm through his, a playful smile curving her lips. A little, Lin Shen admitted honestly. As head of Jingwei Capital, a financial titan commanding hundreds of billions in Hong Kong, he had weathered countless market tempests without so much as a blink. Yet now he truly felt apprehensive. Li Jia chuckled softly. I've already told my mother. They won't put you on the spot. I know. Just as they reached the courtyard gate, a woman in her 40s emerged to greet them. Li Jia's mother, dressed in a dark red Chong Sam, she carried herself with dignified grace. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Lin Shen. Mr. Lin, come in. It's cold outside. Happy New Year, Auntie. A small token of respect. Lin Shen bowed slightly and presented the gifts. Oh dear, you really didn't need to bring anything. Just coming is more than enough. Li Jia's mother accepted the packages and ushered him inside. Come, into the house. As Li Jia followed, she murmured softly, Mom, where's sister? She's helping in the kitchen. Lin Shen stepped into the living room, and instantly everyone seated on the sofa rose. Li Jia's uncles, aunts, cousins, and several children from extended families, over a dozen people in all, turned in unison, their gazes converging upon Lin Shen. So this is Mr. Lin, truly a man of exceptional bearing. What good fortune Li Jia is finding such a fine boyfriend. I've seen Jingwei Capital's name in the papers. Remarkable. $100 billion enterprise. Lin Shen offered a courteous smile. Happy New Year, everyone. Please call me Ashen. Li Jia's mother gestured for him to sit, then hurried off to brew tea. Li Guoqiang, Li Jia's elder uncle, a businessman in his 50s engaged in trade across Macau, took the seat beside Lin Shen and offered him a cigarette. Ashen, do you smoke? Thank you, uncle, I don't. Li Guoqiang lit one for himself and beamed. Good. I hear you're in finance in Hong Kong. Yes. Finance is excellent. Fast money. A friend of mine trades stocks there too. Lost quite a bit last year. Lin Shen nodded politely, but said nothing. Li Jia's aunt approached carrying a tray of Nian Gao and interjected, Mr. Ashen isn't like ordinary investors. He runs a major firm. The papers say Jingwei Capital handles only large-scale deals. Auntie is far too kind. Seated beside Lin Shun, Li Jia sensed his subtle tension and gently pressed her fingers against the back of his hand. Lin Shun glanced sideways at her and smiled. At that moment a youth of 17 or 18 approached with a fruit platter and murmured timidly, "Brother Lin, please have some fruit." Lin Shun looked at him, uncertain of his name. Li Jia introduced him. "This is my cousin, the son of my elder uncle, Li Jiahao." "Thank you." Lin Shun accepted a slice of watermelon. The young man, Li Jiahao, son of Li Guoqiang, was sharp-featured and bright-eyed, lingering nearby, as though eager to speak, yet too hesitant to begin. Li Jia's mother poked her head out from the kitchen. "Dinner's ready. Everyone please take your seats." 2 round tables had been joined together, draped in crimson cloth and laden with dishes. Li Jia's mother seated Lin Shun at the place of honor, then sat to his left while Li Jia took the seat to his right. Li Guoqiang and his wife sat opposite. The rest of the relatives arranged themselves accordingly. "Ashen, try the chicken." She placed a succulent drumstick into his bowl. "Thank you, Auntie. Don't stand on ceremony. Treat this as your own home." Li Guoqiang's wife raised her glass. "Let's toast Ashen. May prosperity follow you this new year." All lifted their glasses. Lin Shun rose his in turn. "Happy New Year, and good health to us all." After the first toast, the atmosphere relaxed noticeably. Li Jia's sister-in-law's husband, engaged in real estate, began offering effusive praise once the wine had flowed freely. "Mr. Lin, I read about Jingwei Capital's recent transactions last year. They were extraordinary. You profited when the Hang Seng Index fell, and again when it rose. How did you manage that?" Lin Shun replied coolly, "Merely standard buy-and-sell operations." "Still, it takes vision," his brother-in-law said, raising a thumb in admiration. Li Jia's aunt chimed in, "Of course. Otherwise how could he command a $100 billion empire?" Then turning to Lin Shun, "Ashen, you must look after our Jia. She's been gentle and dutiful since childhood." "Auntie." Li Jia blushed faintly. "What are you saying?" "Just speaking plainly." Lin Shun nodded earnestly. Li Jia's mother watched Lin Shun with growing approval and served him another bowl of steaming soup. Just as they resumed eating, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit entered from outside. It was Li Jia's second uncle, Li Guodong, a figure with connections in Macau's gaming intermediary industry. "Apologies, terrible traffic on the way." Li Guodong rubbed his hands together as he strode forward upon spotting Lin Shun. "This must be Mr. Lin. Long admired, long awaited." "Uncle Guodong, hello." Li Guodong took his seat, poured a cup of wine, and raised it toward Lin Shun. "Mr. Lin, I drink to you. Should you ever need assistance here in Macau, just say the word." "Thank you, Uncle Guodong." After taking a sip, he added, "Ah, what incredible luck earlier. I ran into Mr. Ho on the road. Such an entourage." "Which Mr. Ho?" Lin Shun paused mid-bite. "Mr. Ho, the gambling king." Li Guodong's eyes gleamed with quiet pride. "I recently collaborated with one of his subsidiaries. I even met him in person. His standing in Macau, you know it well." Around the table, several relatives exchanged reverent glances. In Macau, the name Mr. Ho needed no introduction. Lin Shun nodded. "Yes, I know." Li Jia's mother cast Li Guodong a faintly disapproving glance, feeling his mention of such figures over dinner was unnecessarily ostentatious. But Li Guodong remained oblivious, and was about to continue when Lin Shun's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, a subtle shift crossing his brow, then stood. "Excuse me, I'll take this call." He stepped into a quiet corner of the courtyard and answered. "Mr. Lin, do you have a moment?" "Mr. Ho has learned you're in Macau, and would like to invite you this evening. His eldest daughter will personally escort you." "What for?" Lin Shun asked after a 2-second silence. "Mr. Ho wishes to discuss the new casino licenses and upcoming resort developments, and values your perspective." Lin Shun paused, thoughtful. "What time?" 8 o'clock tonight. His daughter will collect you directly from your current location." "Understood." He ended the call and returned to the dining table, where the air had grown subtly charged. Li Guodong regarded him with open curiosity. Li Jia's mother seemed poised to ask something, but held back. "Just a friend," Lin Shun said calmly before resuming his meal. Li Jia tilted her head toward him. Beneath the table, Lin Shun gently squeezed her hand, signaling we'll talk. As the meal progressed, everyone began to chat about everyday life. Li Jia's cousin spoke about her child's schooling, while her aunt mentioned who had bought a new house, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Lin Shun gradually relaxed. Although he didn't say much, he politely responded whenever someone spoke to him. Seeing that he wasn't eating much, Li Jia's mother couldn't help but ask, "Ah Shun, is the food not to your taste?" "No, Annie, it's very delicious. I just don't eat much usually." "Then you should eat more, you're too thin." Li Jia's mother added a piece of fish to his plate. At that moment, the sound of a car engine came from outside the yard. A black luxury sedan stopped at the entrance. Everyone turned to look outside. A young woman in a dark coat stepped out of the car, followed by 2 attendants. She looked to be around 40, exuding a capable aura with a hint of heroism in her brows. Li Guodong recognized her first, almost dropping his chopsticks. This is the young lady of the He family." Suddenly, the table fell silent. Li Jia's mother was also stunned, looking towards the door and then at Lin Shun. Miss He walked into the yard, scanning the area before her gaze landed on Lin Shun, and she quickly approached, slightly bowing. Lin Shin, sorry to disturb you. My father sent me to pick you up. Lin Shin put down his chopsticks and stood up. Miss He, you are too polite. Would you like to sit? We can eat first before you go. No need you eat first, I'll wait for you in the car. Miss He maintained a respectful attitude. Li Guodong was the first to react, quickly standing up. Miss He, please have a seat, or at least have a cup of tea. Miss He politely smiled, thank you, but I won't trouble you. Lin Shun turned to Li Jia's mother, Auntie, I'm sorry I have to leave for a bit. I'll return later. Li Jia's mother was still in shock, repeatedly nodding, okay, you go take care of your business. Li Jia stood up, I'll accompany you. Lin Shun pressed her shoulder, no need, you stay here, I'll be back soon. Li Jia hesitated for a moment and nodded. Lin Shin picked up his coat and followed Miss He out. Everyone in the room watched him leave, and only after the sound of the car fading did the living room erupt with chatter. Heavens, did Mr. He invite him for a meal? The young lady of the He family personally came to pick him up, that's quite an honor. Does Ah Shun have a connection with Mr. He? Why hasn't he mentioned it? Li Guodong's face turned red with excitement. I told you Lin Shun is not an ordinary person. What status does Mr. He have in AO Island? To send the young lady to pick him up, there are very few people in AO Island who could warrant that. Li Jia's mother gazed towards the door, her expression complicated. She knew her daughter's boyfriend was a billionaire, but she didn't expect him to hold such weight in front of the gambling king of AO Island. Li Jia returned to her chair, a slight smile on her lips. She knew her daughter's boyfriend was a billionaire, but she didn't expect him to hold such weight in front of the gambling king of AO Island. Li Jia returned to her chair, a slight smile on her lips. Jia. Li Jia's cousin leaned in. Just how many people does your boyfriend know? I don't know either, Li Jia chuckled. You lucky girl, you've struck gold, her cousin said enviously. Li Jia's mother snapped back to reality and stood up, bustling about. Come on, eat up, the food is getting cold. We'll talk when Ah Shun returns. Everyone settled back down, but their minds were no longer on the meal, eating while speculating about Lin Shin's relationship with Mr. He. Li Jia's mother looked at her daughter, her eyes filled with satisfaction, but she merely said, eat more. Li Jia's time passed quickly, and 2 hours later the black sedan stopped again at the entrance. Lin Shin stepped out of the car. This time Miss He did not get out, but simply rolled down the window to say something to him. Lin Shin nodded, and the car drove away. As Lin Shin walked into the yard, everyone in the living room stood up again. Li Jia approached first. Your back. It went okay. Lin Shun took off his coat, and Li Jia naturally accepted it to hang up. Li Jia's mother quickly asked, Ah Shin, you must be hungry, want to eat something. Auntie, I've eaten. Mister. He prepared a meal for me. Then sit down and have some tea. Li Guiqiang had already. Lin Shin sat on the sofa, and several relatives immediately gathered around him, their gazes even more eager than before. Ah Shun. Li Guodong couldn't help but ask, is Mr. He discussing new casino matters with you? I heard that the bidding for the next gambling license is about to start, and the atmosphere in AO Island is very tense. Lin Shin picked up his teacup and took a sip. Second uncle, I'm sorry, but I can't discuss that. Li Guodong immediately waved his hand. Got it, I spoke out of turn. Li Jia's aunt smiled and asked Ah Shun, how long have you known Mr. He? Why haven't you mentioned it before? We've had a few business collaborations. Wow, that's impressive. Mr. He is quite prominent in AO Island. The aunt gave a thumbs up. Li Jia's mother, fearing Lin Shun would find it annoying, changed the subject. Everyone drink tea, eat candy, don't keep asking him. But the relatives' enthusiasm couldn't be contained. After chatting for over half an hour, Li Jia's uncle pulled at his son's sleeve, giving him a meaningful glance. Li Jiahao felt a bit embarrassed, hesitated for a long time, and finally spoke up. Sister. Brother-in-law, can I take a few minutes of your time? Lin Shin looked at him. Go ahead. Li Jiahao's face reddened. I wanted to ask if Ju Jing Capital is hiring. I want to change jobs. As soon as he said it, Li Jia's uncle quickly chimed in. Yes, Ah Shun Jiahao is very smart. After graduating from AO Island University, he's worked in a trading company for almost a year, always looking for better opportunities. If you have a suitable position, could you consider him? Li Jia's expression immediately soured. Li Jia's mother also frowned. Sister-in-law, it's New Year's, why bring this up? I was just asking casually. The aunt laughed awkwardly. Li Jia stood up, wanting to mediate. Annie, I don't really understand Ah Shun's company matters. Let's talk about it later. But Lin Shun didn't evade the topic. Instead, he looked at Li Jiahao and asked, what's your major? Li Jiahao was taken aback, not expecting Lin Shin to engage. He quickly replied, business administration, majoring in marketing. How long have you graduated? 10 months, graduated last March. What did you do at the trading company? Mainly order processing and some client communication. Li Jiahao said, pulling out his phone from his pocket. Brother-in-law, can I add your contact information? I'd like to send you my resume for you to take a look. Lin Shin nodded. Li Jia glanced at Lin Shin, somewhat surprised, but said nothing. Li Jiahao added Lin Shin's contact, then cautiously said, brother-in-law, I know Ju Jing Capital has high standards, and I may not qualify. But if there's an interview opportunity, I'll definitely give my all. Lin Shin thought for a moment. How much do you know about the financial? Li Jiahao honestly replied, not much, but I can learn. I have a good learning ability, and my university grades have always been in the top 10% of my department. Lin Shin asked another question. How's your English? Reading and writing are no problem. I can communicate normally in spoken English. Lin Shin nodded, not giving an immediate response. At this moment Li Guoqiang also spoke up. Ah Shun, this kid Jiahao has been smart since childhood. He just needs an opportunity. If you think he's capable, then give him a chance. If it doesn't work out, that's fine too, no need to force it. Lin Shun fell silent for a few seconds. After the new year, come to Xiangjiang, and I'll arrange something. Li Jiahao's eyes lit up. Really? Thank you, brother-in-law. The aunt was also beaming. Ah Shun, thank you so much. Li Jia's mother let out a sigh of relief, but her gaze towards Lin Shun softened a bit. She knew Lin Shun was doing this to save her face. Li Jia also smiled, gently patting Lin Shun's arm. The other relatives watched envious, but not daring to speak. After all, not everyone had the audacity of the aunt. The atmosphere grew lively again, and everyone began to discuss other topics. Lin Shun occasionally interjected a sentence or two, but for the most part, he quietly sipped his tea. It was just past 10 in the evening when the relatives began to take their leave. As Li Guoqiang departed, he clasped Lin Shun's hand and would not let go. "Ah Shun, come by my home sometime." "All right, uncle, take care." Li Jia's mother saw off the last group of guests and returned to the living room, finding Lin Shun standing by the window, gazing at the night view. Li Jia leaning against him. "Mom, where's sister?" Li Jia asked. "Upstairs, soothing the children to sleep." Li Jia's mother came over. "Ah Shun, thank you for your hard work tonight, handling so many people." "Not hard at all, Auntie, everyone was very warm." Li Jia's mother hesitated, then said, "About that Jiahao. If he's a trouble, forget it. He's just young and thoughtless, don't take it to heart." "No, it's fine, Auntie." Lin Shun shook his head. "The company is indeed hiring. Jiahao's qualifications are acceptable. Aideo's education standards are good. His acceptance to an Audiobook university shows his foundation is solid. Give him a chance. If he can do it, that's best. If not, he'll learn his limits." Li Jia's mother nodded. "As long as you exercise discretion. I don't understand the workings of your business, but don't let personal favors get in the way." "I won't." The three sat a while longer, then Li Jia's elder sister Li Min came down from upstairs. She was in her early 30s, resembling Li Jia somewhat in appearance, but with a more composed demeanor, dressed in home clothes with her hair casually tied up. "Ah Shun, sorry. I was putting the children to bed and couldn't come down to keep you company," Li Min said with a smile. "It's all right, Sister Min." Lin Shun stood up. Li Min sat on the sofa and sighed. The two children were so rowdy during the new year it took a lot to finally lull them to sleep. "Here, sister, have some tea." Li Jia poured her a cup. Li Min accepted it and glanced at Lin Shun as if she wanted to say something but held back. Li Jia's mother noticed and asked, "If you have something to say it." Li Min smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing." She paused and looked at her younger sister. "Jia, let's talk about it later." Li Jia bit her lip and glanced at Lin Shun, seeming uncertain about something. Lin Shun sensed a subtle tension among the three women, but did not pry. After a while, Li Jia's mother rose. Li Min said she would check on the children and went upstairs. Only Lin Shun and Li Jia remained in the living room. Li Jia fell silent for a moment, then whispered, "Ah Shun, I want to tell you something." "Go on." "My sister, she hasn't been doing well lately." Lin Shun looked at her. "What's wrong?" "She has been married 5 years with 2 children, Li Jia sighed. "You know my brother-in-law. He lost a lot in business, mortgaged their house last year, now they're divorced. My sister is raising the 2 children and living barely on the edge. I helped her a little, but she refused, saying it would be shameful." Lin Shun said nothing. Li Jia continued, "My sister is very capable. Before marriage, she worked in hotel management and excelled at it. She resigned later for the sake of the family. Now she wants to re-enter the workforce, but there aren't many opportunities here on Audiobook, and she doesn't want to rely on her ex-husband's family. Are you asking me to help arrange something for her?" Li Jia looked up at Lin Shun with hope and apprehension. "Will this trouble you?" Lin Shun considered and said, "Really?" Li Jia's eyes brightened. "But not in Xiangjiang," Lin Shun said. Li Jia froze for a moment. "The mainland." "The mainland?" Li Jia was surprised. Lin Shun nodded. "Didn't sister say yesterday she was overwhelmed on the mainland and asked Sister Min to help her?" Li Jia hesitated. "But my sister has never been to the mainland. Her Cantonese is fine, but Mandarin. She can learn Mandarin. Besides, sister already has a team there, but she wouldn't be alone. She can go first to observe. If she adapts, she can stay. If not, she can return. They'll discuss it with my sister," Li Jia said, biting her lip. "Okay." Li Jia went upstairs. Lin Shun sat alone in the living room. His phone lit up. Li Jiahao had sent his resume. He opened it. The academic record was impressive, and there were internships at several reputable companies, though his work experience was admittedly shallow. Audiobook University's business program ranks well across Asia, so his foundation should not be weak. He replied, "They'll contact you after the new year." The other side answered instantly, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Shortly after, Li Min and Li Jia came down. Her eyes were a little red, as she had evidently already spoken with her sister upstairs and had not entirely calmed. "Ah Shun." Li Min approached Lin Shun, her voice a little rough. "Jia told me. I don't know how to thank you." Lin Shun stood. "Sister Min, don't thank me yet. As for the exact job duties and compensation, after the new year my sister's people will liaise with you. Think it through. Only go if you're willing." "Am willing." Li Min hardly hesitated. "I've thought it over. I can't depend on others forever. The 2 children are getting older. I can fight for them." Li Jia's mother emerged from the kitchen at that moment. She glanced at Li Min, then at Lin Shun, and Li Jia, her expression somewhat complicated. "Mom." Li Jia went over. A Shun said to send sister to the mainland to work with Lin Wan. Li Jia's mother was silent a moment then sighed. Min Min, think it through yourself. I've thought it through, Mom, Li Min said. Lin Shun added, Auntie, rest assured. Everything on the mainland is arranged, it won't be drudgery. Li Jia's mother nodded. A Shun, thank you for your trouble. It's nothing. The clock pointed to 11. Lin Shun and Li Jia returned to their room. Li Jia closed the door, turned to Lin Shun, with eyes a little red. A Shun, thank you. Lin Shun smiled. What are you thanking me for? Li Jia stepped forward and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. I know you saved me a great deal of face today. Jahaos matter, my sister's matter. It's all because of me. Lin Shun gently patted her back. Don't overthink it. Jiahao has the education, Sister Min has the ability. These things are not frivolous. My company is indeed expanding and needs people. You always say everything so lightly. Li Jia looked up at him. That's just how I am. Li Jia studied him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. On tiptoe she kissed the corner of his mouth. Let's make tonight exhilarating. Saying that, she began to pull off Lin Shun's clothes and bent over. A few minutes later, Lin Shun tossed Li Jia onto the bed, and before long muffled moans leaked from the room. This made Li Min in the adjacent room quite uncomfortable. After enduring 2 torturous hours, she finally fell still. Although Lin Shun and Li Jia's room quieted down afterward, the earlier commotion had kept her from sleeping. As a result, the next morning Li Min harbored deep resentment toward Li Jia and Lin Shun. As a result, when she woke the next day, Li Min bore deep grievance against Li Jia and Lin Shun, unbeknownst to the 2 culprits. After the spring festival, Lin Shun brought Li Min and Li Jiahao back to Xiangjiang and handed them over to Lin Wan. After Lin Wan familiarized them with the specific work, she took the 2 of them to the mainland. Li Min became Lin Wan's assistant, and Li Jiahao was put in charge of procuring supplies for the mainland and liaising with Su Lian trade. Having seen them off, Lin Shun in Xiangjiang contacted headhunters, asking them to find the renowned professional managers he remembered from his past life and recruit them to work for him. Lin Shun was busy during that period, personally flying around the world to poach talent. 2 months later, he had successfully recruited dozens of people, assigning them to chief leadership roles across various companies. Lin Shun himself went to Modu. A thin layer of mist enveloped the Huangpu River on this spring day, making the entire magical city appear as if draped in a gray silk. As Lin Shun walked into the lobby, he elegantly folded his umbrella. He wore a deep gray thin wool coat underneath, which was a finely tailored black suit. A discreet Patek Philippe peeked out from his cuff, glimmering with just the right amount of light under the corridor lamp. Lin Wan was dressed in a simple yet elegant dark green qipao complemented by a cashmere shawl. Li Min wore a cream-colored waist-cinching trench coat, her features exquisite, exuding an exceptional aura. It's that old spot on the 2nd floor. Lin Wan casually gestured with her chin towards the head waiter. The head waiter recognized her. This Miss Lin had been renting a room at the Peace Hotel for years at $700 a month. As the elevator ascended to the 2nd floor, the head waiter respectfully pushed open the heavy door. As Lin Shun stepped into the room, his gaze immediately fell upon 2 figures seated at a round table by the window. One of them was a young man impeccably dressed in a tailored suit with his hair slicked back, leaning slightly to speak softly with an elderly gentleman beside him. 2 cups of tea sat on the table, steam swirling upwards. Lin Shun heard the young man refer to the elder as uncle, while the elder called the young man a bao. Just then the young man looked up, their eyes locking with Lin Shun's. Their gazes met. The elderly gentleman, even while merely seated, held himself upright, his gray hair neatly. His fingers long and steady held the teacup, and the speed at which his gaze swept over Lin Shun was exceedingly slow and deliberate. Lin Shun thought carefully. They seemed to be figures from the world of prosperity. Uncle, the one who had followed a Bao since the late 80s. Years ago, when Bao made his first foreign trade deal, it was Uncle who advised him to wait all day by the customs building, ultimately leading to his first foreign trade order worth 200,000. Since then, in every rise and fall in the stock market, it was Uncle who steered the ship from behind. Staying here, Bao was the first to speak, his tone carrying the unique sense of balance typical of the magical city. Yes. Lin Shun nodded slightly, handing his umbrella to the waiter. Which floor? 6th floor, room 8. Bao's eyes brightened. I'm on the 7th, room 9. Neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Are you also a long-term guest here? Not really, but my sister is. Uncle remained silent, merely lowering his gaze to sip his tea. Yet in the aftertaste of the tea, his eyes swept over Lin Shun once more. The old mage of the magical city rarely took a second glance at anyone, but he made an exception this time. This in itself spoke volumes. Lin Shun extended his hand. Everyone calls me Bao. Bao grasped his hand with a grip that was neither too strong nor too weak, just right. This is my uncle. Uncle. Lin Shun turned to the elder, nodding respectfully. Uncle finally lifted his eyelids. He did not shake hands, merely set his teacup down gently and gave a faint acknowledgement. Lin Shun was not bothered. He knew that the number of young people who could catch Uncle's eye in the magical city did not exceed 10. Receiving even a simple HM from him today was an unexpected delight. This is my sister Lin Wan. And this is my sister Li Min. Lin Shun stepped aside slightly to introduce the 2 beside him. Lin Wen and Li Min took a half step forward, nodding slightly to Bao and Uncle. Lin Shun. Lin Wen. Bao felt he had heard those names before. Pondering carefully, his eyes suddenly brightened. From Xiangjiang. Yes, from Xiangjiang. Is this Lin Shun from Giant Whale Capital? The one in securities? Bao's voice rose slightly, this time not out of courtesy, but genuine interest. Exactly, Lin Shun replied with a brief smile. Giant Whale Capital. A new force that had emerged in Xiangjiang over the past 2 years, rumored to be led by someone in their early 20s, shrouded in mystery, yet strikingly sharp. Bao had only heard of such a person, but didn't expect him to be standing right before him, and so young. So young. He turned to glance at Uncle. Uncle was holding his teacup, gazing with focused attention, as though he was not really listening to their conversation. However, Bao noticed Uncle's right index finger resting on the table, tapping lightly twice. This was Uncle's habit when he was deep in thought, only moving for truly important matters. Please take a seat. Bao immediately pulled out a chair beside him and beckoned the waiter to bring more utensils. Lin Shin sat down without hesitation, while Lin Wen and Li Min took their seats across the table. Bao intended to test Lin Shin's depth. Mr. Lin, what are your thoughts on the Magical City's stock market? The Magical City's stock market. Lin Shun repeated the phrase, weighing his words. To be honest, it's not very interesting. The same old stocks keep cycling through. Once larger funds enter, they can't exit. It's all just a game of existing stock competing for scraps. The real show hasn't even begun yet. Bao's heart skipped a beat. He didn't show it on his face, but slightly lifted his chin to look at him. It hasn't begun yet. Soon. Uncle finally set his teacup down from his lips. The sound of it resting on the table was soft, yet it was like a stone dropping into a still lake, sending forth silent ripples. He finally spoke. The stock that Bao invested in hasn't performed well. He bought it last month, and it still hasn't shown any signs of improvement. Lin Shin chuckled and shook his head. It's not about the stock. Uncle did not respond, merely watching him. Lin Shin just smiled and said nothing. Eating and serving dishes, his movements were neither hurried nor slow. One must have a sense of proportion. Halfway through the meal, Lin Wen brought up the matter of the Giant Whale Tower. The foundation of the headquarters has been nearly completed. Last year, someone was looking at feng shui over in Lujiazui, saying that land was once a tidal flat with heavy moisture. In my opinion, all of that is nonsense. The most crucial thing is to lay the piles underground properly. Lujiazui originally started from muddy paths, and in 3 to 5 years, it will be a different world. You all are building your headquarters at Lujiazui. Bao's voice showed genuine interest. He had heard of this project. Giant Whale Capital had acquired a large piece of land in Lujiazui with an investment scale of at least hundreds of millions. In the Magical City, who could secure land in Lujiazui if they were not a prominent figure? 3 underground floors with 2 above and 19 floors above ground. The Giant Whale Tower fully funded by ourselves. Lin Wen spoke concisely, yet her tone carried an undeniable pride. In 3 to 5 years, this will be the financial center of the Far East. She suddenly paused, turning her face towards Bao and Uncle, casually asking, if you two are interested, you can come visit us upstairs when the time comes. Uncle did not directly respond to Lin Wen's invitation, but his gaze finally shifted away from Lin Shun, and he raised his teacup once more. Yet for a moment his brow furrowed. Having spent a good part of his life in the Magical City, he had seen it all. But this 20-year-old young man stirred within Uncle a long-lost feeling that only arose when facing a true. This was a person of note. A person not easily dealt with. From this moment, the atmosphere at the dining table became subtly different. Mr. Bao was the first to break the silence. He set down his chopsticks, shifted into a more relaxed position against the back of his chair, and seized the opportunity to change the subject. So what do you think about foreign trade? This was Mr. Bao's signature skill. He knew that Uncle Yi did not like him to dwell too much on topics related to the capital market. Uncle Yi had always regarded foreign trade as Mr. Bao's fallback, believing that stock investments were too risky, and one should not put all their fortune on it. Yet at his core, Mr. Bao was a daring and enterprising person, someone who could wield a sword in the marketplace and take risks in the stock market, belonging to that type, who would not give up until they have crossed the Yellow River. He was extremely curious about Lin Shin, wanting to see just how capable this extraordinarily young tycoon from Hong Kong truly was. Lin Shin just happened to have something to say. Foreign trade, he repeated slowly. There are really only a few ways to make money in this world. Lin Shin continued. It's either through price differences or information gaps. The intricacies involved, to put it plainly, aren't anything remarkable. Then how do you create information gaps? Mr. Bao's gaze flickered. Lin Shun paused, seemingly weighing his words, and finally said the simplest thing. Creating information gaps relies on relationships, on people themselves. Mr. Bao was taken aback. Uncle Yes' brow furrowed slightly again. There are not many young people in Magic City who can speak so precisely without leaving a loophole, and among those who can do so, while making it comfortable for others, he had only seen one in decades. Mr. Bao spilled the cold tea from his cup onto the ground, refilled it, and began to speak while pouring. He had spent 4 or 5 years establishing connections in foreign trade, and today someone summarized it effortlessly in just a few words, which left a ripple in his heart. However, what mattered to him more was not that feeling, but the parts of Lin Shun's words that he had not expressed. Those unspoken parts were the truly valuable things. So what do you think of this year's foreign trade situation? Mr. Bao finally asked the key question. Lin Shun did not answer directly. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and offered one to Mr. Bao and Uncle Yi. The head waiter of the British restaurant immediately rushed over, striking a windproof lighter with a snap. Lin Shun did not accept his flame. Instead, he took out a leather-encased, embossed lighter from his pocket, pressed down on the button with his thumb, and with a clang, a burst of golden flame shot up. The entire lighting process was unhurried, resembling a meticulously designed ritual. What is this year's foreign trade situation really like? Lin Shun took a puff of smoke, the mist slowly escaping from his nostrils, making his eyes appear unfathomable behind the haze. It's not just you, Mr. Bao, who wants to know. Mr. Bao held his breath. There's a saying out there now that doing business domestically is worse than doing it internationally. What does market mean? Market means supply and demand. Orders from country, technology from our country, and factories from Magic City. When these three elements come together, it equates to money. As his words fell, silence enveloped the room. Then Uncle Yi suddenly set down his chopsticks. His movement was slow, almost like a deliberate emphasis. Little Lin. Uncle Yi called out Lin Shun's name with an extremely natural tone, neither overly humble nor arrogant, as if he had been doing so for many years. I toast you a drink. You're being too polite, Uncle. Lin Shun raised the cup of tea in his hand, supporting it with both hands in return. How could you have tea when Uncle is toasting with liquor? Mr. Bao, who was beside them, began to complain, breaking the moment where Lin Shun had intimidated everyone. Lin Shun smiled lightly, looking casually at Uncle Yi, and half-jokingly said, Uncle, whether it's tea or liquor, it depends on whom the respect is for. To you, even plain water is a sign of respect. Don't you think so? Uncle Yi rarely revealed a smile. It was a fleeting smile, almost negligible. Yet everyone present noticed. The subsequent dinner naturally shifted to the performances. The Peace Hotel was renowned for being the first building in the Far East, and the artists invited were of a caliber unmatched across the nation. Mr. Bao, having lost face in front of Lin Shun, was determined to regain some ground, engaging Lin Shun in a wide-ranging conversation, as if trying to uncover all his hidden cards. Lin Shun handled it all quite easily, neither revealing too deep an understanding of these matters, nor showing any sign of weakness. Thus the atmosphere at the dining table shifted several times, the initial sharpness gradually overshadowed by the mundane bustle. It was as if the first act of the play had concluded, each person retreating back into their own lives, waiting for the next grand performance to begin. Outside the window, the river had already turned completely dark without anyone noticing. Interesting. After the crowd dispersed, Uncle Yi stood alone in the corridor, lighting a cigarette. The smoke rose from his fingers, quickly scattered by the night wind pouring in from outside. Mr. Bao appeared from behind at some point, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. What did you see? Mr. Bao pulled out his own cigarette from his pocket and lit it, but Uncle Yi did not say anything. A few days later, Lin Shun was sitting in the lobby of the Peace Hotel waiting for Lin Wen and Li Min. He opened a newspaper, slowly extracting information from it. At that moment, a Bao, accompanied by a woman with curly hair wearing a floral dress, entered the hotel. The two were talking as they walked, their voices not loud, yet the spirit of eagerness was palpable even from 10 meters away. Mr. Lin. A Bao spoke first, his voice filled with surprise as he quickened his pace to meet Lin Shun. Mr. Lin, nice to see you again. Lin Shun nodded slightly. Hello, it's a pleasure to see you again. A Bao's smile broadened, and he turned to pull the woman beside him, speaking with a hint of pride. Come, let me introduce you. This is Miss Wang. He then turned to the woman and said, This is Lin Shun, the big boss from Hong Kong I told you about, young and quite impressive. Miss Wang smiled and extended her hand. Lin Shun politely shook it and quickly released it. A Bao rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling, as if waiting for the right moment to speak. Lin Shun noticed that this person had something to say, but was holding back. A Bao, what have you been working on lately? Lin Shun casually asked. This question seemed to press a Bao's switch. He lit up, reaching into his briefcase to pull out a folder. He opened the first page and handed it over, excitement barely contained in his tone. Mr. Lin, I have to tell you, I just closed a big deal, foreign trade, real foreign trade. Lin Shun took the folder and glanced at it. It contained several pages of contracts and import-export documents detailing the categories, quantities, and pricing conditions of the goods. He finished reading in a few seconds and had a good understanding in his mind. This was an export of light industrial products to Eastern Europe with a total amount of around 1 million RMB, equivalent to just under 1,000 at the then exchange rate. A Bao waited beside him, his eyes fixed on Lin Shun's face, hoping to find a hint of surprise or approval in his. Lin Shun closed the folder and handed it back. 1 million. A Bao nodded vigorously, the pride on his face nearly overflowing. 1 million in total. The pure profit is around 200,000, and I can recover the funds within a month. Lin, let me tell you, I managed this deal from start to finish, from sourcing to customs, and then to contacting foreign merchants. Every step was handled by me. Uncle also said I did a great job. I've truly touched the threshold of foreign trade. He paused for a moment, as if savoring his accomplishment, and added another sentence. I'm only 28 this year, and I think I've already achieved a lot at this level. Lin Shen looked at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Not quite a smile, more akin to a calm demeanor one might have when a child proudly runs to show off their 90 score on a test. 1 million. Lin Shen repeated the figure, folding the newspaper back up without a hint of emotion. About what you've done is insignificant to me. It doesn't even amount to scrap. Abao's smile froze on his face. Miss Wang, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced at Abao's expression. Lin Shen, what do you mean by that? Abao's tone shifted, his smile fully retracted, replaced by a sense of indignation from the offense. I know how well you've done in Xianjiang, but 1 million is not a small sum. I've been in foreign trade for just a year, and to reach this scale among my peers in Modu, I wouldn't dare claim to be the best, but I'd definitely rank in the top 5. You say it's not even worth scrap, isn't that a bit excessive? Lin Shen glanced at him, neither explaining nor he had a habit of not wanting to persuade others with words. If they wouldn't listen after seeing, he would take them to see it. Do you have time tomorrow? Abao looked at him warily. I do. YA. Tomorrow at 9 at the Datong Road warehouse by Suzhou River. When you arrive, mention my name. Lin Shen buttoned up his trench coat, and having finished his sentence, turned to leave without giving Abao a chance to ask further questions. Abao stood there, his fingers gripping the folders so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Miss Wang tugged at his sleeve, saying, Boss Bao, this person is too. Don't mind it. Abao stared at Lin Shen's disappearing back, gritting his teeth. Tomorrow I want to see just how capable he really is. The next morning, Abao drove his newly purchased Santana, arriving at the Datong Road warehouse by 7:30. He was indeed not content, but Lin Shen left an indelible impression on him. A few days ago at the Peace Hotel, Uncle had privately told him, this Lin Shen has a depth that cannot be seen. Who was Uncle? A man who had been doing finance on the Bund since before the liberation. He had experienced countless storms. For him to say such a thing meant Lin Shen was definitely not an ordinary person. Abao sat in the car for more than an hour, smoked half a pack of cigarettes, and only pushed the door open at 8:50. At the entrance of the Datong Road warehouse, 2 staff members in uniforms were present. Abao reported the name, Lin Shen, and without asking anything they opened the door and let him inside. The warehouse was vast, with transparent glass tiles on the roof. The light streamed in from above, illuminating the interior clearly. Upon entering, Abao's first reaction was to be stunned. The second was a rapid heartbeat. Rows of shelves extended from the floor to the ceiling, neatly stacked with goods wrapped in white plastic film with labels and numbers affixed. He glanced around. Just this area alone had at least 1,000 pallet spots, most of which were full. The staff member leading him said nothing, guiding him to the office at the back of the warehouse, pouring a glass of water before leaving. Abao stood in the office, peering out the glass window, mentally calculating. Having worked in foreign trade for a year, he had developed a basic judgment of the types and volume of goods. The products in this warehouse, both in quantity and variety, far exceeded his understanding. After waiting in the office for over 20 minutes, Lin Shen finally pushed the door open and entered. Today, Lin Shen wore a dark blue jacket, looking more like an ordinary warehouse manager than a billionaire tycoon. He held a stack of documents, casually placing them on the desk, pulling out a chair, and gesturing toward the warehouse outside the window. Do you see it? Abao swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain his composure. I see that there are many goods, but in foreign trade, having a lot does not necessarily mean it can be liquidated. Channels, clients, customs, transportation. If any one link is broken, it won't work. Lin Shen showed no change in expression, opening the stack of documents on the desk, flipping through a few pages, and pushing them in front of Abao. This is the inventory list for this batch of goods. The total value, what was that term you used? He thought for a moment. Pure profit. The pure profit is over 200 million. Abao's hand trembled. He looked down at the list, densely packed with names, quantities, unit prices, and categories of goods. From textiles, daily necessities, to hardware, tools, and small machinery, it almost covered all categories of light industry. He was not someone who couldn't see the patterns. Over 200 million. Abao repeated the figure, his voice a bit dry. Are you talking about RMB? Lin Shen glanced at him, but did not respond. The meaning in that glance was clear. Are you joking with me? Abao fell silent. He recalled how proud he had felt yesterday when he mentioned 1 million, and said, I think I've done well enough. Now his face was burning with embarrassment. It was like showing off in front of Guangdong with a big knife. A feeling of humiliation. Yet he still felt a bit unconvinced. Goods, no matter how many, were still just goods. Channels and clients were the core competitive advantages in foreign trade. He had channels, connections through Uncle and customs and the foreign trade system, and he had already established links in Eastern Europe. This 1 million deal was the best proof. Lin, the goods are good, I acknowledge that. Abao raised his head, the disbelief in his eyes not completely fading. But doing foreign trade isn't just about having goods. I spent 3 months negotiating this 1 million deal, and I changed my communication methods 4 or 5 times with clients in Eastern Europe, ultimately concluding it through Poland. You have goods, but someone has to want them too. Lin Shen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, lit it, and the bluish-gray smoke slowly rose between the two. Abao, do you think this batch of goods is being sold to whom? Abao was momentarily stunned. The destination for this batch of goods is the Soviet Union. Lin Shen brushed off the ash from his cigarette. Abao's mind buzzed. The Soviet Union. This place name held an extremely special significance for anyone. That giant was experiencing intense turmoil. The reforms in the Soviet Union had reached the edge of a cliff, and the centrifugal forces of various republics were growing stronger. There was a severe shortage of materials, the exchange rate system was practically non-existent, and official channels were almost paralyzed. In such a situation, trade with the Soviet Union became a wilderness filled with dangers and opportunities. The danger lay in the instability of policies and the risks of payment, while the opportunity was that it was a vast market with an extreme demand for various goods, and the profit margins were shockingly high. But not just anyone could engage in trade with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, Abao slowly repeated. Do you know what the current threshold for trade with the Soviet Union is? Not everyone can do it. Lin Shun extinguished the cigarette in the glass ashtray on the desk and stood up. Showing you the goods was just to let you know I have them. If you have nothing to do recently, go handle some paperwork. He'll take you to see it. Abao nodded silently and left. Back at the Peace Hotel, Bao briefly explained the situation to Uncle, who remained silent. Considering his age, he wouldn't have much time to help Abao. Having someone guide him was better than going solo. After some thought, Uncle decided to let Abao follow Lin Shun. 2 weeks later at Hangzhou Airport, Bao was dressed in a dark blue suit carrying a canvas travel bag. While standing at the departure hall entrance, smoking his third cigarette, Lin Shun's car arrived. A black Mercedes and several business cars parked at the entrance. Bao glanced at the license plate, which had a black background with white numbers registered in Xinjiang. Lin Shun sat in the back seat of the Mercedes waiting for someone to open the door. A group of people in black suits got out of the business car, looking quite intimidating. A strong man in the passenger seat got out to help Lin Shun open the door, and Lin Shun stepped out of the car. Today he wore a light gray thin wool coat and a black turtleneck sweater, looking even more like a mysterious tycoon who had walked out of a Xinjiang movie than he did during their warehouse meeting. He held nothing in his hands, not even a briefcase. Seeing Bao standing at the entrance, he slightly nodded. Surrounded by the men in black, they made their way into the airport, and Bao walked alongside Lin Shun, profoundly shaken by the scene.